This benevolent experiment. Indigenous boarding schools. Genocide and redress in Canada and the United States. Andrew Woolford. Dedicated to Ted Fontaine and his fellow survivors, who have inspired and challenged me. I am sure they will not agree with all of my interpretations of the boarding schools, but I hope I have done some justice to their experiences. Dedicated to my partner, Jess, who undertook her own journey of survival while I was working on this book. And dedicated to Ella, for being so brave during her mom's treatment and recovery. Contents. List of illustrations 9. Preface 11. Introduction 1. Settler colonial genocide in North America 21. Framing the Indigenous problem 47. Schools, staff, parents, communities, and students 97. Discipline and desire as assimilative techniques 139. Knowledge and violence as assimilative techniques 177. Local actors and assimilation 213. Aftermaths and redress 259. Preface. Upon presenting this book, I am reticent to introduce myself into the text. I prefer to think that the scholarship can stand for itself and that criticism or praise will come as a result of my efforts. However, engaging in such a project, in which time and effort are invested in interrogating the Eurocentric presuppositions of government policy, educational practices, historical knowledge, and genocide studies, any trace of Eurocentrism that hides under a false notion of objectivity cannot be permitted. Self and research are intertwined. Although this story is not directly about me, I am implicated in it both as a scholar presenting it to my readers and as a non-Indigenous settler Canadian who is advantaged by the colonial world that emerged out of these and other historical processes. Therefore, the reader should know a little about the position from which I approached this project. I entered the field of genocide studies in 2000 with my sights set on the Holocaust and Rwanda. At the same time, I was conducting dissertation research on the British Columbia Treaty process, a process of negotiation designed to address a historical wrong in my home province, whereby most Indigenous peoples had been dispossessed of their lands without treaties as existed elsewhere in Canada. In interviewing Indigenous leaders and 11 elders about their understandings of land and territory as they related to treaty negotiations, my two research worlds bumped into one another. Before they could speak to me about treaties, many Indigenous respondents thought it necessary to tell me about genocide first, and they named it as such. Although at first I was unsure of their use of the term, and questioned whether or not it fit with what I thought I knew about genocide, my dissertation project was my first experience with multilogicity, and it gave me an initial awareness of settler epistemological violence. In particular, I was witness to this violence at the treaty table, which sought to erase Indigenous understandings of territory and history, but I was also a participant in this violence through my engagement with genocide discourses that ignored the destructiveness of Canadian settler colonialism or reduced it to a qualified form, cultural genocide. I eventually grappled with these issues in an article titled Ontological Destruction, Genocide and Aboriginal Peoples in Canada that appeared in the journal Genocide Studies and Prevention. This book represents an effort to build upon and intensify the ideas suggested in this earlier work through a more ambitious and empirically rich investigation of genocide in North America. Although critical reflexivity and positionality are necessary scholarly practices when engaging with issues related to Indigenous peoples, they are ongoing efforts, and Jay cannot claim to have entirely unsettled myself, to use Paulette Regan's evocative term. However, I believe that such practices are necessary. As participants in settler societies, we live in a socio-cultural space that made destructive Indigenous boarding schools, not to mention other colonial wrongs, possible. This places on the critical scholar an obligation to interrogate the social, institutional, and everyday contexts of settler colonialism. To do so, Indigenous voices must be presented. But these voices are not included here as reflections of a reified indigeneity or as a compendium of knowledge about Indigenous peoples. Instead, these voices are drawn on as counter-narratives to jostle, disrupt, and unsettle taken for granted settler understandings of colonization, settlement, education, and assimilation. To this extent, the text that follows does not assume an authoritative voice on indigenous experiences of boarding schools, nor does it seek to force these experiences into a European conceptual box. Rather, it demands that the genocide concept be accountable to the variety of indigenous experiences and knowledges. In short, I present a model for understanding and interpreting genocide that is attuned to the multiplicity and complexity of social life, including practices and experiences of attempted collective destruction. In this manner, I hope that this book will be perceived as an allied and decolonizing effort, to the extent that my aim is not to present a final judgment on the past or prescription for the future, but to open space for new engagements with history and the present in the United States and Canada. I would like to thank the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada and Fulbright Canada for the funding that made this project possible and for supporting the creation of the index. Many individuals assisted me in my research, including Konstantin Pethukhov and Natalia Iliniak, who provided excellent research support. I have benefited from conversations with Jeff Benvenuto, Theodore Fontaine, Jens Meyer-Henrich, Alexander Hinton, R.S. Ratner, Christopher Powell, Greg Bach, Tricia Logan, Robin Jarvis Brownlee, Adam Muller, Struan Sinclair, A. Dirk Moses, Paulette Reagan, David MacDonald, Damian Short, Ted Jajola, Tiffany Lee, Ben Madley, Joseph Gahn, Ree Moran and Amy Kraft, Anthony Waterman, and many others who helped me, perhaps without knowing it, by asking tough questions or providing me with important insights. Special thanks is also due to Margaret Connell-Zass, who provided me wonderful advice and encouragement during my stay in Albuquerque. I greatly appreciate her support, as well as that from the other editors of the Indigenous Education series, Brenda J. Child, Karen Gayton Swisher, and John W. Tipekinick III. I am deeply grateful to the many archivists who made it possible for a relative novice to find the information required: Tom Nesmith, Terry Riley, Nancy Brown Martinez, and Mass Mann, and Christopher Gahiran, Sarah Herford, Eric Bittner, Richard A. Martinez, Cody White, and David Miller. My thanks, as well, to the Santa Fe Indian School Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Roy Herrera, for giving me permission to draw from the Santa Fe Indian School, the first year's oral history interviews conducted by Sally Heyer. I also owe thanks to Laurie Messer at the Truth and Reconciliation Commission for helping to facilitate my research. Finally, my experience working with the University of Nebraska and University of Manitoba presses has been wonderful, and I thank Matthew Bokovoy, David Carr, Heather Stauffer, Glenn Bergen, Dallas Harrison, Trish Fobin, Martin Beeney, Rachel Gould, and Erica Ripeto, as well as my readers, Margaret D. Jacobs, Jacqueline Fear Siegel, and the anonymous Canadian reviewer, for making this a stronger book than it otherwise would have been. This Benevolent Experiment. Introduction. In the 1940s, when Mary Courchain was only 5, she and her brother were brought to Fort Alexander Indian Residential School by their mother. It was not a far walk. Her family lived only a few minutes down the road from the school. Mary remembers her excitement at the prospect of learning a new language, a language that she had heard on the radio and seen in speech bubbles in comic books. Her parents had always refused to teach her this language, and they spoke only Ojibwe at home. Despite Mary's excitement, her mother appeared to be withdrawn. When a nun came to the door of the school to let them in, Mary's brother began to cry. He was frightened by the figure in black and white with a red heart dangling from her neck. Mary, taking charge, kicked him in the shin. But during this moment of sibling confrontation, her mother disappeared without saying goodbye. I learned later, Mary recounts, that was the reason, because you see my mom was first-generation residential school. And she could not bear to talk to her children and prepare her children to go to residential school. It was just too much for her. So rather than tell us she just, because by then it was the law, I mean, this was the 1940s. And it was law for us to be in school, to be institutionalized. 2. After that first day, the excitement about school quickly disappeared. Mary was subjected to personal humiliation and the degradation of her culture. And she learned to despise her indigenous identity. She recalls that, when she was 11 years old, upon arriving home from school one summer, I just absolutely hated my own parents. Not because I thought they abandoned me, I hated their brown faces. I hated them because they were Indians, they were Indian. And here I was, you know, coming from. So I looked at my dad, and I challenged him, and I said, from now on we speak only English in this house, I said to my dad. And you know, when, in a traditional home where I was raised, the first thing that we all were always taught was to respect your elders and never to, you know, to challenge them. Point 3. Indigenous peoples were subjected to forced assimilation and other forms of violence through boarding schools in both the United States and Canada. In each country, missionary societies established the first boarding schools in the 17th and 18th centuries, followed in the late 19th century by government-supported or government-run schools. During this latter period, conversations occurred across the border as lessons and information traveled between the two nations, with both equally convinced of their need to contend with the so-called Indian problem. Point 5. Yet, though both the American and Canadian governments committed to assimilative Indigenous education in the late 1800s, there has been little comparative analysis of how these two systems came into being, developed and instituted schooling policy, responded to challenges, adapted to changes in educational and colonial philosophies, and currently address the aftermath of these schools. In this book, broad-level similarities and differences between the two systems are identified and analyzed. However, specific attention is also given to local boarding school variations that are not simply the products of national differences but permutations of what I describe below as the settler-colonial mesh. In brief, this approach is designed to avoid oversimplifying the boarding school experience in North America, which is always a risk when one reduces it to distinctly national patterns. Indeed, regional and temporal differences among Indigenous boarding schools are as significant and interesting as those that exist between the two countries. Therefore, the comparative approach that I use in this book will not be strictly national. Instead, I will also seek to capture international and local discrepancies. Although Indigenous boarding schools were often touted as a benevolent experiment, such claims to benevolence are belied by the sheer destructiveness of these institutions sent in this book. Benevolence and destruction are understood not as pure opposites but as potentially related terms, since perceived acts of benevolence, guided by an absolute moral certainty, can be experienced by the targets of such benevolence as painful and destructive. However, I also argue that benevolence was not the primary motivation behind assimilative schooling, for discourses of benevolence were underwritten by a settler colonial desire for land, resources, and national consolidation. For this reason, in titling this book This Benevolent Experiment, the emphasis is more on the word experiment than it is on the claims of benevolence made by settlers to rationalize their interventions in Indigenous lives. Indigenous boarding schools, as institutions imagined and guided by a diversity of individuals with motivations ranging widely in their benevolent or sinister intent, comprised a complicated experiment in the forcible transformation of multiple Indigenous peoples so that they would no longer exist as an obstacle to settler colonial domination on the continent. Point 8. Like any complicated experiment, Indigenous boarding schools coordinated competing visions, organized multiple institutional auspices, enrolled a variety of actors, and enlisted sets of technologies, forces, and things within an overarching framework. In this case, a framework orchestrated around the theme of resolving the Indian problem. The successes and failures of this experiment are many and must be examined empirically to gain as clear a picture as possible of the respective boarding school systems in the United States and Canada. I chart the uneven development of Indigenous boarding schools in North America through a multilevel approach. In brief, I conceptualize settler colonial practices of assimilative education as a series of nets that operates at macro-, meso- and micro-societal levels. These nets tighten or slacken as they stretch across space and time, and when brought together, one on top of the other, they form a settler colonial mesh, which operates to entrap indigenous peoples within the settler colonial assimilative project. 1 degree. But it 3. is also important to understand that this mesh is prone to snags and tears. That is, at specific points in the settler colonial mesh, relations among the actors and institutions engaged in processes of settlement and assimilation are such that they allow for a loosening of this mesh and for the emergence of resistance and subversion, even if the settler colonial power imbalance is such to prevent outright removal of the mesh. 1. The various planes of colonial netting represent the different levels of analysis from which I approach the topic of indigenous boarding schools. At the macro-societal level, my emphasis is on the broader social terrain, comprised of fields such as economics, law, governance, culture, and science. 12. It is from here that a conceptualization of the Indian as a problem was formulated and policy interventions implemented by state institutions were derived. At the upper meso or institutional level of the settler colonial mesh, various governmental and non-governmental institutions contributed to a more precise formulation of an intervention in the Indian problem. Here education as an institution had an obvious role to play, but its effects were complemented by other relevant governmental institutions, such as law, welfare, health, and policing. 13. The lower meso level consists of the various boarding schools as well as their competitor and feeder organizations. This network is where multiple schooling organizations, boarding schools, mission schools, public schools, and day schools worked in competition and cooperation to provide assimilative education to indigenous children. Finally, at the micro level, a specific boarding school can be conceived as a network of interactions and a site where school officials innovated specific techniques to interact with students, their parents, and their communities, and all parties formed relationships and alliances with other agents as well as non-human actors such as territory, food, and disease. 14. Inclusion of these non-human actors in our considerations is important for two reasons. First, it takes us beyond 4. the human-centric limits of Eurocentric socio-historical analysis, introducing a potentially decolonizing approach more in keeping with indigenous epistemologies. Second, it allows for a more complex and multifocal analysis of social interactions and the mediated consequences of human intention. I treat these multiple levels of analysis as a series of nets coordinated to forcibly transform indigenous peoples and thereby destroy these groups. Suggest that this coordinated effort is consistent with sociological understandings of the concept of genocide. But these nets did not simply tighten and enact their destructive potential in an undifferentiated manner. Instead, resistance happened in different times and places, and at different levels, forcing openings in the mesh that allowed for the continued survival of indigenous groups in North America. Therefore, I should stress up front that genocide is conceived in this book as a process and not as a total outcome. In most cases, indigenous groups were not wholly destroyed, though many experienced destruction in part, and all, to some extent, have experienced, and continue to experience, the settler colonial mesh. 15. Comparing boarding schools in the United States and Canada. Despite the statement above about the need for attention to intranational differences, it is worthwhile to conduct a cross-national comparison of indigenous boarding schools in the United States and Canada. This is because distinct patterns of indigenous educational policy, its application, and experiences of assimilative schooling can be discerned, particularly at the macro level and upper meso level in each country. To date, very little effort has been made to compare and contrast boarding schools in the United States and Canada. The literature that does exist tends to offer only brief comments, as in Rayner and Etter's American Indian Education, which points out a few of the key differences between Canadian and American schools. Canadian residential schools lasted, on average, longer than American residential schools. Canadian policies were unrelentingly assimilationist, since no reformist period occurred in Canada as it did in the United States in the 1930s. 5. Indigenous parents in Canada had less say regarding to which schools their children were sent, and some Canadian religious denominations lobbied vigorously to prevent diminishment of their control over or the closing of boarding schools. The cumulative effect of these differences, Rayner and Eder suggest, is that Indigenous children in Canada typically entered boarding schools at an earlier age than their U.S. counterparts, and the Canadian system affected more generations of Indigenous children, in a more brutal form, than was true for most parts of the United States. 16 Rayner and Eder's points are a useful starting point for a more intensive investigation of Indigenous boarding schools in the United States and Canada. However, few scholars have taken on this challenge. Moreover, the efforts at comparison that do exist are too often sweeping in their approaches to the schools, offering little attention to regional and temporal differences in the development, application, and experience of Indigenous boarding school policy in the United States and Canada. Such is the case with Ward Churchill's book Kill the Indian, Save the Man. Churchill brings useful critical insight to the topic of colonial genocide through his return to Raphael Lemkin's original understanding of the term that placed cultural genocide on par with physical and biological forms of destruction. 17 However, on an empirical level, Churchill fails to attend to the complexity of settler colonial genocidal processes. For example, he largely ignores the rise of John Collier to the role of Commissioner of the Bureau of Indian Affairs in 1933, which heralded a boarding school system much different from that in Canada during the same period. The Collier era certainly needs to be addressed more critically than it has been in some of the U.S. literature. 18 But the reforms of this period must also be thoroughly addressed in any serious comparison of Indigenous boarding schools in the two countries, since the Collier years have important consequences for how schools were experienced in the United States as well as for the urgency felt in terms of creating redress policy in each nation. Andrea Smith also offers a broader comparison of Indigenous schooling and forced assimilation in the United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and several other countries. In her report for the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, she outlines the common assimilative and genocidal purpose of schooling and child removals in each nation. Like Churchill, however, she focuses less on local and specific variations in attempts to assimilate Indigenous young people and more on a general pattern of destructive interventions in Indigenous communities. 19 In contrast to these strongly critical comparative examinations, Charles Glenn's American Indian/First Nations schooling offers a near-redemptive overview of Indigenous education in North America, treating European schooling as a good that was simply mismanaged for Indigenous pupils. Glenn discusses the hardships of the schools but is less interested in arguments of cultural genocide since he does not see clear intent in the actions of colonial agents. Nonetheless, he correctly observes a key difference between Canadian and American schools. There is a significant difference between the schools in the two countries. Residential schools in Canada were operated by various Christian denominations, with inadequate per-pupil funding from the federal government in Ottawa, until well after the Second World War. In the United States, while church-operated boarding schools have always played a role, by the 1890s public funds were being used almost exclusively to support government-operated schools. The big residential schools like Carlisle were created and operated by the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and seem in general to have been more adequately funded than their counterparts in Canada. 20. This difference alone is not sufficient to account for the variances between American and Canadian schools, and it overstates the adequacy of funding in U.S. schools. But it does touch on two key issues to which I give greater attention in this book: the roles of religion and funding in the schools on both sides of the Canada-U.S. border. Although comparative discussion of Indigenous boarding schools in the United States and Canada is sparse and overly general, there is a wealth of historical work on Indigenous boarding schools in the two countries. Some of this work aspires to a comprehensive narrative overview of settler 7. colonial schooling policy, with illustrative examples of how these policies were enacted, as well as of how students adapted to, resisted, and/or suffered from their time at the schools. 21 More recently, the historical trend has been to focus on specific schools. Such was always the case with Indigenous boarding school memoirs. but current historians of Indigenous education more regularly seek to capture local characteristics of the schooling experience and to offer portraits of how specific Indigenous groups, rather than an assumed homogeneous Indigenous people, lived their boarding school days. 23 Some, such as Miller and Edmund Danziger Jr., argue that only through the study of local communities and schools is it possible to achieve a full and balanced understanding of the impact of residential schools. 24 Most of these recent works are generally critical of schooling policy, but they also seek to show the uneven application of this policy across time and space. It is within this unevenness that they locate examples of students who enjoyed aspects of their schooling experiences, connected with certain teachers or staff members, and went on to use their education for positive purposes unexpected by policy makers, such as by reinforcing rather than shedding their Indigenous identities or becoming leaders in the pursuit of Indigenous rights. 25 Others go further to emphasize how Indigenous students, parents, and communities came to claim and use boarding schools for their own purposes. 26 By invoking the term genocide, this book might seem to ignore the historical sophistication and debate engendered by these contemporary scholars. 27 However, the opposite is the case. My effort, in part, is to show how genocidal processes themselves are uneven and uncertain. 28 Like all grandiose modernist projects of state building, Indigenous boarding schools were prone to inconsistencies, variable applications, local resistances, and subversions. My concern is with the negotiation of genocide, that is, how groups intending to destroy other groups seek to mobilize their destructive powers, face obstacles and resistances, and either succeed or fail in their efforts. In particular, this book explores and analyzes the crucial role played by assimilative Indigenous boarding schools in the genocidal processes that unfolded in North American settler colonial nations. For these reasons and others discussed below, I will argue that a nuanced understanding of the term genocide can offer a lens through which settler 8. colonial impositions on Indigenous societies can be held to account, but also understood as imperfect projects carried out by imperfect actors, leaving space for the wide variety of actual experiences of Indigenous boarding school life, including those characterized by resistance to and subversion of the overarching purpose of the schools. 29. Why discuss genocide? In the introduction to his monumental history of Indigenous residential schools in Canada, Shingwak's Vision, J.R. Miller describes the schools as an instrument of attempted cultural genocide. 30 The phrase is striking in its caution. Given that the United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide refers to genocide as the attempt to destroy a group in whole or in part, is not the word attempted here redundant? And why is it that we so often feel required to place the qualifier cultural before the word genocide? Although Lemkin, who coined the term genocide in 1943 and helped to frame the UNGC, distinguished among cultural, biological, physical, and other methods of genocide in his work, we seldom find it necessary to specify when we speak of physical or biological genocide. 3. So what particular work does the term cultural do for us? In this passage, I believe that Miller is responding to common misperceptions about genocide rather than its legal or social scientific definition. He tells us this was attempted because genocide tends to connote a sense of finality, of complete and utter annihilation. Such a view, when directed toward Indigenous peoples, would ignore their perseverance, resurgence, and adaptive resourcefulness in the face of potential colonial destruction. Likewise, we can assume that the term cultural is not intended to mark Indigenous boarding schools as a lesser genocide, since Miller is all too aware of the suffering and intergenerational effects of these schools. Instead, the word cultural reminds us that there are methods of collective destruction other than those that characterize the most known and iconic of genocides, the Holocaust. Unfortunately, when writing for a general audience, one often needs to provide the reminder that a group can be placed in precarious conditions that threaten its survival as a group without gas chambers or concentration camps. Like Miller, Jacqueline Fear Siegel, at the beginning of her excellent White 9. Man's Club, which traces the contours of racialized thinking in American Indigenous education, offers the following distinction: reluctant to embark on an open policy of genocide, white Americans instead organized to incorporate the surviving remnants of Indian tribes into the nation through cultural re-education. For contemporaries, the ethnocidal task of the schools was sanitized by being narrated within the ideological frame of national expansion or manifest destiny. 32 Fear Siegel then goes on to acknowledge that the consolidation of American nationality included the destruction of Indian nationalities, through geographical, legal, and political means. Here she deploys the term ethnocide to describe the destructiveness of boarding schools. For Lemkin, ethnocide was synonymous with cultural genocide and therefore an aspect of genocide proper. 33 Subsequent use of the term, however, tends to treat ethnocide as a different category of event than genocide, since physical annihilation is held by some scholars to be necessary to genocide. 34 Fear Siegel appears to embrace this latter move, though she certainly remains aware of and attuned to the destructive power of assimilative schooling. The qualification of boarding schools as cultural genocide is starker in Rayner and Etter's analysis of Indian education in the United States. The era of government control sought to save the Indians from vanishing by substituting a policy of cultural genocide for the old policies of removal and actual genocide. 35 The meaning is unequivocal. Although the charge of cultural genocide is intended to have some critical bite, its juxtaposition with actual genocide informs the reader that this is a lesser form of genocide. Like many writing in the shadow of the Holocaust and its saturation of the concept of genocide, as well as those careful not to portray indigenous peoples as passive victims of an absolute power, Rayner and Etter wish to highlight the distinctiveness of forced assimilation as a destructive project. However, in so doing, they potentially minimize indigenous boarding schools and their attempts to eliminate indigenous groups, which, as we shall see, is what matters most when one views genocide as the attempted destruction of groups rather than simply a form of mass death. Scott Trevithick expresses even greater concern over use of the term genocide when discussing indigenous boarding schools, because he associates use of the term with the pollution of scholarly research by moral 10. Sentiment as well as with a tendency towards sweeping claims and oversimplifications. 3 Cent in criticizing the work of Agnes Grant, Trevithick charges that her use of the term is inappropriate and that she manipulates evidence to fit the UNGC. 37 Moreover, he claims, by inferring that the native residential experience was in the order of the Nazi Holocaust, she perverts the concept of genocide and does a grave injustice to these highly distinct historical phenomena. 38 Here, again, the Holocaust overshadows the discussion and becomes conflated with the concept of genocide. In the next chapter, I seek to correct some of these misconceptions about genocide and to offer it as a scholarly concept rather than strictly a touchstone for activism. Genocide, I argue, is about the protection of groups, not individuals in the aggregate. Therefore, we cannot simply transpose our understandings of a crime such as homicide onto genocide, as when one assumes that, because homicide is the intended physical death of an individual, genocide is the intended physical, and only physical, death of a group. We must seek instead to understand what is specific to group life. What allows a group to persist, even if persistence occurs while the group itself undergoes change in reaction to variable circumstances, such as the introduction of new technologies or ecological shifts. What, as Lemkin would put it, are the essential foundations of group life, and when can we consider them to be purposefully placed in jeopardy? 39 While attempting to clarify genocide and its potential application to indigenous boarding schools, I also offer a process-based and multilayered analysis that situates these schools within broader settler colonial processes. This approach is in keeping with recent developments in genocide studies, which aim to comprehend genocide not as a series of traits or characteristics intended to define genocide in all its times and spaces but as a dynamic process that ebbs, flows, and intensifies at specific historical moments and in specific places, while lessening its force in others. Such a process is seldom singular in how it unfolds, nor is it the product of the actions of a lone institution or actor. Instead, genocide is typically comprised of the activities of multiple actors, who form networks of destructive forces that threaten the life of a group or the lives of multiple groups. 4 Following this approach, I treat indigenous boarding schools as part of an uneven process comprised of numerous agents, government officials, military, 11, and police personnel, settlers, reformers, politicians, teachers, indigenous leaders, parents, and children, but also non-human actors such as disease, land, time, and food. Although it might seem strange at first to include non-human actors as participants in assimilative education, I make the case that a more complete understanding of genocidal processes can be obtained by inclusion of a wide variety of influencing forces that interact with and intervene in the social world. 41 Although human agents might seek at times to enlist pathogens and land in their efforts to bring order to the world around them, pathogens and land do not always respond in expected fashions. Therefore, treating such entities as actors allows one to better account for the unexpected consequences that often arise in processes of social engineering, such as in the benevolent experiment of assimilative education. My objective in this book is to explain how settler colonial genocidal processes intensify and weaken across multiple social layers, spaces, and times, and through the actions of a variety of actors. Genocide in this analysis is not merely an event perpetrated in a delimited region by a perpetrator against a victim, it is instead a networked process, eclectic in its construction yet also an assemblage with a distinct and identifiable purpose, group destruction. 42 Moreover, in my discussion of redress efforts in the aftermath of residential schools, I argue that a sophisticated understanding of patterns of destruction wrought by settler colonialism offers a more promising path for redressing genocidal indigenous-settler relations in a decolonizing manner, since we must understand the complexity of these patterns before we can transform them. A note on the research. My approach in this project is a comparative, discourse-based analysis of historical documents and oral historical testimony. My objective is to avoid the tendency to use the term genocide to develop a single story or meta-history to apply to all indigenous peoples in North America. It is not my intention to present a definitive narrative history of indigenous educational policies in the United States and Canada, nor is it to provide comprehensive retellings of life experiences in the schools in New Mexico and Manitoba that I have selected to focus on at the micro level: Albuquerque, 12. Indian School, Santa Fe Indian School, Fort Alexander Indian Residential School, and Portage La Prairie Indian Residential School. This would require a more intensive and immersive knowledge of these schools and the indigenous communities that they affected than I can claim to present in these pages. Instead, I extract from the secondary literature, archival documents, and oral histories that I reviewed common themes that emerged during my investigations and that serve as my basis for comparison. The multilevel and network-based theoretical model that I have developed for this project provided an initial map for identifying key points of comparison. In brief, this involved identifying key moments at the macro-, meso- and micro levels of the American and Canadian boarding school systems. This entailed at the macro level, detailing the complex formulation of the Indian problem in each country and the policy responses to this problematization; at the meso level, examination of the multiple government and non-government institutions, as well as lower-level organizations, that sought to influence the formulation of government policy and were responsible for negotiating and implementing it on the ground, and the everyday actors who drew on a variety of technologies, and forged a variety of local alliances, to advance, adapt, resist, or subvert macro and meso-level conceptualizations of the Indian problem. Through this model, I complicate and diversify understandings of settler colonial genocide in North America. To cover all of these areas required a broad scan of primary and secondary literatures. Archival documents were useful for capturing policy-based ideas about and institutional applications of the Indian problem, but they were generally less useful for obtaining glimpses of everyday life within the schools, though some hints about such life could be gleaned from inspector reports, superintendent and principal letters, letters from parents and students, diaries, and other such sources. Still, much of this information is overly formal and did not reveal much more than what those who controlled the schools wanted to show. For this reason, oral histories were important to my study. 13. For the U.S. cases, I reviewed over 500 oral historical interviews with Indigenous persons in the American Southwest through the Center for Southwest Research at the University of New Mexico. These U.S. interviews were conducted in the late 1960s and early 1970s as part of the Doris Duke American Indian Oral History Project, and they contain information related not only to education but also to Indigenous history, ceremony, art, and community issues. This broader context gave me access to information on other institutional and social pressures experienced by Indigenous peoples in the American Southwest that factored into their concerns about education. But it also meant that only a small portion of each interview focused on schooling, with current and former students discussing their experiences in boarding schools in a period that ranged from 1900 to 1970 in response to one or more questions from the interviewer. Add to this the fact that the University of New Mexico graduate students who often conducted the interviews were not always skilled methodologically, and it was clear that the interviews had to be reviewed with a careful eye. As well, the Indigenous respondents were often reticent to criticize the cultural community of their interviewers, and this reluctance required that the transcripts be read closely to find criticisms embedded within seemingly complementary passages. Take the following example, in which the ambivalence of the speaker is prominent. I think the white people were doing good for the Indians, but the Indians didn't realize what the white people were trying to do. The white people was trying to help us Indian. But still, at the same time, the white people was after our land. 43. In this statement, white motives of benevolence and land acquisition are placed side by side, without being assumed to be mutually exclusive. Although it is clear that the speaker is engaged in giving face to the interviewer by not criticizing too harshly the culture of that interviewer, one must also not discount entirely the sentiment that the speaker expresses that white people were trying to do good. 44. More thorough and methodologically sound were the 25 transcripts of interviews conducted by Sally Heyer as part of the Santa Fe Indian School 100 Years Project. Transcripts of these interviews were also housed at the Center for Southwest Research, and they focused solely on students' experiences at SFIS. However, given that these interviews were conducted 14. As part of a commemorative project for the school, and that some former students refused to be interviewed for the project, one must acknowledge that these interviews are not generalizable to the entire population of former students. 45. In contrast to the U.S. materials, most of the oral history materials available with respect to Manitoba boarding schools have a different frame of reference. In 1990, Phil Fontaine, then Grand Chief of the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, who later became Grand Chief of the Canada-wide Assembly of First Nations, revealed to the media his experiences of physical, sexual, and emotional abuse at Fort Alexander Indian Residential School, which he attended in the 1940s. This watershed moment appears to have opened the door for many survivors to come forward and tell their stories about the abuses and hardships of Indian residential schools, bolstering class action lawsuits that eventually led to the 2006 Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement, which was approved by the courts and came into effect in 2007. 46. Fontaine's revelation created an opening that made possible a new collective action frame through which survivors could process and better articulate their diverse experiences of the schools. 47. For this reason, comparative oral history work must not be undertaken through a naive subjectivism. As much as one must respect and honor the words of the interviewees, one must also understand that the past is complicated and difficult to contain and articulate within a clear narrative. Survivors of trauma often look for what Jeffrey Alexander refers to as a trauma drama to introduce some structure into a difficult and complex past. 48. This is not to say that they misrepresent the past, instead, it is to acknowledge that they make choices in what they present from the past because they need to make their narratives comprehensible to their listeners, and a collective action frame gives coherence to the jumble of often confusing and traumatic experiences, making it communicable. In the United States, though criticism of boarding schools is certainly evident, such a collective action frame is less prevalent, especially in the late R960s and early 1970s, when most of the interviews used in this book were conducted. In addition, Navajo and Pueblo interviewees appeared to be reluctant at the time to 15. Assert their criticisms of white Americans in interviews. Cultural values of politeness and humility restrain the speakers. These factors must be borne in mind so that the interviews can be located in their appropriate historical and cultural contexts. Point 49. My oral history data from Canada are quite different. Although some of my oral sources were created in the 1980s, prior to Fontaine's disclosure, most come from the work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada. 5 degree The TRC did its utmost to create an environment in which any story of Indigenous boarding schools could be told, good, bad, or both, but the TRC nonetheless existed in a new discursive landscape. 5. The wrongs of residential schooling had been acknowledged through Prime Minister Harper's public apology as well as the compensation programs that were components of the IRSA. Moreover, since Fontaine's 1990 statement about his experiences at Fort Alexander, more and more survivors had come forward to add their own horrific experiences to the historical record. In such a context, even those who came to the TRC to tell of positive experiences at the schools felt the need to qualify their statements. 52 Because of these differences in testimonial data in the two countries, I resist declaring Indigenous boarding schools to be worse in one country than the other. Such attempts at adjudicating suffering are in any respect unsavory. As well, I focus more on the mundane efforts to regulate and transform Indigenous populations through the order of the schools than on the more widely known sexual and physical violence of these schools. Although schools in both the United States and Canada could be brutally violent, and too often deadly, I am most interested in the more subtle techniques enlisted to destroy Indigenous peoples as groups. It was also difficult to find a perfect balance between American and Canadian archival sources. Although Canadian residential school archives are known to be scanty and sanitized, a fact confirmed when I examined the government-prepared Fort Alexander Indian Residential School Individual Assessment Process narrative, which, despite the widespread testimony detailing horrific violence at this school, lists only one instance of abuse in its entire history. 53 Thus, these official records in 16. Some respects were less detailed than those collected in the United States. However, the U.S. records also had their limitations, especially with respect to the Albuquerque Indian School, where records were destroyed at two different points in time, once by fire and once by vandals and squatters making use of the abandoned school building. 54 Enough archival material survived to offer a basic understanding of the school, but there are gaps in this information. I should also note that comparative analysis often begins with an attempt to find somewhat analogous cases for comparison. Such an approach guided this project to the extent that I aimed to examine schools situated in regions with sizable and prominent Indigenous populations. However, the cases were also attractive as much for their differences as for their similarities. Based on an initial examination of the boarding school literature, it was clear that the regional differences among schools were significant, and I wanted to explore how a variety of factors might interrupt or adapt the assimilative intentions of federal planners. The primary communities that attended the schools that I examined, Pueblo, Dine, and Apache in the United States, Ojibwe, Dakota Sioux, and to a lesser extent Cree in Canada, differ from one another in interesting ways in how they interacted with the schools, and their schools were distinct from one another. I thus selected these schools to help illustrate some of the many variations of the settler-colonial mesh manifested through assimilative education rather than to serve as models of the American and Canadian systems. Degree 5 That said, however, I make no claim in the pages that follow to offer a full and final interpretation of the experiences of these Indigenous groups in North American boarding schools. I draw on oral histories so that their voices might counter the dominant narratives of the schools obtained from the archives, but my focus is still on the schools themselves as settler-colonial institutions and more broadly on the destructive character of the settler-colonial mesh. As a non-Indigenous member of a settler-colonial society, I find myself still working to unsettle all that I have taken for granted from a lifetime within my formative context, and I find it necessary to use the tools of critical sociology to interrogate the institutions and practices of settler colonialism that have placed, and continue to place limits on how we, as settlers, live and experience our relations with indigenous peoples. 17. The chapters that follow. Chapter 2 demonstrates the applicability of the term genocide to indigenous boarding schools by tracing the origin, legal application, and sociological purpose protection of the life of a group of the term. This chapter destabilizes assumptions built into much thinking about genocide that privilege European understandings of group life, and it stresses the importance of conceptualizing settler colonial genocide in terms of process, rather than in an oversimplified and overgeneralized fashion that ignores its uneven spread, as well as the multiple points where resistance occurs within genocidal contexts. Chapter 3 provides a comparative analysis of indigenous boarding school policy and its application in the United States and Canada, focusing on the macro level and upper meso level of the settler colonial mesh. At the macro level, the chapter shows that a common collective action frame, a lens for understanding and acting on the Indian, formed in both the United States and Canada under the auspices of the Indian problem. These commonalities of vision in each country begin to diverge, however, as solutions to the Indian problem are institutionalized. In Canada, the decision is made to rely on existing networks of Christian missions to implement assimilative schooling, whereas in the United States the system is largely directed and operated through the Federal Bureau of Indian Affairs. Under these circumstances, Canadian Christian denominations lobbied to prevent changes to the institutional structure of Canadian residential schools, and the Canadian bureaucracy tended to be more stagnant and disengaged in its approach to the schools. In contrast, the United States showed greater variation in its policies with respect to indigenous boarding schools, and the government intervened more directly into the operation of these schools. In Chapter 4, 4 schools are introduced as the foci for micro-level analysis. These schools are placed at the lower meso- or organizational level of the settler colonial mesh, and they are examined both as standalone schools and in their interactions with other schools, not only other boarding schools but also day schools, public schools, and other related bodies. In addition, at the micro level, the principal actors at the school's staff. 18. Parents and communities, and students are considered with respect to the various ways in which they engaged with forced assimilation. Some found opportunities to resist enrollment and to lessen the genocidal violence of the settler colonial mesh, whereas others committed fully to the settler colonial project. This largely descriptive chapter sets the stage for the next 3 chapters, which provide a closer look at how these 4 schools enlisted various techniques and non-human actors in the project of assimilation and did so in ways that either contributed to or lessened the genocidal impacts of these specific schools. Chapters 5 and 6 examine some of the techniques employed by school staff to forcibly transform indigenous children and to destroy indigenous communities. The goal of each chapter is not to provide a comprehensive catalog of settler colonial assimilative strategies but to illustrate some of the ways in which the settler colonial mesh sought to tighten around indigenous young people at the micro level. In most cases, these techniques provoked resistances that prevented the total assimilation of students to European ways. But at certain times and in certain spaces, the combined force of violence, discipline, desire, managerialism, and aggressive resocialization, not to mention other factors, tightened the settler colonial mesh and made it nearly impossible for children to maintain connections to family and community, leaving them either isolated or in search of new forms of collective affiliation. In Chapter 7, the analysis moves beyond human-centric examinations of genocidal destruction by delving into the roles played by non-human actors in producing the intended and unintended consequences of the American and Canadian boarding school systems. Here territory, space, time, disease, health, hell, food, and poverty receive discussion as actors enlisted either in facilitating or in resisting assimilative education. Other actors could have been added, but those assessed in Chapter 7 provide a sense of the complicated local context of indigenous boarding schools and the changes that occurred over time in terms of how these actors were enrolled in resolution of the Indian problem and formation of the settler colonial mesh. In Chapter 8, I argue that both Canadian and American Indigenous 19. Peoples continue to suffer from the aftermath of indigenous boarding schools as well as other ongoing mutations in the settler-colonial mesh. Moreover, I briefly discuss the legal channels available in each nation for the pursuit of reparations. I note that, based on similar experiences and legal resources, the different pathways to redress taken in the United States and Canada require explanation. I offer 3 reasons why Canada arrived at the IRSA, whereas efforts to achieve redress in the United States remain minimal. These reasons are discursive, based on differences in how the respective boarding school systems have been interpreted and represented, political, based on the different nature of pan-Indigenous politics and governmental Indigenous policy in each country, and structural, based on the different characteristics of neoliberalism in the United States and Canada. In light of these 3 reasons, the chapter concludes with a critique of the Canadian IRSA as a model for redress as well as the argument that too often such redress policies represent further mutations of rather than clear breaks with the settler-colonial mesh. I suggest that American Indigenous groups approach their efforts to achieve redress with this caution in mind. Chapter 9, the concluding chapter, braids together the strands of assimilation, education, genocide, and redress that run throughout the book. The chapter ends by presenting a politics of decolonizing redress in North America that holds genocide as a key stake within such redress. 20. Settler-colonial genocide in North America. Other scholars have explored the legal case for a charge of genocide against the United States and Canada based on the historical and contemporary treatment of Indigenous peoples, including in boarding schools. Point 1. This chapter, in contrast, offers a primarily sociological and historical conceptualization of the term. It is not that legal and sociological conceptions are completely unrelated, for both are founded on the work of Polish Jewish jurist Raphael Lemkin, whose work crossed multiple disciplines. However, contrary to much genocide law, my emphasis is on collective and structured forms of social patterning and action as well as on the ways in which individuals negotiate and make meaning within group life. Thus, my concern is less with prosecuting specific individuals for their participation in genocide and more with understanding how destructive social relations emerged and were sustained, intensified, dampened, or countered within a broader social network. In short, my focus is on the collective nature of genocide perpetration and victimization. This leads, for example, to concerns with the victim group as a collectivity targeted for destruction and how such collectivities come to be placed under threat. Point 2. Genocide can be directed either at a group of actors who co-produce the boundaries of their group through ongoing interactions or at a group that exists largely, or even solely, in the imagination of the perpetrator, though both internal and external forms of collective. 21. Identity formation are typically involved. Point 3. My interest lies in groups of the former rather than the latter kind. Moreover, my concern with collectivities extends to an examination of the perpetrator as a collective actor that seeks the destruction of a targeted group. It is a concern with how actors enact and experience potentially genocidal relations in concert rather than as individuals. In contrast, in the realm of international criminal law, the focus of genocide trials to date has been predominantly on the specific intent of the individual accused of having deliberately sought the full or partial destruction of the target group. Degree. Raphael Lemkin, Genocide and the Americas. As Leo Kuper notes with regard to genocide, the word is new, the concept is ancient. Indeed, the slaughter of opponents has a long history, from the Roman siege and eventual razing of Carthage at the close of the Third Punic War, which historian Ben Kiernan has labeled the first genocide, 7 to the Athenian destruction of Melos during the Peloponnesian War. 8 Reflecting on the history of group destruction, and most immediately the crimes committed by the Ottoman Turks against Armenian and other minorities living in their shrinking empire, Raphael Lemkin made it his life's mission to give a name to, and create a legal mechanism to prosecute and prevent, the destruction of such groups. Lemkin began in 1933 with a paper that he prepared for a conference in Madrid in which he proposed the crimes of barbarity and vandalism. Barbarity was the premeditated destruction of national, racial, religious, and social collectivities, and vandalism was the destruction of works of art and culture, being the expression of the particular genius of these collectivities. 9. One can see in this early definition his interest in the life of a group. For him, law already existed to defend the life of an individual, but the group, as well as the cultural means for its persistence, was unprotected. Lemkin's initial attempt at legal definition failed to gain traction in the international community. But Lemkin endured nonetheless. However, after the Nazi invasion of Poland, he had to avoid becoming a victim of genocide himself. He escaped capture and eventually settled in the United States in 1941.10. It was there that he witnessed the power of commercial branding and sought a new term for what he had previously referred to as 22. Barbarity and vandalism, a term that would be as memorable as Kodak or Xerox 11. Thus, in 1943, he coined the term genocide, combining the Greek genos and the Latin side, to describe the crime of group destruction. 12. For Lemkin, genocide was not limited to the physical annihilation of peoples. Generally speaking, genocide does not necessarily mean the immediate destruction of a nation, except when accomplished by mass killings of all members of a nation. It is intended rather to signify a coordinated plan of different actions aiming at the destruction of essential foundations of the life of national groups, with the aim of annihilating the groups themselves. The objectives of such a plan would be disintegration of the political and social institutions, of culture, language, national feelings, religion, and the economic existence of national groups, and the destruction of the personal security, liberty, health, dignity, and even the lives of the individuals belonging to such groups. Genocide is directed against the national group as an entity, and the actions involved are directed against individuals, not in their individual capacity, but as members of the national group. 13. Clear here is that Lemkin thought that the group was worthy of protection in and of itself, not just in terms of the physical lives of its members. 14. This is further evident in the fact that he saw the Nazi march across Europe not solely as an assault on European Jews but also as leading to the potential destruction of Poles, Slavs, Roma, and many others, through diverse methods that extended beyond mass murder. Moreover, for Lemkin, practices of colonization were intimately related to those of genocide. Genocide has two phases: 1. Destruction of the national pattern of the oppressed group; the other, the imposition of the national pattern of the oppressor. This imposition, in turn, may be made upon the oppressed population which is allowed to remain, or upon the territory alone, after removal of the population and the colonization of the area by the oppressor's own nationals. 15. Imposition on an oppressed population, in his analysis, is more than simply a demand that the oppressed group take on some of the cultural qualities of the oppressor. Instead, the 23. National pattern of the oppressor is imposed in such a way that little to nothing will remain of the national pattern of the oppressed. The genocidaire seeks to eliminate the oppressed group as a physical and biological entity bound together by the strands of culture. Lemkin was a tireless advocate of his concept, and his first great success came when his new word was included in the Nuremberg indictment, though it was not among the charges laid by the International Military Tribunal against Nazi war criminals. After Nuremberg, Lemkin worked with the United Nations to devise a law against genocide. Indeed, he played an instrumental role as a consultant in preparation of the 1947 Secretariat's draft Convention on the Crime of Genocide. In this draft, his tripartite division of the concept of genocide into physical, biological, and cultural patterns is clearly expressed. Damien Short, however, remarks that these three aspects of genocidal destruction are not to be understood as mutually exclusive forms of genocide. Instead, Lemkin viewed them as interrelated components of a destructive process directed toward the elimination of a group. 1. Assimilation, the primary focus of this book, was considered by Lemkin to fall under the pattern of cultural genocide. However, he was careful to point out that only specific strategies of forced assimilation should be considered genocide. He argued that assimilation, in and of itself, does not necessitate a charge of genocide if the methods are moderate, such as when attempts are made to gradually acculturate an immigrant minority group to the dominant culture. 17. In contrast, drastic policies aimed at the rapid and complete disappearance of the cultural, moral, and religious life of a group of human beings did, in his view, amount to genocide. 18 But such rapid and forced assimilation was not solely cultural in practice or outcome. Lemkin understood it to combine with physical and biological patterns of destruction and thereby contribute to the elimination of the group as a physical, biological, and cultural entity. The final version of the 1948 United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide dispensed with Lemkin's emphasis on cultural genocide, which had been present in early drafts of the convention, including Article 3 of the Ad Hoc Committee on Genocide's 1948 draft. The article read thus: in this convention genocide also means 24. Any deliberate act committed with the intent to destroy the language, religion, or culture of a national, racial or religious group on grounds of national or racial origin or religious belief, such as 1. Prohibiting the use of the language of the group in daily intercourse or in schools, or the printing and circulation of publications in the language of the group. 2. Destroying, or preventing the use of, libraries, museums, schools, historical monuments, places of worship or other cultural institutions and objects of groups. 19 Although the majority of delegates to the UN General Assembly voted to remove Article 3, settler colonial nations such as the United States and Canada were the most strongly opposed to inclusion of the language of cultural genocide in the UNGC. But this occurred in contradiction to Lemkin's intentions. A fragment from his autobiography reveals that Lemkin opposed the removal of Article 3 from the UNGC. 20 Article 2 of the UNGC, the most frequently cited portion of the convention, reads as follows. In the present convention, genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial or religious group as such, a. Killing members of the group, b. Causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, c. Deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, d. Imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, e. Forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Some read inclusion of the clause on the forcible transfer of children as an acknowledgement of one specific type of cultural genocide. 22 However, scholars examining the travaux preparatoires of the UNGC suggest that the clause was intended to speak only to physical destruction, 3 or to biological destruction. 24 Since it was assumed that the removal of children would threaten the viability of targeted groups. After helping to draft the UNGC, Lemkin continued to gather information on genocides in world history. In his effort to produce a major volume on the topic, he prepared, or had his research assistant prepare, notes on a wide range of cases. Among these cases were the harms experienced by 25. Indigenous peoples in the Americas at the hands of colonizers. 5 In these notes, as well as examining instances of physical and biological annihilation, Lemkin turned his attention to cultural patterns of destruction. Indeed, A. Dirk Moses suggests that he was more concerned with the loss of culture than the loss of life. 26 Lemkin was influenced by the anthropology of Sir James George Fraser and Malinowski and saw culture as essential to the functioning of collectivities, since it assisted groups in meeting their survival needs and allowed them to form a family of mind. 27 In his view, the destruction of culture undermined the very ability of a group to persist. Moreover, Lemkin believed that the destruction of a group's culture depleted the richness and diversity of global life. 28 With particular reference to Lemkin's study of North America, John Docker notes that we can see Lemkin focusing on aspects of genocide perpetrated by the English, French, and post-independence Americans that constitute a comprehensive historical process over a number of centuries, including deep into the 19th century, dispossessing indigenous peoples of their land, kidnapping, enslavement, removal, and deportation, often involving forced marches, taking of children, disease through overcrowding on reservations with inadequate food and medicine, self-destruction brought on by introduction of the sale of liquor, curtailing and deprivation of legal rights, cultural genocide, and mass death. 29. One can see in this list the diverse actions that comprise settler colonial genocidal processes in North America, of which residential schools are but one significant moment. Thus, though the focus of this book is on settler colonial genocide and indigenous boarding schools, such schools are not to be taken alone as instances of genocide following Lemkin's lead. They should be considered components of genocidal processes that involve a range of complex interventions in indigenous life. 30 Within the diversity of actions that Lemkin identifies as constitutive of 26. Genocide, there are a variety of intents and motives at work. It is in this context that one can better understand what Tony Barta, in his important essay that helped shape the field of colonial genocide studies, refers to as relations of genocide. He posits that genocide was endemic to colonization. For Barta, even those among settler colonial populations who worked against the destruction of indigenous peoples, or who expressed a desire to let indigenous peoples simply die out, were nonetheless complicit in a broader ideological vision that prescribed the destruction of indigenous worlds, albeit by different means. 31 My approach is certainly indebted to Barta's work, though my goal is to give more attention to local applications of settler-colonial relations of genocide and to gauge some of the ways in which they actually play out in practice. Cultural destruction and genocide definition. Despite Lemkin's interest in and affirmation of the genocidal nature of many aspects of North American settler colonialism, the tendency in scholarship has been to use notions of cultural genocide or ethnocide when discussing transgressions against indigenous peoples, including assimilative boarding schools. 32 Unfortunately, such terms too often come across as presenting forced assimilation as a lesser form of genocide. Cultural, in such instances, signifies that one is speaking of a qualified genocide not to be confused with real genocide. Indigenocide is another term used to refer to the particular experiences of indigenous peoples under colonialism. In explaining the rationale behind the term, Raymond Evans refers to the lack of fit between the UNGC and the disastrous process of indigenous dispossession occasioned by settler colonialism. 33 With Bill Thorpe, he coined the term indigenocide to communicate an interdependent, three-way onslaught upon lives, land, and culture. 34 Evans and Thorpe provide an important acknowledgement of the overlap between the lives of group members and their territory, since territory is too often treated in genocide studies as merely a resource needed to preserve the life of the group rather than as an element integral to its collective identity. However, Evans and Thorpe's variation on the term genocide also has the unfortunate effect of removing indigenous peoples from the more general category of protection suggested by the UNGC as 27. Persistent and valued groups that, like all other such groups, have a right to protection and survival. The term indigenocide tends to particularize indigeneity to the point that it remains exotic and otherworldly and therefore potentially perceived as part of a different universe of obligations than that which typically animates discussion of genocide. In other words, it has the potential to conceive indigenous peoples as absolute others protected because they are essentially different from rather than in crucial respects similar to us. 35 Understood in Lemkinian terms, the UNGC should protect various forms of group life, since each is a valued part of our plural humanity, and we should not need a separate term for certain types of groups. However, though the UNGC can speak to a wide diversity of group forms, it is not without its limitations in terms of how it imagines group life. In particular, many early genocide scholars expressed concern about the narrow band of groups targetable under the UNGC, that is, racial, ethnic, religious, and national groups. For example, the omission of political groups from the UNGC definition has been criticized, for this omission fails to reflect the fact that political identifications can persist across time and are central to collective identity. 36 Because of such perceived problems with the UNGC, genocide scholars have proposed numerous variations on this definition. One of the most widely cited definitions is offered by the sociologist Helen Feen, who writes that genocide is sustained purposeful action by a perpetrator to physically destroy a collectivity directly or indirectly, through interdiction of the biological and social reproduction of group members, sustained regardless of the surrender or lack of threat offered by the victim. 37 In this definition, the groups targeted by genocide are left open, so that any cohesive group that reproduces itself across time could be considered a victim of genocide. Others, such as Frank Chalk and Kurt Jonas Sohn, shift emphasis to the role of the perpetrator in imagining the target group as a unified and dangerous entity. Genocide is a form of one-sided mass killing in which a state or other authority intends to destroy a group, as that group and membership in it are defined by the perpetrator. 38 Unfortunately, Chalk and Jonason's approach, unlike that proposed by Fien, dispenses with the group as the object of concern, for it simply protects individuals, who might be perceived as members of a group by a perpetrator, rather than members of actually existing groups. 39. 28. Some contemporary genocide scholars have tried to answer Christopher Powell's provocative question, "What do genocides kill?" by turning toward more relational or negotiated understandings of group life rather than treating the group simply as a static or fully coherent entity. 40 Feuerstein, for example, defines genocidal social practices as a technology of power that is intended to destroy social relations based on autonomy and cooperation by killing a significant portion of society, and that then attempts to create new social relations and identity models through terror. 41 And, though Powell's own definition of genocide, an identity difference relation of violent obliteration, 42 does not explicitly mention group relations, for Powell, groups do not exist only in the minds of individuals. They also exist in practical relations among people, relations that can be observed empirically. 43. As one moves from definitions like those provided by Fien and Chalk and Jonas Sohn, which seek to determine the key traits that characterize genocide, to more relational understandings of genocide, the emphasis also shifts from strictly physical to other forms of destruction. For many years, genocide scholars largely abided by Chalk and Jonason's argument that there is an analytical difference between physical and cultural destruction. 44 One basis of this analytical difference is argued to be that, whereas collectivities can regroup and revive after experiences of cultural destruction, physical destruction leaves no such option. 45 But several contemporary scholars have found this sharp divide between the cultural and physical life of the group difficult to sustain. 46 What makes a group, and what allows a group to survive? Although defining group survival in terms of the physical lives of a certain portion of group members might seem to be the simplest way to answer this question, it brings us no closer to understanding the essential foundations of group life that Lemkin thought it important to protect. Discovering these foundations of group life requires familiarity with actual groups and in particular with group cultures. Culture is a central and necessary component of the continued existence of a collectivity, since culture is part of what helps us to preserve the relations of group life. In contemporary terms, culture is understood as both a product of and a constitutive component of group relations. But such a conceptualization of culture has not always been reflected in notions of 29. Cultural genocide. Indeed, early definitions of cultural genocide and ethnocide tended to treat culture as a fixed entity rather than a collectively negotiated aspect of group life. For example, Monroe Beardsley defines ethnocide as the intent to extinguish, utterly or in substantial part, a culture. Among such ethnocidal acts are the deprivations of opportunity to use a language, practice a religion, create art in customary ways, maintain basic social institutions, preserve memories and traditions, and work in cooperation towards social goals. 47 Culture here appears to be little more than a static set of practices and ways of being that need to be preserved as part of the store of the particular group's traditions. But culture is something other than this. As James Clifford suggests, it is a deeply compromised notion that has too often been used to place firm boundaries around what is in truth a complex set of relationships. 48 Culture is a loose grouping of values, practices, and behaviors never wholly legible but always in interaction with historical processes of appropriation, compromise, subversion, masking, invention, and revival. 49 Culture, in brief, is the stuff in between us. It shifts and moves as our relationships unfold. In this sense, it cannot be frozen into some permanent quality, but it is also that crucial glue that helps to hold together group relations. 5 degree Therefore, what is at stake in discussions of cultural genocide is not some never-changing quantity or quality, instead, it is a set of relations that allows groups to form and reform as they develop and adapt to changing circumstances. 5. This raises a vexing question for genocide scholars. How does one protect something that is fluid and changing? As well, such an understanding of culture reminds us that it is a site of contest and debate, and therefore collectivities are not monoliths. Thus, a further question arises. How does one protect something that itself is beset by internal divisions? I will address these issues below, but before I do, it is important to acknowledge that, though they are by and large my focus in this book, cultural techniques of group destruction are not the only ones evident in North American settler colonialism. Massacres and even group annihilation were not foreign to Canadian and American settler colonial societies. 52 Indeed, even when we look at residential schools as a form of genocide, many deaths could be addressed through a genocide studies lens. 53 But I wish to focus primarily on so-called cultural forms of attempted destruction. 30. Because they are often perceived to be softer or less catastrophic than outright physical assault, which can give one the erroneous impression that forced assimilation through boarding schools represents a more enlightened and gentler form of attempted destruction, no matter how strange that sounds. Many scholars deploy genocide terminology in discussing Indigenous boarding schools. 54 And therefore use of the term within this book is hardly original. It is more with respect to how the term is used that this book makes its contribution. Some of the literature that seeks to demonstrate the genocidal nature of Indigenous boarding schools does so by using the UNGC as a grid or framework for assessment and prosecution. Some, such as Agnes Grant and Kevin Annett, direct their attention to the 5 types of genocide listed in Article 2 of the UNGC, and they seek to demonstrate how Canadian Indian residential schools fit these criteria. 55 By forcibly fitting the experience of residential schooling into the set of criteria, much historical nuance is lost, and all that is distinct about the destructive or genocidal quality of the schools is diluted as residential schools are asked to become like concentration camps or some other space that better fits popular notions of genocide. More useful have been attempts to grapple with Indigenous boarding schools in relation to the travaux préparatoires of the UNGC and to show how these framing documents, as well as subsequent case law, create space for consideration of the destructiveness of these schools. 5 degree However, my own approach has been to try to distill the Lemkinian conceptual essence of the UNGC and to deconstruct its most basic terms so that it is no longer simply a Eurocentric grid for evaluating group rights to existence. In this manner, my focus is on the statement of general principles, or chapeau, of Article 2, which comes before the 5 types of genocide. Genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial or religious group. In short, genocide refers to acts committed with the intent to destroy a group. It is worthwhile to take a moment to interrogate each of these highlighted terms. Targeted groups. As mentioned above, there has been much consternation over the limited set of targetable groups acknowledged in the UNGC. The move to more 31 relational understandings of genocide has sought to push this debate forward by understanding groups as sets of relations rather than essentialized identities that do not change over time. The group, therefore, is to be preserved not as a museum piece set behind glass and observed with passing curiosity but as an ongoing set of interactions and negotiations through which group members make and remake their group. In other words, following this understanding of the group, a set of group relations is observed to exist and possess value in that the group offers its members a space for attachment and identity formation. Based on this insight, genocide is important not so much because it targets the bodies of group members but because it targets the relations that hold the group together as a persistent yet changing entity. 57 Group identity formation, of course, takes place not solely through internal negotiation but also through external perceptions of the group. The gaze of others imputes to the group characteristics that in certain conditions might be integrated into the group's self-conception. 58 However, External identifications can also serve to disrupt or destroy internal identifications. For example, when confronted with the challenge of governing multiple and distinct indigenous groups in North America, the settler response was to homogenize these differences into a single, governable category, the Indian. 59. With this invention in place, additional law was created, and a diverse population was targeted for government intervention. Such acts, of definition, Dan Paul reminds us, have severe consequences for indigenous peoples. He writes that centralization caused many hardships among the Mi'kmaq. It was a terrible and unwarranted assault upon the village structure of a great civilization. It's probably very difficult for most non-Indians to conceive of having a plan for the life of their race mapped out and implemented by government against their wishes. 60. In genocide, it is often the perpetrator who attempts to impose a permanent categorization on the group. Under the perpetrator's gaze, targeted group members often become an undifferentiated danger to the perpetrator's own group. I say often here because it is not always the case that target groups are treated as threatening. Such dehumanization is a frequent component of genocide and other forms of mass violence registered. But as Henry Theriot notes, genocide can also occur when perpetrators imagine 32. Themselves possessed of an exceptionalism that makes their actions beyond reproach, regardless of any threatening qualities possessed by the targeted group. Registered notions such as manifest destiny or civilization therefore can guide genocidal destruction even in cases in which an absolute debasement of indigenous peoples is not clearly evident, such as when they are treated simply as backward races to be civilized through schooling. This is not to suggest that indigenous peoples were not demeaned and diminished by colonial powers. Such debasement certainly occurred within schools and through other settler institutions. However, this debasement did not need to approach the level of utter dehumanization, since settler colonialism also sought to rehumanize indigenous individuals to make them fit a European image. The UNGC restricts genocide's targets to racial, national, ethnic, and religious groups but gives us little guidance on how such groups are constituted and persist across time. Moreover, by specifying the types of groups targetable by genocide, the UNGC veers dangerously close to practices of forced identification mobilized by settler colonial regimes within genocidal contexts. Too often, in reading the UNGC, the tendency has been to treat the potentially targeted groups in an essentialist manner, that is, as possessing ascribed identities that largely shape the lives of their members. Even Lemkin was prone to such essentialism, but this approach does not help us to protect actually existing groups in all of their dynamism and fluidity, and a more supple understanding of genocide, and of a group's risk of destruction, needs to make space for understandings among group members of how they reproduce their group's life on a day-to-day basis. Genocide definition cannot prescribe the nature of group life, since to do so would be to engage in a further act of violence against the group. Destruction. Unless there is space available for the group in question to assert how it constitutes itself as a group, and to assert the dynamics and resources that make its group life possible, it is difficult to assess the ways in which such a group might be destroyed. For this reason, testimony from survivors of attempted destruction is crucial, since they are best 33. Positioned to identify what they believe was lost or almost lost. This is not to suggest that genocide scholars must naively accept all survivor claims and descriptions as unadulterated truths. The methods of sound critical scholarship must still be in place. But these methods must be combined with an ethical sensibility that strives to better understand the experiences of the other, even if we can never put ourselves fully into his or her shoes. Registered to date, much genocide scholarship has focused on physical and biological destruction. Registered, this approach is not only inconsistent with Lemkin's early framing of the definition of genocide but also evinces a liberal and Eurocentric focus on the lives of individuals as the ultimate object of moral concern. But groups are not simply associations of individuals, they are entities comprised of, but that exist beyond, their individual members. The term genocide, if it is to be used to protect groups from destruction, needs to be sensitive to the relations and processes that sustain the group and make it a valued source of identity and meaning for individual members. Under such a conceptualization, acts usually considered under the rubric of cultural genocide are no longer relegated to a place of being lesser forms of genocide, since they can destroy the group as a group, even if the blood of group members is not spilled in the process. Degree 7 Certainly, the murder of a large number of group members places a group's persistence in jeopardy, but this persistence can also be threatened by multiple acts intended to fray the bonds of group association, such as through the prohibition of practices such as language use, spiritual worship, self-governance, and transmission of cultural knowledge. These are merely examples, since the social relations that hold the group together will be specific to the group in question. For example, in the case of many indigenous peoples, land or territory is viewed as an important participant in the formation of collective identity, an identity not simply based on a specific geographical location but also infused by this location. Here land is not only a thing that makes possible group subsistence but is also entwined with and part of the group, and therefore its removal, development, or devastation constitutes a potentially destructive assault on the group. Register date 34. Intent. The suggestion is sometimes made that American and Canadian governments did not actively seek destruction of indigenous groups as groups. The harm done, according to this view, derived not from a racist animus but as a consequence of the settler colonial desire for indigenous land and a less fractured nation-state. Likewise, it is argued that settler governments and missionaries framed their interventions to be benevolent, providing assistance to peoples struggling with group-threatening situations, such as loss of the bison as a source of subsistence on the prairies and plains. Is it possible that misguided acts of human welfare can be perceived as genocidal? Even if one accepts such redemptive narratives of settler colonial benevolent intent, there still exists deep disrespect for indigenous groups in such attempts at help. In this vein, Van Kreken argues that what is genocidal in, for example, policies of indigenous child removal lies less in an unambiguous intent to destroy a human group than in the presumption that there was not much to destroy. 70 But can such a willful denial of the value of the culture of a targeted group, and a sincere belief in the white man's burden, amount to the same thing as genocidal intent? In genocide trials, based on the UNGC or subsequent reinterpretations in international law, emphasis thus far has been placed on specific or special intent, which means that the perpetrator exhibited a distinct purpose to destroy a group in whole or in part. This intent has been determined in three ways: through the destructive magnitude of the actions of individual perpetrators, through evidence of participation in a comprehensive plan of destruction, and through evidence of a consistent pattern of action. With specific intent, the emphasis is squarely on individual perpetrators. This makes legal sense, for it can be more difficult to determine the intention of collective action under the standards of international law. 7. But it does not always help us to better comprehend the collective socio-historical processes through which intentions take shape. Historically speaking, discussion of intent in Canadian Indigenous boarding schools has typically followed one of two pathways. Trevithick differentiates between traditional and revisionist interpretations of the 35. Intention behind boarding schools. The traditional view emphasizes the assimilationist intentions of residential school planners. These intentions are viewed as based either on misguided benevolence or cynical desire to open land to settlement or resource extraction and remove federal obligations to indigenous peoples. The revisionist understanding offers a slight variation on these themes but tends to view assimilationist discourse as a rhetorical guise for pursuing self-interested motives. 72 In his introduction to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's interim report, Chief Commissioner Justice Murray Sinclair offers a version of the traditional view: residential schools disrupted families and communities. They prevented elders from teaching children long-valued cultural and spiritual traditions and practices. They helped kill languages. These were not side effects of a well-intentioned system. The purpose of the residential school system was to separate children from the influences of their parents and their community, so as to destroy their culture. 73 However, Justice Sinclair also suggests that the revisionist story is not without merit. To gain control of Aboriginal land, the Canadian government signed treaties it did not respect, took over land without making treaties, and unilaterally passed laws that controlled nearly every aspect of Aboriginal life. 74 Ultimately, Justice Sinclair suggests, this was a complicated story. But how does one locate intent within such a complicated story? To begin, moving away from individualist notions of intent allows one to incorporate both traditional and revisionist perspectives. Within collective projects of group destruction, multiple individual intents and motives can be in play under a broader, more generalized, intent, and the meaning and purpose of destructive interventions are negotiated among several actors, each potentially mobilizing different objectives and idealized outcomes. 75 What matters for the enactment of group destruction is that these diverse perspectives can cohere or congeal around a common collective action frame that enables coordinated interventions rather than completely haphazard interactions. 76 In the next chapter, I will argue that this is the work done by the language of assimilation and civilization. These terms allowed people with different views and interests to act together in pursuit of their goals within a shared universe of meaning. 77 Whether their goal was the dispossession of indigenous lands, the cultivation of souls, or both, they 36 could fit their efforts within the collective action frames of assimilation and civilization, which united multiple motives within a North American context. It opened up lands for exploitation, souls for conversion, and a nation for consolidation. In pursuit of these motives, the notions of assimilation and civilization thus represent an attempt to deliberately direct social change, namely, the destruction of indigenous peoples as groups. 78 Such an understanding takes us away from a strict juridical understanding of intent. In criminal law, motive, that which impels a person to action, is separate from intent, the mens rea that gives purpose to the offender's actions. Courts typically are interested in intent rather than motive, though in certain cases, such as hate crimes, motive is used as a basis for establishing that the crime was committed because of the defendant's prejudice or hatred toward a specific group of people. For reasons similar to those marshaled with respect to hate crimes, motive should not be ignored in legal questions about genocide. But do motives such as those discussed above suggest that actions intended to destroy indigenous peoples were genocidal? If the UNGC is to serve as a basic guide for our analysis, then we must pay careful attention to the as such that precedes the 5 types of genocide listed in Article 11, since the UNGC specifies that there be intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial or religious group, as such. This suggests that the intent of the perpetrator is to destroy the target group as a group and not for some other objective, the pursuit of which leads to the incidental destruction of the group. 7. Elsewhere I have criticized the Eurocentric assumptions that often guide our reading of such terms, but this does not diminish the fact that the UNGC requires that perpetrators seek to destroy groups as such or for who they are. 8 Degree drawing on a Holocaust frame of reference, our expectation is often that genocide is motivated by a racist animus that dehumanizes the target group to the point that their survival can no longer be permitted. But this is not the only manner in which such intent might be expressed. Indeed, I argue that, through formulation of the Indian problem in terms of assimilation and civilization, indigenous peoples were constructed as backward, savage, barriers to progress, and they needed to be forcibly transformed in order to meet the designs and appease the motives of the settler colonial. 37. Society. That multiple motives were behind this forcible transformation matters less than the fact that there was widespread agreement on the need to eliminate indigenous groups, as such, from settler society. Indigeneity was a problem to be solved. But what about those teachers, principals, and other staff who showed kindness in their interactions with indigenous students or who even assisted indigenous peoples in their resistance to assimilation? 8. Stories of such individuals arise with relative frequency in boarding school memoirs, though such people appear to have been a minority in the schools. But the outpouring of horrific tales from Canadian residential schools has provoked a defense from those who believe that there is another story to tell, such as Eric Bays, former bishop of the Diocese of Qu'Appelle in southern Saskatchewan. I think all those who have written historical accounts of the schools would admit that there were, in some schools and in some eras, good staff people who were doing their best for the students under their care. Unfortunately, the story reported in recent years has often lumped all residential schools together, putting all the schools, at all times, under suspicion of wrongdoing. 82 questions of good and bad individuals can certainly be problematic when investigating cases of attempted genocide, since genocides are collective projects involving individuals with different levels of motivation and involvement as well as different dispositional engagements with the processes of destruction. Christopher Browning, for example, compares the men of Police Battalion 101, who participated in some of the most horrific killings in Poland in the early stages of the Nazi final solution, with the guards of Philip Zimbardo's Stanford prison experiment, described as falling into one of three groups: kind guards who sought to ease the suffering of inmates to the extent possible in the existing structural conditions, guards who followed orders but were not excessive in their cruelty toward prisoners, and guards who were devious and creative in the cruelties that they imposed on prisoners. This division of guards, of course, is a simplification of the diverse ways in which people participate in the suffering of others, but it captures how those who provide human labor in genocidal spaces are not necessarily full embodiments of these spaces. They are actors within a larger collective project who seek lines of action that reflect and are consistent with their personal dispositions and orientations. 83. 38. George Tinker responds to claims of benevolence among missionaries and religious groups with the argument that the motivation and the theoretical basis for the missionary endeavor, apparent both from the actual practice of the missionaries and from their writings, will demonstrate that they not only preached a new gospel of salvation, but also just as energetically imposed a new cultural model for existence on Indian people. In so doing, he suggests, missionaries became partners in genocide. 84. Tinker refers specifically to the notion of cultural genocide, which reflects for him a more subtle but equally catastrophic mode of destruction to physical genocide, as well as one that operates with or without intention, since it is also embedded in systems as much as in individuals. His conceptualization elides as much as it resolves the problem of intention, however, since it basically emphasizes the motives behind and destructiveness of individual actions or the unmitigated destructiveness of social systems. But these two levels are conjoined and not separate. Thus, as we grapple with this notion of intent central to legal thinking on the concept of genocide, we must pay critical attention to the fact that the notion of intent remains lodged in a series of unstable modernist dyads, for example, those between structure and agency or conscious and unconscious activity. From a more relational perspective, however, one could argue that agency operates in and contributes to the production of social structure, and that the conscious and unconscious are more interlinked and overlapping, as the thought and unthought combine to form our tactical and habituated actions. 85. Under these terms, intention serves as a juridical fiction, a means of tidying up a complex world, that isolates one side of these hybrid equations. Its emphasis is on the individual, the agentic, and the conscious. We need to find a means to comprehend intention in its hybrid complexity as a negotiation of structural conditions as well as the actions of other agents. It is formed by both the habituated dispositions and the tactical machinations of the actor, who might often act with only a partial or incomplete understanding of the purpose of his or her actions. Such a discussion is not intended to serve as an apologia for those who participate in attempts at group destruction. Instead, my goal is to offer a sociologically enriched understanding of what 39. Intent might mean in genocidal contexts, since the legal concept does not adequately account for human action. In this sense, intent is not reducible to the thoughts or practices of a single actor. Instead, it is negotiated under structural and discursive conditions. These conditions give shape to a collective action frame that is both the product of social interactions and a force conditioning social interactions. Under the guidance of such a collective action frame, institutional and personal interventions in the lives of others are made possible, but not without degrees of freedom that allow for individual negotiation of the collective action frame, that is, for specific adaptations and motivations to arise in particular settings. Sociologically speaking, then, intention in genocide is often more generalized than specific, since collective action bent on the destruction of another group is made possible through a combination of broad social pressures and widely circulating discourses, as well as immediate situational factors, such as the institutional organization of destruction, patterns of fear of the other, desire for the land or resources possessed by the other, and multiple other interests or concerns. 8 Sent in short, the generalized intent identifiable in the collective action frames that set the course for destruction makes possible instances of specific intent among individuals, but it is not necessary that specific intent be observable in all participating actors. Since this generalized intent can have a momentum of its own and carry along with it actors not fully conscious of their roles in genocide, or even those who find novel and unexpected ways to adapt themselves to this collective action frame in order to subvert it or lessen its impact. Colonial genocidal processes. To address some of the challenges faced when examining questions of intent in group destruction, more recent literature has moved toward a processual approach to understanding colonial genocide. 87 Such an approach better captures historical nuances, such as regional and temporal differences, as well as individual and local adaptations, in the ways that indigenous peoples experienced and settlers implemented colonialism. This allows one to avoid the reductive character of legal analysis or of earlier definitions of genocide based on 40. Identification of a set of common criteria held to be true for all genocides. In contrast, there is a building consensus in genocide studies that genocide is a process, not an outcome or a set of clearly definable traits. 88 This means that our attention is increasingly turned not toward the results, which can lead to unsavory comparisons of death tolls or a teleology of intent that traces genocide linearly and simplistically from utterance to action, but toward the dynamics of genocide. How do various ideologies meld into a genocidal outlook? How are the actions of numerous actors and institutions coordinated over time and in a range of territorial settings? Which obstacles to genocide arise, and, if they are overcome, how is this done? Such questions demand that our approach to the topic of genocide not be focused solely on narrowly delimited periods of time but offer a diachronic lens sensitive to moments of foundation, interruption, expansion, contraction, and so forth, within genocidal processes. The analysis that follows is in keeping with this more contemporary approach to genocide studies. My framework for the study of settler colonial genocide, described in Chapter 1, traces its movement across three levels: macro, meso, and micro, conceived of as series of nets that tighten and loosen across time and space. This framework is designed to attend to the unevenness of genocidal processes. Moreover, it follows the advice of Eco Beto Vertigia: we should explain, in other words, variability in violent outcomes. With a few exceptions, our comparative theories have yet to develop systematic theoretical accounts for the interactions of these various levels of violence and consequently the onset and diffusion of genocidal violence, nor do they investigate cases where genocide did not occur. 89 Vertigia adds that, outside of anthropological and historical studies, there is relatively little work that systematically explains internal differences across space and time. Genocide is understood as an aggregate outcome of country-level factors, while variation within states and regions is ignored. 9 degrees In this book, I show some of the local variation mentioned by Vertigia by examining at the micro-level specific schools in New Mexico and Manitoba, and the particular networks that formed at these schools, which took distinct shapes in response to both broad and local conditions. 41. However, prior to beginning this analysis, I should take a moment to consider the relationship between colonialism and genocide. When referring to colonial genocide as a process, we assume that there exists a level of connection between the terms colonialism and genocide. So, one might ask, what makes genocide colonial? Drawing from the work of Jürgen Osterhammel, Moses defines colonialism as the occupation of societies on terms that robs them of their historical line of development and that transforms them according to the needs and interests of the colonial rulers. 91 This is an ongoing project. Thus, like capitalism, colonialism is totalizing rather than a totality. 92 It is always expansive and therefore always incomplete in its aspirations. It is a process. It spreads across regions and times in an often uneven and variegated manner, adapting to the local networks that give shape to colonialism on the ground. Following in the footsteps of Hannah Arendt 93 as well as drawing on diverse traditions that range from world systems theory to post-structuralism, several contemporary historians have drawn links between colonialism and genocide. In considering similarities between colonialism and the Holocaust, Jürgen Zimmerer writes that historical scholarship has largely ignored structural similarities and avoided direct references between the two. Instead, the investigation of the colonial enthusiasm of National Socialists has been restricted prematurely to the reacquisition of the German Empire in Africa. 95 Although such approaches do generate some controversy, they are nonetheless instructive on the importance of avoiding reductive national approaches to the study of genocide. They give us reason, at the outset of this book, to be skeptical of its initial premise, a comparison between Canadian and American settler colonial processes, since one cannot help but note the many intersections and overlaps between these processes. Of course, one must also be aware that there are analytically distinct forms of colonial rule. In particular, for my purposes here, the difference between colonialism, in which the colonizer establishes only a base in the colonized land and rules from outside while exploiting the labor of the native, and settler colonialism, in which the colonizer establishes a dominant settler population in the colonized territory and that population leaves that territory from within while seeking the removal or disposal of. 42. The native is of central importance. Patrick Wolf more than anyone has set the standard for examination of processes of settler colonialism, which he argues are defined by a logic of elimination. Although such a logic might be genocidal, he prefers his term because he believes that it better captures the specificity of settler colonialism as a social formation bent on dispossession and erasure, and he doubts that this term would be very useful for understanding other genocides, such as Rwanda and the Holocaust. 8 He is thus less interested in tracing the links between events like the Holocaust and colonialism than other genocide scholars, but he shares with them an emphasis on process. In particular, Wolf suggests that, when examining colonial genocide, one is not assessing a single event but a structure or wide range of actions. The primary factor animating this structure is the settler desire for indigenous lands, not for indigenous labor, which thus marks indigenous peoples as dispensable and replaceable. 9 In contrast to Wolf, I prefer genocide as a rubric for examining specific forms of settler colonial elimination, since, in my understanding, the logic of elimination is a component of the collective action framework that makes settler colonial genocidal processes possible. Although I note the distinctiveness of settler colonial versus colonial or non-colonial genocidal contexts, there is purpose in a common definition of harm, as is encapsulated in the term genocide, since it provides a means to specify what is common within these different contexts, the rights of collectivities to protection against destruction. In this respect, the work of Moses has been significant in guiding my approach to the study of genocide in a settler colonial context. Moses offers a nuanced view of settler colonial processes and their potential for destruction. Speaking of Australia, he writes that, instead of arguing statically that the colonization of Australia was genocidal tout court, or insisting truculently that it was essentially benevolent and progressive, albeit with unfortunate ramifications, it is analytically more productive to view it as a dynamic process with genocidal potential that could be released in certain circumstances. The place to look for genocidal intentions, then, is not in explicit, prior statements of settlers or governments, but in the gradual evolution of European attitudes and 43. Policies as they were pushed in an exterminatory direction by the confluence of their underlying assumptions, the demands of the colonial and international economy, their plans for the land, and the resistance to these plans by the indigenous Australians. 100. In this manner, Moses identifies the confluence of factors that must be examined for an assessment of genocidal intent, potential, and outcome. These factors include acknowledging the resistance presented by those targeted for destruction, the omission of which has made indigenous scholars in the past hesitant to draw on genocide terminology, since they believed that it connoted passivity. Point 10. Loma Wema summarizes how an understanding of resistance is crucial in the study of indigenous boarding schools. Indian people at boarding schools were not passive consumers of an ideology or lifestyle imparted from above by federal administrators. They actively created an ongoing educational and social process. They marshaled personal and shared skills and resources to create a world within the confines of boarding school life, and they occasionally stretched and penetrated school boundaries. In the process, an institution founded and controlled by the federal government was inhabited and possessed by those whose identities the institution was committed to erase. 102. As Ellis similarly states, that Indian people used the schools to suit their needs and purposes is an important consideration, for it raises the often overlooked notion of agency. 193. Although recognition of such agency is crucial to the study of indigenous boarding schools, both Loma Wema and Ellis risk reversing the terms of the debate, committing to a sociology of the subject that overemphasizes agency in their eagerness to move past an objectivist socio-historiography that denies agency. Without a doubt, students acted and reacted to the confines of boarding schools and renegotiated the terms of these schools. But just as the schools were not able to impose their ideology in a straightforward and unproblematic manner on pupils, so too the pupils did not see their resistance realized in an even and direct way. Instead, their negotiations of self, community, and resistance in the face of assimilative pressures took place amid a complex of actors, networks. 44. And negotiations, and social outcomes were produced through a difficult social alchemy. In this chapter, I have sought to clarify my use of genocide as a term in this book. Beginning with the origins of the term in the work of Raphael Lemkin, and through its legal definition at the United Nations, I have sought to specify what I believe to be most important about the term, its capacity to protect the collective efforts of groups to constitute and reproduce themselves as groups. In this respect, I have drawn the discussion away from essentialized notions of group identity and treated the nature of the group and its potential for destruction as empirical questions rather than legally codified facts. Moreover, I have argued for a broadening of the notion of intention to better capture the complexity of social action, so that perpetrator actions and intentions can be considered diverse, albeit under a forceful and dominant collective action frame that pushes toward the destruction of a targeted group or set of groups. Finally, I have presented settler colonial genocide as a process, rather than as an outcome, so as to better capture the uneven and complex nature of colonial interventions in the collective lives of indigenous peoples. In short, if the term genocide is to have any scholarly utility in the socio-historical study of intra- and intergroup relations, we must avoid using it as a reductive shorthand that deprives historical events of their complexity and specificity. Instead, genocide, as a conceptual rubric, must open itself to allow for the examination of multiple and often conflicting motives, intents, and actions, as well as structural and discursive pressures on actors, that shape often uneven genocidal processes. The settler-colonial mesh, as a conceptual framework for examining macro-level formulations of destructive intentions, meso-level institutional manifestations of these intentions, and micro-level interactions that both realize and thwart such intentions, provides a means for examining the multiplicity and variability of settler-colonial assimilative education in North America. 45. Framing the Indian as a problem. This chapter focuses on two levels of the settler-colonial mesh. The first, the macro level, is discussed in terms of the broad frameworks and interests that guided settler-colonial thinking on the so-called Indian problem, which informed government policy and offered a collective action frame for assimilative indigenous schooling. The second, the upper meso level, consists of those institutions, governmental and non-governmental, that took on the task of implementing these policies. Education, as a social institution, is my primary topic of concern, but it is important to remember that education did not operate alone in efforts to resolve the Indian problem. For example, the testimony of Lords Dufferin, Lorne, and Lansdowne about their experiences in the Canadian Northwest soon after the 1885 uprising illustrates the multinodal nature of Canada's approach to the Indian problem. In their report, they discuss the positive influence of farm instructors and Christian missionaries and suggest that their efforts need to be combined with education, health promotion, and policing. They also note how the reserve system, recently established Canadian Pacific Railway, and Canadian military together provided ultimate recourse for the Canadian government if Indigenous peoples did dare to rebel again. Under the treaty, the Indians are obliged to stay upon their reserves, a refusal to comply entailing forfeiture of the government annuity. So, 47. That they are thus kept from commingling and plotting treason. This precaution is one of the wisest adopted by the Canadian government. Then again, the fact should not be lost sight of, that with the excellent railway facilities now afforded, since the completion of the Canadian Pacific Railway, 4,000 troops from eastern Canada could, if necessary, be transported to quell any disturbance that might arise, in a time not exceeding 3 or 4 days from the receipt of intelligence of such troubles. 1. Not only were educational institutions supported by other institutions, such as law, health, and policing, but also these other institutions often carried out independent efforts to encourage assimilation. Canadian colonial law not only provided a basis for compelling children to attend boarding schools in the early 20th century but also partnered with religious institutions to try to prohibit Indigenous cultural practices, such as through prohibition of the potlatch. As well, colonial law legitimated settler land appropriation and prevented Indigenous demands for return of their territories through mechanisms such as the Canadian ban against Indigenous communities hiring lawyers. 3 Although this chapter concentrates on broader developments both within and between the United States and Canada, it remains attentive to the fact that the policy and institutional developments discussed below took distinct shapes when applied in specific regions. As Margaret Zass writes, the uniqueness of each boarding school seems to defy comparison. Yet beneath the surface surprising commonalities connected the experiences of students at these diverse Indian boarding schools, whether they were located in the East or the West, in the colonial era or the late 19th century. For among the commonalities that she identifies is the fact that all Indigenous children sent to boarding schools experienced removal from their families and communities and insertion into a foreign, disciplinary environment. How is it that this came to pass? The focus of this book is on the settler colonial era, in particular those periods after the American Indian Wars abated and assimilation became the basis of Indian policy. 5 However, before turning to the conceptualization of the Indian problem and the move toward mass assimilative schooling, I. 48. Will briefly explore education prior to the development of the Indigenous boarding school systems in the United States and Canada. Indigenous education. It can be very difficult to convince Westerners to look on education, even in its most assimilationist form, as a potential source of harm, much less genocide. So often when faced with contemporary social problems, our automatic response to the question of what is to be done, is to suggest that more education is needed. Education, in our world, is what gives us opportunities in life. As well, education is idealized as a means for overcoming ignorance and intolerance. Add to this the fact that boarding school education was traditionally practiced among Western elites, and it becomes very challenging to convince others that not only the abuses that occurred in boarding schools, but also the ethnocentric design of the schools, should be considered an intentionally destructive form of harm. In contrast to more sanguine views of education, Pierre Bourdieu asserts that one of the major powers of the state is to produce and impose categories of thought that we spontaneously apply to all things of the social world, including the state itself. Thus, it is through education that various forms of state messaging, and the social construction of the state itself, occur. This includes transmission of the qualities of the ideal citizen to children. But when it is imposed on the children of a subjugated group, the transformative power of citizenship education can be harnessed to objectives of cultural destruction, especially when combined with disciplinary techniques that sometimes employ brutal force toward this end. This can occur to include the subjugated group in the dominant society or to foster obedience among the marginalized, destabilizing their identity so that they no longer pose a threat to the dominant order. Point 8. In this sense, education is not simply a means by which we learn about our world, it is also a means whereby we produce or reproduce this world in the minds of the young. Even without the added violence that characterized indigenous boarding schools, education that ignores the culture from which the student is drawn threatens to disrupt that student's ability to understand himself or herself as part of, and find meaning within, his or her cultural group. 49. To the extent that education has an important societal role to play, it is a component of most organized societies. It is thus a mistake of ethnocentrism to assume that education in the Americas began with the arrival of Europeans. Indigenous communities have always had their own forms of education. It is beyond the scope of this book to describe the many and varied methods of pre-contact education in North America. However, common practices included learning through observation and experience, subtle forms of parental guidance, freedom to explore one's surroundings, ceremony and ritual, as well as didactic storytelling. For the Ojibwe, education began at a young age through play that mimicked adult tasks. For high-status Ojibwe, education could continue through involvement in the Midwivin, an institution designed for fostering cultural unity, preserving traditions, healing sickness, and educating its members. 10. Among the Navajo, House describes the following educational practices. There were songs, prayers, and other lessons that accompanied sheep herding and gardening, weaving and basket making, bearing and tending children, greeting and interacting with others. One learned by doing and observing. In addition, many important and sacred teachings took place during ceremonies and other events that centered on the creation of the Navajo people and all that exists in the world and on the Navajo emergence into the present white or glittering world through a succession of previous worlds. The telling of winter stories late at night around the fire in the center of the hogan, like the playing of the shoe game, a reenactment of the gambling contest in which the animals decided the duration of night and day, was an occasion for transmitting this cultural knowledge. Yet another source of instruction about how Navajos were to behave and live in their world was the coyote stories. Point 11. None of this is to suggest that some indigenous people were not interested in the forms of education that the Europeans promised. Indeed, many envisioned European schooling for their children as a means by which they would learn to better adapt to a changing world while still holding on to their cultures. Point 12. Unfortunately, the education that they received from the earliest days after contact was predominantly assimilative in its approach. Rather than sharing knowledge, it imposed a way of life. 5. Early forms of assimilative schooling. Industrial or vocational style boarding schools in the United States and Canada are the products of an institutional legacy that stretches well back in European history. The antecedents of these assimilative institutions were not just the European schools that long existed but also workhouses, missionary schools, and other European spaces designed for disciplining the bodies of those perceived to be unproductive, shiftless, or sinful. Point 13. Indeed, the reigning sentiment in both Europe and North America, especially in the aftermath of Enlightenment reforms to education that saw it as a tool for shaping more than just the upper classes, was that institutions could be rationally designed to rehabilitate the criminal, cure the insane, or transform the backward and make them productive members of society. Point 14. Mission schools directed toward educating indigenous youth appeared in North America even prior to such reform. For example, Rayner and Eder note that the first permanent mission was established in what is now the state of New Mexico in 1598.15. Similar missions were also present in what is now California. However, these early mission schools did not initially assume the form of indigenous schooling with which we are now most familiar. Although indigenous peoples were gathered to live within mission compounds under the direction of missionaries, little formal education took place in these settings. Point 1. In contrast, Jesuits in the northeast of what is now the United States did establish a seminary for indigenous students in about 1637. The 6 young students enrolled in this seminary abided by a schedule that included mass, prayers, catechism, reading, and writing. 2 of the 6 died of sickness, and another left prior to graduation. 17 Slightly more successful were the efforts of Protestant missionaries, such as John Eliot, Thomas Mayhew Jr., and Eleazar Wheelock, who sought to convert and enlighten indigenous young people in the United States through Christian teaching. Eliot, for example, set up 14 praying towns between 1651 and 1674, and some of the indigenous inhabitants of these towns were instructed in how to read and write in their native languages, as well as English, so that they could teach others. The inhabitants were also encouraged to change their appearance and disposition to adhere to European norms. 1851. In what is now Canada, in 1620, the Recollets, an order of Franciscans, established the first known boarding school for indigenous children. The goal of their short-lived seminary was to convert indigenous children, who might then return to and proselytize within their communities. 9 As the Recollets faded in their educational efforts, the Jesuits, who began in 1633 their own movement towards seminary-style schooling for indigenous children, replaced them. Under their model, indigenous children were removed from the influence of their families, provided with a Christian education, and sent back to their communities to convert others. Up to this point in time, from the perspective of colonial governments, indigenous education for the most part was simply tolerated rather than encouraged. Although some saw advantages to integrating indigenous peoples into colonial society, and to spreading among them Christian beliefs and norms, others thought that these were futile endeavors and countered that the best measure was to keep Indians isolated and segregated from white society. 2 degrees Still others saw some strategic advantage to holding indigenous children in schools. Indeed, some in the French government believed that these children could be used as leverage to ensure fur trade and military cooperation as well as peaceable behavior within the communities from which the children were drawn. Nonetheless, government support for these educational efforts, at least in terms of resource allocation, was minimal at best. Without the support of colonial governments, this early attempt at assimilative schooling was a failure, and it was largely abandoned by the 1680s. It was beset by familiar challenges. Parents were reluctant to hand over their children, children resisted the restraints of European schooling, and indigenous peoples refused to relinquish their cultures for an allegedly superior one derived from the cultures of Europe. J.R. Miller adds that a major reason that the experiment in residential schooling failed in New France was that an assimilative educational program made no sense in an extractive commercial economy or in a martial world where Northeast Woodlands people were excellent warriors and allies just as they were. 21 To this extent, the political economic conditions of colonialism had not shifted to a point where indigenous education became a viable or even desirable option for the colonial societies beginning to take shape on the continent. 52. More concerted colonial involvement in indigenous schooling would begin earlier in the United States than Canada, albeit in a tentative fashion. A 1774 treaty with the Oneida, Tuscarora, and Stockbridge Indians included provisions for the employment of 1 to 2 instructors to educate members in the skills of miller and sawyer. This promise was followed up on July 12, 1775, when the Continental Congress set aside $500 for indigenous education at Dartmouth College, New Hampshire. As well, the U.S. government encouraged religious missions to educate Indians. In 1810, under such encouragement, the American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions, a joint project of the Presbyterians and Congregationalists, launched an aggressive and well-organized attempt to civilize and assimilate indigenous peoples. A wider policy with respect to indigenous education began to emerge in 1818 when, on January 22, the House Committee on Indian Affairs presented a report in which it argued that we are induced to believe that nothing which it is in the power of government to do would have a more direct tendency to produce this desirable goal than the establishment of schools at convenient and safe places amongst those tribes friendly to us. Put into the hands of their children the primer and the hoe, and they will naturally, in time, take hold of the plough, and as their minds become enlightened and expand, the Bible will be their book, and they will grow up in habits of morality and industry. Leave the chase to those whose minds are less cultivated, and become useful members of society. 23. This report influenced the first government policy on Indigenous education, when an act passed on March 3, 1819, set aside $10,000 in the Indian Civilization Fund for the employment of people of good moral character to instruct those indigenous peoples who had shown potential for improvement in the mode of agriculture suited to their situation. 24. This act was described to be for the purpose of providing against the further decline and final extinction of the Indian tribes adjoining the frontier settlements of the United States. 25. With this latter sentiment, we witness a classic tension that permeates discussions on cultural forms of genocide. A foundational policy that initiates the movement toward indigenous assimilation is presented as 53. A measure intended to protect indigenous peoples from seemingly more ominous colonial threats. 26. In Lemkinian terms, this tension amounts to one between different patterns of group destruction. But in the universe of European liberal individualism, such a tension is parsed to suggest that settler colonizers chose to avert rather than facilitate such destruction. It is also worth highlighting the fact that the pathway to assimilation was contested by those involved. There was no singular intent that guided a fully defined project of indigenous destruction. The lines of debate included questions such as: should the Indians be transformed first into white men or Christians? Should emphasis be placed on the skills and habits required by white society? Or should it be on the rigors of Christian discipline and scripture? 27. As we immerse ourselves in the actual unfolding of genocidal processes, attention to such lines of debate gives us richer insights into genocide as a collective project. Seldom do such collective projects emerge uncontested or without multiple potential paths of action. By the mid-1800s, there were 16 manual labor schools, 87 boarding and other schools, and several more schools under contract in the United States. These schools were funded by money held in trust for indigenous groups as well as by an increased budget for Indian schooling, which rose in 1849 from $10,000 to $50,000 and then to $100,000 in 1855.28. Most of the schooling was operated by missionary societies, which ran the schools under contract with the U.S. government, and hence they are often referred to as contract schools. By 1873, the government began to state its preference that these schools be operated as boarding schools in order to better disrupt the influence of the wigwam and to shift the children toward speaking English rather than their native tongue. 29. In subsequent years, the government would begin its experiment in federally run boarding schools, discussed in the section below. With this occurrence, and particularly between 1885 and 1888, under the leadership of Commissioner John Atkins, Indian Affairs would decrease funding to mission-based contract schools and instead concentrate its resources on the federal boarding schools. 30. Turning now to the emergence of the residential school system in Canada, we can see a similar pattern, albeit with a slight lag behind the U.S. system. In the early 1800s, Canadian grammar and day schools for non-Indigenous. 54. Children were of limited number and often understaffed, poorly equipped, and prone to abuses against students. 31. Thus, most non-Indigenous children in this period did not attend school. Moreover, very few Indigenous students ever willingly enrolled in such schools. Part of the challenge faced by these schools in attracting Indigenous students was the fact that the Western treaties had not yet been signed, and Indigenous peoples were not strongly tethered to their reserves, which made any prospect of mass Indigenous schooling unlikely given the dispersed and mobile nature of many Indigenous communities. Moreover, many Indigenous peoples during this period were still part of a frontier economy that involved hunting and trapping. During the 19th century, the devastating collapse of the bison, and the push to intensify settlement on the prairies, would bring schooling to the fore as a means for adapting Indigenous peoples to changing economic realities. 32. In Rupert's Land and the Northwestern Territory, the Hudson's Bay Company was the dominant player in the early 1800s. As settlers came to the Red River area, in what is now Manitoba, the HBC started to see promise in allowing civilizing agents to freely enter the territory. This began with an 1818 invitation to the Catholic Bishop of Quebec to provide missionaries. That summer Joseph Provencher led 3 Roman Catholic priests from Quebec to Red River, where after 6 months they established a Métis day school as well as another at Pembina. But the Métis were invested in hunting and trapping and therefore less interested in the agricultural instruction offered at these schools. Wesleyan missionaries entered the picture in the early 1840s as they sought to establish missions and offer education beyond Red River. However, the man leading the Wesleyan efforts, James Evans, ran afoul of both the Hudson's Bay Company and Indigenous groups since he was accused of meddling in HBC affairs and fondling children. He left the region and returned to England in 1846. Much like the experience in the United States, early boarding schools in Canada were based in and operated by religious missions, though during this era Canada showed more commitment to acculturation than military confrontation. 34 But by the mid-1800s, Catholic mission schools began to take firmer root in Western Canada as the Sisters of Charity of Montreal and the Oblates of Mary Immaculate 55 became involved in educational work. By 1861, the Oblates had spread as far west as the Rockies and north to the Mackenzie River. 35 When residential schools eventually opened in the west, many were managed by the Oblates. Protestant experiments with boarding schools also occurred prior to establishment of the Indian residential school system in Canada. The Protestant missionary organization the New England Company attempted to establish schools in New Brunswick, but they were closed in the 1820s because of complaints about the ineffectiveness of the schooling on offer, among other concerns. As well, the company established the Mohawk Institute in 1828 and began to train Six Nations children in the skills of manual labor as the fur trade began to provide less economic opportunity. 36 By the 1840s, this school was full, with several potential students on a waiting list for enrollment. 37 In short, early efforts at Indigenous schooling were sporadic and disorganized. Although there was some interest among religious bodies in converting Indigenous communities through the education of their children, colonial governments had little interest in offering anything more than verbal and minor economic support for such institutions, since the colonial economy did not yet rest entirely on the acquisition of Indigenous lands and the complete pacification of Indigenous peoples, who still had utility as allied warriors or hunters. However, a shift in the political economy of the colonies was beginning to take place. By the mid-19th century, European influence had grown significantly. Settlements were well established, particularly on the East Coast, and population movements had begun, while Indigenous populations suffered great declines. 38 As well, the networks formed through fur trade and military alliances started to unravel, diminishing the bargaining power of Indigenous groups. 39 But as the fur trade dwindled and the English asserted their dominance over and settlement of the continent, Indigenous groups found themselves faced with a massive land grab that threatened not only their territories but also their very existence as Indigenous peoples. The Indian problem, defining and governing the Indian at a basic level. Assimilative education is an example of what James C. Scott describes as thinking like a state to the extent that it represents an 56. Ambitious modernist attempt at social engineering spawned by a specific governmental problematization of an issue perceived to be solvable through a strictly managed or scientifically guided intervention in the social world. 40 However, the networks of institutions and agents that governed Indigenous peoples in colonial North America were complex. 41 And the state is better conceptualized here as a field of activity rather than a unified or wholly consistent entity. 42 Thus, rather than assume a monolithic state formed around a single ideological platform, I will examine the negotiation and coalescence of a collective action frame. A frame is a schemata of interpretation that provides the means through which people construct and understand the social world. 43 It is not an ideational straitjacket. Frames shape rather than determine our thoughts and actions. To this extent, they open up to multiple adaptations and lines of action. For boarding schools, the Indian problem provided the basic formulation of the problem to be solved as well as guidelines for state intervention. Problematization of the Indian was noticeable as soon as settlement became the priority, after British control over most of North America was secured. But in the late 19th century, This problematization took specific form and was organized around principles of assimilation and aggressive civilization. 44 Of course, the term Indian problem or Indian question was not newly coined for the purpose of establishing indigenous boarding schools. Assimilation and civilization through such schools represented merely one solution to ongoing perceptions of the Indian problem. Moreover, the North American Indian problem was not the only Indian problem that the British Empire thought it faced, since the expression was also often applied to British efforts in India. 45 As a rubric of problematization, the Indian problem allowed for complex deployment of techniques of governance, framed around notions of protection, moral uplift, assimilation, and civilization, that served the common purpose of removing the Indian as an obstacle to nation building, settlement, and government. 6 But before the Indian problem could be fully articulated and enlisted into governance, it was necessary that there be an Indian to govern. Certainly, from the time of contact forward, the diverse indigenous peoples of Turtle Island were mischaracterized as Indians based on the initial mistake of Columbus about where he had landed. 57. Through periods of trade, warfare, and then settlement, this homogenizing attribution was the basis for efforts to create laws and policies with respect to indigenous persons. The Canadian example helps to illustrate how this naming took shape as a basis for indigenous governance. Prior to settlement, decrees of the British Crown for the territories that would become Canada, such as the Royal Proclamation of 1763, issued after the British gained control over French territories in North America, operated to constitute an Indian subject at the same time that they sought to define the legal rights of Indians to their territories. Later, once settlement was underway in the mid-19th century, specific legislation would be enacted in Lower Canada to define more strictly who was and who was not an Indian in the eyes of the law, without any consultation on the matter with those designated Indians. 47 Such early efforts to legally codify an Indian subject would receive broader application throughout the Canadian Dominion through the 1869 Gradual Enfranchisement Act and 1876 Indian Act, both of which drew the distinction between status and non-status Indians. 48 In these and other cases, such legislation manufactured a governable Indian who could be made the target of programmatic interventions or be denied an Indian identity through legislative fiat. 49 Thus, Canada's Indian Act did more than simply define who was and who was not an Indian. It introduced a raft of laws intended to manage and assimilate Indians. For example, each Indian reserve was to be surveyed so that a band member could be issued location tickets that would allow him to gain ownership of this land if he successfully demonstrated his ability to make proper use of it during a 3-year probationary period. In addition, the Indian Act, both in its original form and through later amendments, challenged the governance, marriage, religious, sexual, economic, spiritual, justice, and cultural norms of indigenous societies. 5° In the United States, efforts to create a classificatory algorithm of Indianness did not emerge until territorial expansion was largely complete, that is, after the Indian Wars and removal secured American domination from coast to coast. It was at the time of the Dawes Act, which sought to distribute collectively owned indigenous lands through individual allocations, that the blood quantum model for determining 58. Indigenous identity was instituted. Part of the logic of this model was that a certain amount of mixed blood in the individual would dilute his or her indigeneity, making it less necessary to impose policies of assimilation and segregation. Blood quantum, or the percentage of Indian parentage, also factored into determinations of indigenous identity in Canada. Law and definition of the Indian were not the only techniques drawn on to make indigenous peoples legible and to contend with their claims to their territories. In the United States and Canada, the settler population continued to grow, reaching hungrily for indigenous lands and resources by any means necessary. As the colonial economy shifted more concertedly toward agricultural production and resource extraction, the perception of indigenous peoples as a unitary, homogeneous obstacle to progress grew, and colonial grasping for indigenous lands increased. Indeed, particularly in the United States, violence was a common method of removing and eliminating indigenous peoples to make way for settlers. Competing solutions to the Indian problem. There existed no single solution to the perceived Indian problem. Many different strategies were attempted, though none offered a lasting solution. Some American policies, such as removals and reservations, simply displaced the problem. 52 Likewise, settler violence failed to provide a solution to the Indian problem on the frontier. Indeed, the American Indian Wars of the 18th and 19th centuries were an object lesson for governments in both the United States and Canada, for efforts to defeat indigenous nations militarily proved to be an extremely costly approach to national consolidation and economic development. 3 The costs of these wars generated much discussion among military and spiritual leaders, economists, and legislators, among others. For example, Francis Amasa Walker, the Commissioner of Indian Affairs from 1871 to 1872, considered such lessons in his monograph The Indian Question. The Indian question naturally divides itself into two: what shall be done with the Indian as an obstacle to the national progress? What shall be done with him when, and so far as, he ceases to oppose or obstruct the extension of railways and settlements? 5+ Walker disagreed with the notion that treaties should be made with indigenous nations as though they had rights to 59 sovereignty, and he felt little sympathy for indigenous peoples, representing them as backward, savage, and insolent. However, all-out war with the Indian was too expensive a proposition for Walker, and he recommended instead that Indians be segregated on even fewer reserves than those that were, in his time, recognized by the U.S. government. When isolated on reserves, Walker argued, Indians could pursue their customs and habits of life, and indulge themselves in savagery, 55, and not be intruded on by settlers. Moreover, he believed that it was only when they were isolated as such, and prevented from leaving reserves to pursue the hunt or trade, that Indians could be educated in the arts of industry and self-improvement. In the end, he claimed, the nation's goal was to assimilate much and rid itself of more, until in the course of a few human generations, the native Indians, as a pure race or distinct peoples, shall have disappeared from the continent. 56 For Walker, this approach was the most humane. He thought it too cruel to simply allow Indians to die of hunger, disease, and pauperism, in contrast to which he thought that even a war of extermination would be more benevolent. Likewise, Lieutenant Colonel Elwell S. Otis, in an 1878 monograph also titled The Indian Question, worried about the costs of war, while simultaneously dismissing Indian claims to sovereignty and the need for treaties. He was skeptical of the possibility of quickly civilizing the Indian, since he believed European civilization to be the perfect result of a long historical development. Therefore, like Walker, he also thought it necessary that the Indian be isolated on reserves and subject to the threat of external force to compel good behavior. He wrote that henceforth the United States must labor to improve the Indian as well as to localize him, and abridge his territory. Under present circumstances it is of vital importance that his disposition and nature be so transformed, that he may be induced to quietly live in the neighborhood and peaceably follow the pursuits of whites. 57 In such circumstances, Otis held, schools for Indians were of some value, as long as Indian children were compelled to attend them. 58 One can see between these two men multiple plans of action to potentially resolve the Indian problem. Should there be war or education? Indigenous immersion or isolation? Or perhaps some combination of these approaches? Carl Schurz, U.S. Secretary of the Interior from 1876 to 1881, himself a 60 reformer who only slowly came to embrace assimilationist policies, mapped out nicely his government's multi-pronged response to the Indian problem, which incorporated a few of these, as well as other, strategies. To set the Indians to work as agriculturalists or herders, thus to break up their habits of savage life and make them self-supporting. To educate their youth of both sexes, so as to introduce to the growing generation civilized ideas, wants, and aspirations. To allot parcels of land to Indians in severalty and to give them individual title to their farms in fee, inalienable for a certain period, thus to foster the pride of individual ownership of property instead of their former dependence upon the tribe, with its territory held in common. When the settlement in severalty with individual title is accomplished, to dispose, with their consent, of those lands on their reservations which are not settled and used by them, the proceeds to form a fund for their benefit, which will gradually relieve the government of the expenses at present provided for by annual appropriations. When this is accomplished, to treat the Indians like other inhabitants of the United States, under the laws of the land. 59. Education, under this formulation, was part of a broader approach to the Indian problem that also targeted patterns of property ownership, land use, and perceived dependency, in addition to extending U.S. law across the continent. Likewise, in Canada, one also sees the early emergence of a multi-pronged approach to the Indian problem. For example, the Bagot Commission, which operated between 1842 and 1844, was tasked with reviewing the Canadian Indian Department and producing recommendations to better integrate Indians into Canadian society, reduce the costs of Indian administration, and improve the Indian Affairs record-keeping system. With respect to Indigenous education, the report proposed the establishment of industrial boarding schools some distance from the influence of parents and communities. The removal of children from parents, combined with subtle compulsion by which Indian children would imperceptibly acquire the manners, habits, and customs of civilized life, was viewed in Canadian government circles as a promising means to resolve the Indian 61 problem well before the onset of the residential schooling system. This view was also evident in Egerton Ryerson's 1847 evaluation of prospects for the industrial education of Indigenous children. At the time, Ryerson was the chief superintendent of education in Upper Canada, and like Bagot he recommended boarding schools as a solution, adding that they should be placed under religious authority. In his view, only Christianity could bring civilization to the Indians sent one, but Canada was slow to react to Bagot's and Ryerson's proposals, and some thought that the boarding schools in existence at the time of these reports were already a failure registered to. Rather than invest in systemic schooling, Canada sought to accomplish Indigenous transformation en masse through its Gradual Civilization Act of 1857, which attempted to wipe away Indigenous affiliations by asking Indians to withdraw from their tribes and accept individual parcels of land carved from their reserves. Indigenous peoples widely refused this option, seeing it for what it was, an attempt to destroy their societies. The costs of military engagement were of issue not only in the American formulation of the Indian problem, though in Canada the concern was more with avoiding such costs than with extricating the nation from their burden. In Canada, Indigenous groups had allied with the British during the War of 1812, and still played a role in the fur trade, which remained an important part of the Canadian economy in the early 19th century. This context, as well as external pressure from UK-based advocacy societies to protect Indians, and from the British government to keep costs in check, resulted in Canadian policy being directed more towards strategies of acculturation different from the warfare and removal policies prominent in 19th century United States copyright. Assimilative education as a solution to the Indian problem. So if war, physical extermination, and forced removal were largely off the table, then what was to be done with the Indian? A distinction is typically drawn between those settlers who perceived Indigenous peoples to be part of a dying race that should be left or encouraged to fade away and those who saw hope in the possibility that they might be civilized. 64 But these ostensibly competing points of view are essentially conjoined within a colonial dyad, the fulcrum of which rests on the assumption that Indigenous 62 peoples were passive agents incapable or unworthy of weighing in on their own futures. These perspectives were thus two sides of the same destructive reasoning registered. Although they differed in their solutions to the Indian problem, both sought to impose a solution that, in one way or another, resolved the Indian problem by doing away with Indians. In so doing, these twinned perspectives offered to address a number of settler concerns, including access to land for industry and agriculture, nation building, and citizenship formation. A shift occurred at the end of the 19th century across multiple social fields and a confluence of material interests and facilitative discourses that created the conditions for the formulation of a new solution to the Indian problem. Agricultural, industrial, and resource interests asserted an increased demand for indigenous lands. Religious and rights-based organizations advanced forms of Christian and liberal universalism that proposed to save indigenous peoples by changing them. Scientific theories of social evolution suggested a more gradual, yet also progressive, model for Indian transformation. And government institutions sought a more economically rational and administratively efficient means to overcome costs of Indian wars, reservations, treaties, and other perceived challenges of indigenous governance. By 1879, boarding schools began to win out on both sides of the border as the solution to the Indian problem. Schools were perceived to be the best strategy to meet the needs of those with economic, religious, governance, and educational stakes in the lives of indigenous peoples and their lands. Of course, other institutional interventions into indigenous lives continued alongside and in combination with the schools. But driving the establishment of the schools was the belief that indigenous adults were too stubborn in their traditions for effective assimilation, making children the best targets for a more rapid transformation of indigenous communities away from their cultural past and toward a more Europeanized future. 7 debates persisted about the level of civilization possible for indigenous peoples, with evolutionary and scientific racism-based arguments that suggested only a limited or gradual uplift, becoming especially prominent in the early 20th century. To some degree, these arguments supplanted Christian or liberal universalism, according to which all indigenous children were 63 blank slates on which civilization and Christianity could be written. Yet, despite such tensions, general agreement was achieved on the necessity of schooling, and the language of civilization and assimilation served as a shorthand to draw together what might otherwise have been disparate views about, and to coordinate a broad variety of, policy interventions in indigenous lives. Registered a key difference in the U.S. context for such debates, however, was the presence of influential reform groups that advocated effectively on behalf of certain directions in Indian policy. Registered the exception to this rule was the Canadian Indian Research and Aid Society, but it survived for only 2 years after its formation in 1890, and it did not have the same impact as groups such as the Indian Rights Association, a well-organized and powerful U.S. group whose members believed that Indians could be fully assimilated into American society and that the primary barrier to this assimilation was a lack of political will. 71 To cultivate this will, the association launched several endeavors, including its well-known meetings at Lake Mohonk between 1883 and 1913, at which policy recommendations were developed and reform was strategized. 72 The Indian Rights Association, and like-minded groups, provided important support for assimilative boarding school innovations in the late 1800s. Key among these innovations was the Dawes Act, or General Allotment Act, which the U.S. Congress passed in 1887. This act was the product of lobbying by Indian rights reformers, who thought that Indian peoples needed to be encouraged to gradually change their ways and embrace assimilation, and that redistributing land in severalty was key to this process. 73 Under the Dawes Act, reservations were surveyed and divided accordingly: 160 acres to the head of a family, 80 acres to single persons and orphans over 18 years of age, and 40 acres to those below the age of 18. The deed for this property remained in the hands of the government for 25 years to prevent greedy whites from buying up indigenous lands on unfair terms. Citizenship was also bestowed on indigenous persons, expanding the empire of U.S. law to cover all First Peoples. And finally, under the Act, all remaining unallotted property could be sold to white settlers. 74 These changes set the stage for the consolidation and expansion of the Indian education system. They also disrupted indigenous relationships with territory and finessed 64 American law so that it could apply more effectively to indigenous peoples. Indian schools, moreover, in the vision of reformers, would reinforce policies on land and law, since young Indians would be habituated to individual forms of labor and trained to see themselves as citizens and subjects of the United States. 75 The Dawes Act was an attempt to coordinate multiple upper meso institutions in resolving the Indian problem. It is worth mentioning, however, that the conversations held by such reform groups were not restricted to national landscapes, and lessons from other colonial contexts were often taken into consideration. For example, Theodore Roosevelt, when he participated in the 1886 Mohonk Conference in his capacity as U.S. Civil Service Commissioner, noted the following about Canada's Indian problem. We have paid 10 and 15 times as much in proportion to the Indian as to the foreign whites. While I would never say one word in extenuation of the outrages really committed, we must bear in mind, too, that as a people, we have striven, haltingly and blunderingly, to do the best that we could with the Indians. We are often taunted with the fact that we have not done as well as Canada. Well, Canada had 2 rebellions of half-breeds in her territory. We have not had any in ours. It would be foolish to say, therefore, that we know how to deal with half-breeds better than Canada. We have a difficult Indian problem, they have not. And there have been no such outrages by government with us as have been attributed to the French in Algiers, and, but the other day, to the Germans in New Guinea. The Indian can largely stand by himself after he has been shown the way. I have seen this on my own ranch. 7 cent. Canada is referred to elsewhere in the conference proceedings as a model for the reasonable treatment of Indians and the benefits of absorption. 77 Thus, in many ways, the settler-colonial mesh stretched across borders, seeking to strengthen its force over indigenous peoples through knowledge of analogous situations, as well as key differences, in the neighboring nation. Although the focus of this chapter is on the development and institutionalization of Indigenous boarding school policy in the United States and Canada, and on the non-Indigenous actors often at the forefront of policy discussions, one should not have the mistaken impression that Indigenous 65 peoples were entirely absent from such discussions. As will be more evident when our attention turns to the lower meso and micro levels of Indigenous boarding schools in chapters 4, 5, and 6, Indigenous people worked vigorously to influence this policy and its implementation. But my purpose here is not to relate the efforts of these actors to influence the policy imposed upon them, but to give a sense of the complex manner in which the settler-colonial mesh established and implemented its general intent. Institutionalizing education to solve the Indian problem. The institutionalization of assimilative education as a solution to the Indian problem began even as macro-level discussions on this supposed problem continued. Thus, the institutionalization of assimilative education should not be viewed as directly or unproblematically derived from macro-level policy discussions. Instead, the two levels interact and intersect, for knowledge drawn from and material practices used in experiments with Indigenous schooling reinforce the power of the vision of assimilation and aggressive assimilation put forward by reformers, government officials, religious leaders, and others. Likewise, the vision possessed by supporters of assimilation created openings for such practitioners to continue their innovations. As earlier sections of this chapter attest, mission-based schools preceded copyright the grander benevolent experiment of mass assimilative schooling. But innovations in assimilative education did not emerge entirely, or even primarily, out of the mission schools that had long experimented with dormitory-based education for Indigenous children. These mission schools were sparsely cited, proselytizing institutions limited in their power to compel attendance. Although efforts were made to establish industrial-style boarding schools under their auspices, the birth of the modern industrial Indigenous boarding school is often credited not to the missions but to Lieutenant Richard H. Pratt, who began his experiment in Indigenous education in the late 1870s, working on 72 captured Indian warriors at the Fort Marion prison in Florida. 79 Pratt was given some license with respect to how he dealt with the prisoners, and, rather than simply let them sit in their cells and perish, he opted to launch a school of civilization, using his prison as a space in which to educate Indians. This 66 education presented a welcome contrast to the brutal conditions of the prison, and many prisoners succumbed to Pratt, accepting his lessons and the improvements to prison life that came with them over the isolation of their cells. Pratt knew, though, that his experiment would gain recognition only if it were visible, and thus he made sure to place his prisoners, and their emergent civilized habits, on regular public display. As public acclaim for his methods grew, Pratt pressed his superiors to allow him to release some of the younger prisoners to an institution where they could continue their education. After some searching, Pratt received word in 1878 from Samuel Chapman Armstrong, founder and principal of the Hampton Normal and Industrial Institute, a school that taught African American freedmen, that he would accept 17 of Pratt's pupils. 80 Following on this success, in 1879 Pratt opened his own school in an abandoned army barracks in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. His vision of the non-reservation boarding school, which he enacted at Carlisle, became the model for the early U.S. federal boarding school system. Indigenous children were to be removed from their communities and habituated to the ways of European life in close proximity to white civilization. As Pratt stated, "We make our greatest mistake in feeding our civilization to the Indians instead of feeding the Indians to our civilization." 81 The assimilative work of Pratt at Carlisle and Armstrong at Hampton was foundational for the emerging U.S. federal boarding school system. 82 Within 20 years of the opening of Carlisle, 23 non-reservation boarding schools, and numerous reservation schools that subscribed to similar principles, were established. For Pratt, his model represented a radical break with all forms of indigenous education that had come before Carlisle. This break was reflected in the training for work provided through the school, the intensive efforts to remove attachments to indigenous cultures, and the level of integration into the white population experienced by Carlisle students. 83 Subsequent U.S. Indian boarding schools did not slavishly follow Pratt's formula, but the general model was observable across the growing number of federal schools. It included military marching, which Pratt thought necessary to increase student discipline, and the outing system, which placed students in work, typically as farm laborers or domestic help, on weekends or during their short summer vacations. Pratt 67 saw the outing system as the right arm of his school in that it required students to adapt to and fit in settler communities, learning to emulate the conduct of a Euro-American existence through immersion. Near the time that Pratt was opening Carlisle, Nicholas Flood Davin was sent by John A. Macdonald's conservative government in Canada to investigate Indian education in the United States. 85 Davin completed a short tour that included stops in Washington to meet Secretary of the Interior Carl Schurz, Commissioner of Indian Affairs E. A. Haight, as well as chiefs from the 5 civilized tribes. 8 He also traveled to Minnesota, where he observed a mission-run contract boarding school. In his report, Davin cites favorably U.S. efforts to have indigenous peoples concentrated on a few reservations, possessing lands in severalty rather than in common, and prepared for citizenship through industrial education. Like others at the time, Davin was unconvinced that day schools, in which children returned to their homes after a day's education, would work for indigenous children and force them to overcome the influence of the wigwam. 87 The industrial boarding school, in his view, was therefore the best option for Indians and half-bloods to be merged and lost within the idea of the nation. 88 But Davin also thought that the migratory nature of indigenous groups in the Northwest made the establishment of government-run industrial boarding schools potentially expensive and inefficient, and therefore he argued that it was best to use the already existing network of denominational missions as the foundation for Canada's residential schooling system. Soon after Davin's report, industrial-style boarding schools were opened. The Oblates initiated schools in Qu'Appelle, Saskatchewan, and Dunbo, Alberta. As well, they continued to run their pre-existing schools in St. Boniface, out of the school and sent to some other school. To this point we could not bear it and will not stand for it. For these fears were quickly dispelled, but Hendry also noted that he doubted the veracity. 107. Of the letter or the legitimacy of its writers as spokespersons for their community, since, in his estimation, most of the Sioux already belonged to the United Church. In June 1930, in the Missionary Monthly, Principal Hendry published an article titled "An Indian Training Ground." In it, he wrote that our chief recruiting ground is the Long Plain Reserve, which is 16 miles to the west of the school. More than half of our pupils come from this reserve. The Indians of the Sioux village are being moved to it, which will make it the largest reserve in southern Manitoba. He also spoke of the advances made in Indian education at the school, suggesting that most Indian students were able to speak English and were learning how to farm. But, he added, if we continue giving to him, ever giving, we may be working toward an ever-fading objective, and at the same time creating in the Indian what is sometimes called, lethargy of expectancy. In short, the Indian problem framed his concerns for the school, and Hendry considered his project to be that of making the Indian into an independent and resourceful actor who would need less from the government. 48 At a time when some U.S. boarding schools were being guided by the Merriam Report to be more respectful of indigenous cultures, the assimilative push in schools such as Plpers was still evident. In the 1940s, most of the students at Plpers came from local Dakota or Anishinaabe Ojibwe communities such as Roseau River, Sioux Valley, Long Plain, and Swan Lake. However, a few Cree students were transported to the school in the later years of the decade. The age range for students at the school was from 6 to 15 during this period. For girls, the industrial training offered was primarily in the form of kitchen or laundry work, though a few girls pursued sewing, housekeeping, or nursing. For boys, farming was the most prominent form of training, with animal husbandry and poultry care the main activities during winter months. 49 To facilitate this work, the school possessed 175 acres of farmland on which the students grew wheat, oats, barley, corn, potatoes, and sweet clover. 5 For both boys and girls, work training began as early as 9 years of age. 51 By 1957, the Plpers residence was used primarily to house students enrolled at city schools, and from 1959 to 1963 the school rented some of its classrooms to the Mount Pleasant School District. Plpers closed its 108 doors in 1975. The building still stands on the former campus site and is now a resource center for the Long Plain First Nation. Fort Alexander Indian Residential School. In a March 1900 letter, the Archbishop of St. Boniface requested that a boarding school be established at the Fort Alexander Reserve. He argued that the existing day school, in operation since 1880, was too far away for parents, that the Winnipeg River was difficult to cross for those located on its opposite bank, and that the parents were very poor. Therefore, he believed, a boarding school was better suited to the area. He also noted that Sakienge parents were willing to send their children to St. Boniface but preferred a school closer to their reserve for the younger ones. 2 Fort Alexander Indian Residential School, also referred to as Fort Alexander Boarding School and Fort Alexander Residential School 53, was subsequently opened on September 15, 1904. Situated 90 miles north of Winnipeg, it was run by the Oblates of Mary Immaculate, an order of the Roman Catholic Church. 54 The school was approximately 1 mile from the Fort Alexander Reserve and located on the south bank of the Winnipeg River. The school possessed about 145 acres of land. 55 _ Fort Alexander began as a small mission-based school. Indeed, it was not until 1910 that the school saw its first significant gain in enrollment from 40 to 60 pupils. At this time, the majority of students were grant earners, meaning that they were eligible for government per capita funding. However, this minor growth in the student population presented a challenge in terms of providing living and learning space in the existing building. Ventilation was a particular problem later. In 1914, concern was also expressed about heating the building, described as none too warm, especially in the brutal winter months experienced in Manitoba. 5 Heating the school continued to be a concern until at least 1923, when a new heating plant was added, but the acetylene machine, which powered the school's lighting, continued to raise concerns about the possibility of an explosion, especially since both it and the boiler were housed in the main building. By 1929, 85 students were enrolled at the school. This number increased to 100 in the 1930s. The highest enrollments occurred between 109, 1949 and 1958, when an average of 130 children attended. 58 As of the 19,408, most of the children at fairs were drawn from Sakienge, with the remainder from other Anishinaabe-Ojibwe reserves such as Roseau River, Peguas, and Broken Head. The ages of these children ranged from 6 to 16, and they attended grades 1 through 9. In their daily work, the boys engaged in trades that included driving horses and tractors, care of cattle, carpentry, painting, shoe repair, and gardening. The girls worked in sewing, knitting, embroidering, cooking, housekeeping, dairying, and painting. In 1949, a day school was built beside fairs, and the two schools operated side by side. This school was amalgamated into fairs in 1954. In 1958, the majority of students at fairs were from Sakienge. 24 were from the east side of the Winnipeg River and 58 from the west side of the river. In addition, the school housed 3 children from Barons River, 3 from Norway House, 7 from Broken Head, and 3 from Roseau River. As well, fairs also ran a day school at this time, which enrolled 47 children. The school also kept data on the number of Roman Catholic children in the area. As of 1920, the Indian Act set denominational boundaries among Canadian Indigenous peoples, ascribing each child's faith at birth based on that imputed to parents and the community. This restricted other denominational schools from enrolling those children perceived as belonging to a specific church and made it necessary for churches to keep close tabs on children whom they thought belonged to them. As of 1969, the fair's student residence was considered unsafe for occupancy. 6. Fort Alexander closed its doors on June 30, 1970. The building has since been demolished. Only rubble is left in the space where it once stood. Other schools, cooperation and competition. Although the settler colonial project took distinct shape at each of these schools, it is not possible to assess each solely as an isolated entity. Certainly, each school was under the influence of macro-level visions of social engineering via dominant conceptions of the Indian problem as well as part of a broader governmental network that brought to bear on the schools. 110. The influence of other institutional efforts to resolve the Indian problem, such as those taking place through law, policing, and health. However, in addition, these schools were situated within organizational networks, at what I have referred to in Chapter 1 as the lower meso-level of the settler-colonial mesh. Here patterns of conflict and cooperation among various schools helped to form local school conditions. As well, local schools fed back into negotiations at higher levels of the system. Indigenous boarding schools were not simply nodes within a network of schools, passively drawing resources and ideas from above, but also sites of assimilative innovation and reform within this broader network. In some instances, perspectives drawn from the schools influenced progressive changes in Indigenous educational policy, such as when SFIS superintendents John DeHuff and Chester Ferris, inspired by the artistic efforts of their students, encouraged the government to make more space for Indigenous arts within Indian education. Registered in other cases, as discussed in chapters 5 and 6, new techniques were introduced to more effectively regulate and transform Indigenous students. The influence of the micro-level on higher levels is also reflected in how schools often dealt with local issues beyond those of assimilative education. Questions of land, health, citizenship, and religion were filtered at times through American and Canadian boarding school systems, with school officials often intervening in conflicts or concerns arising from these issues, lending government officials their opinions on land claims, reserve health services, and spiritual practices of local communities, as they saw fit. Indeed, for periods of time, superintendents at ACE and SFIS possessed powers of oversight well beyond the remit of their schools. For example, between 1931 and 1935, the superintendent of SFIS was also in charge of the Northern Pueblos Agency and thus responsible for matters of general governance related to these Pueblo % in Canada, there existed a great deal of competition among the Christian denominations that oversaw boarding schools, especially Roman Catholic and Protestant schools. 64 Such competition was also evident in the United States, also between Catholic and Protestant denominations, in the late 19th century, but it became less prevalent when denominational contract schools lost their funding. Registered 5 But in Manitoba, competition for students was prominent in the early stages of residential schooling and remained so for 111 years. For example, in response to a request from James Mann that his son Cornelius be removed from the Anglican-run Rupert's Land School to the Catholic school at St. Boniface, the principal of Rupert's Land School wrote to the government to express his concern about this transfer. He argued, among other things, that Cornelius had been baptized into the Church of England and therefore belonged in Rupert's Land School. As well, he presented his suspicions that the Catholic Church was working to convert Indians belonging to other Christian denominations. Registered Such suspicions had long been expressed, for each denomination tended to view others as predatory toward its converts. But more than just a competition for souls was at stake. As English-Canadian power was consolidated throughout much of Canada, French Catholic groups such as the Oblates had to assert themselves to ensure their continued relevance, not just to Indigenous education but also in multiple domains. The competition among Christian denominations adds a degree of complexity to the Canadian residential school system largely distinct from 20th-century American boarding schools. This competition was particularly heated prior to a 1920 amendment to the Indian Act, which guaranteed Roman Catholic and Protestant schools secure access to Indigenous children recorded as belonging to their respective faiths. This amendment was intended to resolve conflicts such as that expressed in a petition from the chief and councillors of Peguas, Fisher River, Barons River, and Blood Vein to His Royal Highness, Victor Christian William, on January 27, 1919. In the petition, concerns were expressed about how boarding school funding arrangements produced conflict among churches, which competed with one another for converts. Such competition, it was suggested, caused divisions within communities. As well, the control that religious denominations had over the hiring of teachers was believed to result in the hiring of incompetent teachers who do as they like. The petition recommended that education be handled entirely by the government in a manner consistent with treaty promises. 67 Despite the concerns expressed by the chiefs and councillors in this instance, competition was not solely a source of disruption in Indigenous communities. As J.R. Miller has demonstrated, it could also offer a source of power to Indigenous people, who could demand from competing. 112. 7. Denominations' more sensitivity to matters such as use of Indigenous languages in schools. Registered for this reason, the Canadian government perhaps had another motivation to clarify denominational jurisdiction over Indigenous souls. But, as we will see in later chapters, among the groups discussed in this volume, the Pueblo were best positioned to make good use of such competition among various schools to advance their interests within the American boarding school system. None of this is intended to suggest that the U.S. system did not display some degree of competition among schools. Competition was most notable between contract and federal boarding schools, at least in the early years of the system. With respect to SFIS, the main sources of competition were the St. Catherine's and Ramona Indian schools, the former a Roman Catholic school and the latter a Protestant school. These schools eventually lost the federal funding that they had received under the contract program, phased out in the late 1800s. However, St. Catherine's continued to operate beyond this time thanks to the personal wealth of Catherine Dreckhall, who brought a considerable inheritance with her when she joined the Order of Nuns. The Ramona School, in contrast, when its funding was removed, was closed, transferred to SFIS, and placed under the oversight of Superintendent Thomas Jones. In discussing the challenges and objections that he faced in trying to enroll Pueblo, Apache, and Dine students at SFIS, Superintendent S.M. Cart drew on an anti-Catholic sentiment widespread in 1891. Undoubtedly, the Catholic influence is against all other government schools. The superintendent of St. Catherine's School has said that it was of no use for us to visit the pueblos for the purpose of securing children, implying that this Catholic mission school felt a certain degree of ownership of the Catholic pueblo registered. Indeed, on a September visit to Taos Pueblo, Cart found the community unwilling to send their children to any but a Catholic school, and he learned that the superintendent of St. Catherine's had visited Taos Pueblo before him to deliver this message to the Pueblo. 7 degree Likewise, Cart suspected that the superintendent of the Ramona School had influenced criticisms of SFIS by a Mr. Graves. Graves had charged that students at SFIS were dirty, dissatisfied, and do as they please. Cart did not entirely refute these 113 criticisms, and he used the opportunity to note the school's need for a new tailor. He also reduced the claims of dissatisfaction to nothing more than the complaints of a single disgruntled student. Cart offered reasons why the students might have appeared less than orderly. But the primary cause of his concern was that the Ramona School was seeking to disparage SFIS in the battle for Indigenous students. 7. After the loss of funding to religious contract schools, and closing of the Ramona School, St. Catherine's continued to be a source of conflict and competition for superintendents at SFIS. In October 1895, Superintendent Jones wrote to the Commissioner of Indian Affairs to complain that 9 children enrolled at his school from the Tesuque Pueblo, who had been allowed to return home, had subsequently been sent to the St. Catherine's School. The point I wish you seriously to consider is the example such a precedent sets to these ignorant parents, for surely the government after its liberal expenditure of money has some rights, which these should be taught to respect. 72 However, competition in the United States was not simply a matter for religious and federal boarding schools. The non-reservation federal boarding schools also competed among themselves, as well as with day and reservation schools, for students. ACE and SFIs faced threats from schools such as Phoenix or Carlisle when these more distant schools came to New Mexico in search of students. As well, day and reservation schools were reluctant at times to transfer their more talented students up the ladder to non-reservation schools, the proposed system from the late 19th century on. 73 Moreover, even though ACE and SFIs frequently worked in cooperation with one another to share knowledge and ensure their mutual survival, and their superintendents met regularly, moments of competition arose between them. For example, in 1893, Superintendent Cart voiced his displeasure to the Indian agent at Sackatone, Arizona, when children were sent from the reserve to ACE and not SFIS, despite the latter's previous requests for pupils. 74 This competition among schools in the U.S. system returns us to a key difference between American and Canadian boarding school networks. In the United States, there were greater attempts to fashion an integrated boarding school system. Cooperation among day, reservation, and non-reservation. 114. Schools was fostered initially under Thomas J. Morgan's leadership as Commissioner of Indian Affairs. 75 Commissioner Francis Loop sought to reform Morgan's system to place more emphasis on day schools rather than federal non-reservation boarding schools, and he managed to reduce boarding school attendance by 0% while increasing day school attendance to 47%. 76 But Morgan's system persisted, both through Loop's years and even as emphasis was placed more squarely on community-based day schools at the onset of John Collier's tenure as Commissioner of Indian Affairs in 1934. As noted in the previous chapter, under Morgan's system, day schools and reservation boarding schools were considered feeder schools for the non-reservation schools, allowing children to stay close to their home communities until they were believed to be old enough for separation. Because of this system, some of the experiences of the Canadian residential school system, such as the disorienting assault on culture and language that occurred when very young students were removed from their parents and placed in residential schools, did not occur all at once for many American students. But day schools still confronted the children with assimilative demands. Frank Tenorio recalls that, at the outset, I was in day school before I went to the Indian school. Speaking your native language was definitely frowned upon. They told us that wasn't the way to learn English. So we had to almost forget everything that you had at home and try to blend into a situation that was definitely alien to you. 77 In the 1912 SFIS annual report, a plan to work in greater cooperation with day schools was noted. Older students would be transferred from the latter once they completed the day school's course of work. 78 Indeed, since the day schools in the southern and northern pueblos agencies were under the supervision of the superintendents at ACE and SFIS, respectively, these schools formed an integrated network to some extent, though one still prone to snags, as when day school teachers were reluctant to advance competent students to boarding schools because they feared the effects of losing their best and brightest on their classrooms. This network faced other challenges. When boarding school superintendents felt the threat of potential closure, as various commissioners of Indian Affairs placed greater emphasis on day schools for educational or budgetary reasons, it 115 was not uncommon for them to disparage the efforts of day schools. On one such occasion, Superintendent Perry from ACE wrote to the Commissioner of Indian Affairs in response to a BIA proposal to increase the time that Indigenous children spent at local day schools. The day school does not do as much for the child as the boarding school does. I believe the Indian child will be better qualified for seeking and obtaining employment and in proving himself proficient if the 5th and GTH years of his school life are spent in boarding school. There is not much opportunity to assist a child in a day school to select a life vocation. 79 Only in the later years of the Canadian system did there seem to be an attempt to organize various school types into one system. For example, in 1937, there is evidence of an attempt to be systematic when assessing the applications of Dorothy and Isabel Cameron, aged 7 and 9, from Swan Lake. Their father, Sam, who signed their application forms, requested that they be admitted to Pulpers. Both girls up to that point had attended the Swan Lake Day School. Dorothy had minor trachoma and a slightly cold temperature but was otherwise described as healthy and well-nourished, and Isabel was reported to be fully healthy. However, Philip Phelan, chief of the training division, wrote to J. Waite, the Indian agent, on January 7, 1938 that he was unsure why these girls should be admitted, since their parents were alive and they were already attending day school. The agent responded that there was no special reason why they should be admitted into residential school, and the girls were rejected for attendance at Pulpers. 80 However, Waite later wrote to the Secretary of Indian Affairs to say that the situation in the home of Dorothy and Isabel had changed and that their mother, who had tuberculosis, needed to be shipped to a sanatorium, leaving their father to care for 3 small boys. Therefore, he recommended that the girls be admitted to Pulpers. Phelan responded favorably but also noted that the grant for Pulpers would not be extended beyond 90 pupils. 81 A few years later, Isabel and Dorothy were both attending Pulpers, as were 2 of their brothers. By this point, their mother was dead, and their father had enlisted in the army and was fighting in France. Isabel was due to be discharged, but Principal John A. McNeil wrote to the government to say that he wanted to keep her longer since there was no one back home to care for her other 116. Then her aged grandparents. 82 The government agreed, and the extension was approved. One can see an effort here to utilize rationally the various types of school based on criteria such as whether or not perceived competent parents were present to care for children while they attended a day school, reserving boarding schools for children without requisite levels of parental supervision. However, such negotiations among Indian agents, schools, and government officials continued to be haphazard and did not necessarily follow a codified logic. 83 Finally, information sharing and cooperation did not simply occur within the organizational frameworks of each respective nation. Rather, communication also existed between Canadian and American officials about boarding schools. Occasionally, school staff would draw on events in the other country when negotiating with government managers. Principal W. A. Hendry from Pulpers, for instance, felt great concern about what he interpreted to be a government plan in 1930 to lower the discharge age from 18 to 16. The actual proposal extended compulsory schooling from 15 to 16, and under both the previous and the amended versions the government was empowered to encourage students to stay until 18. In building a case against this perceived move, Hendry drew selectively from the Merriam Report. The Merriam Report of the USA uses very strong language about overworking children in their schools. They say that no industrial work should be done by children until they reach their 15th year, and that it is done because the small amount of money allowed for food and clothes makes it necessary to use child labor, and their grant is $270 per capita against our $160. The report further states, the labor of children as carried on in Indian boarding schools would, it is believed, constitute a violation of child labor laws in most states. Point 8 for Hendry's concern here, ignoring the wider criticisms presented in the Merriam Report, was that the work necessary to maintain the school would need to be done by younger children if the discharge age was lowered, thereby leaving the school prone to the same criticisms offered in the Merriam Report. 117. More formal instances of information sharing also occurred. On June 23, 1941, Willard Beatty, Director of Education for the U.S. Department of the Interior, sent a letter to R.A. Hoye, Superintendent of Welfare and Training for the Department of Mines and Resources. In it, Beatty thanked Hoye for sending him a pamphlet of addresses of Canadian Indians. In return, Beatty sent Hoye the report of the U.S. Department of the Interior for 1939, which also contained the annual report of Indian Affairs. As well, Beatty included a list of publications for use in Indian schools that had been produced by the American Education Division, which he noted they would be happy to supply to Hoye at minimal cost. Hoye responded by offering to share some Canadian materials, including a story about protection of fur-bearing animals. 85 One should not overstate the degree of mutual influence demonstrated by such exchanges. However, it is clear from the Davin Report onward that the two systems were aware of one another and at times cooperated with the goal of improving their respective systems. 86. Staff, parents, communities, and students. The primary actors in negotiating the experience of Indigenous boarding schools were the staff, parents, community members, and students. At each school, staff interpreted and even reframed government policy, seeking to enlist parents, Indigenous communities, and students in what was often a locally nuanced response to the Indian problem. Staff. In other regional contexts, the point has been made that some staff members mediated the harsh experiences of assimilative schooling. Paige Rabeman, for example, uses the figure of George Raley, the principal at Coquileza Indian Residential School, to demonstrate that principals possessed a degree of autonomy in overseeing their schools, which allowed them to lessen or increase the intensity of what I have referred to as the settler-colonial mesh. Rabeman writes that Raley's attempts to improve the institutional environment at Coquileza are evidence of the considerable, although not unlimited, room to maneuver within the parameters of the social values of the day and of the Canadian residential school system. Still more significantly, Raley's actions demonstrate that the way an individual used. 118. 7. This latitude made a great deal of difference to the children with whose residential school experience he was entrusted. 87. Rabeman does not deny the connection of a school like Coquileza to the settler colonial project, but her work does show how snags in the settler-colonial mesh could arise when those charged with responding to the Indian problem were not fully invested in the project and brought with them different sets of motivations and intentions. 88. Likewise, the settler-colonial mesh could tighten and intensify for students when superintendents, principals, and staff fully embraced this project and even sought to go beyond the call of duty in their efforts to impose assimilation. In short, though such individuals were located within a multilevel mesh that weighed on Indigenous peoples regardless of individual actions, the individual actions of staff members could have impacts on softening or hardening residential school experiences. This was true for both the American and the Canadian Indigenous boarding school contexts. In the early days of SFIS, school superintendents laid claim to Indigenous children, and they believed that their claim superseded any stake that parents had in their offspring. As Superintendent Jones of SFIS wrote in one letter, it is full time that these Indians be forced to learn what they can, and what they cannot do, after the vast expenditures made for them. 89 In this instance, the government's investment in indigenous children was viewed to override Pueblo parental desires that children be allowed to remain home during harvesting or return home from school to attend ceremonials and festivals. Such power struggles between school staff and Pueblo communities were frequent in the late 19th century, and even erupted occasionally in the 20th century, as superintendents confronted Pueblo communities and sought means to access more of their students'. However, superintendents at ACE and SFIS soon learned that they had to be more flexible in their negotiations with Pueblo communities and parents if they wanted to ensure a steady stream of Pueblo enrollments. Simply put, parents would not send their children unless superintendents accommodated Pueblo requests. For this reason, Superintendent Ruben Perry at ALS, and various superintendents at SFIS, learned that they needed to be more flexible with respect to issues such as student home visits. Indeed, a particularly urgent 119 demand was made by Pueblo parents that they be permitted to see their children, and early on the first superintendent of SFIS, SM Cart, began the practice of allowing parents to visit their children at the school. Likewise, both Cart and later Perry at ACE used promises of summer vacations spent at home as means to entice Pueblo students to join their schools. Such vacations were largely available only to Pueblo students, had to be funded by parents, and were sustained only as long as the students returned to the school at the start of the fall semester. 91 Later, at SFIS, Superintendent Crandall began his 12-year tenure by trying to limit summer vacations for students, only to concede this issue eventually under pressure from the Pueblo community. 92 Such concessions, however, should not be taken as evidence that Crandall or other superintendents completely relented in their pursuit of assimilation. Throughout his career, Crandall was consistent in his view that indigenous children needed to be adapted to Euro-American society. For example, in a 1924 discussion with SFIS Superintendent John DeHuff concerning the latter's desire to transfer a few Santo Domingo boys to ACE, Crandall, now superintendent for the northern Pueblo, commented that Santo Domingo is a reactionary Pueblo. It will take 50 or 100 years under our present process to bring this people up to any degree approaching the standard of our American civilization. 3. But his efforts to uplift the Pueblo had to be measured against the willingness of parents to send their children to schools, since Pueblo resistance made it potentially more difficult to populate these schools. Without links to an upper meso-institutional framework such as the church, U.S. superintendents were responsible to the civil service bureaucracy of which they were a part. However, in a somewhat isolated region such as New Mexico, at times it meant that resources to compel schooling, such as sufficient police or military forces, were less readily at hand, especially when it came to trying to pursue Navajo children in their vast territory. But this distance also provided New Mexican superintendents with some freedom in managing their schools. For example, John DeHuff, superintendent at SFIS from 1916 to 1924, likely influenced by his wife, Elizabeth, who possessed a keen interest in indigenous arts, was able to allow practices such as Pueblo dancing to occur on campus for many years before his superiors took notice. 94 However, one cannot say that DeHuff used his degree of autonomy solely to soften the schooling experience for students, since he was also liberal with the strap, especially when students were discovered to have engaged in romantic trysts with members of the opposite sex. On several occasions in his journals, DeHuff recounted how he had administered severe beatings to male students who had violated the sexual mores of the school despite government circulars prohibiting corporal punishment in boarding schools. 95 DeHuff could be a stern and punitive superintendent, increasing the violence of the settler-colonial mesh in certain circumstances, yet in others expressing doubts and questions about the efficacy of the boarding school system. Indeed, on March 31, 1919, DeHuff included in his journal entry a reflection on Francis Saunders's 1912 book The Indians of the Terraced Houses, in which the author commented critically on U.S. government policy on changing the Pueblo, questioning how large boarding schools are maintained and paid for by the taxpayers of the United States, where white education, in part literary and in part industrial, is crammed down the young Pueblo throat in steam-heated rooms and in an atmosphere often foul to suffocation. 9. Although de Huff did not agree with Saunders's arguments in their entirety, he noted that I too have been thinking for some time past. 121. That perhaps the boarding school, like the one of which I am superintendent, has some seriously objectionable features, although there is much to recommend it. 97. Such ambivalence and self-doubt from the leader of a boarding school suggests that his commitment to the settler colonial project wavered at times. Indeed, in 1924, de Huff was let go from his position, in part because he permitted indigenous dancing, when the BIA assumed once again a strict assimilative posture, this time under the leadership of Commissioner Charles Burke. In Canadian regions where there was competition among denominational schools, parents could find leverage for improving the conditions under which their children were taught by threatening to withdraw them from one school and place them in another. 98. However, this influence was less evident at the schools under consideration here, at which staff had greater power. At Long Plain, one of the reserves closest to Plupers, parents were reluctant to let their children attend the school, in part because they believed that their treaty did not oblige them to have their children educated off reserve. Inspector Swinford complained about this fact. Ever since the treaty was made, the Indians of the Long Plain Reserve in the Portage La Prairie Agency have resisted all efforts to place a missionary or day school on their reserve. Neither would they consent to their children being sent to a boarding or industrial school. But lately a change has apparently come over a few of them, and Principal Hendry of the Portage La Prairie Sioux boarding school, assisted by Indian Agent Logan, has succeeded in getting 4 pupils of school age from that reserve, very much against the wishes and efforts of the old Indians there. 99. W.A. Hendry, the long-serving principal of Plupers, used Long Plain resistance, and his success at admitting these 4 pupils from the community, as grounds to approach the federal government for an enrollment increase so that he would not be forced to return these students to the reserve, even though they put the school above its limit. Moreover, rather than negotiate with Long Plain to better accommodate their concerns, Hendry worked on individual families, and used local authorities, to secure students. Despite the zeal with which he sought to increase enrollments, there 122 is little archival or TRC testimonial evidence that Hendry was especially heavy-handed in the day-to-day running of the school. 100 The same is not true for later principals at Plupers under whose leadership, reportedly, there was frequent use of the strap by both principal and staff. 101 In a 1949 statement, Rowena Smoke said of her teachers and the principal at Plupers that Mrs. Ross hits us on the head with her fists. We ran away because we do not like Mrs. Ross. Mr. Jones cut my hair off last year because I ran away. I ran away last year because I was treated badly by Mrs. Ross. Mr. Jones whips us when we say anything back to Mrs. Ross. 102 Several other girls complained of their treatment by Mrs. Ross, the school matron, and Mr. Jones, the principal. Ross responded by pointing out that she sometimes pulled hair, and rapped the girls on the head with her knuckles, but not out of anger. 103 Jones requested, through the Indian agent, that he be permitted to punish one of the girls further, by cutting her hair, so that she might serve as an example to the other students. However, at that moment, Indian affairs reined him in, and he was told to practice punishment like a kind, firm and judicious parent in his family. 104 Jones was later removed as principal of Plupers. 105 The incidents with Mrs. Ross represent a rare instance in which violence at one of the Manitoba schools considered here was discussed in any detail in the official archive, and this occurred largely because complaints from the children forced a response from the government. In contrast, much of the violence at Plupers, and especially at fairs, revealed by testimony given to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, received no official mention, demonstrating how little, if at all, staff violence was discussed. The abuse meted out by Ross and Jones also illustrates the frequency with which teachers at Canadian residential schools were poorly qualified if not downright incompetent. J.R. Miller writes of a tendency to use the residential schools as a dumping grounds for missionary workers who were a problem for the evangelical bodies. 1°6 into the 1950s, churches were responsible for hiring teaching staff. The Catholic Church, for instance, typically hired staff from female religious orders, whose recruits were often young women from rural backgrounds. 107 examples of teaching incompetence are frequent in the testimony of former students at Pulpers. 123. And fairs, but the federal archival record is a poor source of information on teaching staff at these schools. For example, criticism of teaching staff at fairs is rare in Canadian government records. Nonetheless, one does see on occasion mild concern expressed by inspectors who uncovered that certain teachers lacked requisite skills or training. 108 In the United States, David Wallace Adams writes, the average teacher appears to have been a single woman in her late 20s. Between 1892 and 1900, out of 550 teachers, assistant teachers, and kindergartners appointed under civil service rules, some 312, a modest majority, were women. A dramatic shift was taking place, however, and by 1900 the Indian Office reported that of the 347 teachers employed, 286 were women. 09 But despite similarities in terms of gender and demographics, bonding did not always occur among teachers. Indeed, given the amount of time that employees spent among one another, and the fact that they were, for the most part, perfect strangers, there often existed tensions among members of the school workforce. 11° This is yet another reason why we cannot simply treat teachers or staff as an undifferentiated group, since in many cases disagreements arose based on personalities or school practices. At all schools, Canadian and American, insufficient staff salaries presented a problem for recruitment and retention of qualified people. The _1920 ACE annual report noted that the best people are not attracted by the meager salaries offered, while the best employees in the service are constantly resigning to accept better positions outside. 111 Still, this did not mean that there were no caring or helpful teachers among U.S. boarding school staff. Indeed, young women recruited to fill the roles of teachers sometimes brought their own feminist beliefs, whether maternal, anti-modernist, or liberal in orientation, to their interactions with students in the schools. 112 And some teachers served as inspirations and sources of cultural affirmation for students. The aforementioned Dorothy Dunn at SFIS was one teacher who appeared to be reluctant to subscribe to the broader assimilative project of the schools. As a student from SFIS recalled, well, Dorothy didn't actually interfere with the culture of the Indian people. She was very careful not to pressure anybody into painting what their elders didn't want them to paint. She just told us we had freedom of our own thoughts, and whatever we painted was all right with her as long as it was. 124. 7. Pertaining to learning, and also a few rules in the lessons that she put out and guidelines. 113 Likewise, though not typically part of the teaching staff, Indigenous staff at the schools served as sources of succor and even resistance against the assimilative pull of the settler-colonial mesh. In his memoir of life at fairs, Theodore Fontaine recalled the presence of Mrs. B., a Sakianj woman, who helped in the laundry and kitchen and whose own children attended the school. Mrs. B. was restricted in her interactions with the students, but a glance from her could reinforce a sense of common community, yet it could also remind the children of their distance from that community. 1. For moreover, Fontaine later wondered if the theft of bread, which students engaged in to offset hunger induced by meager and poor quality food at the school, was made possible by Mrs. B.'s placing bread strategically where they could reach it. 115 But in all the schools considered, Indigenous staff were relegated most often to subservient roles and had to wield such assistance from the margins rather than the positions of teacher, principal, or superintendent. 11 Cent 6 Although not formally members of the boarding school staff, Indian agents in both the United States and Canada negotiated among the interests and influences of a variety of actors, including indigenous groups, governments, churches, and missionary societies, and business and corporate entities. They were also in frequent communication with superintendents and principals at indigenous boarding schools, often serving as intermediaries between the government and schools. Indian agents played a role as well in offering inducements for children to attend boarding schools, either through threats or rewards, and they assisted in evaluating the suitability of and preparing travel arrangements for children targeted for school admission. More generally, in Canada, the Field Manual for Agency Superintendents described their responsibilities in relation to residential schools as follows: to assist in every way, the principal of the residential school in the performance of his duties. He should cooperate with the principal in matters of repair and maintenance of the school, the attendance of children at the school, and the general administration of the educational unit. 117. The agent could also suggest that poorly performing. 125. Teachers be relieved of their duties and had oversight of student admissions and dismissals. However, the power of Indian agents was tempered by the influence of other parties involved in the schools. In Canada, for example, the Catholic Church sought to influence the choice of Indian agents near their schools for fear that Protestant agents would favor sending children to Protestant schools. Moreover, even when agents were aware of physical and sexual abuse in the schools, and inclined to intervene, they found themselves up against churches that preferred to handle these matters internally and a Department of Indian Affairs that ignored reports of harm against children. 118. Likewise, the Indian agent in the United States was directed to encourage so-called progressives within indigenous communities so that more traditional forces would not obstruct the progress of civilization. It was recorded in the regulations for the Indian service that the chief duty of an agent is to induce his Indians to labor in civilized pursuits. To attain this end, every possible influence should be brought to bear, and in proportion as it is attained, other things being equal, an agent's administration is successful or unsuccessful. 119. In addition to encouraging indigenous persons to adopt agricultural and other means of livelihood, as well as discouraging behaviors such as gambling or alcohol consumption, Indian agents fulfilled this requirement by influencing parents to send their children to day or boarding schools and by rounding up children truant from or refusing to attend said schools. 20. Margaret Jacobs details how Indian agents used a variety of inducements to strongly encourage schooling for children. These inducements included bribery, coercion, force, threat, trickery, claim of obligation, moral suasion, and withholding rations. 121. Parents and communities. On both sides of the border, indigenous parents sought schooling for their children. Indigenous communities negotiated schools in treaty agreements and often viewed education as a means to adapt to the foreign culture overtaking their lands. However, the schooling offered seldom matched indigenous visions of learning and adaptation. 122. When governments instead sought to mobilize schooling as an assimilative practice, indigenous leaders and parents sometimes adapted to this maneuver by instructing 126. Their children to take what they could from the schools while preserving a sense of who they were. 123. This was true for indigenous children in the American Southwest, who were often told to make such strategic use of European knowledge. In an interview transcript paraphrased by the interviewer, Herbert Tailhoftua remembered how his uncle warned him that, "When time comes, you may be dragged to school, but there is one reason why we object to your going to school. We will give our consent to have only 2 Hopis educated. Everything will come in time, these 2 will be educated to talk for people, and if more Hopis learn to speak white man's tongue then there will be a lot of fighting." And he also said to me, "You'll be growing up in the midst of white people, but be careful, don't grab everything you don't have to take it. We'll have to pay it back." 124. Contained in his uncle's warning is advice to learn the white man's tongue as a means to support the community. But young Herbert was also cautioned against fully embracing the gift of education, a gift accompanied by the symbolic violence of obligation to the federal government. 125. Parents and communities resisted boarding schools in a variety of ways. They sometimes refused to send or return their children to the schools. They sent delegations to the schools, to Indian agents, or even to government centers to advocate their interests or protest what they thought was unfair treatment. They also wrote and signed petitions. For example, difficult conditions at fairs left Sakyinj parents unhappy with the school. John L. Ross, a barrister and solicitor hired by Sergius Breuer, a member of the Sakyinj community, wrote in October 1920 to the Superintendent of Indian Affairs to report that, for parents who sent their children to fairs, their complaint is that there is very little or no book teaching at the school. The priest or teacher compels the children to work all day in his garden, digging potatoes, and in the threshing. He added that their principal complaint appears to be with the teacher in charge of the school, as they think that he is incompetent and is not a fit and proper person to be in charge of children. 126 Inspector J.R. Bunn, however, offered the government grounds to dismiss these complaints, saying that he had seen students doing good work at the blackboard. Moreover, he dismissed the 127 source of the complaint. Sergius Breuer is rather a bright man, but his energy is directed along the complaining line. I have met him, and I have told him it would be better if he would help the school by helping the staff, to maintain good discipline. 127 school officials sought to overcome parental resistance through various strategies. They included withholding funds and resources as well as threats of arrest. In order to take his daughter from SFIS in the summer of 1905, Richard Tafoya was required to sign before witnesses a statement that read, "I hereby promise to return Serafina Tafoya to the U.S. Indian Industrial School, Santa Fe, New Mexico, promptly, September 1, 1905, without cost to the government, and failing to do so, I authorize the superintendent, or his agent, to take said child above mentioned, and place her in said school, and I will offer no resistance or objection, delegating full guardianship and care of said child to the superintendent of the Santa Fe U.S. Indian Industrial School." Serafina was returned to SFIS on September 1, just as promised. 128 And when in 1914 the governor of San Felipe Pueblo, José Domingo Valencia, came to power and promised the community that he would rid it of its day school and return it to traditional ways, he was placed under arrest by the superintendent of Pueblo Day Schools, P.T. Lonergan, who added to the charge his suspicion that the governor was permitting immoral practices to occur at fiestas, apparent, he claimed, by the number of children born 9 months after the annual fiesta on May 1.129. All schools under consideration here thus engaged in practices intended to mitigate the influence of parents. At fairs, the proximity of the school to the reserve, and thus to parents, was construed as a problem by school staff. Inspector R. H. Cairns reported that interference by the parents and guardians is the chief source of trouble experienced by the school staff in maintaining discipline. The parents want to visit and talk to their children in a free and easy manner, and it is difficult to make them understand that they are causing trouble. 130 A year after this remark, Sakyinj leaders attempted to gain access to and inspect fairs as well as another school to which their children had been sent. A letter of February 28, 1923, from Chief William Mann requested that the Department of Indian Affairs kindly tell us if Chief and Counselors of the band of this reserve has any rights to see if the schools are well conducted by the teachers or the principals. 131 JD 128. 7. McLean, Secretary of the Department, responded on March 6, 1923, that the schools were under the auspices of the Roman Catholic and Anglican churches, respectively, and chief and counselors possessed no authority to direct policy in this regard. If they had complaints, then they should bring them to the attention of Indian Affairs through the Indian agent. McLean noted in his last sentence that it is the duty of yourself and the counselors to assist the principal and teachers in any way that you can in encouraging the Indian parents to send their children to school. 132 Under these circumstances, Sakyinj had fewer resources available to influence schooling than were available to the Pueblo, since their demands and threats often fell on deaf ears. Unlike the Pueblo, however, Other indigenous groups whose children attended ACE and SFIS showed similar signs of frustration at their powerlessness with respect to their children's education. Around 1884, a group of Utes from the northern part of New Mexico came to ACE to see their children just after the school had moved from its adobe buildings. Erna Ferguson alleged many were drunk as they occupied the dining room of the school and demanded better quarters for their children. The Indian agent from Santa Fe, who happened to be at ACE at the time, jumped up on a table and exhorted the men in Spanish, explaining to them that he represented the government and that the government would do terrible things to them if they did not cease their protest. 133 The risk of government violence was likely real to the Utes, engaged in conflict with the U.S. government between 1849 and 1923. At the time of their protest at ACE, they were still under close scrutiny in the aftermath of the 1879 killing of Indian agent Nathan C. Meeker in White River, Colorado, who had threatened to call in the army on the Utes unless they submitted to assimilation. 134 The words of the Indian agent from Santa Fe thus possessed real force for the Utes. For the Dine, access to children sent to school in New Mexico was made difficult by the distance and difficulty of travel. Therefore, the most potent resource that parents had was their ability to hide their children from school officials and police officers in their vast territory, thereby preventing child removals. Several Dine participants in the Doris Duke American Indian Oral History interviews spoke of how their parents hid them from the Navajo police, who were supposed to capture and send them to boarding. 129. Schools. John Charlie, for example, recounted that this is the way a lot of us think about ourselves, and today for myself I think of myself, I wish I went to school. I didn't went to school because of my parents. During the time when the school started, my father and mother used to hide me from the policeman. The policemen used to pick us up, they used to look for us. Policemen used to look for children that are not in school. 135 His desire to attend boarding school notwithstanding, his parents kept him from apprehension. In contrast, the Pueblo were able to use their proximity to the schools, experience with negotiating with three different colonial powers, somewhat sedentary lifestyle, and agriculturalism to present themselves as closer to civilization than other indigenous groups and therefore more worthy of input into the lives of their children. As well, the Pueblo had an unusual status in their relations with the U.S. government. As full citizens of the United States under the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, the Pueblo could buy and sell land, and the U.S. government treated them as sovereign peoples. Given that they owned their land, the Pueblo presented a conundrum for the government in that they were already citizens and, to an extent, civilized Indians, making it difficult to apply to them laws created for those perceived as uncivilized Indians. This positioning was of some practical value when it came to placing demands on local boarding schools. But the exceptional status of the Pueblo also opened them to potential taxation. In 1904, a New Mexican court ruled that Pueblo persons could be taxed. However, Congress prevented the application of this ruling in 1905 when it created a legislative tax exemption for the Pueblo Indians. This legislation was enacted at the behest of the All Pueblos Council and its supporters, who feared that taxation would place many poor Pueblo farmers at risk of losing their lands for not being able to pay their taxes. Thus, it was only in the early 20th century that Pueblo Indians, like other indigenous groups in the United States, became wards of the state. 136 Nonetheless, the perception that the Pueblo were more civilized in the eyes of many whites likely granted them greater influence when interacting with the schools. As such, they were able to provoke reactions such as the following from Superintendent Andrew Viets at SFIS. 130. For instance, in all of my years of working with Indians before coming here, I found without almost a single exception, that the Indian parent demands three things of the school and only three things. These demands are as follows: my boy must be well fed. He must be well clothed. He must not be punished. Here they expect these three things and enforce their expectations emphatically with a resounding, continuous howl when these 3 points of etiquette are not complied with, but they demand more. When inspecting the industrial departments, their criticisms are certainly just, if they are not generous. These huts, which we call shops, are not at all to their liking. 137. Although Viets drew strategically on the concerns of Pueblo parents to try to obtain further resources from the government to improve his shops, that he credited these parents with a voice was remarkable at the time. However, even groups who lacked the influence of the Pueblo in schooling matters sought recourse in acts of rebellion and violence, when all other 131 pathways appeared to be closed. For example, one survivor who attended Plpers briefly in the late 1940s recalled that I started school in Portage La Prairie in 1949. At the Portage Indian Residential School, but after 2 months we got expelled because my uncle went there and punched the principal because the principal had strapped his son. And my uncle didn't like that, so he punched the principal, and all the family had to get out of the school. So that after 2 months, I was out of that school. 138. Although such individual acts of resistance lack the force of collective action against the schools, they nonetheless further demonstrate that Indigenous parents and families did not meekly allow their children to be removed and abused by the schools. Students. A variety of factors is said to have affected how individual students responded to their boarding school experiences. These factors include the background context, such as what they learned or knew about the schools prior to attending them, the student's perception of the reasons for attending the school, such as whether or not the student thought that he or she was being abandoned or singled out for a special purpose, the ways in which the student coped with or managed the experience while at the school, and the coping mechanisms available to the student after release from the school. 139. One means available for students to cope with and take ownership of the schooling process was through subtle and blatant acts of resistance. Students resorted to similar forms of resistance and subversion on both sides of the border. Reports of food theft, whispered conversations in an indigenous language, tricks, and practical jokes are equally pervasive among both American and Canadian boarding school narratives, and this resistance is reflected in the historical boarding school literature of both countries. 140. Subtle tactics, such as humor, dawdling, secret language use, and pranks, were deployed to resist the disciplinary structures of the schools. Other students rebelled and escaped from the schools using more dramatic strategies. A 3-page list of misdemeanors from the 1928-29 school year at ACE includes offenses such as automobile theft, shoplifting, truancy, intoxication, refusal to work, and one for creating dissension among the students. 141. Some scholars, such as J.R. Miller, Jacqueline Gresco, and Celia 132. Haig Brown, emphasize how Indigenous children in Canada found such opportunities to challenge and subvert the authority of their captors. As well, they note how these children, with the education that they received, the networks that they formed, and their exposure to the settler world, were better placed to be the leaders of future generations of Indigenous peoples and to pursue justice for their communities. 142. Likewise, Sally Macbeth identifies the same leadership phenomenon in U.S. schools, and scholars such as Kate Zianalomawema, Clyde Ellis, and Brenda Child comment on the many ways that students found to resist assimilation. 143. Both Canadian and American authors note how, ultimately, boarding schools did much to reinforce Indigenous identity even though the intention was to destroy it. Macbeth further argues that the schools served to reinforce rather than transform Indigenous identities as students associated with each other in terms of their Indigenous affiliations, and visits with family often reinforced such affiliations. 144. For this reason, it is crucial to recognize in this discussion of genocidal processes that the targeted group, Indigenous children, did not passively submit to the settler colonial mesh. They sought to tear open this mesh to create gaps in which they could assert and perform their identities. And when all else failed, in both Canada and the United States, the most direct way for students to refuse their role in the assimilative project was to run away from school. In the following account, told by 76-year-old Hopi Hopi, a Dine from the Manulito area, the runaways succeed in evading capture and being returned to the school. The account is recorded here in full detail to give an idea of the dramatic lengths to which some students went to try to escape the settler colonial mesh. While I was going to school at Santa Fe, I have done pretty good. I went as far as the 5th grade. And then, there was some boys, talked me into run away from school. So that was what I had done, I ran away from school. And I know which direction that I came from. I can go by the sun. I went around Mount Taylor and Sandia Mountain and on to Santa Fe. This is the way I know my way back to my home. There was a big river running which they call the Rio Grande River, that runs through Albuquerque. Before I ran away, I learned how. 133. To swim at Santa Fe, I was practicing mostly every evening. Finally, one swim pretty good. So then we made up our own minds, and we started out towards the mountains. We went the opposite way, we went towards west, towards the mountains. And we went up the mountain, and we circled around the school. That evening, we was still at the mountain, it was pretty warm, so we slept out. We didn't build no fire, we had some matches, but we were afraid to build a fire because we thought that they would catch us easy. We went about 2 miles that morning, circling around the Santa Fe school. We went on the north side of the school, and then we went right straight to the mountains from there on. To San Felipe Mountains. It took us pretty near a day to reach the mountains, and then from there on we follow the river down. We got to the river, and the river was pretty strong. We walked a little ways without any clothes, just naked, and then we went into the woods. There we untied our bundle, and where the wet part was, we had to dry it out in the sun and the wind. We let it wait for about 2 or 3 hours. We stayed on the hot sand without any clothes for 2 hours, and then we put our clothes back on. And then we still went southwards, along the side of the river. It was on the other side of the dam, along towards our home side. So we went on, and think they had a bloodhound on our trail, but we went towards the mountain, for 3 or 2 days. The bloodhound find our trail going the other way, towards the mountain, Santa Fe Mountains. They track us around I think. We walked all day long, finally, we found the village what our friends told us that it was called Zia. We got to Zia that evening, and we came to another house, another Indian house. There the Indian was very kind. They talked to us in a kindly way. So we stayed around there. For a night again, we told the truth, we said that we ran away from school. We heading back to the Navajo reservation. They told us that the Navajo reservation was not too far off from there. It was just about 60 miles right straight, and I think it was Torian what they were talking about. People was good to us. We was our own people then. Now we were in Navajo territory. They told us that there were more Navajos living from here on up to Tehachapi, so we were safe. We wouldn't starve too. 134. Death. So then we went on. That morning all we done was just walk right straight to the Tehachapi mountain. There was nothing to be afraid of, no fences. So we went on, we follow the Torian mountain all the way down towards the west. We walked about a little better than 12 miles or 10 miles, we rest there, and we took a nap. It was warm, and then I think we slept about 2 or 4 hours, we feel a lot better then. We went on down alongside the mountain for about another 10 miles. And then finally we found another camp then. From the morning, where we start from we walk about 20 miles. Taking our time, that was as far as man would make a day walking 20 miles. It was past 1 week since we left Santa Fe, we got into Lake Valley, there was another Navajo village there. We stayed there for at least 1 whole day. From there on, there was nobody living between up to Tehachapi. So we had some relations of ours, that live at Lake Valley, that is why we stayed over a day, it was 9 days there. We went that morning from there on, early in the morning, we went right straight to Tehachapi Mountain. We went across the flat all day long, and then it was moonlight, it was a full moon then, and we decided to walk the rest of the night back home. We went on, and that evening, the moon was shining pretty good with the moonlight. We was near the mountain there, and we know where we live. It was on the foot of the Tahatchee mountain, and we walked from there. And then we went on. We was back home, where our real home was, around between 10:30 that we got back home that night. We stayed around home, and then in the next 4 or 5 days we went from my aunt's place up to Tahatchee mountain, way on top of the mountain. And I think the policeman came around, but we wasn't there. I think they told them that we wasn't back home yet. In the next 15 days the policeman came again, and we told him that they were back, but we don't know where they are. They just left here again. So we don't know just what their parents told the policeman. So we were out at my aunt's place for 2 good months, and then 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months. We stayed there at my aunt's place for 6 months, and one day we went back home to where our mother lives, and they said that the 135 policeman never did show up again. And about the end of 6 months, was just about school out, and so we stayed around home from there on. We were not afraid of no police because I think they forgot us, they let us go. So we stayed around all that summer long. 145. In this remembrance, the children evade capture thanks to both their own cunning and the assistance of strangers and family members. Their determination to stay at home and among their people is more than just a garn or a temporary absence from their school. They are thorough and tactical in ensuring that they will not be returned to SFIS. Moreover, such efforts were not without risk. 4 children died, lost limbs to frostbite and other ailments, and faced other dangers when they ran away. 146 In the case of Alejandro Colac, a boy from Jemez Pueblo who died while running away from SFIS in 1919, the cause of his death was unclear. He ran away with 2 other boys but fell behind when he complained of a sore knee. He was later found dead in the middle of the road, and it was suspected that he had perished from a combination of exhaustion and exposure to the elements. 147 However, at times, running away was not resistance to the entire notion of schooling but resistance to one particular aspect, the restriction on movement. On occasion, students simply longed for time at home, after which they would return to school. Yeah, I remember the times when some of my friends just took off because they couldn't get interested to the new school even though it was still an Indian school. Personally, I took off a couple of times, just to see my family. I wanted to see my mom and dad. In those days I think things were kind of rough with everyone, including my family. But I didn't run away to get away from school. I ran away to see the family. 148. In this case, personal matters related to family life and loneliness motivated escape as much as a desire to be away, once and for all, from the school. Such statements have led some to suggest that Pueblo students most often deserted the school simply to return home for special events or ceremonies. 136. And saw continuity between school and home community. 149 However, this claim is not entirely supported by archival documents. For example, I'm 1928-29, 50 students deserted ACE, and only 5 of them returned. Although a few of them were in their 20s, and therefore likely to be let go by school staff, the majority were between 12 and 19 and would have been expected to return to school. 150 Running away was also a frequent response to hardship at Canadian boarding schools. As noted above, on January 29, 1939, 4 senior girls ran away from Plpers. During their journey, their feet were badly frozen. They had run away in response to abuse by their matron, Mrs. Ross, and the principal, Mr. Jones, which included the matron's practice of hitting the girls on the head and the principal's practice of whipping them. In discussing the runaways with Indian Affairs, A.G. Hamilton reported Jones's complaints that the 4 girls had become heroes among the other children. He added that one of the 4, Annie Assiniboine, had run away in 1948 as well. He then noted that Jones wanted to punish her by cutting her hair. Hamilton was unsure whether or not this was allowed, but Jones had argued that a lack of punishment led to further runaways. 151 Jones was directed not to exact too harsh a punishment on the girls, but revisiting, this example reminds us that violence and suffering in the schools were powerful motivators for escape. After this point, students continued to run away from pulpers with great frequency. In 1950, the principal described running away as an epidemic, and by 1964, it is estimated, 20% of students housed at pulpers ran away. 152. In this chapter, 4 schools have been introduced as the foci for micro-level analysis. These schools have been placed at a lower meso- or organizational, level of the settler-colonial mesh and examined both as standalone schools and in their interactions with other schools. In addition, the principal actors at the micro-level in the school's staff, parents, and communities, and students have been considered with respect to the variety of ways in which they engaged with forced assimilation. Some found ways to resist enrollment in this project and to lessen the genocidal violence of the settler-colonial mesh, whereas others committed fully to assimilation. In the next 3 chapters, I will take a closer look at how these 4 schools. 137. Enlisted various techniques and other actors in the project of assimilation and at how these techniques and other actors intensified, or lessened, the destructive impacts of these schools. With this brief introduction to various lower meso and micro-level actors from the settler-colonial mesh, we gain a better sense of the complexity involved in carrying out settler-colonial destruction. Local factors conditioned and transformed how the Indian problem was addressed and resulted in novel applications of settler-colonial violence as well as resistance. In the next 3 chapters, I will provide more specific examples of the techniques and actors enlisted in both carrying out and subverting settler colonialism's benevolent experiment in genocidal education. 138. Discipline and desire as assimilative techniques. This chapter and the next 2 continue the examination of meso and micro-level factors that impacted the efficacy of the settler-colonial mesh as it contracted and expanded across North America through the use of indigenous boarding schools. In this chapter and the next, my focus is on a sample of the specific assimilative techniques used in these schools. I borrow the term technique from the work of Michel Foucault, who, based on the Greek word techne, often used it interchangeably with technology to describe practical logics or rationalities directed towards specific ends. In the context of this chapter, these rationalities took shape within the administrative space of a specific school and were thus adapted to a local resolution of the Indian problem. These techniques were also responses to policy directions formulated at higher levels of the settler-colonial mesh, and the general intent underlying such policies was typically the destruction of indigenous groups as groups. However, as these tactics mutated to fit local circumstances, they were occasionally revised in response to the individual perspectives of school staff, or the vagaries of local conditions, or they were implemented in ways that produced opportunities for resistance and subversion. Such resistance and subversion allowed indigenous peoples to overcome, to a degree, the assimilative force of government policy and to find spaces of what Gerald Vizenor refers to as survivance, a term that combines the words survival and resistance to demarcate processes through. 139. Which indigenous peoples have countered assimilative pressures while also changing and adapting. 3 The techniques discussed in this chapter include harsher interventions such as rigid discipline. However, the chapter also draws attention to subtler, desire-based means by which boarding schools sought to lure indigenous children into an assimilated life. These softer techniques mobilize what Foucault refers to as a technology of the self rather than a technology of domination, and they are often read as being the products of indigenous agency. The implication is that resistance from students and parents forced schools to find gentler means for educating indigenous children. Such a claim is not without merit. However, gentle techniques, perhaps initiated in response to indigenous resistance, were also enlisted or redeployed in an effort to advance the project of indigenous assimilation. Discipline. One of the primary objects of discipline is to fix. It is an anti-nomadic technique. Foucault's description of discipline as an anti-nomadic technique is apt when applied to indigenous boarding schools. The perception among settler colonizers that indigenous peoples ranged too freely over the land, preventing its acquisition and development by white settlers, was, as we have seen, at the core of the late 19th century and early 20th century conceptualization of the Indian problem. Indigenous boarding schools were one strategy among many for making indigenous peoples more sedentary, limiting their movements, and reformulating their relationships to their territories. Foucault's use of the term discipline, however, is different from that common in the indigenous boarding school literature, where it is used to discuss corporal punishment. In contrast, and in keeping with Foucault, I use the term here to describe the techniques employed in schools to shape behavior and provoke the embodiment of civilized habits. Point 8. This broader notion of discipline is captured in claims that borrow from sociologist Irving Goffman to describe indigenous boarding schools as total institutions. Such institutions are isolated and enclosed spaces in which the 140 institutionalized are subjected to near complete control of their day-to-day lives. Point 10. But perhaps more evocative is the notion of despotic discipline, which Foucault uses to describe the prison as a space in which an omnipresent discipline operates on the bodies of prisoners. Point 1. This is an unceasing discipline directed toward transforming all aspects of the individual, his physical training, his aptitude for work, his everyday conduct, his moral aptitude, his state of mind. 12. Under such despotic discipline, reference to these assimilative institutions as schools, or their targets as students, seems to grossly minimize the power operating therein. However, it is worth noting that throughout European history, schools have exhibited multiple disciplinary forms that overlap with those of other carceral institutions such as the workhouse, the orphanage, and the seminary. With this understanding in mind, no single categorization, e.g., prison, camp, or school, is going to adequately capture the cruel admixture of disciplinary forms present in boarding schools. Instead, we must take a closer empirical look at how they manifested in particular settings. But we must also recognize that visions of order such as attempts to fit the indigenous child within European society are pursued and achieved by methods other than strict discipline. For this reason, I couple the concept of discipline in this chapter with that of desire. I do so to capture more than the use of reward as a disciplinary tool. Point 13. Rather, the emphasis on desire can show how pleasure and excitement were deployed, and operated in conjunction with discipline, as techniques to co-facilitate indigenous assimilation. Point 14. I also consider gender discipline separately below, since the gendering practices of the schools were distinct and important and therefore deserve independent treatment. Although deriving from a place of mutual influence, indigenous boarding schools in the United States and Canada were erected on somewhat different disciplinary models. Whereas Lieutenant Richard Pratt's militarism influenced U.S. boarding school design and internal organization in the late 1800s, 15-only TO.BE gradually replaced in the early decades of the 20th century by managerial technologies of governance more typical of the professionalized and expert-driven Indian bureaucracy. Monastic modes of discipline were prominent and lasting in the Canadian schools. Point 16. 141. Monastic and martial forms of discipline share many similar qualities. Both attempt to use the distribution of space and time to work on their subjects. Each focuses on the minutiae or details of the body, including its presentation and movement, and they bring to bear on their subjects a variety of tactics intended to shape character. However, there are also subtle differences. Of monastic discipline, Foucault writes that its function was to obtain renunciations rather than increases in utility, and which, although they involved obedience to others, had as their principal aim an increase of mastery of each individual over his own body. 17. In contrast, of martial discipline, he notes that the soldier has become something that can be made, out of a formless clay, an inapt body, the machine required can be constructed, posture is gradually corrected, a calculated constraint runs through each part of the body, mastering it, making it pliable, ready at all times, turning silently into the automatism of habit. 18. There are two obvious differences here. First, the monastic model is directed toward developing an internalized sense of bodily regulation. The harshness of monastic discipline was therefore intended to reconstitute the indigenous subject as a self-governing member of the flock who would thereafter require only the gentle nudge of the shepherd. In contrast, the martial model creates the disciplined body through externally imposed habituation trained through the orders of the superior officer. Second, martial discipline works to produce a subject who is usable, whereas monastic discipline responds more to religious doctrine than to any readily discernible utility. 19 Thus, the two disciplinary styles do result, at times, in different emphases or tactics within a project such as indigenous assimilation. As well, each disciplinary model rests on a different institutional structure, and these structures were important with respect to how boarding schools operated in the United States and Canada. Nonetheless, these different disciplinary styles often resulted in similar treatment of indigenous students, loss of all emblems of cultural identity upon entry into the school, prohibitions against the use of indigenous languages, a regimented timetable with days split between education and manual labor, and severe punishments for perceived indiscretions. Basil Johnston captures well the total of discipline in indigenous boarding schools, bells. 142. And whistles, gongs and clappers represent everything connected with sound management: order, authority, discipline, efficiency, system, organization, schedule, regimentation, conformity, and may in themselves be necessary and desirable. But they also symbolize conditions, harmony, and states that must be established in order to have efficient management: obedience, conformity, dependence, subservience, uniformity, docility, surrender. In the end, it is the individual who must be made to conform, who must be made to bend to the will of another. 20 Whether primarily martial or monastic in origin, the disciplinary systems in both Canadian and American Indigenous boarding schools operated to impose a working order on the students assembled within their walls. This was partly because techniques of ordering were required when contending with such large numbers of students. 21 However, more importantly, in order to be shaped into non-Indians, the students had to be made pliable. In the early years of the schools, disciplinary strategies were motivated by a perception that Indigenous children lacked discipline. 22 According to Samuel C. Armstrong, the superintendent of the Hampton Institute, military discipline was necessary in the schools because it enforces promptness, accuracy, and obedience, and goes further than any other influence could do to instill in the minds of the students what both the Negro and Indian sadly lack, a knowledge of the value of time. 23 Likewise, monastic forms of discipline were perceived to be necessary to save the souls of Indigenous students. As late as the 1940s, the Catholic hierarchy of Canada argued that we are of the opinion that the daily discipline in force in our residential schools, which calls for rising at a given hour, spiritual exercises also at a stated time, plus breakfast, dinner, and supper, intermingled with hours of class work and recreation, have in themselves more power to stabilize the nomadic habits of our Indian brethren than any other system of education. 24 In this manner, nomadism was viewed as a form of indiscipline that could only be corrected through sedentarization wrought by militaristic or monastic means. The spiritual component of this disciplinary timetable was important to the denominations running Indigenous boarding schools in Canada, and it was particularly a point of emphasis for Roman Catholic schools. This emphasis occurred most when the state sought to intervene and reduce the 143 amount of religious training that took place in the schools. In this respect, in 1964, the federal government requested changes to religious instruction at fairs. In response, Principal Jalbert took issue with the notion that the period of catechism should be moved from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., at the end of the school day, so that it would not interfere with the hours of education. Jalbert argued that religion is the most important subject in the school program. It should get priority. The department stresses the need of vocational guidance. This is good. But vocational guidance without a good religious foundation produces people who evaluate everything in dollars and cents. 26 The role played by the timetable in disciplining Indigenous children in the schools is clear in the quotations above, and it was a notable commonality in both American and Canadian boarding schools. Although the content of the timetable could differ, in both countries emphasis was placed on the strict temporal regulation of student activities. Such temporal regulation is a component of any educational environment, but in Indigenous boarding schools this organizational strategy was intended not simply to arrange the Indigenous students for effective management but also sought to reorient them to European notions of time. Whereas prayer and catechism were prominent in Canadian Roman Catholic-run school timetables, the 1914-15 calendar for ACE shows a more militaristic orientation. The student's day was punctuated by those familiar moments of military life: reveille, roll call, the making of beds, athletics, and the bugle to sound the end of the day. Likewise, Pratt's initial experiment in Indian education at Fort Marion was an exercise in martial discipline, with the students treated like army recruits, even to the point that they wore Civil War Union blue uniforms and were drilled in marching. 28 Pratt continued this practice at Carlisle, where he noted that our 185 boys are divided into 3 companies, having a first sergeant, 3 sergeants, and 4 corporals for each company. In suitable weather, they are instructed in the primary movements and setting up process of army tactics. This is invaluable on account of health and discipline. A sergeant, a corporal, and 4 boys are detailed in their order daily for guard duty, but during the night they watch over our grounds as protection against fire and improper coming and going. Degree. Superintendent Cart at SFIS agreed with Armstrong, Pratt, and others with respect to the need for military discipline at Indigenous boarding schools. On May 27, 1891, he wrote to the Commissioner of Indian Affairs and requested that he be sent a copy of the new drill regulations for 145. Fig. 5. Class of boys in uniform at Albuquerque Indian School, ca. 1900. The Army, for I consider any kind of military drill an aid in disciplining a school. 30 in 1910, Superintendent Crandall at SFIS would write to the Office of Indian Affairs to request that rifles be made available for his pupils to use when drilling. 31 Similarly, military discipline was evident in the early years of ACE. A reporter's description of movement among classes at ACE in 1885 is telling of the discipline that existed there. Classes are constantly moving about from room to room at regular intervals with the orderly precision of squads of marching soldiers. They are governed by bell taps, and there is not near so much scramble and confusion in their movement as there are among white children of our public schools. 32 This emphasis on military forms of discipline did not mean that monastic discipline was absent from Indigenous boarding schools in New Mexico. At SFIS, the annual school calendar for 1918-19 shows that students were scheduled to practice the Christian faith, whether Catholic or Protestant, on Sunday mornings as well as during a Monday evening hour of religious instruction. Time was also made for Catholic students to attend confessional. 146. On Saturdays. 33 But daily life at these schools, at least in their early years, was set by a military rather than monastic rhythm. This militaristic discipline also served to ready students for involvement in the U.S. military. Students from ALS and SFIS enlisted in the U.S. Army in large numbers during both the First and the Second World Wars. It was thought that the discipline of the schools made the transition to soldiering easier for them. 34 In 1918, Superintendent Reuben Perry at ACE expressed his pride at how well ALS students fared as soldiers when he commented on how the training in boarding school has been very helpful to them. 35 In later years, several students also suggested that their time at boarding schools had prepared them for military service. 36 Moreover, hearing about the experiences of returning Indigenous soldiers, and their earlier experiences at boarding schools, often enticed Indigenous youth to attend the schools. Children were said to have been inspired to enroll in school by soldiers returning from the Second World War who told the children stories of their adventures and convinced them that there was much to learn in the world. 37 And militaristic discipline was part of the attraction of boarding schools for some children. Sally Heyer notes that many Pueblo students admired the cooperative, unified effort of hundreds of students moving together. As at home in the pueblos, teamwork and collaboration were more important than individualism. 38 Yet the military model in U.S. boarding schools did not have the backing of an upper meso-level institutional matrix to support its continuation. Although several principals and school workers had military backgrounds, the military itself was not a primary actor in delivering education. Therefore, managerial technologies of control came to replace militaristic forms, since this organizational logic of the civil service was much more entrenched at the meso level of the American Indian bureaucracy. Advances in state understandings of how to best govern and manage various populations circulated among government departments and found their way into the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Under this managerialism, self-regulatory schemes held great appeal, since they removed the constant demands of staff supervision by enlisting students in their own governance. For example, in the 1920s, student councils were formed at ACE and SFIS to replace more punitive systems of student discipline. As well, students were assigned tasks such 147 as hallway patrol and grounds supervision to ensure that both spaces were kept neat and orderly. 39 But this transition from military discipline to managerial governance happened more quickly at some schools than others in the American indigenous boarding school system. For example, ACE abolished its military system in 1924, 8 years before it was formally discontinued by the BIA, and replaced it with a model of student self-governance. 40 However, often such councils were still disciplinary and mimicked the harsh tones of military school regulation. For example, when the Isleta Boys and Girls Council met on April 14, 1932, to consider the case of Andy Abita, whose offense was to go home every Friday and appear back at school late on Monday, council members gave him a stern lecture. They expressed a great deal of resentment. All of us would like to go home just as well as he does. But the students also made a point of reminding Andy of his responsibility to his school and his education. In the end, with the help of the principal, Mrs. Harrington, the council decided that Andy alone, and not his father, was to blame for his actions. 41 Tet Jajola, an Isleta Pueblo scholar, argues that, in Albuquerque, Pratt's approach was short-lived. Almost immediately, Pueblo parents began keeping their children home. A lawsuit was filed on behalf of an Isleta boy who was prevented from leaving the school. 42 The parents prevailed and the school quickly softened its militaristic tone. 43 Yet militaristic discipline did not disappear entirely from the ACE campus, instead, it mutated into a new form. In 1932, Superintendent Perry responded to a letter from the Commissioner of Indian Affairs asking about reports that military parades were practiced on Sundays at ACE. Perry retorted that the Sunday program could hardly be considered military. It consisted of the pupils lining up at 2:30 p.m. for a doctor's inspection, during which fingernails and clothes were inspected but for hygienic rather than disciplinary purposes. During the inspection, the school band played. After the inspection, students marched to the athletic field, where they practiced drills for 5 minutes. The entire program, Perry noted, lasted only 45 minutes. *4 Although perhaps technically non-military, such inspections continued to enact the normalizing gaze, the ritual of observation and correction that is the form and function of the military parade. 45. 148. Fig. 6. Students standing at attention at Albuquerque Indian School, ca. 1910. Given this transformation of military discipline into medical discipline, as well as the new techniques designed to foster regulation through self-governance, it can be tricky to precisely mark the end of military discipline in New Mexican indigenous boarding schools. However, abundantly clear is that monastic models of discipline were far more persistent throughout the history of the indigenous boarding schools in Manitoba under consideration here. The Christian denominations charged with the delivery of schooling in Canada formed an institutional matrix with vested interests in the continuation of schooling and the delivery of religious teaching through the schools. This is evident in moments of crisis or concern at specific schools, when one sees higher echelon church administrators intervening on behalf of staff at the school in order to preserve monastic practices. For instance, when the federal government rebuked Superintendent Jones at Pulpers in 1949 for his heavy-handed punishments of Rowena Smoke and the other girls discussed at the end of Chapter 4, Reverend Dory, Secretary for the United Church Board of Home Missions, wrote to the superintendent of 149 Indian education and argued that, if some of the officials of the department had to manage the schools, with the difficult children that come to them, the chances are that they would have more rather than fewer restrictive measures, and he suggested that too much weight was being given to pupil testimony sent thus, while martial discipline gradually faded from U.S. boarding schools during the 1920s and 1930s, monastic discipline continued well into the R950s and 1960s in Canada. At the oblate schools, for example, the strictures of the Durio system were still felt. As Miller describes the system, this regime, named after Oblate Paul Durio, employed methods of total control over mission Indians for the purpose of effecting a permanent conversion to Christian religious values and practices. The Durio system aimed at eradicating all unchristian behavior by means of strict rules, stern punishments for transgressors, and use of Indian informers and watchmen as proctors to ensure conformity and inflict punishments as necessary. 47 This emphasis on monastic discipline, however, does not suggest that martial strategies of discipline were absent at Canadian schools. 48 Only that they were secondary to religious forms of discipline. Monastic ideals of silence were observed in Canadian schools, especially the Roman Catholic schools. In particular, meals were taken without chatter. 49 Silence was enforced at other times and at Presbyterian schools. Gladys Hearns, who attended Pulpers in the later 1930s and early 1940s, remembered one instance, like my sister we were ironing in the laundry and, talking and having fun, and the supervisor said, "No talking, no having fun. You're not supposed to do that." My sister was a chatterbox, she kept on. She came in and taped her mouth with masking tape. I wanted to murder that woman. 5 Degrees as well. At a Catholic boarding school like fairs, prayer and confession were regular parts of the disciplinary regime. Reflecting on his time at fairs in the 1930s, Joseph Boubard reported that he went to school so early, don't remember much about Depression days. Didn't learn much at school. Lot of praying. 51 Likewise, Leo Morisseau, who attended fairs in the 1940s, remembered that pray, that's all I used to learn in that school, is praying. 52 School Inspector B. Warkentin noted the continuance of monastic discipline at fairs into the early 1940s, what has been 150 wrong, if may presume to criticize, is that church authorities have been and are concerned about saving the Indian soul. Instructors shall not destroy the excellence of the Indian character by ill-advised behavior or by the teaching of incomprehensible and disputed dogma. Our aim always should be to build on the existing foundation rather than to substitute a new basis. 53 Warkentin's assessment should be taken as a rebuke not of assimilative discipline in Indigenous boarding schools but of the monastic nature of this discipline. At fairs, Roman Catholic control over the school, sustained by isolation from regular inspection, as well as reinforcement from Catholic institutional networks, meant a much longer experience of monastic discipline than was the case for martial discipline in New Mexico. This is evident when one looks at levels of tolerance of Indigenous dances on both sides of the border. During the 1920s, a period when Superintendents Perry and DeHuff called on the BIA to be more tolerant of Indian dances and fiestas, the principals of Roman Catholic boarding schools demanded that the Canadian government remain vigilant regarding the prohibition of Indian dancing. Several people have desired us to countenance the dances of the Indians and to observe their festivals, but their habits, being the result of a free and easy mode of living, cannot conform to the intense struggle for life which our social conditions require. This has to be kept in mind for the training of new generations. 54 The discussion of dancing also demonstrates how discipline was not simply contained within the regulatory space of the boarding school but also emanated out from it, seeking to find purchase in Indigenous communities. As Foucault notes, this has long been the objective of the Christian school, but it found new purpose when adopted within the project of assimilation. Thus the Christian school must not simply train docile children, it must also make it possible to supervise the parents, to gain information as to their way of life, their resources, their piety, their morals. The school tends to constitute minute social observatories that penetrate even to the adults and exercise regular supervision over them. 5. In this respect, Indigenous boarding schools implemented a variety of technologies designed to extend discipline past the school gates to reach Indigenous parents and communities, record keeping on the parents' religion and employment, visits to the 151 community to observe students and their homes during periods when school was not in session, severe admonishment when parents did not abide by the school schedule and returned their children late or asked that they be returned home during the school year, and encouragement that students take their lessons into their homes and communities and demand civilized behavior among their parents. This proselytizing function of the schools was apparent not only in the more monastic Canadian schools. Indigenous students in the United States were also subject to efforts to ensure that they maintained their lessons of assimilation within and brought them to bear upon their home communities. For example, on November 8, 1897, Superintendent of Indian Schools William H. Haleman sent a circular to U.S. Indian agents stating the Department of the Interior's desire that self-help associations be formed for returning students and progressive Indians on each reserve. 6. Haleman noted that the chief objects of such associations should be the study of the resources of their respective reservations, to aid each other in the development of these resources by encouraging individual and joint enterprise, to seek profitable markets for the products of their labor and enterprise, to seek employment and settlement for their members in districts adjoining the reservation, to foster thrift by the establishment of savings institutions, to organize and encourage means for rational social entertainment, to encourage the formation of religious and ethical societies, to support one another in resisting the pressure of tribal customs and to receive and guide Indian youth that may from time to time return to the reservation from Indian schools. 57. In short, the goal was to delegate to former students the normalizing work of facilitating and reinforcing the lessons and objectives of the school within the home community. This externalizing ambition of the schools would continue throughout their histories on both sides of the border. For instance, in 1939, senior students at ACE were surveyed and asked to consider the question, "What do you feel that you can bring to your people to improve their status?" One senior responded that, "I would like to be among my own people so as to help them to improve their homes, clothes, 152, and feed their families in a proper way." 58. This was the correct and expected answer to such a question. 2 areas in which the monastic and military disciplinary strategies also met and found common purpose were manners and work. In both American and Canadian Indigenous boarding schools, great efforts were made to reshape the bodies of Indigenous children, providing them with the habits of civilized life while also training their bodies for the farms and factories of the North American economy. With respect to embodying civilized habits, the before and after pictures manufactured by boarding schools in both countries were emblematic of this disciplinary quest. During their initial experiments with Indian industrial schooling, Armstrong and Pratt introduced such pictures to advertise the assimilative efficacy of their schools. 59. These photographic displays were later used in Canada as well to promote the transformative power of the schools. The photographs were intended to illustrate to all audiences that Indigenous children could be cultivated into European citizens through their immersion in assimilative education. In one of the most well-known Canadian photographs, the wildness of Thomas More as he posed soon after his entry into the Regina Indian Industrial School in 1874, complete with his toy pistol, traditional Cree dress, and leaning against an animal skin, is juxtaposed with the reformed Thomas More, a figure of European propriety in his formal attire and bodily comportment. Horror was often expressed with respect to the everyday habits of Indigenous peoples, which were considered unclean and unsanitary. In particular, in the early days of Indigenous boarding schools in the American Southwest, there was frequent mention of the eating habits of Pueblo children, disparaged for dining on the floor and not using cutlery. Clemente Vigil, from Nam Pueblo, recalled his introduction to European concepts of etiquette. They never had much dance, like they do now. But one good thing that they had in Santa Fe was home economics department, where the girls learned how to cook, sew, and then every so often they would get about 8 boys and about 8 girls, and they would teach them how to use the table, how to eat, with forks and 153 knives. Yeah, and that was lesson that would teach us that, and we would learn how to eat at the table. But the attempt to shape indigenous manners did not entirely disappear with transformations in the administration of the U.S. schools. Although the 1930s brought more respect for and understanding of indigenous cultures to the BIA, boarding schools in New Mexico still worked on the habits of indigenous students, an effort pursued with renewed vigor after the Second World War. Indeed, into the 1960s, discipline for citizenship and for the manufacture of an American moral habitus was still evident in the training offered at ACE. The 1962-63 regular academic program lists training for citizenship as the #1 goal of the institution. This goal is followed by concerns about academic and advanced training, but later in the list priority is given to the development of worthwhile leisure time activities and good health habits and practices. 61 Cleanliness was also a topic of education in Canada. John Milloy notes that in 1896 the following lesson plans characterized Canadian residential schools. In the first year, Standard I, pupils were to be taught the practice of cleanliness, obedience, respect, order, neatness. In Standard II, they were to learn right and wrong, truth and a continuance of proper appearance and behavior. In Standard III, they would develop the reasons for proper appearance and behavior in addition to independence and self-respect. Standard IV was industry, honesty, thrift, while Standard V introduced patriotism, self-maintenance, charity, pauperism. The final standard was the most sophisticated and aggressive. Pupils were to be brought to confront the differences in Indian and white life, evils of Indian isolation, labor, the law of life, relations of the sexes as to labor, home and public duties. 62. In this passage, the advanced stages of schooling are more explicit in their lessons that disparage Indian ways of life, but even in the most mundane lessons on the practices of neatness and cleanliness is the implicit message that indigenous practices are filthy, and it was not uncommon for returning children to experience a feeling of disgust toward the habits of 154. Their parents and other community members. This was true in both the United States and Canada. At fairs, new students in some periods were acclimatized to the manners, styles, and discipline of the school by an older mentor. A student from the 1960s discussed this arrangement. I was immediately assigned a mentor to show me the ropes of living a firmly structured boarding school life. At first, not one of the older boys would volunteer to be my mentor, but finally one stepped forward and agreed. He was a good mentor. I remember him well, still today he's a good friend of mine. After fixing our beds, it was time to hit the showers. It was the first time I ever took a shower in this way, a whole bunch of us boys in our gitch in one big shower. Although it's somewhat strange, I enjoyed the shower very much. It felt good to be squeaky clean. After the shower, it was time to brush our teeth and comb our hair. My mentor would help me comb my hair, over to the side, as it was the proper fashion at the time. He also showed me how to brush my teeth properly. In such instances, each child would find his or her habits coordinated down to the finest detail, and the children were expected to internalize these habits to override those of their home communities, now cast as unclean. The training of the habits of civilization cannot be entirely separated from the training for work. Because indigenous peoples were conceived through the Indian problem to be obstacles to nation building, industry, and economy, the reformation of indigenous children as citizens and workers went hand in hand. Their regulation by the timetable, as well as their training in practices of self-care, prepared them for entry into the workforce, where they would contribute to commodity production by day and then return home to ensure that their health and energy were guaranteed for the next day's work. However, in the United States and Canada, the ways in which Indigenous peoples were disciplined for work changed over time. Although in both countries there was some initial suggestion that Indigenous children were sufficiently malleable that they could eventually be readied for regular jobs, a racist pessimism eventually took hold, and the students were instead readied for more menial forms of labor thought to be more appropriate to their evolutionary level. 155. Of course, student vocational training was ostensibly about preparation for the job market, since it served more often than not to provide the labor needed to maintain the boarding schools. Sent a school inspector at Plpers remarked on this fact in 1943. I am not satisfied with the present system of half-day classes in the senior room. I would be agreeable to this arrangement if I felt that the children were receiving vocational training during this time they are free, but this is not the case. The girls are employed largely in scrubbing and the boys in farm chores, and I question the value of this as educational training. But I suppose that due to the shortage of labor, it is necessary to employ the children on those matters which should rightly be done by hired labor. 67. Despite this focus on school maintenance, work discipline was prominent in the industrial, domestic, and agricultural training of the students. As Miller notes, the requirement that students carry out half a day's work would mold them for the Euro-Canadian world of work, in which clocks, whistles, and schedules were becoming dominant, while simultaneously subsidizing the operation of schools. 68. But work discipline became more narrowly focused in the early 20th century in the United States and soon thereafter in Canada as racist. Social evolutionary thinking became dominant among the respective Indian bureaucracies. Indigenous children were no longer viewed as blank slates on which civilization could be written. Instead, they were understood to be bound by their indigeneity and therefore only able to move so far along the path towards civilization. For this reason, vocational training was prioritized in boarding schools, and this training was to be of a sort that would actually be useful to the purported needs of the Indian. Along these lines, in 1901, Superintendent of Indian Schools Estelle Real sought to reform the U.S. boarding school curriculum to better equip and prepare Indian students for more limited future labor opportunities. Her curriculum placed heavy emphasis on disciplining the students for menial jobs. As Real noted in her 1901 annual report, I have just completed a course covering 31 subjects. Aside from the literary branches, the course embraces instruction in agriculture, baking, basketry, blacksmithing, carpentry, cooking. 156. Dairying, engineering, gardening, harness making, housekeeping, laundering, printing, painting, sewing, shoemaking, tailoring, and upholstering. 6. Literary and academic instruction was thus to be less favored under her new curriculum than training in basic forms of labor. This revised curriculum found application at schools such as SFIS, where the 1913 annual report stressed that, realizing the importance of farming, gardening, and the care of stock to the Pueblo Indians, special attention is paid to these industries, and so far as practicable most of the boys during their term at the school have an opportunity to learn much about these lines of work. 70. Here, rather than simply listing the sort of training on offer, the school superintendent focused on how this training matched the work that Pueblo communities were known to perform. Yet Real's vision of indigenous schooling, readily apparent in 1900 when Real scolded the Kemwa, Oregon, boarding school for wasting time on piano lessons for an indigenous girl. 71. Did not permanently stamp out literary and artistic pursuits at all boarding schools. For example, in 1914, when Cato Sells was the Indian commissioner and still committed to the same principles as those that influenced Real and her commissioner, Francis Leung, ACE was home to 2 literary societies and a 26-piece band. 72. By 1917, there were 4 literary societies. The programs of these societies included songs, declamations, essays, orations, and debates. 73. But this should not give one the impression that academic and artistic pursuits were placed on a level equal to that of labor discipline. Although the post-Miriam Report 1930s and 1940s brought to schools such as ACE and SFIS an increased appreciation for Indian cultures and arts, work discipline still featured heavily in school curricula. Students were required to spend much of the day learning trades and performing the labor that kept their school operational. For Catherine Augustine, who attended ACE in the 19,408, for example, recalled how work discipline overshadowed academic_education while she was there. What I really wanted to learn while I was at school was math, world history, geography, literature, and more of the English language. However, our classes were structured so that half of our time was spent doing menial tasks, farming and dairy work for the boys, kitchen and dining room chores for the girls. 75 In both the United States and Canada, Pratt's outing program was 157. Utilized to expand work discipline. In Manitoba and New Mexico, the program was directed less toward familiarizing students with civilized life than toward availing them to the white community as a source of cheap labor. For example, at ACE, the outing program engaged students in paid work on weekends and during summer vacations. In 1910, 50 male pupils were sent to work in the beet fields of Colorado over the summer. 6 female students, in contrast, were hired for domestic work. Once the girls accepted such work, it was difficult for them to extricate themselves and return to their communities. Rosalie Arcuelet and Virginia Montoya wrote to Superintendent DeHuff on August 11, 1918, and requested that they be allowed to return home for arrest. 77 DeHuff responded tersely that the girls had promised to work for their employer the entire summer and that they needed to respect her needs. He added, "I frankly can't see any reason why you should go home at all this vacation. I understand, of course, how much your people would like to have you with them, but you are making a little money and are doing all right. I would suggest that you arrange to spend all of the next long vacation at home." 78 Moreover, after Rosalie managed to convince her employer to let her return home, DeHuff remarked that the girl has simply gotten restless, like all other Indians do sooner or later. They can't stick to a job to save their lives, unless they are kept away from their home environment long enough to forget it. 79 What can be taken from the above illustrations of assimilative discipline is that the Canadian system was less open to innovations and adaptations when it came to student discipline. Various degrees of monastic discipline characterized most periods of the Canadian Indigenous boarding schools under consideration here, whereas the American schools that I reviewed witnessed movement from militaristic to managerial forms of regulation. However, in both the United States and Canada, and in particular in New Mexico and Manitoba, disciplinary strategies around work and the habits of European civilization and citizenship did not disappear entirely from Indigenous boarding schools, for the basic purpose of schooling as a disciplinary institution for the production of workers and citizens was always imposed on Indigenous students. However, just as this discipline was ever present, so too was resistance to it. As the story of Rosalie Arcuelet and Virginia Montoya above attests, students did not necessarily become 158 docile bodies for martial, monastic, civilizing, or work discipline. Instead, they sought ways to disrupt the imposition of techniques such as monastic silence or the order of the timetable. In such a context, running away, or even suicide, were ultimate responses to the boarding school project of despotic discipline. In other cases, however, students responded by adapting to this discipline, such as those pleased to have the opportunity to work and earn money through the outing system, even if that system was designed to exploit student labor and impose work discipline. 80. Desire. Foucault notes that, in discipline, punishment is only one element of a double system, gratification punishment. 8. Here he refers to the coupling of reward and penalty in shaping behavior. However, in a context of assimilative discipline, reward is only one element of the tactic of gratification. Indeed, schools sought to play on the wants of and instill desires within Indigenous children. 82 Discipline was complemented by a regulated desire. Limited tactile, social, oral, athletic, and other pleasures were made available to attract students to the school environment. Along these lines, Superintendent of Indian Schools Estelle Real wrote, in her 1904 annual report, of the girls at ACE who were so desperate to weave that they converted chairs and other objects into looms. Rather than discourage such traditional practices, Real argued that this knowledge of the pleasure that the Indian girl took in weaving could be used to foster her insertion into American life, namely, by encouraging her to use her traditional arts, and the pleasures associated with the textures and creativity of weaving, as a means to earn income. Real wrote that the arts and crafts of the Indian have a far greater value than is generally known, and in many sections of the country they become efficient aids to him in earning a livelihood. 83 earlier, in an 1896 address to the Mohonk Indian Conference, Merrill Gates, then the president of Amherst University, and the future chairman of the Board of Indian Commissioners, similarly remarked that we need to awaken in him once. In his dull savagery he must be touched by the wings of the divine angel of discontent. Then he begins to look forward, to reach out. The desire for property of his own may become an 159. Fig. 7, young girls attending sewing class at Albuquerque Indian School, ca. 1910. Intense educating force. The wish for a home of his own awakens him to new efforts. Discontent with the teepee and the starving rations of the Indian camp in winter is needed to get the Indian out of the blanket and into trousers, and trousers with a pocket in them, and with a pocket that aches to be filled with dollars. 85. For Gates, the pathway from reservation to civilized life was to be illuminated by cultivating indigenous desires for all that civilized life had to offer. This sort of thinking about the seduction of Western culture occurred on both sides of the Canada-US border, but it was placed more regularly into practice, and appears to have had greater resonance, in the melting pot of American acquisitive capitalism. Before exploring the use of desire, I should note that discipline and desire are not oppositional categories. Discipline can both fulfill certain desires for regularity, for order, and offer attractions the cohesion of marching, the power of the uniform. Several students interviewed after their stints at indigenous boarding schools spoke fondly of the discipline. 160. That school was just a strict school, it was like a military school. I like it that way because there is discipline, you just can't do anything wrong. There was war going on at that time, probably that was the reason. We used to go out in the field in the morning before breakfast, rain or shine, we used to drill every morning, military training, like the soldiers do in actual combat zones, and we knew how to handle guns. 86. As well, some students had their desires met simply through the busy schedule of the school. Lillian Kennedy, who had attended fairs, recalled positively how she had always been active while at the residential school. I'm glad I went to residential school. Like I said, I learned lots from there. And I liked the priests and the nuns and the teachers that I had over there, they were good to me. And I enjoyed everything in the school, at the residential school. We went for rides during the summer, or in the winter we went for walks. We never just sat around, we did everything all the time. We weren't bored. To this day I don't know what bored means cause we did everything. We never sat around. 87. Jacqueline Fear Siegel is among the few scholars to identify the role that desire, or seduction, played in indigenous education. Drawing from Stephen Lukes, she notes that, in an intimidation/seduction dialectic, the subject is made aware of implied force yet is often seduced into connivance or even admiration, simultaneously belittled and impressed. He or she internalizes oppression. 88. Indian reformers, politicians, and school supervisors were not unaware of the power of desire to draw students in, even while the schools operated to devalue and alter their cultural identities. David Wallace Adams also alludes to the role of desire in his description of ritual in American indigenous boarding schools. Religious activities were often introduced to replace, with a new set of rituals, the spiritual lives of indigenous peoples. Students attended church, prayed, received religious instruction, and were present at various religious ceremonies. As well, secular holidays such as Columbus Day and Thanksgiving were part of the school calendar, and through them new myths and stories about indigenous/non-indigenous relations were circulated. Registered degree, but more than just the rituals of religion were required to draw students. 161. Toward assimilation. From their first interactions with the schools, students in New Mexico faced various inducements intended to encourage their enrollment in identity transformation. An anonymous interviewee from Jemez Pueblo noted what had motivated his desire to attend ATS. "I was taken to the Albuquerque Indian School, which is the government boarding school, when I was in the 5th grade. I started in the 5th grade down there. Went voluntarily there, and they didn't force me to go, and then the kids that were there told such exciting stories about movies every Saturday night and this government gravy and beans, you know, and how they drilled, and that there were many other Indians besides Jemez. I was also aggressive, I was never shy. One was outgoing, never became homesick. 2 degree. For children from often extremely poor communities, the riches of the schools were attractive. Mr. Warner spoke of begging his parents to let him go to school. During the time of my childhood, my mother and father used to say, 'Herd sheep, we don't want you to go to school.' So, that was for many years. I was trying to get into school. I see boys and girls have nice clothes and clean way of living. Every time or every chance, I try to ask my mother and father if I can go to school, they always turn me down." 1. In addition to economic and poverty-related motivations for entering schools, students were attracted by a sense of adventure. 2. They heard stories from siblings and relatives about the better parts of life at the schools, seeing new places, meeting new people, and participating in clubs, dances, and sports. These stories often made life on the reserve seem more mundane and heightened desires to leave it to join the schools. 93. And once the young person was enrolled, desire was played upon to motivate certain behaviors and secure obedience. Mrs. Walter K. Marmon, from Laguna Pueblo, told her interviewer about how she had been persuaded to allow her hair to be cut when she attended the men-all school in Albuquerque. "Miss Clay wanted my long black hair cut off, so that combing and brushing of my hair would be easier. I wasn't sure whether I liked the 162 idea, however, when the appropriate time came, Miss Clay, who was our matron, with a big red apple in her hand, I suspected a present, quietly approached me, with my faithful Lily as interpreter. These comments, so well remembered by me, followed, 'Sister, Miss Clay wants to have your hair cut.' I replied, 'Tell Miss Clay that my mother doesn't ever want my hair cut.' Well, that big red apple did its intended trick of luring me, for soon my hair was like the rest of the girls. 4. In other instances, schools provided desired objects, such as shoes, to entice students. As a former SFIS student from Jemez Pueblo recalled, "Oh, I was proud of my new shoes when I got up there. They gave me a new pair of shoes, and every time I always walked, I'd look at my shoes. I guess those were my new shoes for the first time because I wore moccasins around here." 95. Likewise, Hildegard Thompson, Director of Navajo Education from 1949 to 1952, who replaced Willard Beatty as Director of Education for the BIA in 1952, fondly recounted her efforts to expand education among the Navajo, recalling in particular her ability to cultivate desire among dying children through the provision of ice cream. "One of the greatest satisfactions I had that related to nutrition was giving children in isolated communities ice cream twice weekly." Activities at the schools also offered students in New Mexico a sense of excitement and replacement for the cultural events that they were missing in their own communities. Although indigenous ceremonials and festivals were often frowned upon by school staff and supervisors, especially in the first 3 decades of American boarding schools, dances and socials at the schools were occasions when it was deemed acceptable for students to exhibit regulated desires. Indian office guidelines prescribed that such occasions should be used to teach them to show each other due respect and consideration, to behave without restraint, but without familiarity, and to acquire habits of politeness, refinement, and self-possession. 97 Thus, the socials and parties that took place at SFIS and ACE were not simply for the purposes of offering students freedom to interact with the opposite sex. In the ACE 1910 annual report, for example, the superintendent makes it clear that student conduct at the socials and parties was closely monitored to ensure that it met assimilative criteria. The boys and girls meet at Saturday. 163. Evening socials and at parties given by themselves, and their conduct on such occasions and all other occasions has been exemplary. The boys have acted as perfect gentlemen and the girls are always ladies. Degree 8 Likewise, at SFIS, into the 1920s, desire and pleasure were regulated and deployed instrumentally. Ample leisure and social activities, it was believed, prevented students from congregating independently and in accordance with their indigenous identities. Therefore, weekends were scheduled with events intended to communicate important dispositions of civilization. Dances, for example, brought together boys and girls from similar ranking military regiments, rather than specific indigenous communities, for supervised interactions and lessons in social modesty and manners. 99 Sports were another opportunity for exciting experiences in the schools, though they also helped to discipline students to follow rules, work in cooperation, and embrace school spirit. But these lessons were complicated in terms of how they were received. Much has been written about how boarding school sports teams were sources of great pride for students and enabled them to affirm and solidify indigenous identities, especially when top indigenous teams defeated rivals from white communities. 100 Rayatsia, for example, identified sports as one of the top attractions at ACE. Yeah, that was a good school. They teach us how to be in track and football players and boxing. Oh, they teach us everything. But I was taking part in wrestling. And some guy was boxing. Play football, big boys too. Strong boys. And girls. They play basketball too. 101 other school activities, such as choir, dance, and arts and crafts, also provided outlets for student expression and desire fulfillment within the stultifying disciplinary space of an indigenous boarding school. Together such activities contributed a degree of seduction to the assimilative project, offering students social and physical pleasures alongside an attempt to reshape their identities. However, loss of access to these pleasures served as a threat or punishment when students failed to obey school rules. For example, a student who attended ALS in the 1930s recalled that a lot of times the thing that they dwelt on the most was restriction. It started from depriving you of some of the goodies they had. Like you couldn't go to the movies or to parties, or you had extra duty of some sort. At that time, there was no end of the penalties they could assess you, because we. 164. Fig 8. Albuquerque Indian School Baseball Team, CA 1911. Were living in a controlled situation to the extent that they tried to get the school self-sustaining. 102 Desire was also at work in the Manitoba Indigenous boarding schools under consideration here, though it is less evident in the particular archives researched for this project. Sports teams and movies are particularly prominent in survivor testimony of the good times at the schools, although the movies were often of the cowboy and Indian genre, which also contributed to ongoing processes of cultural denigration in the schools. However, these schools tended to be less successful than the New Mexico schools in their use of desire as an assimilative technique, in part because the monastic discipline of these institutions resulted in more austere and Spartan schools. As such, in 1946, upon arriving at Pulpers, Principal A.C. Houston remarked on how unattractive the school was. An observant visitor to certain of our Indian residential schools would ask why we have deliberately set out to make our residences such dull and unattractive places. I must confess that it might easily appear that we had done so intentionally. Some schools are as void of light illuminative colors as a medieval dungeon. where an attempt has been made. 165. To introduce color, dark brown floors and battleship gray walls has been the answer. The whole appearance is in many cases depressing. Hades could not appear more colorless, drab, or forlorn. For Houston, the schools were failing to entice students into the civilized world. An Indian child more than the average white child needs to be transplanted into the type of environment that is spring-like in its warmth and color and cheer. His morose and frustrated mind needs to be induced out of its shell and infused with color and light and cheer. Only then will it live above the dissipation of less worthy thoughts. 103. His concerns about pulpers also applied to fairs, where one student recalled that it was like a dungeon, everything was dark. 104. Another noted the lack of entertainment available to students at fairs. In school we didn't have much entertainment, not dances anyway, but we used to get picture shows, and of course we had the hockey, but at first we didn't go anywhere. The first time we went out was to Pine Falls to play in a covered rink. 105. Religious ritual in Canadian schools sponsored an attraction that was often of great ornate and symbolic potency. 10 cent. However, in general, the fact that the Manitoba-based schools were commonly remembered as more desolate, despairing, and brutalizing places than their counterparts in New Mexico was likely a result, in part, of their failure to incorporate techniques of desire into the assimilative project. As well, it is important to note here, in terms of understanding such techniques as part of a genocidal process, that both discipline and desire can be used in the attempted destruction of indigenous groups. The carrot and the stick of assimilation operated simultaneously in efforts to eliminate indigenous cultures. However, techniques of desire, because they are less severe in their regulatory structure, also provide more opportunities for resistance and creative redeployment among students subject to these techniques. Therefore, it is not contradictory that former students remember these moments, when desires for connection, entertainment, excitement, and the like were fulfilled, as good times at the schools. In the often oppressive environs of the schools, both students and teachers could seek to subvert or own practices of regulated desire and use them to survive. Desire, as a technique of assimilation, though perhaps more. 166. Subtle and reaching in its destructiveness, also represents a loosening of the colonial mesh whereby students sometimes found opportunities to bring their own readings and interpretations to the struggles represented by sporting events or films about cowboys and Indians, finding in these moments sources of pleasure and identification other than those intended to draw them away from their indigenous cultures. Gender. Discipline and desire were not solely wrapped up in reinventing indigenous children as efficient workers and docile citizens. These tools were also used to ensure that students undertook appropriate gender performances, enabling not just the embrace of the worlds of work and nation but also the reproduction of the workforce and assimilated family through the home. Gender was therefore uniquely constructed in accordance with the division of labor complementary to, but separate from, the monastic and military forms of discipline prevalent in the schools in Manitoba and New Mexico. In these spaces, female and male students were divided into clearly separated spheres of activity, and indigenous gender patterns were undone. This division of labor made possible maintenance of the schools, with boys performing agricultural and manual labor and girls undertaking domestic chores. 107. But it also disrupted how young indigenous men and women understood their roles in their communities. Gendered labor roles were evident at the schools under consideration here. At fairs, in 1914, Inspector J.R. Bunn reported that all the pupils are being taught to read, spell, and write, all in English, arithmetic, geography, and map drawing. Examination tests showed very satisfactory advancement and proficiency in these subjects. In addition to these studies, the girls are taught sewing, plain and fancy, cutting out and making up their clothes, darning, knitting, laundry work and scrubbing, and other domestic work. They show aptitude in the performance of these duties. The boys are taught outside work, doing small chores, assist in gardening and farming, the use of tools and how to use them. They are taught habits of tidiness and respectful manners. 108. 167. Similarly, the 1910 annual report for SFIS recorded the gendered division of labor there. The girls of the school are taught those duties that will be useful to them later as housewives. Sewing, including cutting and fitting garments, darning and repair work. Laundry work, ironing, general housework, nursing and the general care of the sick, and last but not least, family cooking, which is taught in the domestic science department, and is looked upon by many as our most valuable branch of industrial training for girls. 109. This gendered division of labor disrupted gender patterns for indigenous peoples. For example, it did not align with the matri-centered gender norms in Dine communities, where women possessed power because important cultural components, such as place of residence and clan, were determined through the female family line. Dine women also held primary responsibility for livestock, such as sheep and goats. 110 However, in the schools, Dine boys and girls learned that home properties and livestock were male possessions, under masculine control, which severely disrupted the intergenerational transfer of traditional roles. Then, in the 1920s, the Navajo Tribal Council was established as an all-male entity, further diminishing the communal power that women held through their familial networks and responsibility for herds. The boarding schools to which Dine were sent were party to the masculinization of power in Navajo communities because they groomed men for leadership roles and women for domestic submission. 111 With gender roles firmly in place, gender was subsequently enlisted for punitive purposes at some schools. For example, at fairs, a former student recalled being forced to wear a dress because he kept trying to spend time with his sisters and thereby violated the school's rules of gender segregation. The nuns admonished him by saying, "That's how much you want to be with the girls." 112 Through such taunts, male students learned that to be feminine was to be weak and that masculinity meant a specific set of performances, tough, fearless, and unemotional. Moreover, such punishments also shamed those who subverted mainstream gender performances, such as individuals who identified as two-spirited or the Dine Endeli, a third gender comprised of biological males who performed female roles who were treated as a shameful abomination rather than respected for offering another way of performing one's gender. Gender expectations had spatial consequences. Young women and men were held in different spaces in the schools, and their interactions were restricted to certain occasions, when they learned to appropriately interact with one another, such as at dances. Space itself was gendered in specific ways. In the 1910 SFIS annual report, dorm room crowding was presented as more than just a problem of sanitation, it was also a problem of gender education. In particular, the superintendent worried that the crowded conditions were too similar to those of Indian home life and therefore failed to communicate the modesty and womanly attributes that the school hoped to convey. 13. This point captures the fact that the gendered division of labor was not solely intended for school maintenance but was also as a means to transform the Indian home. 114 In the United States, a circular of May 29, 1915, from the Department of the Interior made this point clear: the Indian home must be the real basis of work for the civilization of the American Indian. 115 According to this circular, the field matron 170 of all employees, comes into the closest and most intimate contact with the Indian homes and Indian women. The Indian woman's influence, as a mother, wife, and sister, is just as powerful among the Indian men as is the influence of the white women among the white men. The field matron should be a tremendous force for the development of the moral welfare of the Indians and the reservation life. 116 Field matrons were encouraged to help monitor the health, cleanliness, independence, and efficiency of the home, bringing the gender lessons of the school directly into the community. 117 In this manner, patriarchal relations were enforced within the space of the school, and beyond the schools in indigenous communities, upsetting cultures in which matrilineal and matrilocal forms of social organization were prominent. As Katsiana Lomawema writes, the struggle to reform and reshape the Indian home targeted the education of young women. They would serve as the matrons of allotment households, promoting a Christian, civilized lifestyle and supporting their husbands in the difficult transition from hunter, or pastoralist, to farmer. Women's capacity to bear this burden was taken for granted by the Victorian vision of woman as mother, influencing society and shaping the future through her nurture of her children. 118 However, girls did not simply passively embrace a performance of European femininity. Lomawema uses the bloomer story from Kilako to illustrate this point. In short, interviewees told Lomawema about how they resisted the imposition that they wear bulky and uncomfortable gray sateen bloomers. Girls removed the bloomers and hid them soon after inspection, or they fashioned a set of bloomer legs to give the impression that they were wearing the entire garment. 119 As well, the women who served as teachers and matrons in the schools on occasion brought with them their own feminist ideals through which they reinterpreted and redirected government policy, thereby resisting gender discipline at the staff level rather than the student level. For example, some female instructors encouraged girls to continue their education and to pursue careers such as teaching rather than submit to the domestic roles often promoted through school policy. 120 Moreover, Indigenous communities at times resisted the school's attempts to transform gender roles. In 1907, 171. In meeting their enrollment quota, Santo Domingo Pueblo sent to SFIS only one girl for every 4 boys. The inspector and the Office of Indian Affairs viewed this as problematic. In a letter to Superintendent Crandall at SFIS, the inspector instructed him to notify the Santo Domingo people that hereafter they will be expected to permit more of their girls to attend the Santa Fe School. 121 Yet, despite these forms of resistance and subversion, whereby students, teachers, and communities found gaps in the disciplinary mesh of the schools to pursue different performances of gendering policy remained relatively consistent across the history of the New Mexican schools, though it did vary in intensity. At ACE, even as late as 1962-63, the following goals were listed for the home economics program. 1. Train the girls in sufficient fields of employment. 2. Train the girls to have desirable personality traits that contribute to good family relationship. 3. To develop good working habits and desirable attitude toward work and school. 4. To develop some knowledge of food, its preparation, the serving, and its use in the body. 5. To develop some knowledge of clothing construction. 6. To develop some knowledge in buying ready-made clothes and how to care for them properly. 7. To develop the understanding of child behavior in order to guide their activities in a home. 8. To develop the ability to use good judgment in selecting a vocation. 122. Despite acknowledgement that Indigenous women might choose to work outside the home, these young women were nonetheless tasked with primary responsibility for the social reproduction of the workforce as well as the expectation that they embrace gendered personality traits perceived to be the linchpin holding together the family unit. Gender relations, therefore, remained fixed, even as liberal feminist ideals of equal employment and citizenship rights began to filter into the schools. Indeed, Indigenous gender relations particularly troubled school and 172. Government officials in both countries. This meant that sexuality was heavily regulated, and the female body was especially the target of a great deal of assimilative energy. As Lomawema suggests, beyond domesticity as subservience training for all women, the acute, piercing focus on Indian girls' attire, comportment, posture, and hairstyles betrays a deep-seated, racially defined perception of Indian people's corporal physical bodies as uncivilized. 123 The female body was subject to the rigors of European notions of beauty and modesty, and perceptions of slovenly or immodest comportment were subject to disciplinary action. In earlier years at fairs or pulpers, girls suffered physical punishment for violating ideals of femininity. The same was true for ACE and SFIS. Indeed, Superintendent DeHuff at SFIS was at his fiercest in punishing boys and girls when they were caught in acts of perceived sexual misconduct. 124 But most school staff felt great responsibility to ensure the moral welfare of Indigenous girls. Even those wanting to work with Indigenous girls through the outing program were compelled to protect their morality. At ACE, those wishing to be furnished with an Indian girl for housework needed to complete a form declaring that L agree to look after the physical and moral welfare of the girl, to see that she is not out late at night, that she is not out at all on Wednesday and Saturday evenings and never permitted to loiter about the depot, that should the girl have a male caller the fact and the boy's name shall be reported to the superintendent or matron, and if I leave home for more than a day, the girl above mentioned will be returned to the school until our return point. 125. Disciplinary and regulatory gendering strategies remained more intense at Manitoban than New Mexican boarding schools in later years, though these tactics would disappear in neither country. Control of the Manitoban schools by religious denominations meant that regulation of female sexuality and gendering practices would take specific shapes. For example, in the late 1940s, the Catholic hierarchy of Canada proposed that special schools for girls aged 16 to 18 be created to inculcate moral principles during these transitional years and to fit them for their future life. 126 Where these moral principles were in violation, and corrective. 173. Action failed. Schools often sought to expel immodest girls before their behavior influenced other girls. In 1961, Reverend L. Jalbert, the principal at Fairs, sent a letter to E. Daggett, superintendent of the Clandeboye Agency, asking that a 14-year-old girl from Dog Creek be removed from the school and sent to a special school where they might be able to redeem her. The problem with the girl, according to Jalbert, was that she was oversexed, likely as a result of having lived with a man over the summer. 27 female bodies, however, could also be used as sites of resistance to the assimilative process. For example, a letter of January 15, 1924, from Superintendent DeHuff to Superintendent Crandall at the Department of the Interior voiced the former's suspicions that young women from the Santo Domingo Pueblo were intentionally returning to the school pregnant after summer vacation. To my certain knowledge, this is the 5th consecutive year in which a number of Santo Domingo girls have had to be released from school attendance or otherwise disposed of on account of pregnancy becoming very apparent about December or January. In every case, the origin of the trouble was traced to the girls' stay in the Pueblo during summer vacation. Santo Domingo has always been opposed to school attendance on the part of its children, and there is no doubt in my mind that the plan of getting these girls into the family way has been adopted as a regular practice in that Pueblo in order to defeat the law and governmental requirements as regards school attendance. 128. DeHuff proposed that, without a marriage contract, these girls should be kept at the school to give birth and that their children should be cared for within its walls. In response, Crandall recommended retaining Santo Domingo girls at the school over the summer. In this situation, resistance failed, for the attempt to use pregnancy to avoid boarding school resulted in a reaction by school authorities to target specific girls and deny them access to their home communities. Similarly, masculine roles, reimagined from warrior to soldier and athlete, could be redeployed in acts of strenuous resistance against school staff, such as when male students physically challenged their tormentors. 174. In the face of potential punishment. In one instance at Fairs, a student in charge of looking after younger children hit back at the nun when she struck him for failing to keep the children quiet. And we were going up for bed at right after supper, and these kids were getting out of line in the back of the line, so I had to go back there and straighten them out, and when I came back up, they were running around again, and the nun told me to look at the back of the line, and when I looked back, she just slapped me right across the face. And out of the blue, man, I just threw a punch at her, and I hit her right in the stomach, and she went running for the priest, screaming and everything, and the priest came there, grabbed me by the neck, and took me upstairs to his office, and told me to take my pants down. And he grabbed, those old leather straps they used to have a long time ago? That's what he used. 129. In sum, gender discipline, particularly its destructive attempts to transform Indigenous girls and boys and their roles in Indigenous communities, was both widespread across the course of Indigenous boarding schools in the United States and Canada and uneven in its efficacy. Gender was the site of intensive technologies designed to remake Indigenous men and women as European men and women, recoding their gendered habits. However, Such interventions came up against efforts to signify gender in locally meaningful ways, whether by students and communities or even by teachers who possessed very different notions of gender propriety. Thus, as gender discipline enmeshed students in the boarding schools, these students sought gaps through which they could challenge the gender expectations of the assimilative project. Discipline, whether military or monastic in orientation, and whether directed toward moral uplift, workforce preparation, or inculcation of Western habits of citizenship and gender, was prevalent in indigenous boarding schools. The settler-colonial mesh took disciplinary shape in the space of the schools. However, strategies of desire operated alongside discipline in an effort to simultaneously seduce and shape students. These forces of assimilation were not absolute and inevitably failed in the full transformation of indigenous. 175. Young people, although they did do much damage to indigenous individuals and groups. They were not the only techniques operating in boarding schools, however. As I will discuss in the next chapter, knowledge and violence were also powerful technologies in the attempted destruction of indigenous groups as groups. 176. Knowledge and violence as assimilative techniques. Discipline is a fraught technique of governance. Although the ideal of training bodies to perform as required within a settler-colonial universe has an obvious appeal to the purveyors of civilization, it often came up against its limits. The children and families targeted for discipline did not simply fall in line. For this reason, other techniques were of strategic importance, especially when discipline failed. In such circumstances, efforts to better know, and through knowledge to better control, the Indian appeared to offer an antidote for the shortcomings of discipline. But when both knowledge and discipline failed, violence remained the ultimate recourse of the settler-colonial state. In indigenous boarding schools, the originary violence of settler colonialism, experienced in warfare and dispossession, was recalibrated as physical, sexual, cultural, and symbolic violence. Knowing the Indian. Over the course of their histories in each country, indigenous boarding schools applied a variety of administrative and managerial technologies to more effectively regulate students. Record keeping, data management, surveys, and other such devices were implemented as means to know the Indian in a manner reflective of Foucault's notion of power/knowledge. In short, knowledge of Indians was viewed as a means for increasing assimilative power over them, and in turn this power allowed schools to 177. Know and make legible indigenous peoples in specific ways that furthered their subsequent management. These two moments were braided together in a constant cycle. Record keeping on indigenous pupils existed from the early days of modern boarding schools. In the United States, record keeping began upon the student's entry into the school. In an initial survey, information was 7. Gathered with respect to his or her tribe, degree of blood, reservation, church preference, and physical condition. These data were combined with data collected at the school, which included staff commentary on the student, a list of special adaptabilities, and a review of the student's academic performance and deportment in the record of pupil in school. 2. In this manner, the student was transformed into a biopolitical subject, monitored with respect to both her physical and embodied characteristics and her or his adaptability to the demands of European education. The application for admission to non-reservation school and test of eligibility also contributed to the knowledge that the BIA possessed about the student and his or her family. In a 1931 version of the application, in addition to gathering the information present on the record of pupil in school form, detailed information was sought on the income of and property owned by the potential student's family, the number of siblings of school age, and whether or not they were currently in school, as well as the results of a detailed medical examination. 3. Many of these practices began at the Hampton Industrial School, under the leadership of Samuel Armstrong, where a file was created for each student, containing information related to indigenous blood quotient and previous education. Data were also kept on students after they left the school, recording information such as their character and home record, for such knowledge was intended to help perfect the assimilative power of the schools, feeding back into teaching and administrative practices. By at least 1901, the BIA adopted Hampton's practices and was tracking students as they graduated and returned to their reserves, as well as evaluating the levels of citizenship that they had achieved. Superintendent of Indian Schools Estelle Reel reported that the student who has returned from school continues to exercise a potent influence for good upon the reservation Indians, and statistics show that a large percentage of returned students make good average citizens. 5. The question of the returning student was of even greater concern once the schools started producing larger numbers of graduates. For the schools in the American Southwest, only in the 1920s did a more organized method for tracking graduated students within the files begin to appear. For example, when asked about returnees while preparing the SFIS 1925 annual report, Superintendent DeHuff simply stated that none of them was doing badly. 6. More standardized forms detailing information on the occupations, incomes, and land ownership of returning students become noticeable after this point in time. Indeed, in 1926, Commissioner Burke wrote to all school superintendents, reminding them of their responsibility to keep folders on all students that remained active even after they returned to their communities. Knowledge also made it possible to identify Indigenous children eligible for schooling. The lack of information on DINE children enabled parents to evade having their children captured and sent to boarding schools. Therefore, these schools required cooperation from government census and administrative bodies to acquire adequate knowledge of the students available for enrollment. It was not until 1927 that the BIA began to overcome some of the challenges of identifying DINE children, which stemmed not just from the vastness and difficulty of traveling through DINE territory but also from the diversity of names used by DINE individuals to identify themselves. The 1927 system provided each DINE with a census number connected to his or her fingerprint, impressed on a card embossed on a brass medal that could be worn around his or her neck. 8. A former DINE student well understood the significance of this moment. My parents was hiding me away during the early days when the Redcoat Indians, Navajo soldiers, and the Navajo policemen was looking for children to go to school. They hide us. In those days they didn't had no census number, because we are not known, we are alive and nobody is looking for us, but today we do all kinds of things like that we go by and we are known by. We have census number. They can tell us just how old we are and then they could send us to the selective service and sign us in, and then if we are old enough to go to the army they always draft us. 9. 179. Indeed, census data on Indigenous students became increasingly important as American and Canadian governments moved to compel Indigenous education. A February 14, 1920, amendment to the regulations concerning the enrollment of Indian children in school in the United States stressed the need to compile school censuses for the various districts or agencies to ensure maximum enrollment of Indian children in accordance with compulsory education laws. 10. Around this time, one can also see that the annual reports for ACE and SFIS become much more detailed. In particular, statistical reports on issues such as employment, government property distribution, and health become regular features, though superintendents of the schools had trouble at times seeing the relevance of these measurements to their particular schools. Under this new reporting strategy, superintendents were encouraged to submit precise information on matters such as the value of farm equipment, the number of doctor visits per year, the number of employees, the number of desertions, the linens and towels possessed by the school, the number of letters written and received by the school office, and the faith of students at the school, among other pieces of data. In these and other ways, the nature of record keeping and data management changed over time. As another example, whereas early formulations of the Indian problem imagined a homogeneous Indian who could be known and educated en masse using a standard set of tools and approaches, those working in Indian education soon arrived at the conclusion that a more specific knowledge of particular Indians would increase the state's power to transform Indian children. Superintendent Reel argued early on that teachers have been shown by circulars and personal talks about the great importance of studying the Indian character, and that all efforts for the education of the Indian child must be guided by this knowledge. They can be instructed to get in closer touch with their pupils and learn the mental and physical peculiarities of each individual and endeavor to overcome the natural shyness and timidity of the child upon entering school, to make him at home in his new surroundings and to win his confidence. The importance has been urged upon them of acquainting 180 themselves with the details of the child's life previous to entering school, using the knowledge thus acquired as a basis for intelligent development of his latent mental capacity and as a guide in unfolding his senses and quickening his perceptions. They have also been cautioned to bear in mind the difference in heredity and early home education between white and Indian children, and to remember that methods of teaching suited to the former must be materially modified in instructing the latter. 11. In this passage, Real avers both the individuality and the collective tendencies of the student, combining these specific qualities with more generalizing and racist assumptions about the capacities of Indigenous children. In short, in both the United States and Canada, data collection techniques intensified as the schools became more established. However, the United States, likely because of its more managerial and centralized Indigenous boarding school system, especially after its militaristic era faded, showed greater usage of data collection at an earlier stage. This is particularly evident at the schools studied here. In Manitoba, student records and reporting practices do become more detailed, however, in the 1930s. This was after a mid-1920s shift in Canadian policy with respect to classroom records. In an October 19, 1923, letter from Russell T. Ferrier, Superintendent of Indian Education, written to the principals of Indian residential schools, he advised that the department wishes to arrange for a careful and accurate keeping of classroom daily registers. It has been found that many Indian residential schools do not observe this practice, and still others, in the classrooms of which the registers are carefully kept, make no reference to them when the quarterly return is being compiled. In this return there is a column for the purpose of showing the total number of days the pupils attended the classroom during the quarter, and this should be carefully filled in, after reference to the classroom daily register. 12. Such data collection also reflected the tension between denominational desires to maximize per capita funding by not reporting absences and the Canadian government's continuing desire to reduce costs and pay only for those students actually in attendance in classrooms. Ferrier's letter did not magically clear up the data-gathering challenges in Canada with respect to student attendance. Nor were the broader data. 181. Collection strategies thought to be adequate to the task of learning about the Indian so as to better assimilate him or her. In the 1940s, Inspector Warkentin complained of poor knowledge of Indians at fairs. We can justify our attempts at educating the Indian only when we display an understanding of his immediate needs and interests, and appreciation of his probable future, when we can find an approach to his heart and mind through which we can assist him in the process of being assimilated, and changing himself over into what the white man's world demands of him. From my limited observation I am sure that we can so assist him, that we can make him healthier and happier now and for the future, and that we can break down the resentment that is still latent in a good many of his brothers. 13. In this instance, Inspector Warkentin recommended to his supervisors that more needed to be known about the Indian child to appeal to his or her desires and connect him or her to the school and, ultimately, European civilization. Yet what Warkentin himself claimed to know about Indians was based on broad stereotypes. In the same report, he recommended a more practical curriculum for Indian students, timetables to reflect the short attention span of Indians, and a more rigid separation of the sexes since the Indian adolescent boy particularly is much disturbed in the presence of the opposite sex. 14. Such stereotypical thinking was quite different from the knowledge about Indians gathered by the BIA under Commissioner John Collier. During his time, the BIA enlisted various professionals in order to better know the Indian student. In the New Deal America of the 1930s, and under the Indian New Deal, the managerial capacity of the BIA was expanded through the hiring of more staff, the use of anthropologists and other social scientists to adapt policy to Indian cultures, and the embrace of progressive education within Indigenous schools. 15 These mechanisms resulted in some increased powers of self-government for and improved recognition of the cultures of Indigenous peoples in the United States, but they also expanded governance of Indigenous peoples, allowing the state to penetrate farther into Indigenous communities. In particular, indirect controls over Indigenous peoples multiplied as forms of administrative. 182. Consolidation, conservation programs, and community education allowed the state to have greater oversight of Indigenous families and communities. 1% of the dine experience of this era, Thomas James writes. For example, they drew from their research to produce a written history of the tribe, subsequently used in the schools to inculcate a sense of the past. The stories and tables they collected entered the curriculum in school books developed by the Indian Bureau. Administrators and teachers received instruction from them in the folkways and values of the tribe. The crowning achievement of the social scientists was to devise a written form of the Navajo language that by the end of the 1930s was used to produce bilingual curriculum materials. As Willard Beatty acknowledged in a statement that again reveals the duality of such preoccupation with native culture, the written form of the Navajo language was developed, in large part, to meet the acute need of explaining, to thousands of illiterate older Indians who knew no English, the government program worked out in their behalf. 17. James reminds his readers that these changes in the manner of Indigenous governance and education in the 1930s were not simply progressive improvements on past injustices. Instead, they remained part of a coordinated intervention in Indigenous group life that still held as its end goal, albeit in attenuated form, an effort to know the Indian so that she or he might be changed. 18 As such, knowledge acquisition is an important technique to consider when examining the destructive prospects of Indigenous boarding schools at the upper meso-, lower meso- and micro levels. Shifts within the philosophy and practices of Indigenous education occurred alongside the emergence of administrative strategies that made possible new forms of understanding and transforming Indigenous children. These new strategies allowed for the expansion and tightening of the settler-colonial mesh as more Indigenous children and communities were caught up in its informational twine and became less able to resist coming under the gaze of this system. But they also relied on local actors to implement these strategies as well as to provide and record correct information. Whether because of the desire of Christian denominations running schools in Manitoba to 183. Obscure federal government knowledge of their students, the refusal of school principals and superintendents to conduct the busy work of gathering seemingly unrelated data on Indigenous children and their communities, or the unwillingness of children and their parents to freely offer the information desired, the settler-colonial mesh could tighten or loosen in such circumstances. Physical, cultural, and symbolic violence. The focus on disciplinary and managerial techniques in this and the previous chapter could lead one to forget that boarding schools, in both the United States and Canada, were incredibly violent places. Indeed, most prominent among memories of the schools, especially for survivors in Canada, are those acts of physical, cultural, and sexual violence with which the schools are indelibly associated. Other forms of violence could also be listed here, such as spiritual and emotional violence. However, spiritual violence tends to intersect with cultural violence, and emotional violence is addressed below only to the extent that it derives from other forms of violence and thereby affects tools of group formation such as trust and familial bonding, since my focus is less on individual experiences of trauma and more on the collective consequences of violence. Beatings, cruel punishments, and sexual violence permeate Canadian boarding school memories. Survivors have frequently recounted the physical violence of residential schools in their statements to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada. As is often the case with survivors of physical and sexual trauma, these episodes were seldom mentioned publicly while the schools were in existence or even during the 1980s after most schools had closed. For the survivor of physical and sexual torture, too much is at stake in recounting the experiences, and to have someone deny or doubt their occurrence threatens re-traumatization and revival of past feelings of helplessness. Therefore, Phil Fontaine's revelation of his experiences at fairs to a national Canadian audience was an important moment for survivors. It was not that Fontaine was the first to say these things, rather, it was his status as head of the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs that allowed him to confront mainstream Canada with these truths and not to be dismissed on suspicion of fabrication or exaggeration. The class action lawsuits that followed in the 184 wake of Fontaine's testimony made it possible for more Indigenous people to tell about their experiences of school violence. In this sense, it is possible that there is more evidence of physical and sexual violence in Manitoban than New Mexican Indigenous boarding schools under consideration here simply because Canadian Indigenous peoples have had more opportunities to process and articulate their suffering at these schools. As well, the abuse, in general, was more recent for Manitoban residential school survivors than for their New Mexican counterparts, since federal boarding schools in the mid-20th century United States did more to regulate violence than was typically the case for Canadian schools, though this was not universally the case, and instances of school-based violence continued in the United States into the second half of the 20th century. 20 Regulation of physical violence, in fact, occurred early in the United States. As of 1890, the government position was that corporal punishment should be resorted to only in cases of grave violation of rules, and the superintendent of each school was charged with administering or overseeing all such punishments. 21 The remit of punishment was broader when applied to students aged 12 and older, who could be punished or sent to the guardhouse, in effect a school prison used to isolate students from their peers for nearly any sort of misbehavior. 22 However, use of the guardhouse also began to be discouraged around this time, even though such rooms continued to exist at most boarding schools. In this manner, there was negotiation afoot early on about what was and was not acceptable in terms of boarding school punishment. In 1891, Superintendent Cart at SFIS found himself reprimanded by the Office of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs for his purchase of handcuffs. He defended himself thus: "You state that you do not approve of handcuffing pupils and chaining them to the floor. I have the honor to report that no such thing has been done with pupils at this school." The handcuffs were procured for the purpose of securing their return to the school, when captured, without danger of escape. 23 In other words, Cart thought that handcuffs were needed to apprehend runaways, and he mentioned 2 boys in particular who had stolen horses from the school to make their escape. As punishment, these boys were required to work all day and to sleep in the guardhouse at night. 185. In the attempts of government and school officials to develop a logical basis for punishment, one can hear echoes of 18th-century criminal justice reformers such as Cesare Beccaria, who pushed for the reduction of often harsh and arbitrary forms of state punishment and their replacement by a more rational and scientific model. 2 Plus, however, just as was the case for criminal justice reformers, the rational mode of punishment in boarding schools was quickly married to practices of disciplinary institutions that had long been used to shape human behavior. A.O. Wright, supervisor of Indian schools in the United States, wrote in 1901 that certain things may be said in relation to punishment that are the result of experience, and apply to Indian schools as well as to any other. It is not the severity but the certainty of the punishment that makes it effective. Punishments should, as far as possible, be made to fit the offense and be naturally connected with it. Military drill for the pupils is discipline in the best sense. It trains in habits of order, obedience, promptness, and accuracy. It teaches proper carriage of the body and concert movements. There is no reason why girls should not learn to march in unison as well as boys. It is hoped that arms will soon be furnished to the pupils by the government, but in the meantime the simple drill in the company movements without arms will be of great advantage. 25. In this sense, physical punishment in American schools was frowned on not always because of its inherent wrongness but also, if not primarily, because the violence reflected a failure of discipline in Foucault's sense of the term. The goal was to train Indigenous children into a state of obedience and docility, and the educated opinion was that physical violence was not a surefire way to achieve this outcome. Indeed, Superintendent of Indian Education Daniel Dorchester delivered a similar message earlier, in 1892, when he stated that, "I have had occasion during the year to rebuke the harsh and barbarous methods of discipline resorted to in a few of the schools. Some superintendents and matrons have used heavy whips and small boards in subduing the pupils, and have even applied shackles to the ankles." 186. Those officials have been told plainly that the government does not tolerate such treatment, and that employees who are incapable of controlling the Indian pupils by the power of tact and kindness, with such privations as a wise, firm administrator can easily devise, are not wanted in the service. 26. This is not to suggest that BIA authorities were fully effective in regulating violence in the schools. Superintendents and other school staff continued to resort to violence into the 1920s and beyond. Such instances of violence were most likely when students were perceived to be incorrigible or too unruly to convert to Western ways. Students prone to drunkenness, running away, theft, and other misdemeanors were often the ones to receive physical punishments. As mentioned earlier, Superintendent DeHuff at SFIS was particularly prone to violence when faced with students who had committed sexual indiscretions. But on May 4, 1920, it was thievery that raised his ire. DeHuff wrote of having wore out 2 brand new buggy whips on 3 boys, complaining that it seemed to be the only way to get results. He also noted that he typically did not whip first-time offenders, but he thought that the one boy in trouble for the first time had committed such an egregious offense that the punishment was warranted. On June 5, 1921, 2 other boys were whipped for having kept an assignation with a couple of girls. On December 2, 1922, DeHuff was personally reprimanded by Commissioner Burke for having put boys in leg irons, which DeHuff admitted that he had done. 27 But superintendents often believed that it was too difficult to manage their schools without recourse to physical violence and punishment. In the 1929 annual report from ACE, Superintendent Reuben Perry speaks to this challenge when dealing with troublesome students. "A boy who deserts once and knows he cannot be punished in any way other than adding of extra duty will run away again when inclination dictates his doing so, or will walk away and refuse to perform the extra duty assigned. There is now no restraining influence to prevent his doing so, and at present, about the only thing that can be done with a disobedient boy is to dismiss him and deny him the privileges of an education." He adds later in the report that it is a sad commentary to have to state that 187. More of our pupils have been in the city and county jails during the last 20 months than had been in the school guardhouse for a number of years. 8. The disciplinary structures of the schools, therefore, failed to promote student obedience, and superintendents found themselves longing for more severe punishments to bestow on the worst offenders. Despite years of discouraging corporal punishment in Indigenous boarding schools, on August 16, 1934, Secretary of the Interior Ickes thought it necessary to circulate a letter on school punishment to all superintendents, principals, and teachers in the Indian Service. Commissioner Collier has called my attention to a number of incidents which indicate that medieval forms of discipline have not yet been done away with in some Indian schools. He listed abuses such as beatings, hours of kneeling on concrete floors, and standing a quarter of a day with eyes fixed on a wall. As well, he noted that Collier had filed charges against 5 teachers who had been suspended and 2 others who had been dismissed from the service. 29 The fact that such a reminder was needed demonstrates the gap between federal policy and its application on the ground and the time lag experienced in attempts to reform Indigenous schooling. When superintendents did try to steer clear of physical punishment, they were left with strategies of forced isolation, drudgery, and the curtailment of desires. Dorothy Roman from Jemez Pueblo noted some of the punishments that she witnessed or experienced at SFIS. "Yeah, they used to lock them up. Well, for boys, they used to lock them up, and for girls they used to make us scrub floors on our knees and wash windows and things like that. And they get us out from shows or dances and all that. We have to stay home during the fiestas." 30 others spoke of being required to stand or kneel for lengthy periods of time. But, in general, reports of physical punishment at the hands of teachers and superintendents decreased over time in the two New Mexican indigenous boarding schools under consideration here. Of course, there are unique aspects to the situations of these schools, including the proximity of Pueblo communities as well as the watchful eyes of non-Indian reformers, such as Collier during his time at Taos Pueblo, that permitted the snag in the physical violence of the settler colonial mesh in New Mexico. 188. This is in stark contrast to the physical abuse in the Manitoban indigenous boarding schools, where corporal punishment was used frequently until the 1960s. 31 At pulpers and fairs, there is little evidence of interaction between government officials and school principals regarding the use of physical violence. 32 Indeed, the institutional structure of the Canadian residential schooling system limited government oversight and created conditions in which local actors could implement horrific cruelties. Physical and sexual violence was prominent at fairs in particular. As Purvis H. Fontaine, who attended the school in the late 1940s and throughout the 1950s, recounts. I lost my innocence there, I was assaulted many times and beaten by nuns. I remember this nun, she was bad for this, and I don't know what it is, what she had against me, but she used to carry a soul of a runner in her pocket, and sometimes when you're sleeping in the morning. I don't know where or how her brain was working, off the covers would fly and she started beating me, and she didn't stop until she had you bawling, crying. 33. Even in the 1960s, physical violence was present. And as soon as we got in there, the beating started right away. When, first it was humiliating, they'd cut your hair off, and put a bowl on your head, and told you take your clothes off, and they threw flea powder all over you, and then they'd tell you go up to have a shower right after that, and that was pretty humiliating. But right away, man, the beating started, cause most kids didn't know what the rules were or anything like that, and if you didn't follow the rules, that was it, you'd get strapped with the strap. 34. Beyond the physical punishments was the sexual violence. Several of those who attended fairs have recalled being sexually abused by staff members and fellow students at the school. The record of sexual violence is most glaring for the 1940s until the closing of the school, the period most widely covered by Truth and Reconciliation Commission testimony. 3 This makes it difficult to discern whether or not patterns of sexual abuse changed over the history of the school. It is also impossible to assess the degree of sexual abuse in the New Mexican schools under study here, since the testimony 189 drawn on for this project was unlikely to elicit stories of sexual violence from interview respondents. 3 Sent in the final chapter, I will discuss in greater detail the different contexts of knowledge production and testimony that generally surround Canadian and American Indigenous boarding school experiences. However, my purpose here is not to enter into a discussion on which was worse, but to examine as best I can the local unfolding of the settler colonial mesh at these particular schools. In addition, I could spend many pages detailing the individual violent horrors suffered by Indigenous students at multiple American and Canadian boarding schools. However, my purpose is to focus on specific schools as points of local assault on Indigenous collectivities, or genocide, as well as resistance to these processes. In this respect, physical violence and sexual violence are discussed here not in terms of the long-term trauma that they have caused individuals, or with respect to the prevalence of such violence, but with an eye to the repercussions that this violence has had for group life. These repercussions take several forms. First, physical and sexual violence disrupt relational patterns. In the immediate context of Indigenous boarding schools, sexual and physical violence often became the norm for students, fracturing hopes of solidarity and mutual support. As one former Pulpers student recalled, I started experiencing sexual abuse from an older student. And I was in shock again. I was wondering to myself, why is this happening to me? Why is this person doing this to me? And I just couldn't understand why somebody like that would do such a thing to me. And I couldn't tell the supervisor because I was threatened. The person that did this to me threatened to beat me up, and the person was bigger, a stronger guy, you know. 37. To be violated is often to lose one's sense of trust and connection, making it that much harder to form relationships with others. When a large portion of a group is made the object of such violence, and then patterns of violence become cyclical within its community, the group faces a tougher challenge with respect to forming the bonds that permit the continuation and thriving of group life. For example, children sent away to boarding schools found it difficult to trust their parents, who could not protect 190 them from the abuse. Then, as spouses and parents in later life, the same individuals were often filled with a great deal of doubt about their ability to form healthy relationships with those whom they loved or tried to love. Second, sexual and physical violence are an assault on one's personal autonomy and communicate the absolute power of the forces that one is up against. The fact that school staff did as they wished with Indigenous children's bodies sent the message to children that they were powerless in the face of colonial settler domination and that resistance was futile. This is to suggest not that Indigenous children ever stopped resisting, but that the schools sought to demonstrate their ultimate submission to the assimilative force of settler colonization. Cultural violence, too, served to devalue Indigenous cultures and assert the superiority of European ways. Names, clothing, language, and other links to Indigenous societies were attacked upon entry into Canadian and American Indigenous boarding schools. Once again, the experience of this cultural assault appears to have been more consistent in the Manitoban schools over time compared with the New Mexican schools. In the early decades of American Indigenous boarding schools, long hair was sheared off, uniforms were required, old clothing was taken away, and names were changed. As well, students had to contend with poor quality and culturally unfamiliar facilities, the lack of traditional foods, hunger, forced European etiquette and disciplinary training, and the prohibition of their languages. 38 For many in the New Mexican Indigenous boarding schools, they had already faced these methods of cultural assault in the community day schools where they had begun their studies. In these schools, they were also encouraged to cut their hair, speak only English, and behave like European children. So it is possible that they were less shocked by their arrival at boarding school. Still, for those in the early years of the American system, whose first taste of schooling came through the boarding schools, as well as those among groups such as the Dine who were sent at younger ages to boarding schools because of the lack of local day schools in certain regions, having their names, hair, clothing, and language stripped away was a terrifying experience. U.S. policy eventually softened with respect to names, since Indigenous names, when converted into an English first name-surname format, were 191. Deemed to meet the requirements of American law and property ownership and viewed as sufficiently individualized to not automatically connote an Indigenous attachment. However, even after policies of naming shifted, Indigenous names were sometimes belittled. For example, Emily Cook from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, in a talk that otherwise supported the preservation of Indigenous names, argued, why should Nancy Kills 100 be doomed to go through life with such a bloodthirsty patronymic, or Eunice Shoot et al. With such an idiotic one? 39 In addition, reports vary about the extent to which the speaking of Indigenous languages was forbidden at ACE and SFIS. Certainly, it seems likely that there was greater lenience about Indigenous languages into the 1930s and 1940s. 4 Moreover, the prohibition of Indigenous dancing was loosened in the 1920s. Prior to this point, Pueblo dances and feasts were viewed as immodest affairs intended and calculated to stimulate the warlike passions of the young warriors of the tribe, and when the warrior recounts his deeds of daring, boasts of his inhumanity in the destruction of his enemies, and his treatment of the female captives in language that ought to shock even a savage ear. 41 This viewpoint shifted despite the preferences of Commissioner of Indian Affairs Charles Burke. As previously mentioned, Burke, in many respects, was an old-school assimilationist. For this reason, Superintendent Perry at ACE took a moment in his 1928 annual report to defend Pueblo ceremonials, The dances indulged in by Indians of this section of the country are generally harmless and more in the nature of fiestas or celebrations participated in periodically. It is my opinion that the authorities should ignore the dances unless there are times when vulgarities are indulged in. At the time of the dances it is well to guard against the sale of intoxicants to the Indians. 42. One must note that Perry's permissiveness about indigenous ceremonials is not equivalent to recognition of their value. They are perceived as little more than an indulgence and therefore harmless. Around the same time, Superintendent DeHuff at SFIS, often remembered as an appreciator of indigenous traditions, reported that the 1927-28 school year was a very successful one since students appeared to take greater interest in their studies. One marker of this improvement, he argued, was that the students were less interested in returning home to attend dances and fiestas. He noted that 192. It has been the custom of this school for years to permit a number of the children to attend dances and fiestas at their pueblos on certain well-established occasions during the year, and I found this year that not many of the children wanted to go home for these festivities. I think this speaks well for the advancement having been made. I would not have them give up these ancient customs entirely, but I do not think some features of the dances should be encouraged. 43. In this manner, even where school staff demonstrated an appreciation of indigenous cultures, there was often a backhanded quality to it that communicated the sense that cultural practices were appreciated for being quaint or interesting rather than culturally integral. Likewise, staff attempts to encourage students to do their best could also have this backhanded quality. Mr. Baca, from Laguna Pueblo, recalled that in 1914 a teacher at SFIS told him, "You are going to make your own life, you will have to make your own life on earth, nobody is going to give you something for nothing. You will have to be your own man, so if you want to study or if you want to learn, learn quick because at your age, at your time in the Indian life, it is just so many years cause when you pass that stage you go to the blankets, you don't progress, you just stay there, you don't have no better judgment about what there is in the future." That entered my mind at that time, that is why I thought there is something else that is more essential. 44. This motivational speech, delivered one presumes with sincere concern for the future of the student, also denigrated indigenous cultures by associating going to the blanket with failure. Thus, even as staff and students moved away from more blatant forms of cultural violence, subtle debasements of indigenous cultures were often present. At fairs and pulpers, more blatant forms of cultural violence were common throughout the histories of the schools. For example, there was no permissiveness around indigenous languages. Angela Marie Bruyère, who attended Fort Alexander in the 1930s, recalled the punishments received for speaking indigenous languages. The nuns would 193. Wash their mouths out with soap, as though speaking an indigenous language was equivalent to cussing. Otherwise, the girls might be forced to stand in the same position for quite a while. 45. Similarly, a survivor who attended pulpers recounted how the school helped to disconnect her from her culture. "Like I said, I never got home. I never got parenting skills that I could have had I gone home. And the culture and language, I lost my language because of that, and I lost my ties with my community, my culture. Because when I went to see my brothers later on in years, they spoke the language cause my dad spoke the language, we didn't. The ones that went away." 46. Students also suffered the transformation of their appearance well into the later years at school. As a student who attended fairs in the 1960s reported, "I remember seeing my brother without no hair because they apparently shaved it off because he got caught attempting to run away, and that's what they used to do, shave their hair off. Boys and girls. I remember my cousins being held down and then a couple of nuns holding one down, and the other nun shaving their hair off because they got caught running away. And they were just screaming, and I remember running to a corner and just sitting in that one spot until everything was over." 47. In this instance, appearance was altered as a punishment, but it is nonetheless clear that such punishments were designed to target specific aspects of cultural identity. Punishment for using indigenous languages also continued into the 1960s. Eva Harriet Woolford, a former PLPers student, remembered instances when she was caught speaking her language, and 3 times I was caught speaking my language on the phone to my mother when she was phoning me long distance. And you know, the matron or one of the other staff happened to walk by, and right after I got off the phone was told to go to the superintendent's office. In there, I got a strap. 48. She added later in her statement that I couldn't teach my kids the language because I did not want them to get strapped. So my kids do not speak the language. I have grandchildren, they do not. 194. Speak the language, and my great-grandmother, I don't think that language is forever lost. You know, the legends that your grandfather told you. You cannot tell that to your children because they have to be told in your language. 49. Under such circumstances, we see the destructiveness of cultural violence at boarding schools as entire indigenous languages disappeared from existence. Cultural violence, therefore, could cinch the settler-colonial mesh in circumstances in which indigenous boarding schools had a free hand to attack pillars of cultural life. In other circumstances, indigenous children and communities were able to find interstices for cultural preservation, whether through illicit acts such as secret language use or through officially permitted cultural practices, including attendance at dances and ceremonials. But even when the settler-colonial mesh bound indigenous children most tightly, resistance did not disappear entirely. In particular, children learned practices of cultural hybridity that would allow them to assume future leadership roles, to walk in 2 worlds or code switch between white and indigenous ways of being in order to advance indigenous rights. 50. Symbolic violence differs from the brute force of physical or cultural violence. 51. Pierre Bourdieu defines symbolic violence as gentle, invisible violence, unrecognized as such, chosen as much as undergone, that of trust, obligation, personal loyalty, hospitality, gifts, debts, piety, in a word, of all the virtues honored by the ethic of honor. 52. Symbolic violence arises in situations in which the exercise of direct domination or exploitation is difficult or impossible, and a softer approach to persuasion is needed to confirm or transform a particular vision of the world. It is a violence that emanates from the social and, in particular, symbolic power of the actor who uses it, who is able to achieve recognition of his or her worldview and to have the practices and rationalities that define this worldview accepted by the addressee as normal and taken for granted. %3. In this sense, symbolic violence takes the appearance of reason and, in being reasonable, disguises the interests that lie behind its force and even the fact that force is being used. The extent of physical, sexual, and cultural violence in indigenous boarding schools is so horrifying that symbolic violence is often neglected as a topic of consideration. 54. Or, in some instances, moments of symbolic violence appear in contrast to those of physical and cultural violence as humane but 195. Isolated moments in abusive boarding school contexts. Kind teachers, caring superintendents, gifts, and other such niceties might reflect well on the compassionate qualities of specific individuals working in boarding schools, but they are nonetheless actions within a context intended to provoke a specific violent outcome, the elimination of indigenous identities. In this respect, the discussion of desire above overlaps with the notion of symbolic violence, since fulfillment of desire was often deployed as a gift. But the violence of such gifts is that their distribution is conditional on obedience to the assimilative project undertaken in the schools. The notion of symbolic violence thus offers a means for understanding positive experiences within the largely negative conditions of the boarding schools. Surviving students have sometimes faced difficulty in reconciling positive and negative stories about the schools. For example, Agnes Shattuck-Dill, from Isleta Pueblo, who graduated from ACE in 1932, told a reporter that you only hear the negative that people say about the schools now, but I have a great love and respect for Indian schools. At that time they were needed. There was no way any Indian student could have received an education if it weren't for the boarding schools. 55. Her positive experiences are not to be discounted, for the schools that she experienced contrasted with a reservation system that left young people feeling restricted and isolated, but her sincerity should not lead us to ignore the symbolic violence at work in the schools. In this instance, Dill suggested that education was needed and thereby reinforced settler colonial claims that only assimilative education was of value and that only colonial education could provide hope to indigenous peoples. To this extent, symbolic violence left her with the sense that there was no alternative to the form of assimilative education offered by the U.S. government, and in her resilience she made the best of it. As early as 1892, Superintendent of Indian Education Daniel Dorchester spoke of how care and kindness were more effective means of control than corporal punishment. Discussing a school for which both indigenous parents and children were said to feel affection, he wrote that several of the girl pupils, some of them orphans, declined to go home, preferring to stay at the school during the vacation. Many, both boys and girls, went home under protest, because they had begun to appreciate the difference between civilization and barbarism. 5 cents in part, such a statement reflects a 196. Settler overconfidence that Western culture is so obvious in its superiority that it should gain immediate allegiance. But it also speaks to a strand of BIA thinking, which held that students could be converted to Western ways through the symbolic violence of kindness through the gifts, caring, and concern that might be offered by a competent school staff. The following section details one specific form of symbolic violence noticeable at both the Manitoban and New Mexican schools: resocialization. Although indigenous boarding schools were directed to bolster an individualist spirit in the student, at the micro level they also sought to connect with and keep students by providing them with substitute social units, families and communities within the walls of the schools. These substitute families became vital aspects of the settler-colonial mesh in these locales. Resocialization. An often noted key destructive aspect of indigenous boarding schools was their promotion of individualism among students. 57 One must be careful, of course, not to assume that indigenous peoples did not possess individual identities, despite the importance of their collective identities. But, in general, indigenous boarding schools sought to cultivate European-style individualism, particularly with respect to fostering dispositions of acquisitiveness, self-sufficiency, and economic autonomy. This emphasis on individualism in the schools was the product of concern for indigenous dependency, since dependence on the government was perceived to be part of the Indian problem. As David Wallace Adams notes, while students were being taught how to earn a living, they also were being taught a host of values and virtues associated with the doctrine of possessive individual-ism, industry, perseverance, thrift, self-reliance, rugged individualism, and the idea of success. 58 Indeed, for Richard Pratt, the boarding school was inadequate for creating the sort of individualism that he envisioned. He saw the outing program as a partial solution to the problem that schools did not sufficiently foster independence. The order and system so necessary in an institution retards rather than develops habits of self-reliance and forethought. Individuality is lost. They grow into a mechanical routine. 5. Whereas the school sheltered students, the outing system sent them into 197. The white community and required them to adapt individually to the outside world. Indigenous families were also perceived to be obstacles to rapid assimilation. Copyright The home environment was understood to tempt students away from the lessons in civilization provided at the boarding schools. The Archbishop of St. Boniface, Louis Philip Langevin, argued in the early 20th century that indigenous children needed to be caught young to be saved from what is on the whole the degenerating influence of their home environment. 61 But drawing children away from their families and communities, and imposing on them European individualism, disrupted familial and social relations in indigenous life. A child of survivors testified that these people that raised us were basically raised by priests and nuns, and they were not taught by their own parents how to be parents, so they didn't know how to be parents, and I don't blame my father for what he did to me. Registered 2 In addition to losing out on socialization into the patterns of indigenous parenting, The removal of children from families often resulted in resentment toward parents, who became suspect in the child's eyes because they were unable to offer protection from the schools. This contributed to severing the child-parent bond. Tony Lucero from Isleta Pueblo, who attended ACE but also a mission school, recalled, "Well, I told my father when I got back home in the summer, I said, he asked me, and I couldn't talk Indian, he said, 'Where do you want to go to school?' I said, 'I don't know.' They sent me away, and what could I say? I guess they didn't want me there, that's what I thought, they sent me away." 63. As well, staff at the Indigenous boarding schools sometimes promoted such disconnection from parents. As a survivor who attended fairs in the 1960s reported, "I remember one of the nuns one day told us not to call our mum because she's not your mum, she's your mum, but call her by her Christian name. And when you go home, and once in a while we do call her, I did call her by her name a few times in the summer. And she used to get mad, she'd get upset and call me mama. I'm your mum, call me mama. Took me a while for me to call her mum %. Likewise, Vincent Pierre, a survivor from fairs, recounted how he was taught to resent his parents. 198. At that point in my life, when I was going to residential school, I thought my life had ended because of the love that I had from my parents was taken away from me, and we were not taught that in residential school. We were not told that our parents still loved us. We were told differently, that's why we were in residential school, that our parents didn't love us anymore. That we would have to stay there until we were adults and able to go back to our communities as educated people. 6. Theodore Fontaine offers the following observation with respect to what his parents did not know when they dropped him off at fairs: "From this point on, my life would not be my own. I would no longer be a son with a family structure. I would be parented by people who'd never known the joy of parenthood and in some cases hadn't been parented themselves. Registered parents' degree immersed and socialized into a community of families and familial practices were replaced by teachers who did not have this parenting background. This transition from one family to another was initiated at the moment when parents dropped children off at the school or when children were taken from the reserve. At that moment, children wondered why their parents left them or let them be taken away." As Fontaine notes about the date that his parents dropped him off at school, "Thus were born the abandonment issues I would struggle with for years henceforth." 67. And with abandonment came an abatement of the trust essential to human relationships. As one Manitoba-based survivor remarked about his experience of relationships after residential schools, "I called those people who ran the boarding school, stone people. What did I learn from those stone people? I learned how to suppress my natural feelings, my feelings of love, compassion, natural sharing, and gentleness. I learned to replace my feelings with a heart of stone. Became a non-human, non-person, with no language, no love, no home, no people, and a person without an identity. In this heart of stone grew anger, hate, black rages against the cruel and unfeeling world. I was lost in a veil reaching up to the black robes and priests and nuns trying to make sense of all of this anger and cruelty around me. Why were these people so cold? Did they not have parents somewhere who loved them? Why did they despise us so much? In the beginning, I was constantly 199. Confused and always lost to their ways. I even went so far as to find a woman to marry that had no family connections, literally an orphan. My wife was an orphan, she has no family, so that way I didn't have these people touch me. I didn't love this woman and I told her I didn't love her because I didn't know how. It was a cold calculated act, like buying a car. She had to meet certain requirements and function properly, but I didn't love her." Norman Tuhart, who attended fairs in the 1960s, also explained the feeling of loss of familial love. "A typical day, I guess, like, they separate the family. Like, you know, family, like, things to do with your family, the way you grew up. And when you're being separated after and you don't know how to function with your life normally, how you grew up. Like love was gone, like love was not there no more. Love was kind of a stranger I used to know. Now like love is not there, you sort of just like, something like military camp, get up certain time and do a certain thing registered. Madeline Smith, a survivor from Pulpers, shared this view. Reflecting on her time at the school in the 1950s, she discussed how her connections with family members were severed. I keep all these things to myself because I got nobody to tell it to, and especially family. I don't like to talk about family. Today, my brothers and sisters, I just see them as people. I don't think of them as my brothers and sisters because I never grew up with them. All I know is they are my brothers and sisters, and that's it. I don't know their personal life, I don't know anything about them. 70 Indeed, loss of connection and the ability to feel and communicate love are two of the most frequent remembrances of survivors who gave statements to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada. In Manitoba and other parts of Canada, extended families were also fractured by competing religious denominations. In Fort Alexander, the Catholic and Anglican churches divided the community, with the Anglicans claiming those Sakianj living closer to the town and the Catholics claiming the remainder. Marcel Courchain remembers the pain caused by the separation from his grandmother, considered Anglican, but these priests. 200. They're the ones that were separating us, a religious thing. It was not it, their teaching was it was not right to associate with Anglican. 7. This division also had the broader effect of preventing community unity, since the teachings were that the other side was tainted by their particular faith. That's what the church teachings were: you don't wink at a Protestant girl or even smile at them, the Anglicans are going to hell and the Catholics are going to heaven, that's what they said. 72 children were also separated and alienated from siblings at the Manitoba boarding schools. Opposite-sex siblings were kept apart, while older same-sex siblings were enlisted in disciplining their younger brothers and sisters. Muriel Catherine Morisseau, who attended fairs in the 1940s, testified that, "My sister abused me in school, my older sister, she was very mean to me. And I figured maybe that was just the way of life. She was looking after me when I first went to school, and the nuns ordered her to comb my hair and she'd braid my hair and bang my head against the sink if I didn't keep still. Very abusive. That's all I remember is being abused. If you don't do things right, disciplined right away." 73. Family was also the primary transmitter of culture for Indigenous young people. Removal from Indigenous families meant disconnection from the building blocks of culture, including language and stories. Part of the loss experienced through Indigenous boarding schools was the loss of collective identity as represented within stories. Stories carried the time and space, the knowledge, the lessons of the group between generations. As Andrea Benelli told her interviewer, "Then when you go to a boarding school, you are gone for a whole year, almost a whole year, and you hardly ever hear the story, only about once and then only in the winter time, they don't talk about it in the summer." For given the protocols of Dine storytelling, whereby certain stories can only be told at specific times of the year, children sent to boarding schools were often deprived of entire story cycles. The Dine also experienced the disruption of the family economy, since children who would traditionally help parents with livestock on the range were sent to schools and disconnected from both family and herd. 7s In both Manitoba and New Mexico, Indigenous boarding schools facilitated the tightening of the settler-colonial mesh by diminishing the relationship between children and their parents and community. But this separation did not serve solely to impose individualism on the student. Early on, students were confronted with the symbolic violence of resocialization. 7 Feeling isolated and alone in the schools, and suffering from terrible homesickness, students were naturally drawn to staff members, who became substitute families that would offer the occasional carrot of kindness to foster commitment to the assimilative project. 77 And Laura Stoller refers to this widely used colonial technique as intimate colonialism, and Kathleen Cahill provides a close-up examination of how The BIA sought to form familial relationships between Indigenous students and school staff as a means to impart the habits of citizenship among these children. 78 Likewise, Brenda Child notes how Superintendent Johnson, in an 1896 speech before a group of educators, made the point that the boarding school institution was capable of acting as a warm and maternal surrogate family to the young Indian girl. Johnson added that the Indian girl is very affectionate. If we truly love her, she will truly love us, and will be as plastic clay in our hands. Her parents, too, will be as appreciative of our love for their child as we can wish, and knowing that we love her, and are kind to her, will trust her implicitly to our care. 79 In the statement, love is instrumentalized. It is a tool for achieving the successful assimilation of the child and for obtaining buy-in from parents. As well, love is assumed to be more effective with girls, who are given a special role in the assimilative project, since they are to serve as the future nurturers and socializers of Indigenous children into the European order. Along these lines, Pratt represented himself as a firm but caring father figure at Carlisle. And the BIA employed thousands of women as federal mothers within the boarding school system. 8 Moreover, the BIA sought employment of Indigenous graduates from boarding schools, a practice less common in Canadian boarding schools. For example, in 1899, 45% of Indian school service employees were former boarding school students registered. Although this practice provided opportunities for school graduates, it was also intended to foster in current students a sense of connection to the schools as well as the notion that employment opportunities awaited them when their school days were done. It was thought important that these students not return to the blanket after graduation and thereby affirm the 203 cynicism of those who doubted the assimilative vision. William Haleman, superintendent of Indian schools, remarked in 1884 that the appointment of Indians as employees in all positions in which this is practicable should be not only recommended but consistently enforced. By this policy the government will afford to Indians fresh incentives for faithful work at school, additional reasons to love and foster the school, while at the same time it will make the school a practical object lesson of life in which the two races labor hand in hand toward a common purpose. 82 Of course the jobs on offer were often at the lowest rungs of the service, and Indian agents in charge of local hiring did not always abide by government directives to hire former students. Moreover, the numbers of former students working in the Indian service dropped significantly after Estelle Real replaced Haleman in 1898. Then, when Francis Loop became Commissioner of Indian Affairs in 1905, the proportion of Indian service employees drawn from former students dropped further to 25%. 83 In part, the experiment failed, because there was a perception among school leadership and the government that, rather than better connect students to schools, Indian employees had more influence in Indian communities than did their white superiors, a situation that the latter thought untenable. Similarly, the federal mothers employed by the BIA did not always follow the script of acting as role models of nurturance and maternal civilization. 84 Indeed, at times they brought with them critical perspectives on the patriarchal limitations placed on women in European societies. On occasion, however, the desolate circumstances of boarding schools provoked resocialization of the sort that the colonial state desired. Theodore Fontaine remarks on his time at fairs that, as young children, easily manipulated, we created new connections and rapidly bonded with some of our captors. Being malleable and wanting kindness and love, we slowly came to believe that there was kindness in those we were around every day and attached ourselves to those who looked after us. 85 Likewise, a sense of longing for home might lead a child to seek home-like connections within the school setting. As one former SFIS student recalled, "Well, I was home-sick for a while. But after a while, when I know there was someone that was taking care of me, I was happy here. At home I didn't have anybody but my dad." 86 Ozai Binziakwi, who began school at fairs in 1949 or 1950, goes so far as to compare her time in residential school to adoption. "Now when I think about those times and the feelings I felt then, it was almost like being adopted into a white family. The clergymen were our fathers, the nuns were our mothers, and all the children at the school were our siblings. 87J. But in both Manitoba and New Mexico, children often fashioned relationships among themselves more so than with school staff, forging their own families despite their school's efforts to re-socialize them into the new family of the school. Rather than bond with the school, nation, or a new religion, students found camaraderie among themselves, creating connections that, in many cases, would last a lifetime and networks that could be mobilized for later political involvements that attempted to weaken the settler-colonial mesh. 88 At ACE, the introduction of student self-government, though it was often disciplinary in nature, in fact promoted student bonding and preserved relationships within specific identity groups. In tribal councils. 205. Established after 1925, student representatives from different indigenous groups met twice a month to govern the students from their community. Ties. 89 In this manner, the school enrolled existing group identifications in order to facilitate better management of the student population. At the same time, however, this management came with the concession of reinforcing indigenous identifications and potentially disrupted practices of resocialization and individuation that were the norm at boarding schools. In other instances, school practices served to create divisions among students, leaving them more open to relationships with staff. Violence, for example, could disrupt student unity and lead to competition and aggression among students. As one former FAIRS student recalled, "So I took it out on all the kids. If they insisted on telling the nun what was going on or, then I'd take it out on them, too. And this went on for, I don't know for how long, for that whole year anyway. After a while, they kids got so scared that they wouldn't even go against me or anything. The older ones I fought real hard, I fought 'em, and I totally won. I don't know, that really hardened me up. It made me mean and, Violence among students occurred on an individual level, as in this instance, but battle lines were also drawn based on indigenous group affiliations, pitting children from one indigenous nation against those of another. In addition to the family of the school, students were to become part of the family of the nation through citizenship training. The notion of citizenship, first proffered in the United States through instruments such as the Dawes Act, was simultaneously a form of individuation and resocialization. Through competent management of individually owned property, and through demonstration of individual skills, one proved one's worth within the family of the nation and earned rights of citizenship. Under the Dawes Act, this was a lengthy process, for one potentially had to wait until the 25-year trust period had passed before assuming full ownership of the allotted territory. Other measures were subsequently implemented to expedite the process of indigenous citizenship formation, for example by allowing land ownership to boarding school graduates or by conferring citizenship on indigenous First World War veterans. But it was not 206. Until the 1924 Curtis Act that citizenship was bestowed on Indians in the United States. 91 However, training for citizenship began long before the Curtis Act. In 1886, ACE students participated in a parade for Decoration Day. While the boys from the school marched in uniform, the girls rode on a float, wearing white aprons to reflect their newfound domesticity. On the side of the float were written 4 messages: Anglo-Saxon civilization rules the world, we submit, wise statesmanship demands a homogeneous population, patriotism precludes allegiance to civil powers, independent of the United States, we were free-born, education confers knowledge and power to assert and maintain our freedom. 92 These mottos carried the message of the new civic religion: submit yourself to our culture, blend within our nation, devote yourself to the nation, and embrace the regulated freedom we have on offer. Although likely directed outward to the parade's non-indigenous observers to advertise the assimilative work underway at ACE, such messages also sought resonance with students. Such citizenship work was more frequent in the boarding schools in New Mexico than those in Manitoba. Nonetheless, in both contexts, examples can be found of the promotion of loyalty to one's country rather than one's tribe. Likewise, loyalty to one's school was actively encouraged. Techniques designed to bond students to the school and to foster school spirit are typical of any educational institution. But in the assimilative school, such bonding was often opposed to community attachments, presenting the school as a better alternative to indigenous tradition. The pleasures of the school, in this respect, such as school songs, often placed the school as the model for a reformed community life. Take, for example, this song from the 1927 A School Yearbook. Notice that the message of preservation is for the school, not for the indigenous world, which is to be transformed by the knowledge-bearing child soldiers, who are marching back to mountain, mesa, and plain. Unlike their parents, perceived to be forever childlike in their state of wardship and savagery, indigenous children were to grow up and become, as much as possible, Euro-American citizen subjects. For indigenous boarding schools thus operated not only to disrupt families and foster individualism but also to confer new family-like attachments on indigenous children. This is an example of symbolic violence, since through mechanisms such as trust and loyalty formation the student was wrenched from the world of family and community and encouraged to find succor in school, Christianity, and nation, those replacement institutions that promised the indigenous child a new life and identity. These new attachments took specific localized form in New Mexico and Manitoba, with the former fostering a more secularized resocialization than was the case in the latter. Moreover, the potential for resisting or disrupting such enactments of the settler-colonial mesh differed in each place. For example, Pueblo families were able to negotiate more time with, and therefore more influence over, their children. Resistance was never entirely absent, and indigenous families persevered, albeit on occasion under extremely stressful and disruptive conditions. I have discussed in this and the previous chapter a few techniques drawn on by indigenous boarding schools to forcibly transform indigenous children and to destroy indigenous communities. Other techniques, such as policing and religious conversion, could also be assessed here. However, the goal of this chapter was not to present a comprehensive catalogue of settler colonial techniques but to illustrate some of the ways in which the settler colonial mesh sought to tighten around indigenous young people at the meso and micro levels. In most cases, these techniques both responded to and provoked resistances that prevented the total assimilation of students into European ways. As Foucault notes, power begets resistance, though such resistance does not stand outside relations of power. 95 Therefore, in genocidal processes, one should not expect the complete absence of efforts among target groups to find a footing to prevent destruction and 209. As in our cases, disrupt the settler-colonial mesh. But one also finds in Foucault's insight a sense that power needs resistance. The Indian is conceptualized as a problem, and this problematic character is reinforced when she or he resists. This power-resistance relationship then reinforces the need for institutions and techniques of assimilation and civilization. And each such instance, as it takes shape in local circumstances, sparks new, multiple, and diverse lines of resistance. 96 Such resistances can offset the structural force of the settler-colonial mesh. Nonetheless, at certain times and in certain places, the combined force of violence, discipline, desire, knowledge, and resocialization, not to mention other factors, made it extremely difficult for indigenous children to maintain their connections to family and community, leaving them either isolated or seeking new forms of collective affiliation. The techniques explored here range from those that fit common understandings of violence, that is, physical and sexual abuse, to those that target the indigenous child as a cultural, embodied being. The argument is that the latter, more subtle forms of violence should not be ignored in discussions of genocide, since their subtlety is part of what makes them potentially effective means of cultural destruction. As one former FAIRS student noted, I share these examples because even the school curriculum perpetuates the myth that we are pagan, that we are not worthy of an education, we would not do it, and their hidden agenda of the day was not to educate us but assimilate us. I began to understand that later in my life, and how it was done was so brutally subtle that we didn't even know the forces that were affecting us during 97. But the subtlety of technique did not mean that indigenous children did not find or later rediscover means of resistance. To close the chapter, the words of a FAIR's survivor capture this continuation of resistance many years after the experience of attempted elimination. And when I look at our way of looking at life, we look at life in a holistic point of view. Everything is related, interrelated, and all creation. I looked at 4 things. First, what's most important in our lives is language. Second, is our land. The land means everything to us. Third, is our history. And the fourth and the last one is our way of life. 210. When I look at 4 of those, I begin to see a picture. They wanted to completely eliminate. Take us out of the picture of this country. Eliminate. And try to make us something that we could never be. I am an Anishinaabe, and I've always heard our elders of our past saying, "You are an Anishinaabe." In addition to considering the techniques drawn on to assimilate indigenous children, it is worth examining the roles of other, non-human actors in either advancing or resisting boarding school objectives. The previous 2 chapters noted the multiple assimilative techniques and lines of resistance enacted at the micro level in relation to the settler-colonial mesh. However, when discussing local interactions, especially in relation to genocide studies, there is a tendency to focus solely on human interactions, thereby ignoring a more complicated web of relations that exists between human and non-human actors. In this manner, this chapter takes a broad view of what it means to be an actor. Rather than presume that humans are the ones who act on an entirely passive world, this chapter attends to other participants in the shaping of social life. They include non-human actors allied to assimilative initiatives, such as food scarcity that help to pressure indigenous parents to send their children to boarding schools. They also include actors that refuse to be enlisted toward destructive goals, such as territories that denied easy movement or diseases that spread in ways contrary to expectations and compromised a boarding school's health claims. To better understand human agency, one needs to look not only at the structural and institutional limits placed on such agency but also at the many local interactants that have consequences for how human agency unfolds. This chapter focuses on the micro-level interactions between human 213 and non-human actors that gave distinct shape to the specific schools under consideration in this book. It reaches for a fuller understanding of how local nets of control are built and succeed, or fail, within the settler-colonial mesh. And in so doing, it works to recognize and bring into the analysis indigenous understandings of the world that do not simply assign a passive role to the non-human world. Space, territory, and time. Geography has too often been ignored in the field of genocide studies. In response to this lacuna, Ecobedo Vertigia offers the following examples of its relevance. Geography plays an important part in our understanding of the Armenian resistance in Musa Dak, and elsewhere, in the abilities of Tutsi and Hutu to evade murder and the Khmer Rouge's unstable control over various national zones. Yet we still have no sophisticated explanation for the role of geography in genocide as such. In most cases, genocide studies scholars conceive of geography in terms of how it might be used to isolate targeted groups from potential helpers or to deprive them of food and other forms of sustenance. In the context of indigenous societies, mention is also made of how geography and space influenced the spread of disease. 3 But seldom is space itself treated as an actor within genocidal processes. 4 Space appears simply as a social product, utilized or violated, but not as a material participant in networks of relations. But, as Adria Lawrence writes in her study of the day school at the Santa Clara Pueblo, land, the physical geography, the flora and the fauna of a place is a full-fledged participant in the story of how Santa Clarans, Hispanos, and Anglos learned their positions, roles, and strategies in the colonization of the place called New Mexico. 5 This point is true not just for Santa Clarans but also for all indigenous groups faced with settler colonial pressures. Indeed, Territory and space are at once the crucial stakes of settler colonialism, contributors to indigenous collective identity, and actors enlisted in efforts to resolve the Indian problem. With respect to territory, at the upper meso level, the location of U.S. federal boarding schools in urban centers placed them directly in the sightlines of other institutional actors, such as health and legal professionals, as well as the general public, which included vocal Indian rights reformers. 214. Chains of authority flowed to these spaces through government agents rather than church bureaucracies. These chains were thus not, as was often the case in Canada, beyond the view of other observers, including Indigenous peoples and their advocates. In contrast, mission-based schools in Manitoba typically received government directives filtered through higher church authorities or Indian agents. Also, the distance of a school such as fairs from centers of government meant that, though policies continued to be developed by the government and circulated among schools, inspections were rare, and knowledge of conditions in the schools was less available to the public. As the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada notes, Indian Affairs regularly adopted various policies regarding health, discipline, and education, but these were not enforced consistently. At the outset, it had few school inspectors. In later years, provincial school inspectors, who had no power to have their recommendations implemented, inspected the schools. 6. Thus, meso-level institutional networks, and the ways in which they reached into boarding school spaces, had repercussions for how distant boarding schools were from potentially critical observations of the treatment of children at the schools. But at the micro-level, territory and space played numerous, more regionally specific roles in the assimilative drama of the schools. First, the buildings and grounds of the schools were actors enrolled by governing authorities to transform Indigenous children but also subverted for purposes of resistance. School buildings were typically larger than any that Indigenous students had seen before and were meant to impart the superiority of European culture in both their grandness and their style. 7. And the space of the schools made a distinct visual and even olfactory impression on the students when they first arrived. Then all of a sudden we're transported to this institution here with strange buildings and high ceilings and everything varnished. I don't know why that shoe polish smell remains in my mind. Shoe polish and varnish. 9. The size of the school also reinforced the students' isolation. Muriel Catherine Morizot, a survivor who was at fairs in the 1940s, recalled that, "I had a very lonely childhood. I was placed in boarding school when I was 5 years old. I remember my dad taking us there big, empty." 215. Building. I don't know, as a child I remember getting my hair cut first thing as I enter the residential school. I seen my cousin laying there in a bed, looked like a hospital or a dormitory, that's what they called it. And that's my first idea know it's such a lonely life. 1 degree. Vincent Pierre, another fairs survivor who attended from 1963 to 1970, recounted his first impressions of the school. "I was so amazed as a kid, I must have been 5 at that time, or 4.5, whatever. You know, I was amazed at this building, it was humongous. I was so blown away by this magnificent building in the middle of the bush. Walking up the stairs, I remember holding my grandma's hand, walking into the building, and next thing we're in an office and seen a lot of these people dressed in black." 11. The foreignness and difference of the schools struck the students from their first day at school, signaling that their lives were about to change drastically. As well, agricultural lands around the school communicated the taming of nature. The land outside the school was not simply for play and in many cases lacked adequate play equipment. Instead, the school farm took place of priority on the grounds, since it was the source of food for the school. Moreover, the space of the school was used to separate children from opposite-sex siblings, and to culturally disorient them, replacing the openness of Indigenous territory with the regulated and compartmentalized space of the classroom. Whereas large buildings loomed over the students upon their arrival at school, they soon found that they were restricted in their use of this space. Sally Heyer reports that the original Santa Fe Indian School was organized so that access to various parts of the school was limited, allowing for more strict supervision of the students as they made their way through the building. 2. In addition, guardhouses, principals' offices, and the school cemetery reminded students of the destructive and punitive power of the white man. 13. But these efforts to fashion regulatory space did not necessarily succeed, for students sought out and occupied its interstices. For example, secret places where food could be stored, conversations could go unheard, plans could be made, love could blossom, or tears could be shed. In general, space was simultaneously large and compressed. For example, despite the size of some boarding schools, classrooms, and dormitories, 216 were often crowded. As noted in a 1937 inspector's report on pupils, there are now 95 pupils enrolled. The principal would like a grant for 100, but in my opinion he has not sufficient room to accommodate more than his allotment, which I believe is 90. The dormitories are now very crowded and it is almost impossible to walk between the beds. If more pupils are allowed, more dormitory space will be required. 14. This overcrowding at pupils would continue, contributing to heightened levels of teacher turnover and making education difficult, not to mention the risks that it presented for disease transmission. Over a decade later, the overcrowding problem at pupils persisted. I found a very unsatisfactory situation here with respect to the overcrowding of classrooms. Both rooms are badly overcrowded, with the primary room in the worst shape with an enrollment of 57 and the physical capacity for 48. 9 small children are able to attend only part of the time as a result of this, and the rest of the children cannot get proper instruction with such a large enrollment. 15. In both New Mexico and Manitoba, across most time periods, school administrators sought to increase the sizes of their schools to accommodate more students. But crowding also served a disciplinary function, for crowding eliminated personal space and thereby denied room for the flourishing of an individual indigenous self, who might use personal space to resist or reject the compulsion of similar bodies, all following the same regulatory demands. 16. In such instances, the contradictions of the individualizing and biopolitical tendencies in indigenous boarding schools becomes clear. Schools at which students were individuated through per capita funding policies, reporting criteria, and the school's ambition of fostering individual property ownership also grouped students in a manner to better facilitate control and prevent more rebellious forms of individuation. Second, despite such efforts to use crowding to prevent individual resistance, create surveillance spaces in the schools, or present an image of a fully controlled nature outside, a geography of resistance nonetheless persisted in relation to the schools. 18. In particular, space factored into how students and communities avoided forced attendance or changed the terms under which they were instructed. At ACE, Superintendent Bryan, whose tenure 217 lasted from 1884 to 1886, was persuaded that Indian students should be drawn from nearby communities rather than brought from long distances, contrary to Pratt's vision of boarding schools. McKinney attributes this belief to Bryan's independence of thought, but Graham more convincingly demonstrates that the Pueblo communities did much to influence Bryan on these matters, mostly by using their proximity to the school to monitor conditions there, as well as inter-school competition to threaten to remove their children to mission schools unless ACE operated on terms more acceptable to the Pueblo. 19. As Joe Sando argues, Pueblo communities experienced life under 3 different colonial regimes: Spain, Mexico, and the United States. This history familiarized these communities with the art of negotiating with colonial powers. Moreover, because of their particular history, the Pueblo had retained their territory and were not subject to forced removals and community disruptions to the degree of other indigenous groups. Therefore, their culture was strongly rooted in their territory, providing them with a basis from which to assert themselves in relationship with colonial society. 2. Faced with the negotiatory power of the Pueblo, Bryan made compromises, but he also formulated his compromises so that they appeared to be consistent with assimilative goals. The ultimate object of the Indian schools is, as I understand, not so much the improvement of individuals as the gradual uplifting of the race. To this end it is important to guard against the formation of a wide gulf between parent and child, and to prevent the child from acquiring notions inconsistent with proper filial respect and duty. Would recommend that at this school, therefore, the term consist of 9 months, giving the children 3 months at their homes. 1. In this instance, Brian remained in line with the general objective of transforming indigenous communities through their children, but he suggested that the Indian problem would be better addressed by keeping children in some provisional contact with their communities. Moreover, Brian appears to have had local support for this policy. An article in the Sunday Post approved of his move to allow child-parent visits. 218. The Zunis and Navajos, having lost several children by death at Carlisle or immediately upon their return home, will listen to no proposition to allow another child to go to the Far East. The proximity of the Indian school at Albuquerque, NM, rendering it possible for parents to visit their children, will overcome this prejudice. I am told when parents visit their children at this school they have no desire to interrupt them, but sit in the schoolroom watching with the deepest interest the children recite or following the boys to the fields, and urge them to work like their teachers. 22. Yet Brian's perspective did not last past his exit from the superintendent's position in 1886. Indeed, in 1891 Charles Lummis, a journalist and Indian rights activist who lived at the time in Isleta Pueblo, was convinced by the Isleta to assist in facilitating the return of their children from ACE. Initially, this involved a letter to Commissioner Thomas Morgan that provoked the release of 3 children. But when Morgan refused to release any more, a writ of habeas corpus was filed on behalf of one Isleta man, Juan Ray Abita, that charged the school with kidnapping his children. The judge ordered that his 3 children be returned, and the success of the case influenced the release of 15 further children. 23 Subsequent superintendents at federal boarding schools in New Mexico thereafter had to manage their student populations in light of this case. Superintendent Crandall at SF is, for example, noted that our school is located so near the different pueblos that the Indian parents visit their children once or twice during the school year. This in itself did not appeal to me at first, but I have come to believe that it is a benefit rather than a hindrance. In this way parents and children keep in close touch. When the child leaves the school he goes to his home and is thus prepared for his home life, and has not become estranged, forgotten his mother tongue, and does not feel that he is neither an Indian nor a white man. 24. In addition to this concession to the Pueblo, ACE, and SFIS superintendents often stressed how the environment and climate of their schools were similar to those to which Pueblo and Dine students were accustomed. 25. 219. Spatial and ecological similarities were used as selling points, both to the BIA hierarchy, who subscribed to the notion that shifting students from one climate to another made them more susceptible to illness, and to the Pueblo and Dine peoples, as an appeal that their children would not lose all connection to their territory. Of course, the health of their children was also of great concern to Pueblo and Dine parents, and community leaders, and they thought it necessary to keep a close eye on how their children were faring in the boarding schools. Complicating this picture of territory as a source of resistance is the fact that there was no single way in which space and territory factored into the boarding school experience. To illustrate this point, it is worth spending some time examining the specific ways that Dine territory intervened in attempts to stretch the settler-colonial mesh across Dine Baikia. For the Dine, as with the Pueblo, territory is important, but it plays a different role in relation to boarding schools. Removal from territory, in particular through the Long Walk, served as an initial threat to compel Dine assimilation. At the Navajo Museum and Cultural Center in Window Rock, Arizona, this infamous act of forced removal is described as the Navajo Holocaust, for it was experienced as a catastrophic severing of people from land, during which more than 2,000 Dine perished. Dine oral histories often recall the Scorched Earth Campaign or Fearing Time that preceded the Long Walk. General Kit Carson was not afraid, he went right into the heart of the Navajo country. The only way that A Navajo can be whipped was destroying their gardens and the livestock, so that's what they done. Most of the crop was found in the canyon of Canyon de Chelly, way in the heart of the wall where most of the people raised corn, where nobody can get to it. The Navajo people didn't have enough ammunition and guns to fight the army, but they kept on. Finally, one day Kit Carson went in Canyon de Chelly in the canyon with his soldiers and destroyed most all camps that they had in the canyon, and they destroyed all the cornfields, and they turned their horses loose in the cornfields. For many days some of the Navajo people fought back, but the guns were too strong for them, so some of them just had to wander away. Kit Carson. 220. Destroyed all the corn up, burned some of them up. The soldiers was the ones that done all the damage, and then they came back. Kit Carson start to travel around in the country, in the Navajo country, looking for Navajo people, picking them up. 2.6. The Bosque Redondo Reservation, in New Mexico, the place to which 9,500 Dine were removed, is likewise referred to as a prison camp in the introduction to a volume of Dine descriptions of the Long Walk 27. Indeed, it was an experiment in social engineering, as Dine were subjected to forced labor in an attempt to transform them into sedentary agriculturalists and pastoralists. The Dine leaders who negotiated their return from Bosque Redondo are venerated. Individuals such as Manolito helped to convince the U.S. government to agree to the Treaty of 1868, which returned the Dine to their territory and set the boundaries for this territory, brought the tribe under the oversight of an Indian agent, promoted individual land ownership and farming among the Dine, and promised a variety of buildings and services in exchange for their obedience. Of specific interest, Article 6 of the treaty spells out a compulsory education requirement for the Dine. In order to ensure the civilization of the Indians entering into this treaty, the necessity of education is admitted, especially of such of them as may be settled on said agricultural parts of this reservation, and they therefore pledge themselves to compel their children, male and female, between the ages of 6 and 16 years, to attend school, and it is hereby made the duty of the agent for said Indians to see that this stipulation is strictly complied with, and the United States agrees that, for every 30 children between said ages who can be induced or compelled to attend school, a house shall be provided, and a teacher competent to teach the elementary branches of an English education shall be furnished, who will reside among said Indians, and faithfully discharge his or her duties as a teacher. 28. In this manner, the Treaty of 1868, and therefore the experience of forced removal through the Long Walk, were antecedent to the Dine Federal Indian. 221. Schooling experience. Although the treaty spared the Dine from isolation and immediate destruction, it was also a disciplinary document that sought to restrict the Dine to a delimited territory where they would be encouraged to abide by a fee simple property regime and settler citizenship standards. Thus, the Long Walk and Treaty of 1868 represent an attempt to tighten the settler colonial mesh around the Dine. But territory also intervened to obstruct this assimilation. Dine territory is vast, and, during the first half-century of assimilative schooling, the roads were poor to non-existent. The U.S. government failed to provide local schools as promised under Article 6 of the Treaty of 1868, and the Dine resisted sending their children to boarding schools with the assistance of their territory. When trying to recruit Dine for SFIS in 1891, Superintendent Cart complained that at the Navajo Agency the prospect is not encouraging. The Indians are scattered over such a vast extent of rough country that at this time of the year, they are almost inaccessible. 29 SFIS and ACE would gradually and not without difficulty increase the numbers of Dine students at their schools. In 1890, drawing from a population of 6,090 school-aged children, only 89 Dine were enrolled in school. By 1918, this number increased to 1,881 children, which occurred after Commissioner Francis Loop constructed more day schools in Dine territory, mode of schooling more appealing to Dine parents. 30 Throughout the early 1900s, though, Dine parents resisted sending their children to boarding schools, which led the government to take drastic action to compel their attendance. For example, in 1932, Dana Coolidge testified before the Senate subcommittee investigating the conditions of Indians in the United States to report that the children are caught, often roped like cattle, and taken away from their parents, many times never to return. They are transferred from school to school, given white people's names, forbidden to speak their own tongue, and when sent to distant schools are not taken home for 3 years. 31 In the immediate aftermath of the Second World War, Dine education was perceived to be in crisis. The day schools set up under Commissioner John Collier were struggling, and a pair of BIA studies showed that the educational needs of many Navajo children were not being met. As well, Dine leaders such as Henry Chi Dodge, chairman of the Navajo Tribal 222 Council, called at this time for more reservation boarding schools for Dine students, since day schools were ineffective for a territorially dispersed Dine population. Dodge's request was ignored, and instead, in 1946, the BIA established the Special Navajo Education Program, implemented at Sherman Indian School in Riverside, California, where Dine children were to be prepared for life in the non-Indian world through training in basic academic and vocational skills. Dine students were also sent to other boarding schools, such as ACE, at this time. However, the program did very little to deal with the difficult economic conditions in Dine country, nor did it make a serious impact on Dine education. Thus, in 1950, the Navajo Hopi Rehabilitation Act was implemented, appropriating $90 million over a 10-year period to foster economic opportunities for the Dine and allocating $25 million of this sum to hasten education among their children. Still, after 4 years under this act and its efforts to enroll Dine students in non-reservation schools, 13,000 school-aged Dine children were not in school. In response, Congress enacted the Navajo Educational Emergency Program, which provided for the construction of elementary and public schools, as well as the expansion of boarding schools, but also created what were referred to as border town dormitories so that Dine children could attend off-reservation public schools. 32 Dine resistance to European-style schooling was a product, in part, of a different view of education, and, unlike Pueblo communities, Dine were generally less familiar with mission schools and other forms of European education. Education for the Dine involved learning by doing. Under observation by an adult, usually a family member, a child learned through experiencing the world. Even if this meant exposure to minor accidents, such as bites and burns, the children learned what was and was not safe to touch. They were respected as participants in the life of the community, with a voice to be heeded when decisions were made about their welfare. 33 The European schools offered an experience of education too opposed to Dine ways to seem particularly relevant. This is not to say that Dine were unwilling or unable to learn from and transmit knowledge to other cultures. Indeed, throughout their history, they had shared practices with Pueblo, Spanish, and Mexican neighbors. 34 But the schools demanded more than cultural sharing. 223. And, likely most salient to Dine parents, removed children from the life of the hogan and the family outfit, and the related duties of familial life, such as tending to livestock or the fields. Dine resistance through territorial isolation would begin to unfurl in the 1920s, when an effort was made to reformulate Dine patterns of governance, resulting in a centralized form of tribal government rather than simply working through existing matrilocal networks. Based on this centralized unit, policy was more easily imposed on the Dine. Also in this period, perhaps not coincidentally, valuable mineral and oil deposits were discovered, and more efficient governance was needed to allow their exploitation. 5 This meant, of course, governance structures that facilitated negotiations for resource access. But this governmental change was further advanced through the culling of Dine sheep herds in the 1930s under Commissioner Collier's administration, since these practices also affected another traditional source of Dine social power, women's care of livestock. 3 At this time, Collier's pluralistic valuation of indigenous cultures and his defense of indigenous territories came up against his faith in ecological science, which suggested that the levels of grazing in Dine territory were unsustainable. This perceived fact led Collier to impose drastic stock reductions on the Dine in the belief that radical intervention was necessary to Dine survival. 37 But at the same time that he was culling Dine herds, he was also working to create community-based day schools that would both educate Dine children and provide a useful social and practical space for community members. However, many Dine were reluctant to embrace this revised form of education, in part because they lost all trust in Collier over his position on Dine grazing practices and his unilateral policy enforcement that ignored those practices, Dine knowledge, and the vitality of sheep to their culture. 38 Collier miscalculated the Dine connection to their animal herds, and the centrality of the herds to Dine ways of being, and his assault on the herds produced further resistance to his educational objectives. 39 Thus, in the case of the Dine, the settler-colonial mesh had great difficulty stretching across their vast territory, and various actors, including the Dine, but also their territory and livestock, interacted to prevent full capture within the mesh. In the face of such resistance, boarding school proponents sought to enlist a new set of technology-based actors to help. 224. Overcome obstacles such as the physical distance separating students from schools. For example, the automobile and the train were of great importance in expanding school enrollments. The 1912 annual report for ACE boasts of the strategic value of the school's location, is in the very heart of Indian country and is the nearest of all non-reservation boarding schools to the Navajo Reservation, where 5,000 to 7,000 children are without school accommodations. 4,500 Pueblo Indians reside within 70 miles of the school and within 2 hours ride of same. The location and railroad facilities of the school make it easy for all Pueblos and Navajos to reach and render it almost unnecessary to solicit pupils. For in the 1940s and 1950s, therefore, as transportation increased in its capacity to circumvent territorial restrictions and gain access to Dine children, space was no longer as effective an ally for resistance among Dine families. Remote spaces could now be accessed with some effort, and Dine children became ever more likely to be sent to boarding schools, because day schools were said to be too costly or impractical in such regions. Moreover, they were more likely to be sent at a younger age and to be restricted in their ability to return to their home communities during holidays and the summer months. *1 It is no wonder, then, that one often finds among Dine oral histories more negative stories of experiences in boarding schools, running later into the 20th century and more reminiscent of those heard in our Canadian case studies, than is the case for the Pueblo. Students from Saguinge First Nation, like the Pueblo, appeared to be at an advantage in terms of their proximity to their boarding school with respect to the opportunities for resistance that it might provide them. However, territorial proximity alone was not sufficient for enlisting space to loosen the settler-colonial mesh and facilitate greater indigenous input into the schooling at fairs. As a Roman Catholic school in a relatively isolated region, Fairs was part of a Canadian colonial network that exhibited fewer policy fluctuations than the American network. The location of the school, difficult to reach by roads, even though it was relatively close to towns such as Lac du Bonnet, Pine Falls, and Selkirk, also meant that there was less opportunity for inspection and less opportunity for Indigenous leaders to speak to officials beyond the school to voice their concerns. Isolation and the power of the Indian agent. 225. Help to ensure continued Indigenous enrollments without the Saguinge people, whose children were the majority at the school, increasing their negotiatory power. 42 But whereas Fairs was isolated, Plpers had more pressure to serve as a demonstration school, since it was more likely to host visitors. In the words of Commissioner Graham, "I am particularly anxious that this school should always present a good appearance. It is in rather a public place and they always have a number of visitors, and people get a better impression everything is up to date." 43 Under such circumstances, accessibility of the school resulted in concerns about impression management not characteristic of other Canadian boarding schools. However, it is not clear from the records that these concerns about impression management were acted on in any significant manner. A third way that space interacted with the boarding school experience occurred when distance from territory was enlisted as part of an attempt to forge a radical break between Indigenous children and their communities. Of course, distance from territory alone was seldom sufficient to completely divorce children from their Indigenous cultures and territories. As Brenda Child argues, distance caused hardship, distress, and unimagined miseries but failed to extinguish the very real influence parents and family continued to exert over the lives of students. The power of home was so intense and comforting that few students left that world behind. 44 Child counters those who see distance as a pure break with the socio-cultural world of the Indigenous community, but we must complicate her analysis and push it further to get to the variety of ways in which space, territory, time, and distance were involved in the negotiation of boarding school experiences. Distance could be catastrophic or overcome because it always interacted with other factors, such as access for and political power of the Indigenous group in question. Child's insight speaks to another terrain of resistance, memory. It is through the use of memory that children were able to combat distance from their communities. Theodore Fontaine addresses this subversive tool in his memoir of Fairs. Early on, I discovered that I could escape from the loneliness and sadness of my life at Indian residential school by recalling and reliving my joyous life as a boy at home before school. The practice of retreating into my mind and my memories became a lifelong survival. 226. Skill. 45 Yet the disciplinary structure of the schools, and the disciplinary regimentation of time at the school, meant that it was often difficult for children to occupy the space of memory and to overcome imposed distance. Later in his book, Fontaine suggests that students regulated one another in a manner that made it increasingly difficult to recall home as one became more immersed in the world of the boarding school. Memories of happy times surfaced a lot in my first year at school, particularly at night and in the dark. Eventually they came less and less often, perhaps mercifully, for whimpering and crying were reason for the older boys to belittle and abuse the younger ones, and later thought perhaps they were only a dream. 46 Physical distance was not always necessary to force a radical break between child and community. The proximity of a school such as Fairs to the Sakiinj First Nation did not automatically result in community empowerment, the retention of Indigenous traditions, or less loneliness for the children. Indeed, seeing a family member walk past the schoolyard fence, yet having no ability to make contact with him or her, intensified longing for home and created resentments for those community members outside the schools who had failed to protect the children from enrollment. When I was at the residential school there, my home was only about a quarter mile away. I can see my home from the boarding school, like, when you know, I was lonely, wondering why can't go home, or why people can't come and visit me. 47 In the early days of Fairs, visits to home and family were more frequent. However, in 1917, Inspector J.R. Bunn thought that this privilege was being misused, and he reported to Deputy Superintendent D.C. Scott that, "I called the pupils together and explained to them that it was apparent that permission to visit their homes was being misused, by both parents and children, and that this leave would have to be stopped or changed from once a week leave, to once a month, and no oftener, and I so told the principal, as it was bound to have a bearing on the discipline of the school. This was rather drastic, but I am informed it has had a wholesome effect." 48. This policy held stable for most years at Fairs, and the school thus remained both separate from and within the community. This paradoxical location of 227. The school is captured in the way that students both saw the school prior to attending it and yet did not discuss it with their parents, who were former students and wanted nothing more than to forget about their own experiences of residential schooling. As Mary Courchain remembered, "I knew where the school was, we knew where the school was. It was 5 minutes away, I could see it, right. Step outside our door and there was the school, great big building. But, we never knew about it, my mom didn't talk about it. My dad didn't talk about it. It was just there." 4 degrees at Woolford. Proximity to their home community also did not mean that students were able to leave the school, as I remember the day we left, we traveled down that road to Portage and they left us there, and that was the start of everything that came about in our lives. Stayed there. I didn't go home for the holidays. I stayed there from 6 years old till I was 18 and I never went home. 5 degrees reservation boarding schools, such as Woolford, could also taint the space of the reserve for survivors and their families. One intergenerational survivor tells of how her parents moved away from their community to protect their children from ever needing to attend such a school, and so they raised us off reserve for one of those reasons, for that particular reason, so that none of us would ever have to go to residential school. 51 In this manner, the location of the school on the reserve forged a final break between student and community, making it impossible for the student to remain in that space, not because the student had been successfully assimilated but because of the memories contained therein. Purvis H. Fontaine notes that I left the reserve cause of what happened to me in the residential school. I couldn't stand the place. I hated the place so much I want to get out. 52 In the United States, Pratt's boarding school model was meant to remove Indigenous children far from their traditional territories in order to accomplish such a break. Students were to be placed in white, English-speaking communities so that spatial proximity to European culture could be used to impart the habits and language of so-called civilization. 53 Yet, as mentioned above, ACE and SFIS violated this model. This does not mean that students at these schools were immune to homesickness, the physical manifestation of spatial distance. Internalized, it was a source of infection. Especially early in their schooling days, students suffered much from this malady. Parents. 228. Sought to alleviate homesickness by requesting that the students be permitted visits home, often only to be rebuked by ACE and SFIS superintendents. But, in most cases, the students adapted to and accepted their time at school. According to Sally Heyer's research, Pueblo students at SFIS claimed that they were able to occupy the terrain of memory and preserve their heritage no matter what the school threw at them. Heyer, who admittedly interviewed only those students willing to talk about their past lives for a project intended to commemorate SFIS, argues that students were at school to learn the white man's way of life. But at the same time, their Indian identity was secure, they already knew who they were and who their parents were. She then quotes one student, "The attitude our parents gave us at home was, don't ever forget your heritage. This is what you are, and you can't ever change because you are this. But you must learn this other, which is necessary in this life." 54 In his work, Patrick Wolfe has stressed that whatever settlers may say, and they generally have a lot to say, the primary motive for elimination is not race but access to territory. Territoriality is settler colonialism's specific, irreducible element. 55 This raises a fourth connection between Indigenous boarding schools and space/territory, that between the schools and dispossession of Indigenous territories. Indigenous communities in both Canada and the United States did not necessarily oppose education. For example, despite General Dine's reluctance to accept European education, Rex Becenti, Jr., a Dine from Tehachapi, New Mexico, argued that they have done the right thing of educating the younger generation and some of the older people in the earliest days. It was right to be done, but not taking the land away from them, which we think as we should be the name of the government. We should get the best part of the money of our land today, which we are not being treated right. 5 cents Here the disagreement is not with the education of Indian children but with the removal of land. Yet land dispossession cannot be neatly separated from the schools. I already mentioned how the Dawes Act in the United States was conceived as a crucial stratagem within reformers' plans to advance assimilative education in the late 1800s. In this manner, Indigenous boarding schools sought to transform the relationships that Indigenous groups maintained. 229. With their places. In the United States, working in tandem with allotment policies, former students were encouraged to take allotments and to fence off these areas. As well, they were directed to make improvements to allotted terrain. 57 The Pueblo were also advised to build more roomy and better houses complete with modern windows and doors. 5 But in reworking their communities, the Pueblo also found ways to maintain tradition within reformulated spaces, such as by hiding their kivas in new buildings, much as they had done for centuries. For the Pueblo, their lands had already been bounded and defined by the Spanish. Thus, in terms of revising Pueblo relationships to the territory, the focus was mostly on the individual dispersal and capitalization of the land, not on convincing them to become more sedentary on it. Indeed, government and school officials perceived the Pueblo to be different from other indigenous groups. They were thought to be sedentary agriculturalists and pastoralists rather than mobile like the Dine and Apache. 59 Higher contends that, unlike the children from nomadic tribes who were students at other off-reservation schools, the Pueblos had been farming for hundreds of years. They were more experienced in local agricultural conditions than the farming teachers, who came from the east. 60 The 1910 annual report for SFIS confirmed this point, arguing that this agriculturalism set the Pueblo up for learning and improving their farming methods. But it also resulted in students being called on too frequently to help in their parents' fields, which, according to the report, was partly because Pueblo farming methods were archaic and resistant to modern influence. This was believed to be a problem, but not as severe a problem as the fact that, like other indigenous groups, the Pueblo still kept their land collectively, and this was viewed as a detriment to their civilization. The R910 annual report for ACE noted that the one incentive to put forth greater effort among the Pueblos would be the division of their lands and the allotment of them in severolte. This would be an inducement to each Indian to put better improvements on his land, better fences, and to cultivate it better and prepare it for irrigation and crops, and would lead to its improvement. 61 For most other indigenous groups at the schools under consideration here, however, education was directed towards sedentarization. 62 The nomadic and semi-nomadic patterns of indigenous peoples were viewed as a barrier. 230. To assimilation as well as an uncertainty in the face of capitalist expansion on the continent. Thus, much of the education at fairs and plpers can be examined in terms of how it contributed to fitting indigenous peoples into the mainstream Canadian economy, including its dominant land regime. Students were encouraged to embrace values of individualism, to view land as something to be owned, cultivated, and exploited, and they were instilled with European practices of farming and homemaking. The experience would not have been all too different for groups of Apache and Dine students at ACE and SFIS. Finally, time, as a theme, runs throughout this book. Through the examples given, the objective is to show that government policies, institutional networks, and specific boarding schools were not stagnant across time. The settler-colonial mesh expands and contracts, tightens and loosens, across historical time as contingencies arise and perhaps are overcome. However, time also factors into this discussion as an actor enrolled in the assimilative project. To begin, children in both the United States and Canada were trained in their boarding schools to follow the rigidity of the white man's clock. For example, as Indian agent A. A. Muckle wrote in his report on the St. Peter's Band in Manitoba. Yet they do not progress as they should, one reason being that they take too many holidays. Time is of no value in their eyes. A great many of them would like to have council meetings 2 or 3 times a week. They think nothing of coming to my place and talking for half a day or more, in the middle of haying or harvest, about the most trifling affairs, but as there is no such word as time in the Indian language, it is hard to teach them that time is money, and I have been unable to find an interpreter who could do so. 63. Time was no longer to be viewed as flowing, connecting generations and life beyond the present. Instead, it was segmented, compartmentalized, and to be used with the greatest efficiency. This disciplinary use of time meant, among other things, that it was often difficult for children to think about their home communities, to sneak away to practice their languages in secret, and to conspire with fellow students to resist the school and its messages. Time was also complicit in terms of the time of life when students were 231. Enrolled in schools. In general, students entered indigenous boarding schools at younger ages in Manitoba compared with New Mexico. This meant that they were in schools and therefore separated from their communities for longer periods of time. For Indigenous students in the American Southwest sent to boarding schools at a young age, the experience was similar. Valencia Garcia, from Santa Ana Pueblo, remembers her time at ACE as time away from her family. "No, I don't remember anything because when I was 4 or 5 years and then I went to school, that's what they told me. I was just a little kid then, so from there on I was in school. We never had a vacation from it, Christmas or something like they do now. Always had to be in school, until the summertime, June, when school is out. So I didn't have very much time to be among my people, you know, and during July and August we all go back. All winter long, so that's the way I went to school." The length of time over which a community engaged with boarding schools and European education is another factor that must be considered in such comparisons. However, it is not one that plays out in any neat or consistent fashion. Consider, for example, that Pueblo communities began their experience with mission schooling much earlier than most groups. They first made contact with the Spanish when Fray Marcos de Niza visited the Zuni in 1539. Even at this point, the Pueblo communities were clustered around central plazas in what the Spanish perceived to be towns, hence the name Pueblo. The Spanish Franciscan friars built mission churches where the Pueblo people received religious instruction and practical training, but this came to an end in 1680 when the Pueblo revolt chased the Spanish from their territory. The Spanish would return in 1692, followed by Mexican control in 1821 and then American rule in 1846.65. But with respect to time, evident here is a lengthy period of negotiation and adaptation among the Pueblo and various colonial powers. With this length of time came experience, knowledge, customs, and practices that facilitated Pueblo interventions in the schooling lives of their children in copyright later periods. In the New Mexican schools, one also finds that over time, because 232 relatives and other people known to the students had attended boarding schools, the schools became more normalized for Indigenous communities. As more and more generations of Indigenous children were sent to the schools, they became habituated to the idea that attending a boarding school was simply something one did. Older siblings or relatives might fill the heads of the young with stories of the schools that could make the school seem both exotic and frightening. This was less so in our Manitoban cases, in which intergenerational experiences of residential schools resulted in multiple layers of trauma stretching across extended families, often inspiring silence rather than discussion of the schools among family members. Mary Courchain, whose story begins this book, recalled her excitement of going to school at fairs and the possibility of learning a new language. But at the doorway to the school, after the confrontation with her brother that left him crying, she turned to find that her mother had gone without even saying goodbye. 6. Because the Manitoban schools were less differentiated across time and survivors of multiple generations experienced the same patterns of discipline, violence, and cultural degradation. Time in the Manitoban context had a much more destructive impact on Indigenous communities and militate against the habituation to schooling across generations. Space and time are thus actors that can be enlisted to play a variety of roles in Indigenous boarding schools, though they do not always play the roles assigned to them. The crowded space of the dorm room could also serve as a cover for mischief. The fields and yards occasionally presented chances to act without staff eyes seeing, and territories that were wide-ranging and unbounded so as to provide hiding spaces could be delineated and bounded as means to enable capture. Thus, though the ideal formulated in the centers of government, and among opinion leaders on the Indian problem, might have suggested that time and space would be enlisted within the settler-colonial mesh to entrap the child and sever him or her from Indigenous space and time. Indigenous places and concepts of time did not necessarily show fidelity to these plans. Instead, Indigenous children, parents, and families in some instances were able to draw on their relationships to space and time to force gaps in the settler-colonial mesh and to resist its assimilative pressures. 233. Disease and health. It has been noted that disease was the most destructive force unleashed on the indigenous peoples of the American continent. Degree 7. This is taken by some to suggest that natural rather than social processes are most at fault for the near catastrophic consequences of colonialism for many indigenous groups. But this separation between nature and culture is more artificial than it is real. As Bruno Latour notes, modern Europeans tend to construct separate poles of nature and culture, all the while allowing for the proliferation of hybrids that are amalgamations of nature and culture networked together in complex interface. This act of purification, that is, of keeping nature and culture separate, allows moderns to stack the deck in their favor, assigning events and objects to either the nature pole or the culture pole when it suits their interests. Registered. Taking Latour's argument out of its science studies context, one can examine how this practice of purification operates within debates about what is and what is not genocide, since the hybridity of destructive processes, for example, the slow genocide of HIV/AIDS, spread through rape, or the destruction caused by orchestrated famines designed to punish rebellious collectives, often complicates the picture of what is and is not part of a genocidal action. In short, we can separate hybrid and networked phenomena such as disease and famine into the category of nature, not because this is what empirical evidence suggests, but because we adhere to an intellectual orientation that holds nature and culture to be mutually distinct and uncoupled, despite their clear interconnections. Thus, European diseases in many instances were permitted to ravage indigenous communities largely unchecked and with a certain degree of indifference because these were not processes for which Europeans felt particularly responsible. 7. Although many health historians have been careful to show the intersections of health and culture in the destructive spread of disease in North America, 72 genocide scholars have too often contributed to the purification of these categories. 73. The same health historians make clear that disease and health do not factor into indigenous boarding schools in the United States and Canada in any straightforward or simple manner. Certainly, it was often the case. 234. That disease spread in schools because of the negligent actions of staff and government officials. In such instances, disease also served as a signal to copyright parents that their children were at risk and that all was not right in boarding schools. However, in other cases, schools managed to advance health claims to present themselves as spaces more secure from disease than indigenous communities. In still other cases, disease and health were enlisted as further means to fashion and regulate indigenous bodies through boarding schools. As such, disease and health, as actors, had dynamic roles to play in boarding schools and the settler-colonial mesh. In the first few decades of indigenous boarding schools in the United States and Canada, the drive to enroll students typically superseded concerns about health, placing many uninfected indigenous students at risk of contagion once they entered boarding school. 74. Other factors, such as overcrowding, inadequate nutrition, lack of training, insufficient medical staff, scant medical supplies, sharing of linens and towels, loneliness, poor ventilation, and overwork and exhaustion, also made schools breeding grounds for disease. In the United States, W. A. Jones, Indian Commissioner from 1897 to 1905, pushed for increased enrollments at federal indigenous boarding schools. A consequence of this push was that sick children were enrolled, thereby placing other students at risk. 75. Overcrowding combined with disease to create conditions that facilitated the spread of deadly illness. But even before this point, students were often in danger at the schools, especially those who were relatively unexposed to European living conditions and diseases. At ACE, half of the youth children who attended in 1885 died because of disease. 76. And disease factored into the lives of students after Jones's tenure, as in the 1921-22 school year, when an influenza outbreak infected 392 ACE pupils. 77. Parents were aware of the dangers of disease at the schools and therefore hesitant to allow their children to attend them. Okie James, for example, told of how Dine parents sent their more sickly children to school for fear of losing their stronger children, needed around the Hogan. They were still afraid of boarding school, for they had seen how an epidemic of measles might kill off 8 or 10 children in the winter. When they chose the child who had to leave his family and live in this strange new place, they took 235. One who had poor health and who could best be spared from work. 78 to deal with Dine resistance to sending their children. Supervisor of Indian Schools E. H. Hammond wrote to Superintendent J. D. DeHuff at SFIS in 1922 and requested that parents be provided with better and more prompt information on instances of illness, in particular tuberculosis, at the school, since the school's practice of simply returning ailing children to their communities unannounced was perceived to deter parents from sending their children to non-reservation schools. 2 or 3 sick children who had been returned to Dine territory were reported to have died soon after arriving back at their homes. 79 A review of student case files sheds light on the complex role of disease in a school such as SFIS. Anna de Jesus, a Jicarilla Apache, entered SFIS in 1917 at the age of 16. With her mother and father already passed away, her grandfather was her primary guardian. His concern for her health while in school was evident in 1917 when he wrote to request that she be returned home after he learned that she was not well. Superintendent DeHuff responded that the girl had nothing more than a cold and did not need to be returned. 80 In February 1920, however, her health took a more serious turn. Initially, Anna was diagnosed with double lobar pneumonia, which cleared up, but as the pneumonia disappeared it became apparent that she was suffering from tuberculosis. The latter condition progressed quickly, and she died on February 24, 1920. During her bout with pneumonia, the school had considered sending her home. But Anna was not well enough for travel, though it was assumed that the return to her community would help her psychologically if not physically. 82 In this episode, one gains a sense of the role of disease in SFIS during this era. Concern about disease in the school was strong enough among Indigenous parents and guardians that Anna's grandfather felt compelled to keep a close watch on her health while Anna was ill at SFIS. Likewise, the school showed a commitment to fighting disease as a threat to its students. However, SFIS also used disease as a rationale for further control over the bodies of its students. When Anna was diagnosed to be only slightly sick, she was denied travel back home. When she became very sick, a trip home was considered acceptable yet impossible because of her poor health. Thus, whether she was perceived to be moderately or extremely ill, her ability to leave the school and return 236 to her community still rested in the hands of the SFIS superintendent and his medical advisors. Likewise, a Santo Domingo boy named Santana Aguilar was compelled by the superintendent overseeing his community to attend SFIS even though he was sick. The rationale was that the school had an excellent hospital. 83 The boarding school was also portrayed as the best hope for the health of Petra Armijo from Jemez Pueblo. Superintendent DeHuff scolded her sister Lupe for requesting Petra's return to Jemez, suggesting that her ill health was the result of the substandard care that Petra had received in infancy, long prior to her attendance at SFIS. DeHuff also charged that family members had brought her unripe fruit to eat while she was in the hospital, adding that the doctor and the nurse know better than anybody else what kind of food such a person should have. 84 In these cases, the authority of the school, and its claim on Indigenous children, rested on the supposition that the school was a place of superior health to the home community. In Canada, the conditions for disease spread were particularly dire. Duncan Campbell Scott, while serving as Deputy Superintendent General of Indian Affairs, wrote that it is quite within the mark to say that 50% of the children who passed through these schools did not live to benefit from the education they had received therein. 85 John Milloy attributes these deadly conditions to the disorganization of the Canadian Indigenous boarding school system. The reality was that, from the moment the school system was launched in the 1880s and 1890s, it drifted without a firm hand, without concerted intervention. And this was despite the knowledge that many children were held in dangerous circumstances and that the death rate was not only of tragic proportions but was, in addition, undercutting the whole purpose and strategy of the system. 8 cents Indeed, the Canadian system received strong warning about the deadly consequences of disease in Indigenous boarding schools. In a 1907 report, Dr. P. H. Bryce, Chief Medical Officer to the Department of the Interior and Indian Affairs, noted widespread disease and death in indigenous boarding schools. It is apparent that it is everywhere: the old-fashioned buildings, their very varied and imperfect methods of heating, and an almost complete lack of a knowledge of the meaning of ventilation and the methods for accomplishing it in the different schools that are responsible for this most serious 237 condition, which has been demonstrated and which demands an immediate answer. 87. Based on Bryce's report, the government established for the first time health standards for the operation of residential schools. However, though the government did implement the most inexpensive of Bryce's recommendations, it also worked to remove Bryce from his position and limit his influence. 88. Thus, after his retirement from the civil service in 1921, an embittered Bryce felt compelled to publish a pamphlet titled The Story of a National Crime, being an appeal for justice to the Indians of Canada. 89. Here he noted that 24% of all the pupils which had been in the schools were known to be dead, while of one school on the File Hills Reserve, which gave a complete return to date, 75% were dead at the end of the 16 years since the school opened. Moreover, Bryce argued, indifference and neglect by government officials resulted in the continuing plague of tuberculosis for indigenous peoples, leading to much higher than expected death rates and amounting to what he referred to as a criminal disregard for the treaty pledges to guard the welfare of the Indian wards of the nation. 91. Disease thus was not an entirely independent actor ravaging the hallways and dormitories of indigenous boarding schools. Its passage was facilitated through a web of relations that included both human intervention and human neglect, which makes it worthy of consideration in any discussion of genocide. But the cooperation between human-created conditions and disease spread varied depending on the school, and the destructive capacity of human pathogen interactions is an empirical question that requires further future investigation. We must also take into consideration how death caused by disease was, at least on the surface, contrary to the assimilative project undertaken in indigenous boarding schools. How could schools dedicated to transforming indigenous children appear so blasé about their deaths? This question deserves more intensive investigation than is possible here, but one cannot help but wonder if, at least during certain periods of boarding school history, indigenous children were not considered fully human prior to their supposed civilization. These students could be sacrificed to the abhorrent conditions during their time at the schools up to the point where they assumed the dispositions of European culture, degree to yet the widespread presence 238 of diseases such as tuberculosis among indigenous peoples also reinforced among the white population the assumption that indigenous peoples were genetically inferior and therefore more prone to such diseases. 3. In this manner, disease was also complicit in the racist degradation of indigenous peoples and served as a further rationalization of and legitimation for policies of assimilation and aggressive civilization. It is important to note here, however, that the role of disease and health was not one-dimensional in the history of indigenous boarding schools. In both New Mexico and Manitoba, the same diseases presented concerns for school officials: tuberculosis, trachoma, measles, flu, and diphtheria. Depending on the period and the pattern of disease spread, disease could be a reason for parents to keep their children from school or to send their children to school. Therefore, disease and health care had complex roles to play in the histories of the schools. Indeed, at times, schools in Canada and the United States sought to enlist the tools of health care and prevention in order to make their schools more attractive to indigenous children. Cato Sells, Commissioner of Indian Affairs from 1913 to 1921, was certainly aware of the contradiction in seeking to transform indigenous children while exposing them to deadly conditions. He wrote in a circular to Indian Service employees that we cannot solve the Indian problem without Indians. We cannot educate their children unless they are kept alive. Sells was not the first to arrive at this realization. The medical examination had already become a prominent aspect of student admission in both the United States and Canada. In most cases, prospective students were examined to determine whether they had any symptoms of spreadable disease as well as in terms of previous health records. In the United States, After the 1903 Indian Health Survey demonstrated to Commissioner Jones that the incidence of tuberculosis and other diseases was more prevalent than previously believed, it became mandatory for physicians to examine students before they entered the schools. After he replaced Jones in 1905, Commissioner Loop established the first federal sanatorium for Indigenous students. Degree 5 From this point forward, the Indian 239 service waged an increasing battle against disease, even if the fight was often half-hearted, and economic pressures and other factors continued to contribute to school overcrowding. Data were increasingly collected on the health of children in schools. The goal remained to preserve the lives of students so as to change them. Disease and health information were thus enlisted as ways to know Indians, to observe their children and communities, and to assert further control over their bodies. It was not simply the assimilationist goals of the schools that inspired an invigorated approach to health, however, because boarding schools were often located in non-Indigenous areas, the presence of disease among pupils was also perceived as a threat to non-Indigenous persons as well. It was widely known that Indigenous parents were reluctant to send their children to schools with high death rates from disease and other factors. Awareness of the poor impression caused by deaths in boarding schools led school administrators, in cases in which medical intervention had failed to prevent or stem disease, to remove children from the school and send them to a sanatorium or back to their home communities, where their deaths would have less impact on the school in terms of the spread of disease or elevation of the school's death rate. 97 Boarding schools recruited modern medicine to displace the role of traditional healing practices in Indigenous lives. Although in both Manitoba and New Mexico Indigenous peoples tended to hold pluralistic beliefs about medicine, utilizing both Indigenous and Western traditions when and where they thought appropriate, settler colonial powers reduced Indigenous medicine to mere superstition and held that the embrace of Western medicine was entwined with processes of civilization. 98 Along these lines, C. Gorman discussed how younger generations no longer sought the medicine man. I think that might have a lot to do with it. Yes. And this is because a lot of young people are going away from it, I say, that they don't really believe in it. It's just that their parents. In fact, some of the people my age and younger now have parents went to an Indian school, and so they weren't really, their childhood and adolescence weren't fostered to have a respect for these things, so that when they finally finished 240 their education and came back to the reservation, then they really don't allow. Like with me, my first reaction when something happens is to go to the medicine man. 99 Converting children to Western health practices was part of a settler colonial effort to regulate and refashion Indigenous bodies, be it by altering their relationship to the natural environment, criminalizing traditional healing practices, changing their dietary patterns, or exposing them to unhealthy residential schools. 10 Indeed, schools targeted Indigenous children as embodied subjects, seeking to repattern the ways in which they dressed, ate, walked, and talked. Modern medicine provided a means for knowing and gaining control over Indigenous bodies as such. Children at Indigenous boarding schools came under Western medical control as the schools persisted into the 1920s and beyond. For example, reports on doctor visits, treatment records, and other such health data increased in the United States in 1925, when Commissioner of Indian Affairs Charles Burke distributed a circular requiring more complete medical records. 101 In Manitoba, though it took longer for concern to be generated about disease at the schools, as is apparent by the hesitation to implement the full recommendations of the 1907 Bryce Report, more effort was eventually made to ensure the health of students. Here, too, however, the motivation was not solely the best interests of students. In the 1930s, faced with the fact that Treaty Indians in Manitoba comprised just over 2% of the population, but 1/3 of all tuberculosis-related deaths, D.A. Stewart, the medical superintendent for Manitoba, described Indigenous reserves as reservoirs of tuberculosis and argued that disease spread among Indians was a serious threat to white populations. He further argued that such diseases would be present until the Indian population was entirely absorbed into settler society, thereby connecting the goals of assimilation and disease prevention. But to make this absorption possible, boarding schools had to be better equipped to prevent the spread of disease. Therefore, Stewart recommended that sanatoria and other tools needed to prevent the spread of tuberculosis be established. 102 At fairs, the idea of constructing a preventorium on the campus arose in the late 1930s. In April 26, 1937, letter from Dr. Harold McGill, Director 241 of Indian Affairs, to Reverend J. Ploward, Superintendent General of the Oblate Catholic Indian Missions. McGill noted that the Roman Catholic Church proposed to build a hospital alongside fairs. It is the department's hope to enter upon a program for the control of tuberculosis among the Indians of Manitoba, with special reference to the elimination of this disease from the Indian residential schools. 193 Dr. McGill recommended that a sanatorium be created at fairs for Roman Catholic pupils from the Fort Alexander, Sandy Bay, and Pine Creek schools who were suffering from minor forms of tuberculosis. Ploward responded that the Catholic Church was interested, though he worried about the distance between Pine Creek and Fort Alexander and whether fairs had sufficient space for such an institution. He therefore requested permission for an addition that would serve as a preventorium. 104 Terms were negotiated, and it was agreed that fairs would cover the costs of renovation and that the government would provide furnishings. As well, the per capita payments for the 30 children sent to the preventorium would go to fairs for maintaining this institution. The preventorium opened in January 1938. It did not take long, however, for the realization that a preventorium on campus, whereby tuberculosis-infected students interacted with children free from the disease, was a bad idea, since both the tuberculosis virus and the children refused to remain in their healthy and non-healthy zones. On January 5, 1939, J.D. Adamson wrote to E.L. Stone, Director of Medical Services at Indian Affairs. The obvious objection to the present situation is that the new cases sent in are potential spreaders and might possibly contaminate the children in the school with whom they freely associate, except with regard to sleeping quarters. Separate dining room, classroom, and playgrounds will be necessary, and these children should not be allowed to mix in any way with those of the larger school. These suggestions came as a surprise to Dr. Bissett and Father Bratchett, who apparently up to now considered that the procedure would be similar to that which was in vogue last year. 105. P. E. Moore, a medical doctor and the Assistant Superintendent of Medical Services, later warned that the arrangement at the preventorium was a clear 242. Danger to student health and that the unit should be entirely separated from the school. 106 The preventorium was closed at the end of the school year in 1939. This episode illustrates the complex interactions of disease, health, and assimilation in the Manitoba schools under consideration here. Although at first disease was allowed to run rampant, almost unchecked, eventually greater concern was shown for managing the health of Indigenous students, if for no other reason than that healthy students would not threaten non-Indigenous populations with the spread of disease. Under such circumstances, health and disease prevention were viewed in some circles as outcomes of assimilation rather than as resources to make assimilation possible. Nonetheless, more effort was made to preserve Indigenous students, but such efforts were often ill-conceived and came up against the refusal of diseases such as tuberculosis to abide by the preventive measures then in vogue. In short, one could make a straightforward argument that deaths from disease at certain schools were high enough, and conditions in the schools were sufficiently characteristic of recklessness by school administrators and planners, that a genocide charge could be laid. However, in focusing solely on this physical component of destruction, one risks overlooking the more complicated role played by disease in patterns of attempted Indigenous destruction. Rather than simply acting as a physical risk to Indigenous children and communities, disease was also a means for controlling, regulating, and redesigning Indigenous bodies. It was enlisted at the micro-level of the settler-colonial mesh in a variety of ways, and its destructive imprint was more than just its deadly outcome for too many Indigenous children. It was also enlisted in the competition between assimilation and resistance, often with novel outcomes, weakening or reinforcing the grasp of the settler-colonial mesh. In this sense, efforts to enroll disease and health care occurred to intensify that mesh, but such enrollments were precarious, as the interactions among diseases, children, communities, and staff played out in locally distinct ways. Hell and damnation. Although all residential schools, at some point, warned children of the fires of hell, where Indians would burn for eternity lest they changed their pagan ways, the role of these metaphysical horrors was particularly pronounced. 243. In the Manitoban context. Here church and clergy, in their running of the schools, were a significant presence in Indigenous communities and a constant reminder of the possibility of damnation. Speaking of how his mother and father came to accept residential school as inevitable for their children, FAIRS survivor Theodore Fontaine writes that it's unfortunate that mom and dad, because of their residential school experiences and the church's presence in the community, became not only God-fearing but also church-fearing. The respect and awe in which our people held the clergy was mostly based on fear of damnation and the devil. Clergy took advantage of it. 107 Another survivor from Saguenay, who went to a seminary rather than an officially recognized residential school, made a similar statement about his parents. To me, my dad was and my mom, bless her soul, were brainwashed by the Catholic Church. And I firmly believe that still today. Anybody that suffered through the residential school, the parents were brainwashed by the priest, the parish priest that went into the communities. 'Cause if you did this, you'd go to hell, if you didn't do this you'd go to hell. But if you stayed on the straight and narrow path, you'd go to heaven. And I remember every morning we'd get up at 5 o'clock, we'd pray. We'd pray before we had breakfast, then we'd pray before we went to school. 108. Damnation and hell, therefore, were often mobilized by Canadian proponents of assimilative schooling through techniques of cultural and spiritual violence as means to ensure obedience and to provoke behavioral change. Vincent Pierre, a FAIRS student from the 1960s, spoke of how the devil was enlisted in separating him from his language, and they would tell us as a kid, you know, you speak the devil's language. That would scare the crap out of me. I tried so hard not to speak our language and I tried so hard to speak English. But it was just natural, to speak the Ojibwe language. 109 Indeed, calling upon the devil and hell allowed schools to target student emotions, namely fear, in their efforts to resolve the Indian problem. Whereas the physical space of the school offered its own terrors, the metaphysical space of Christian damnation was also vivid in the minds of students. Rose Hart, a survivor who spoke at the Winnipeg Truth and Reconciliation Commission statement gathering, explained that 244. I was always scared of going to hell or purgatory was in between hell and heaven, is what I learned in residential school about my religious upbringing. It took me a long time to get rid of that fear, to get rid of the fear of God. I was always afraid of God because God was a judgmental God. I didn't like learning about God when I was young, you know. Today I can't kneel because we used to have to kneel for hours and hours during Lent, every day to pray, you know, say the Rosary. 110. Fear thus allowed for the intensification of monastic discipline at the micro level of the settler colonial mesh, and heaven and hell were participants in ensuring the proper training of Indigenous young people. Other tools, such as Lacombe's ladder, were utilized to communicate the force of hell and the damnation associated with indigeneity. In this particular 1874 version of the Catholic ladder, Indigenous peoples were represented as facing a choice between two roads, one leading through civilization toward eternal salvation and the other leading through the ways of savagery toward damnation. Ozai Binziakwi recalls being confronted with this device while at fairs. Every morning we had catechism. The priest hung this calendar in the classroom as a reminder of our unworthiness. This calendar was known as Lacombe's calendar. I remember always worrying about meeting God and having to hear him say, "You were bad and you're an Indian so you go to hell." That is where the people who stood on the left-hand side of God went. According to the priest and the nuns, we were standing on that left-hand side of God. I struggled to memorize every prayer that the priest ever taught me. 111. In both Manitoba and New Mexico, Indigenous boarding schools represented, to some extent, a battle between gods. Metaphysical forces were enlisted in the struggle to transform Indigenous children. In Manitoba, the conflict was all or nothing, with the supremacy of the European god meaning the destruction of Indigenous gods. In contrast, in New Mexico, a sort of truce formed between the gods, and Catholic saints and Pueblo Cachinas were blended in a syncretic mix. Although the latter were marginalized and weakened through the initial truce, they waited and re-emerged. 245. As Pueblo beliefs revitalized. The Zuni Church of Our Lady of Guadalupe symbolizes this movement. Although its adobe structure, crosses, and bell tower are reminiscent of similar structures throughout New Mexico, the wall murals painted by Alex Sotwa to depict the Zuni Cachinas fill the church's interior. On the north wall, for example, the mural is of Shala/Ko, the largest annual Zuni celebration, held close to the winter solstice in late November or early December. The church, built in 1629, once featured an older painting of Cachinas that has long since faded. These Cachinas were there to discipline and warn the people to abide by the teachings of the church. In contrast, the new Cachinas represent a mixture of Zuni and Catholic teachings as well as the vitality and resilience of Zuni spiritual and cultural life. But some indigenous groups schooled in New Mexico faced a more difficult struggle to create a truce between gods. Among the Dine, whose relationship with the settler population has been shorter than is the case for the Pueblo, they have had less opportunity to combine their religion with that of the newcomers and therefore less opportunity for syncretic adaptation. Austin Begay, for example, summed up for his interviewer the struggle between white and Dine gods. Today we know, your God is stronger than ours, but still we are not forgetting our own culture that we had for many years. We like to keep it as long as our nation is living. 112 In Begay's evaluation, Dine gods are not defeated, since they survive in the memories of the people and therefore remain as actors who can be called upon to ensure the survivance of the Dine nation. Evidence of such survivance is clear as one travels through Dine territory, since Dine ceremonials are equal to Christian holidays, and Dine identity continues to be negotiated through an interaction between traditional teachings and values and elements of the non-Dine world. 113 But in the schools, these gods, during most periods, were unwelcome. Such resilience is also evident among indigenous groups that attended plpers and fairs. For example, the Sakiinj First Nation continues to recover, enhance, and transfer cultural practices through venues such as Turtle Lodge, a building erected in 2002 in which community members can share traditional knowledge, land-based spiritual teachings, ceremonies, and healing. In this manner, though the metaphysical actors and spaces of Christianity 246 were drawn on to motivate assimilative change among indigenous groups, periods of resurging indigenous spirituality often provided micro-level defenses against the force of these powers. This was true not only of the later years of the boarding school period in both Manitoba and New Mexico. The use of indigenous spiritualities to resist the settler colonial mesh was indeed evident from the beginning of each country's boarding school system, such as the use in the 1880s of the sun dance among Plains peoples as an alternative form of education, just when realization dawned that boarding schools were designed to eliminate indigenous cultures. 114 The Battle of the Gods therefore followed no single trajectory, instead, deities, ceremonies, rituals, damnation, salvation, and the like were pulled into the fight over indigenous children with varying degrees of success at various moments. Food and poverty. Like the roles of many micro-level actors in the drama of indigenous boarding schools, that of food and poverty was multidimensional. The hunger and poverty of students could be used through techniques of desire to motivate parents to send their children to boarding schools, where they were promised more adequate sustenance. 115 Yet the most common complaint heard from students at both American and Canadian indigenous boarding schools was about the food. As well, clothing and lodgings were not always of better quality than those available in the home. So, once again, we need to look more closely at how these actors were allied either to facilitate or to resist the settler-colonial mesh. In a 1912 assessment of poverty and hunger in Pueblo communities, Superintendent Coggeshall at SFIS concurred with the Office of Indian Affairs that poverty was a potential means to motivate the Indian toward advancement. It has seemed to me that the policy of the office in encouraging the Indian in independence with respect to the necessities of life and in withholding gratuitous assistance except in rare cases of absolute necessity has been for progress in the development of self-reliance in the Indian. For this reason, Coggeshall did not believe that Indian affairs should be too quick to intervene in instances of Pueblo poverty. Instead, if investment was to be made, he argued, it should be in the form of modern machinery. 247. And instruction in farming methods. 116 Poverty, he believed, was a means to force the Pueblo to adapt to and adopt European ways. Indeed, in periods of great hardship, indigenous boarding schools did appear to offer parents a means to ensure the survival of their children. Brenda Child writes with respect to the increasing numbers of students who attended boarding schools in the 1930s that this was not a sign of indigenous acceptance of these institutions but a sign that boarding schools had become familiar institutions and that, when economic or family problems beset Indian people, boarding schools could be useful to them. When the deprivation of Indian families became acute during the 1930s, the boarding schools filled with children. Depression-era records from Red Lake report a truckload of hungry children arriving from White Earth to be placed in their boarding school because their own families were unable to provide for them. 117 Moreover, this growth in the numbers attending schools occurred, in part, during the Collier years, when several boarding schools were closed down in order to promote day schools and integration into public schools. Based on this and other information, Child notes how boarding schools, though sources of resentment among indigenous Americans, were also occasionally useful, providing sources of sustenance or preferred modes of education. As one former student from SFIS remarked, if it wasn't for boarding schools, I would have been in a bad way, because my parents lost their job in Arizona. Then they went to California. And from California they came back to Arizona. There were very few jobs. So being in boarding school was a very good thing for my sister and myself. 118 Within the broader settler-colonial mesh, reserve-based suffering, itself a consequence of settler encroachment on indigenous territories and food-gathering practices, became a tool for driving children toward assimilative schooling. Indigenous children's relationship with food was also a dispositional quality that assimilative education sought to transform. As Mary Ellen Kelm remarks, predicated on the basic notion that the First Nations were, by nature, unclean and diseased, residential schooling was advocated as a means to save Aboriginal children from the insalubrious influences of home life on reserve. Once in the schools, the racially charged and gendered. 248. Message that Aboriginal domestic arrangements threatened physical, social, and spiritual survival was reinforced through health education. Children were taught to hate the food their mothers cooked and reject their standards of cleanliness. School officials told students that cultural alienation was to be welcomed as the first step toward healthful living and long life. 119. As was the case with health, then, food was used as a means to effect change on indigenous bodies. Indeed, several stories from New Mexico tell of pupils returning to their home communities only to be disturbed by family practices of eating on the floor. Mrs. Walter Marmon from Laguna Pueblo recounted the following about a pupil returning to his Pueblo community after time spent at Carlisle. Here's the story that one of the boys, the older boys, saw, after he returned and he had gotten used to seeing the big buildings back east, you know, Pennsylvania and Philadelphia and all those places. And then he came back to the little homes, the little Pueblo homes, looked very small to him, and he said to his folks, "Whose is this chicken house?" And his mother said, "Why, this is your home." Called him by his Indian name. And then they went into the next room, and there was his little brother in a cradle. And he saw that his little brother was dark in color like himself, and he said, Whose is this Negro baby? 120. This story captures well the assimilative goal of making foreign the indigenous community so that it was no longer recognizable to the assimilated student. When it was no longer recognizable, it would potentially no longer feel right to the student, who would then be more inclined to embrace and embody American citizenship. The control of indigenous children's bodies through food was forcefully brought to light in Canada in 2013 when a postdoctoral researcher at Guelph University, Ian Mosby, published a paper detailing the nutritional experiments that took place at certain Canadian residential schools and on specific Indigenous reserves in the late 1940s. During this period, hunger was common in residential schools in northern Manitoba as well as other parts of Canada. However, rather than treat this hunger as a problem that 249 required immediate and drastic attention, health researchers viewed the schools as ready-made labs for the study of malnutrition where they could test whether or not certain vitamin supplements or enriched flour might help to offset nutritional deficiencies. They also investigated questions related to dental hygiene, such as the efficacy of the use of fluoride. These researchers argued that their findings would help to address the nutritional and health needs of Indigenous peoples, but the experiments were also tied to broader concerns with the Indian problem in the hope that such nutritional interventions might make Indigenous peoples less of a burden on the government in the long term. But the experiments showed the deep disregard that existed for the rights of Indigenous persons to control their bodies, and what was put into them, since no parents or children were asked for their consent to participate in these tests. 121 Students were also reoriented in terms of what they ate. At home, Pueblo children would eat corn, beans, squash, and chili stews. At school, they were fed porridge or hardtack biscuits. 122 Likewise, Anishinaabe, Cree, and Dakota Sioux students accustomed to game, berries, and foods derived from indigenous agriculture were confronted with starch-heavy foods. In both circumstances, food portions were inadequate, and many students complained of hunger. Food was also poorly prepared and sometimes spoiled by the time that it was served to children. As one FAIR's survivor remarked, "The dogs eat better now than we did in them days." 123 Poor and insufficient food resulted in the emergence of an underground food economy in the schools. Opportunities to take extra food were sought, whether by working in the kitchen or in the fields. As well, students resisted imposed diets by hunting and trading small game caught on school grounds. Food was thus a valuable resource that allowed one to build alliances and accumulate owed favors, which could be turned toward survival in boarding schools. Poverty and food were also enlisted as allies and weapons outside Indigenous boarding schools. It was a common practice, especially in the early days of American boarding schools, for agents to threaten to withhold funds, such as annuity payments or rations, when parents did not send their children to schools. However, not all Indigenous groups received resources from the federal government. The Northern Pueblo, for example, did not receive annuities or rations, and in 1920 this fact led Horace J. Johnson, 250, superintendent of the Northern Pueblos, to reflect on the challenge of compelling school attendance for Pueblo children. With respect to the new school regulations of that year, which made Indigenous education a legislative requirement, Johnson noted his confidence that he could place eligible Pueblo children in schools as long as he received the necessary backing from the federal government. He added that "I have never done these things on bluff, however, and do not care to begin it here where there is every prospect of a bluff being called." 124 Thus, the power of the Northern Pueblos, and their lack of dependence on government resources, granted them a degree of resistance to having rations and funds enlisted to force their children into schools. For this reason, the superintendent later stressed the need for a show of force by the government, which would allow him to take care of the recalcitrants. 125 Others would dangle rewards for compliance in front of extremely poor parents. Margaret D. Jacobs writes of how Indian agent Plummer took the latter approach in his efforts to enroll DINE students in an on-reserve school. Instead of wielding the stick withholding annuities, he dangled the carrot. In 1893, he offered axes to any Navajo parents who sent their children to school. Still, the Navajos did not rush to accept Plummer's generosity. Plummer added pails and coffee pots to the offer and tried playing various Navajo groups off one another. 126 In tough economic times, such as when wool prices hit their low point in the mid-1890s, his strategy was more effective and managed to convince some parents to send their children to school. Use of poverty and hunger as tools to compel student enrollment was more persistent across time in the Manitoban case studies. Into the late 19,408, instances of threats to withhold funds from parents who refused to send their children to school were noted. For example, in a 1948 letter, B.E. Olson, superintendent of the Clandeboye Agency, remarked that denying parents their family allowance payments was one of the most effective means to ensure school attendance. 27 Likewise, Victoria Elaine McIntosh, who was at fairs in the 1960s, told of how her mother was forced to give her up to the school. "I didn't realize that she carried all that guilt. She said, 'I had to give you up.' She said, 'or else, they told us we wouldn't eat.' My grandmother, 251, was standing there and this is what they told her. And I was angry with my mom for a long time because I thought she gave up on me, but I realize now that she didn't have any choice at that time, and when she gave this back to me I forgave her and I told her that it wasn't her fault. 128. Food was also enlisted within the schools as a means for staff to exhibit their control over students. Several survivors recall being forced to eat spoiled or bug-infested foods. For example, the same fair's survivor recounted that, "There was an incident where I would not eat porridge, and the first time I looked down and it was the bowl in front of me and I noticed there was worms in it, and a nun came up behind me and she told me, 'Eat it.' And I wouldn't eat it. No. And she slammed my face in the bowl and picked me up by my arm and threw me up against the wall and she started strapping me. 129. Another fair's student from the 1960s, Eugene Patrick Boubard, told of another such event. "I remember I couldn't eat. I was sick and I was being called a suck. And I remember going to the cafeteria and the macaronis were hard, like it was hard, and I couldn't eat it. I just couldn't eat it. I sat at the edge of the table and it was a huge cafeteria and I tried to eat and I couldn't eat, and the nuns came and hit me in the back of the head and kept hitting harder and harder. 'Eat. It will make you feel better.' I kept, 'Nun, I can't eat.' And they kept hitting harder and harder, so I forced this food, I forced eat it, and by the time I threw up on my plate I remember all the kids sitting near me pushed their chair back and I was telling the nun I was sick. Those nuns, what they did, they forced me to eat what I threw up. 130. However, the boarding schools in Manitoba and New Mexico did not solely enlist food and poverty to bully students and assert control. Indeed, in New Mexico, as we saw with the technique of desire, the carrot continued to be deployed as a means to enlist indigenous poverty in service to the settler colonial mesh. The discussions in the previous chapter about new shoes, or the food that children heard about from students returning from 252 boarding schools, meant that food and poverty could be allied to desire to compel students toward assimilative education. Nonetheless, food and poverty are not one-sided in the history of boarding schools, since children also drew on their memories of local foods, prepared by beloved family members, to resist assimilation. Blood. In the previous chapter, I examined the administrative techniques of indigenous boarding schools with respect to how they were refined and extended to better know and control the Indian. However, at the core of such techniques across most eras was a concern with Indian blood. Blood, in terms of an imagined quantum of indigenous blood, was to be measured prior to entry into school to ensure that those enrolled were not already of diluted racial stock, for it was assumed that those with less Indian blood would be naturally absorbed into the dominant society. This racist logic of the blood quantum allowed schools to define which children should attend boarding schools, thereby limiting government budgetary commitments to those viewed to be more Indian. 13. Thus, one sees at ACE and SFIS, for example, efforts by superintendents to prevent the attendance of Mexican students. 132 In one instance, supervisor of Indian schools A.O. Wright reported on the need to remove certain students because they were of insufficient Indian blood. In obedience to special orders, I have also removed from the school at Albuquerque a large number of Mexican pupils. These had mostly sufficient Indian blood to be eligible under the rules forbidding the admission of white Indians, but they were children of Mexicans, whose ancestors had long abandoned their tribal relations and had intermarried with whites. 133 In discussions of genocide, there is often the expectation that blood will be spilled. In Chapter 2, I argued that physical genocide is merely one means of genocidal destruction, and it is most often braided with forms of cultural and biological destruction. However, there is still a European sensibility that leads us to think that the spilling of blood is a more serious form of group destruction. Indeed, the European cultures that have dominated the conceptualization of genocide have been too long obsessed with blood. Genocide has occurred to preserve the purity of blood, and, in 253, its aftermath, we have fixated on bloodshed. But the bonds of the group are more than blood. And it is not only when it is spilled that blood is relevant to discussions of attempted group destruction. As can be seen in the case of indigenous boarding schools, blood was enlisted as a tool for making the targeted group legible within the settler-colonial mesh. Blood quantum calculations have thus had a role to play in schemes of indigenous elimination. Utilizing arbitrary and racist definitions, such as the notion that 1/4 or 1/2 indigenous blood makes one an Indian, and ignoring how cultural affinities require more than a mere biological lineage connecting one to the cultural group, Canadian and American governments have long tried to define indigenous peoples out of existence. 134 Indigenous boarding schools have played a role in this process. By accepting only those identified as having a significant degree of Indian blood, the schools concentrated their efforts on targeting those whom they believed most likely to stick to backward indigenous ways. Moreover, by removing them from their communities, and forcing them to interact with non-indigenous communities, either through the placement of the boarding school near a non-indigenous community or through the outing program, it was hoped that indigenous men and women might connect with and even marry into non-indigenous communities. Richard Pratt, for example, founder of the Carlisle Indian School, believed miscegenation to be a key tool for converting indigenous young people to white ways. He boasted that 5 of his students had married white wives, a controversial claim given that settlers had long accepted that white men might marry Indian women but still had misgivings about white women coupling with or wedding Indian men. 135 The utilization of blood quanta is an ongoing theme in Canada, and it stretches well beyond the residential schools. The 60s scoop, for example, refers to the mass forced adoption of indigenous children into white families as part of a coordinated effort to socialize and absorb these children into the Euro-Canadian community. 136 Moreover, indigenous women who married non-indigenous men prior to the passing of Bill C-31 in 1985 faced the loss of their indigenous status. 137 For the patriarchal assumption was that the woman would take on her husband's identity. Illegitimate children and adoptees were also denied status, resulting in an 254 increasing number of indigenous persons defined as non-status Indians. 138 Canada still assesses the legal identity of indigenous peoples according to a blood quantum standard. Thus, Bill C-31, though correcting the inequitable removal of status from indigenous women who marry non-indigenous men, continues to assess Indian status based on the expectation that indigenous people will possess a certain degree of Indian blood. But blood not only served to identify a target for assimilative schooling and a strategy for reducing the sheer number of Indians through biological absorption. Blood was also a message, a symbol of the school's power over the student. Survivors recall vividly those moments when they witnessed the blood of another child spilled by a school staff member's violence. As a survivor who attended fairs in the 1960s, Victoria Elaine McIntosh explained, "I've seen a lot of things in there that a little kid should never ever see. I've seen the other kids being beaten. I remember sitting in the classroom, and them going around with the ruler, and she hit the boy behind me, and all I heard was a crack and a scream and didn't dare turn around, and found out after she broke his nose, and I remember seeing the blood on the floor. But you learn to don't look at it. Don't look down. 39. Blood was also perceived as an obstacle. Especially in the early 20th century, when race science held sway among many associated with Indian policy in both the United States and Canada, blood, or biological inheritance, was what stood in the way of the Indigenous child's full assimilation. Throughout this book, and throughout the archives, one can find examples of government authorities, superintendents, principals, teachers, and other staff members bemoaning how difficult their task was in the face of the evolutionary limitations of the Indian. Whereas some within each country's Indian service believed that Indians could become white men, 4. Others argued that each group held separate racial destinies. In the latter category were individuals such as Samuel Chapman Armstrong, superintendent of Hampton School, and Estelle Real, superintendent of Indian schools from 1898 to R910. Armstrong theorized that the idea of hard work was not in the Indians' brains or blood, 141, and he understood boarding schools to provide a necessary introduction to such work while also communicating the idea that indigenous peoples were racially inferior. Real was influenced 255 by Armstrong's approach, and Hampton School became the model in terms of developing the course of study for Indian schools. 142 In sum, blood intervened in different ways in assimilative schooling in Manitoba and New Mexico. Although both regions showed a general inclination to organize and categorize Indigenous children in accordance with their blood quantum, and to exclude others on the same grounds, blood was not unproblematic in this endeavor. In the early 20th century, blood was also an essence, a deep-rooted limitation on boarding school aspirations, and therefore required adaptation by educators so that boarding schools would prepare Indigenous children for futures more suited to their perceived evolutionary shortcomings. Yet, in the schools themselves, particularly in those periods characterized by heightened levels of physical violence, blood communicated the power of the school to spill Indigenous blood, to create gashes on Indigenous children's bodies, or to shame Indigenous girls for their menstruation. Blood did not always carry out the tasks to which it was set by those in charge of Indigenous boarding schools, however. Some Indigenous peoples embraced Indigenous identities also in terms of blood regardless of their alleged mixed-race status. People still embrace indigeneity after years of having Indigenous identities legislated away. Others have sought ways to circumvent legislated elimination. For example, a survivor from Fort Alexander, who fell in love with a Métis man after she finished school, attempted to ensure that her children would not lose their Indian status by delaying her marriage until after they were born. But this maneuver did not satisfy the Canadian registrar, who sent her a letter once the marriage was made known. We moved from Manitoba to Saskatchewan, and then I got a letter from the registrar. I'll never forget his name, H. Chapman. And the letter said, "Since you have married the legal father of the children, they are no longer entitled to be registered as Indians, and I am striking them off the record." Period. I lost it. How could they do that? They're betraying me. That's what I thought. This is betrayal. I followed the law and they say no now. I didn't know what to do then except cry, and I did. 143. 256. In this chapter, I have attempted to get beyond human-centric examinations of genocidal destruction by delving more deeply into the roles played by non-human actors in producing the intended and unintended consequences of forced assimilation. Territory, space, time, disease, hell, food, poverty, and blood were actors allied in either facilitating or resisting assimilative education, often in multiple and nonlinear manners. Other actors could have been mentioned, but those assessed here provide a sense of the complicated micro-level context of Indigenous boarding schools and the changes that occurred over time in terms of how these actors factored into the attempted resolution of the Indian problem. These non-human forces in the shaping of local Indigenous boarding school experiences have been discussed here as actors, rather than simply as inanimate factors, because they did not simply bend to the will of those human agents who sought to enlist them. Combining insights from this and the previous chapter, one gathers a sense of how the settler-colonial mesh was uneven and unpredictable in its application. The Indian problem, and the legislation, policy, and circulars designed to address this problem, informed techniques of assimilation implemented in particular schools. However, these techniques were also adapted to local problems, concerns, personalities, struggles, and other factors that made them less than perfect vehicles for settler colonial intention. As well, the efficacy of these techniques required negotiation among a variety of local actors, including boarding school staff, parents, children, and community members, but also non-human actors enlisted by these various parties to try to realize their objectives in specific boarding school circumstances. At times, these actors could be enlisted to fulfill assimilative purposes. For example, rail lines could be used to overcome territorial isolation and bring children otherwise untouched by assimilation to boarding schools. However, just as often, these actors contributed to unanticipated outcomes in boarding schools. Territory proved to be more complex than expected, allowing indigenous peoples to evade enrollment of their children. Diseases found ways, often through sheer neglect, to spread among school populations, undoing claims made by school officials that the schools offered healthy environments for children. The gods and spirits of the indigenous world proved to be more resilient than expected. 257. By those propounding the Christian faith. The food and clothing of indigenous communities were less impoverished than the offerings found in boarding school dining halls and closets. And blood did not always obey the quantum model, since indigeneity survived and persisted despite efforts at its dilution through biological absorption. 258. Aftermaths and redress. Up to this point, the focus of this book has been on North American indigenous boarding schools from a socio-historical perspective. However, this history did not simply end with the closing of boarding schools or their transformation into indigenous-run institutions. The legacy of indigenous boarding schools continues to trouble contemporary times, and it is with this in mind that efforts have been made to redress the harms of these institutions. The settler-colonial mesh might have mutated, but it has not retracted from the North American continent. Although micro-level analysis pointed to the futility of a strict national comparison between Canadian and American indigenous boarding school experiences, the contemporary politics of redress in Canada and the United States do raise distinct national questions. How is it that Canada has arrived at an Indian residential school settlement agreement, whereas redress measures in the United States are few and far between? Are the differences between the two countries and their deployment of indigenous boarding schools enough to make the Canadian case for redress more compelling? Or are there more important factors that explain the lack of redress measures in the United States? This chapter provides discussion of the aftermath of boarding schools in each country to demonstrate the multiple, overlapping effects of boarding schools on indigenous communities. It then analyzes the pathways. 259. To redress in each nation before focusing on the Canadian IRSA and its limitations as a model for redress in the United States. Aftermaths. In both Canada and the United States, the deleterious effects of colonialism are on display. Some have advanced notions of historical trauma or soul wound to describe intergenerational forms of trauma that result from ancestral suffering and manifest themselves in problems such as abuse, addiction, and suicide in contemporary indigenous communities. Although one must be cautious not to treat all indigenous peoples as necessarily traumatized regardless of their personal experiences, indigenous communities do continue to feel the reverberations of historical and contemporary settler colonial practices. In Canada, the impact of indigenous boarding schools is traceable to the cycles of violence and abuse that emanated from these schools. Because multiple generations of children attended the schools, where they faced similar experiences of abuse and cultural degradation, extended families were disconnected from cultural patterns of parenting and socialization. 3 And, with the breakdown of these patterns, many indigenous individuals were left rootless and adrift from the bonds of family, culture, and language. Add to this situation the forms of violence and abuse learned in the schools, and conditions were ripe for the continuation of violence and abuse in indigenous communities, particularly those that fed the most brutal schools. Community suffering was exacerbated by ongoing instances of child removal, such as those that occurred under the 60s scoop, and they continue today in communities that lack the social services needed to prevent severe, government-sponsored reactions to family challenges. Point 4. A survivor from FAIRS discussed dealing with her trauma. I found alcohol when Jay arrived in the city. I just became alcoholic. I didn't drink to enjoy it, I didn't even like the taste of it. I like what it did to make me forget. I thought. I came to a point where I'm landing in a psych ward from alcohol drinking too much. I landed in treatment center twice. But I had a lot of help. I found out I didn't need to drink. 260. It was killing me. I became suicidal, slashed my wrists because I was so embarrassed what did to my kids. Same thing happened, that's exactly what my mom did to us. What I was doing. Point 5. But such experiences of ongoing trauma must also be connected to the contemporary structural factors that leave many Indigenous Canadian communities with too few resources and struggling with poverty, high food costs, poor quality housing, inadequate health care, and a lack of social services. To connect these experiences solely to the historical wrongs rather than current problems would be a disservice to ongoing demands for social justice in Indigenous communities. And these demands are many. For example, for Aboriginal children under the age of 15, 27.5% live in low-income households, compared with 12.9% for non-Aboriginal Canadians. This is the result of severe income, employment, and educational gaps between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Canadians. In some communities, such as in parts of northern Canada, the cost of food is double that in urban settings, and health care and social services are limited in their availability. Indigenous Canadians also suffer much greater incidences of certain health and mental health ailments, such as diabetes and depression. 1 degree under these conditions, prisons rather than schools appear to be the new institutional means for dealing with those Indigenous peoples perceived to be problems, especially in Manitoba, where, though Indigenous persons make up only 13% of the population, they accounted for over GG% of people in custody in 2010 to 11.11. It is also the case that Indigenous peoples in the United States have experienced a great deal of suffering since Indigenous boarding schools shifted away from serving primarily as institutions of assimilation. Indigenous persons living on reservations in the United States are part of the poorest 1% of the American population. Many of these communities suffer under the same conditions of poverty, poor health, and marginalization that appear on Canadian reservations. American Indian and Alaskan Native peoples comprise only 1.5% of the U.S. population, though in contrast to other segments of the population they are younger and faster growing, possibly a sign of resurgence. However, their rates of poverty are more than double that of the rest of the population, with 27% of all. 261 families and 32% of families with children living in poverty. Their rates of employment and education are also significantly lower than those for other Americans. For example, only 71% possess a high school diploma in contrast to 80% for the rest of the country. As well, unemployment rates range from just over 14 to 35% in various reservation communities. Perhaps even more startling is the fact that American and Alaskan Native peoples have the highest per capita rates of exposure to violence and abuse as well as to other traumatic events, such as accidents resulting in loss of life. For these reasons, Indigenous young people in the United States are much more likely to witness or experience traumatic events. Exposure to such violence couples with disparities in health and mental health care, exacerbating the effects of the violence on Indigenous communities. Post-traumatic stress disorder, alcohol dependence, depression, and suicide all exhibit high levels on reservations. 12. Some scholars have sought to tie these conditions on reserve directly to the history of settler colonialism, including boarding schools. 13 Other commentators have suggested that communally owned property is a major barrier to overcoming indigenous poverty, reviving within a neoliberal environment several historical settler colonial rationalizations for indigenous land appropriation. 14 Current studies refute the latter claim and show that indigenous economic success is possible under a collective ownership model. 15 Nonetheless, one must be wary of how current redress policies in both Canada and the United States too often couple with ongoing attempts to dispossess indigenous peoples of collective stewardship of their lands, if not their lands themselves. 16 None of these data is presented to suggest that conditions are worse either in Canada or in the United States. Indeed, such data fail to take into account the micro-level circumstances and differential experiences of community resurgence and suffering that have been the focus of this book. However, they do represent a blunt instrument for demonstrating grounds for a politics of redress to emerge in each nation. Indigenous communities have suffered, and in many cases continue to suffer, as a consequence of the settler-colonial mesh. Yet, while pursuing this line, we must bear in mind that indigenous boarding schools, and settler colonialism more generally, did not affect all indigenous communities in the same manner. 262. John Graham, for example, argues that ACE and SFIS had less severe impacts on Pueblo students compared with other boarding schools. What accounts for the seemingly easier transition of Pueblo students to life in their home communities? Culture shock for returned students largely resulted from the effects of alienation from the home community, drastic changes in lifestyle, and drastic changes in worldview through introduction to foreign ideas, particularly Christianity. In facing each of these factors, most Pueblo students had distinct advantages. First, from the very beginning, the New Mexico boarding schools allowed Pueblo students to return home each summer, though not necessarily members of other tribes. Certainly spending 9 months at a time away from home could be a jarring experience, but not as jarring as spending 5 years or more away without a break. Second, how school officials expected good Indians to live was not all that different from how Pueblos already lived. 17. This book confirms some of Graham's findings, especially as they relate to the ability of the Pueblo to maintain connections to their communities during their time at boarding schools. However, I would also introduce a note of caution in overgeneralizing the ease with which Pueblo returned to their communities, since, depending on when they attended the schools, these students still experienced forms of physical, cultural, and symbolic violence that could negatively affect their return experiences. 18. Recognizing regional and temporal differences in the experience of the American settler colonial mesh through schooling, or what has been described in these pages as an attempt at the genocidal destruction of indigenous peoples, does not, however, enable us to account for differences in redress policies in Canada and the United States. Such regional differences can also be found within the Canadian context, whereby, for example, boarding schools were used with less frequency in some regions than others. 19 Nonetheless, in Canada, Indigenous survivors organized class action lawsuits to pursue justice for the abuses suffered in assimilative boarding schools and thereby eventually sparked the negotiations that led to IRSA in 2007. Policies of redress, such as IRSA, are seldom the result of the good. 263. Intentions of governments. Instead, they are products of the activism of victim groups and their allies, who together force governments to take action on past injustices. 20 So how is it that Canadian survivors and their allies were more able to mobilize for reparations than those in the United States? The United States is a litigious society, home to class action lawsuits seeking historical atonement from the government and other wrongdoers. 1. As well, the United States preceded Canada in trying to make amends for other acts that they shared in common, such as the internment of Japanese Americans and Canadians during the Second World War. 22 So one cannot argue that the United States is somehow more hostile to such claims or that the legal resources are not available to accommodate historical redress. Something else is at work here. Pathways to redress. In discussing the different pathways toward redress, Charles Glenn ventures a culturalist explanation, it may be because Canada experienced neither the agonies nor the triumphs of the Black freedom movement of the 1950s and 1960s that coming to terms with its past relationship with Indians has played a larger role in the national consciousness than has the parallel relationship in the United States. 23. Leaving aside the fact that the U.S. attempt to come to terms with slavery leaves much to be desired. 24. There are more promising discursive, political, and structural factors to help explain this difference. First, on the discursive level, contrasting perceptions of the histories of American and Canadian Indigenous boarding schools hold some explanatory power. In particular, the more uneven and varied nature of American boarding school policy and its application might lessen, for some, the sense of absolute injustice of these institutions. As noted in Chapter 3, Canadian schools were generally relentless in their assimilative mission for a longer and less differentiated period than were similar institutions in the United States. Moreover, because they tended to be more under the watch of Indian reformers, many, though certainly not all, American schools were more likely to harness softer forms of power, such as those that I have discussed under the headings of desire and symbolic violence in Chapters 5 and 6. And American Indigenous groups appear to have been more likely, in general, to 264. Establish a stake of ownership in these institutions. The cumulative effect of these perceived differences is that they potentially foster the appearance that justice claims in the American context are less pressing than those in the Canadian context. I am not declaring that this is in fact the case, only that the perception matters. Based on my conceptualization of genocide, which takes the group and its survival as its focus, softer mechanisms of assimilation are still mechanisms directed toward the destruction of indigenous groups and still carry with them a type of force, albeit one more subtle than the outright violence that we are accustomed to hearing about in discussions of genocide. More importantly, what we might refer to as a discursive opening has not yet occurred to allow American testimony on widespread physical trauma, violence, and sexual abuse to come more prominently into the public spotlight. 25 Although some believe that we live in a culture of victimhood, it is in fact very difficult for victims to bring forward their testimonies of suffering, especially in what is perceived as a potentially hostile environment. Some cases of violence have come before U.S. courts to seek compensation for sexual and physical harms at BIA-run Indigenous boarding schools, such as the 1979 and 1980 cases of Begay et al. The United States. In these cases, 11 female minors and their parents or guardians filed suit against the government for sexual assaults at the hands of male teachers at the THIRD-WORLDISM boarding school in Dine Territory. 2 Yet they have not received the public attention needed to create a space for more survivors to feel safe in providing their testimonies about boarding school wrongs. In Canada, an injustice frame for public discussion of Indigenous boarding schools is well developed, and survivors of the Canadian Indigenous boarding schools possess multiple templates, to use Ronald Nelson's term, for the personal and painful framing mechanisms offered to survivors by Canada's TRC, with which to articulate their boarding school lives. 27 These templates are less well established in the United States, where narratives of boarding schools as benevolent institutions, as an antidote to the Indian Wars, or as spaces of Indigenous resistance have been more persistent. This is despite the U.S. history wars that centered on the quincentennial of the Columbian Voyage to the Americas. At this time, authors such as Ward Churchill and David Standard advanced arguments about the genocidal 265 nature of American colonialism, including boarding schools. 8 But the polemical and partisan character of such debates often resulted in such perspectives being dismissed as part of a radical fringe, and they produced little middle ground for negotiating redress options that would allow the government to address the past without radically altering the status quo. Keeping with the theme of historical discourses, there is also a tendency among some in the United States to interpret subsequent policy changes as forms of historical redress. This view is evident in debates about slavery reparations, in which the argument is made that the Civil War, as well as subsequent policies of welfare and affirmative action, complete America's historical debt to African Americans. 3 Likewise, some might suggest that a raft of policies has helped to make amends for indigenous boarding schools in the United States. Under such an interpretation, various eras of Indian policy reform, such as those that followed the Miriam and Kennedy reports, would be lauded as efforts to make right historical wrongs. As well, the fact that self-identified indigenous persons have held the leadership of the BIA since 1966 might be argued to reflect an effort to correct the government's relationship with American indigenous peoples. More particular to the topic under consideration, the distinct pattern in the United States of indigenous political and educational self-determination might be noted as a form of making amends. Point 3. Although this pattern is not evenly spread across the country, in the Southwest and elsewhere experiments began early with indigenous-directed education and shifted the focus among indigenous leaders seeking justice for the boarding school past toward institutional control rather than broader forms of material and symbolic redress. For example, in 1966, the Rough Rock Demonstration School was established, and in 1969 Navajo Community College began operations. Both of these Dine-run institutions were the culmination of years of attempts to address the challenges of Dine education, in which children were difficult to reach to send to boarding schools and resources were few for local schooling. 32 Such schools can teach indigenous children to walk in two worlds to adapt to European culture while maintaining their own indigenous cultures. But the record for self-determined boarding schools, though better than that of federal schools, is not an unmitigated 266. Success, and such schools have not completely addressed the harms of the past. Indeed, even contemporary schools can be experienced as harmful to indigenous children when they are Spartan, understaffed institutions that remove children from their families. 33 Overall, victims of historical wrongs are seldom satisfied with a patchwork of policies that may or may not have been specifically designed to redress these wrongs. Therefore, the argument that efforts at redress have already been made is unlikely to convince those whose communities and lives have been damaged by boarding schools. With respect to political factors, in both Canada and the United States, Indigenous boarding schools contributed to the creation of an Indigenous leadership who spoke a common language and possessed pan-Indigenous networks through which grievance articulation and political mobilization took place. 34 For example, in 1969, an exposé of the physical abuse suffered by students at Kilako Indian Residential School and the release of the Kennedy Report, which declared that U.S. efforts to educate Indigenous Americans were a failure, a national tragedy, and a national disgrace. 35 Combined with an atmosphere of heightened political activism in the United States to spark a period of political mobilization on the issue of Indigenous education. More dramatic statements about rights to Indigenous self-determination bolstered this activism, such as through the occupation of the BIA Central Office by Indigenous protesters in 1972 and the Wounded Knee Uprising in 1973. These confrontations helped to bring the termination era to an end and were catalysts for the signing of the Indian Education Act and the Indian Self-Determination and Education Existence Act into law. Such reforms, however, served as an accommodationist means to dampen red power in the United States. Stephen Cornell argues that this dampening occurred in three ways. First, the most radical of Indian activists were suppressed and marginalized. Second, acts such as the aforementioned Indian Self-Determination and Education Existence Act, as well as the Indian Civil Rights Act and the Indian Child Welfare Act, focused Indigenous communities more on local issues, such as federal recognition, and specific Indigenous nation concerns. Finally, the BIA itself was treated as the object of reform as a means to revise Indigenous non-Indigenous 267 relations, distracting from broader, societal-level transformations that had been demanded in the era of Red Power. 3 Cent For certain, the Indian Self-Determination and Education Existence Act was a pivotal piece of legislation for changing the nature of Indigenous activism in the United States. Under its terms, federally recognized American tribes could gain access to federal grants and programs for their peoples. This act was part of a move away from blood quantum approaches to determining tribal membership, giving tribes more oversight of how Indianness would be determined in their nations. But, With greater powers of self-determination and sovereignty, indigenous groups in the United States turned their attention more directly to issues of immediate concern, such as economic development, criminal justice, and other such matters. Indeed, some have viewed American policies of tribal recognition, and the economic development opportunities that sometimes follow from this policy, such as the creation of casinos, to be forms of redress. 37 In addition, the 1946 Indian Claims Commission provided indigenous Americans with the opportunity to seek compensation for the wrongful appropriation of land, offering a means for attending to one of the most deeply felt and widely shared senses of settler colonial injustice against U.S.-based indigenous peoples. In addition to this process, indigenous groups have been able at times to seek land restitution from the U.S. government. 38 In short, pan-indigenous political activism in the United States was fostered to some degree by leadership arising out of indigenous boarding schools. This activism reached its peak in the 1960s and early 1970s, and contributed to the end of the termination era in the United States. 39 Before the movement became more fractured and localized as indigenous nations able to obtain federal recognition turned their attention to resurgence and pursuit of matters of justice specific to their communities. Likewise, in Canada, there was a heightening of pan-indigenous activism in the late 1960s, much of it emerging through leaders who themselves attended residential schools, and especially in response to the Liberal government's tabling of the White Paper of 1969, which sought to eliminate the Indian Act through the legislated absorption of Indigenous peoples into the Canadian polity. 40 However, despite the greater attention to land claims and self-governance negotiations that defined Canadian Indigenous 268 policy following defeat of the White Paper, there remained much cause for pan-indigenous activism, since the common fate of indigenous communities was still defined by the many onerous statutes of the Indian Act, and many indigenous groups continued to wrestle against both specific and comprehensive land claims policies that either ignored or offered limited forms of indigenous self-government. 4. Therefore, national bodies such as the Assembly of First Nations remained prominent in the Canadian political context and provided national resources and leadership to assist with survivor demands for residential school reparations. 42 This is not to say that accommodationist pressures were not also present in Canada, since to engage in any government-sponsored justice process, from land claims to self-government negotiations, required an Indigenous group to leave outside the negotiation room. Their broader claims to Indigenous territory and sovereignty. 43 In this manner, though Canadian Indigenous policy has been somewhat less successful in mobilizing a divide-and-conquer strategy in relation to pan-Indigenous movements, it has nonetheless operated to moderate Indigenous demands by creating circumscribed redress mechanisms that require Indigenous groups to remain in good faith. In other words, they must turn their attention to the practical relations of the treaty or self-government negotiation table. 44 This means focusing on matters of jurisdiction, resources, policing, education, and the like, without bringing up messy issues of attempted genocide or the extent of land and resources removed under settler colonization. 45 In short, sparked by a continuing tradition of pan-Indigenous activism, moderate redress for various settler colonial harms has been a more prominent part of Canadian Indigenous policy than has been the case in the United States. But the settler colonial mesh has mutated in a manner whereby redress projects themselves have taken on status quo affirming and assimilative characteristics. 6 These political factors overlap with the third set of issues, the structural conditions for redress. Here one must consider the broader socio-economic factors that motivate neoliberal governments to engage in practices such as redress for historical wrongs, in particular those that might inspire a government such as that in Canada to try to harness redress politics in the settler colonial mesh. The neoliberal era is commonly viewed to have taken 269 hold in North America in the 1970s, when Keynesian welfare policies were perceived to be in crisis. Throughout this period of economic transformation, some economists argued that the social programs of the welfare state were cumbersome and that the regulatory controls of the nation-state were a burden to increasingly mobile and global capital. 47 The political rationality of neoliberalism, finding expression in the policies of Ronald Reagan, Margaret Thatcher, and other world leaders, sought to roll back welfare provisions and create regulatory regimes and workforces more flexible to the needs of capital. 48 Under such structural and ideological conditions, in which social spending by the state is heavily curtailed, one would not expect governments to enter lightly into policies of redress. However, one should not confuse reparations with welfare policy. Whereas welfare is understood as a constant drag on neoliberal governments, redress offers the luxury of one-time payment, commemoration, and truth-telling that can serve a number of state purposes, such as allowing the state to gain or restore legitimacy. 9 Rehabilitate its institutions and operations. 5 Degree preserve or redeem a national order. 1 Govern the victim group to ensure both finality and certainty within the social order. 52 Or distract the public from more fundamental issues, such as Indigenous sovereignty and the return of indigenous lands. 53 Nonetheless, despite the strategic potential available to states through engagement with policies of redress, states do not undertake such processes willingly. As noted above, they need to be pushed toward involvement through the activism of victim groups and their allies. Activists secure state participation in redress by creating risks related to state non-involvement. All too often redress measures are acts of risk management designed to quell the uncertainty caused by the legal or public demands made by victim groups. In some cases, the state can face exclusion from the international community if it fails to make amends. 54 In others, legal challenges launched by the victim group convince the state that the costs are greater for avoiding redress than they are for making redress. 55 The state's desire to eliminate risk, however, does present some challenges. 4 Policies of redress that aspire to a goal of reconciliation. Reconciliation, as a relational process, demands risk. It also requires reflexivity, the ability to reflect deeply on one's identity and one's position in the order of things. 270. In contrast, most redress processes import law, which is ultimately reductive and certainty-oriented, to manage the risk perceived to arise from claims to past injustices. Sent as the neoliberal state seeks to shore up uncertainty, it is often unwilling to seriously participate in the transformation of social relations, since such transformative redress would make the world seem more rather than less uncertain. Moreover, the state is often reluctant to transform itself, which results in resentment among those receiving reparations, for they receive the impression that the state is simply trying to buy silence from and pay lip service to the past rather than engaging in a sincere attempt to change a form of life that made atrocities possible. 57 State projects of reconciliation, therefore, tend to be projects where the wronged group is asked to reconcile themselves to existing conditions, thereby producing stability and certainty. Following this line of reasoning, it is not so much a matter that the injustice claims of Canadian Indigenous peoples were graver with respect to their experiences of boarding schools. Nor is it the case that Canadian neoliberalism is more enlightened than that of the United States. It is rather the case that Canadian Indigenous boarding school survivors' justice claims were perceived to be riskier than those made in the United States, in particular because of the legal strategies mobilized by Indigenous groups to make the Canadian position on the residential schooling past less certain and therefore unsustainable. In 1990, after Phil Fontaine, Grand Chief of the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, came forward with his experiences of abuse at fairs, leaders of the Assembly of First Nations discussed abuses in residential schools publicly for the first time. Moreover, in 1991, the former principal at Williams Lake Indian Residential School, Bishop Hubert O'Connor, was charged with 2 counts of rape and 2 counts of indecent assault for incidents that took place between 1964 and 1967. 58 Several other school staff members have since been charged for their crimes. As well, in 1996, survivors from the Alberni Indian Residential School brought forward the first class action lawsuit against the United Church of Canada and the federal government. Soon more survivors added their names to class action lawsuits. According to the federal government's National Resolution Framework, as of 2004, more than 12,000 survivors of IRS 271 Physical and sexual abuse had filed for compensation from the federal government. 59 The threat of an avalanche of settlements forced the government to undertake an alternative strategy to resolve the injustices of residential schooling. One of the government's first moves was to consider an apology. Other groups involved in residential schooling had already offered apologies. The United Church issued an apology in 1986, followed by the Oblates of St. Mary in 1991, the Anglican Church in 1993, and the Presbyterian Church in 1994. The federal government offered its first attempt at apology in 1998, with Minister of Indian and Northern Affairs Jane Stewart presenting a statement of regret to residential school survivors. However, this statement was thought by critics to be insincere because it focused almost exclusively on those who had suffered physical or sexual abuse in the schools, eliding broader issues of cultural loss and community disruption. Copyright The statement was accompanied by Gathering Strength, Canada's Aboriginal Action Plan, which, among other things, directed $350 million toward creation of the Aboriginal Healing Foundation to facilitate community-based healing projects. The government's statement of regret and the Aboriginal Healing Fund did not quell the lawsuits. In 2002, the federal government sought to expedite the process through its introduction of the Indian Residential Schools Resolution Framework. The key to this framework was to settle legitimate claims outside the courts in an alternative dispute resolution process, which the government claimed would handle up to 18,000 claims over a 7-year period in an equitable and just manner. Registered 2 But the ADR process was quickly and roundly criticized. The Assembly of First Nations estimated that ADR settlements would be too stingy to satisfy residential school survivors. In addition, the AFN noted that the ADR program focused solely on physical and sexual abuse, ignoring the residential school assault on Indigenous cultures, languages, and families. 63 An example of how these narrow definitions excluded specific traumatic experiences was given by Flora Merrick, a survivor from Pulpers, to the House of Commons Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development, convened in February 2005 to consider problems with the ADR program. 272. I cannot forget one painful memory. It occurred in 1932 when I was 15 years old. My father came to Portage La Prairie Residential School to tell my sister and I that our mother had died and to take us to the funeral. The principal of the school would not let us go with our father to the funeral. My little sister and I cried so much, we were taken away and locked in a dark room for about 2 weeks. After I was released from the dark room and allowed to be with other residents, I tried to run away to my father and family. I was caught in the bush by teachers and taken back to the school and strapped so severely that my arms were black and blue for several weeks. I told this story during my ADR hearing, which was held at Long Plain in July 2004. Was told that my experience did not fit into the rigid categories for being compensated under the ADR. However, the adjudicator, Mr. Chin, after hearing my story at my hearing, awarded me $1,500. The federal government appealed to take even this small award from me. Concerns were also raised that the ADR process would simply enrich lawyers and mediators, leaving very little in settlement for residential school survivors. For this reason, a push was made by several groups for the parties to negotiate a lump sum compensatory scheme similar to that offered to Second World War Japanese internment camp victims, as well as a Truth and Reconciliation Commission to make Canadians more aware of the harms of residential schooling. Registered Such a deal was negotiated in 2005 and then signed by representatives for the federal government, former students, the AFN, Inuit, and churches on May 8, 2006, as the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement. The term settlement agreement is important here because, unlike other redress processes that have arisen entirely from inter-party negotiations, IRSA was a court-approved settlement that brought an end to the Baxter and Cloud class action lawsuits against the federal government. Registered IRSA has several components. First, the settlement provides at least $1.9 billion for common experience payments, or payments allotted to any individual having attended a residential school, regardless of his or her experience. 273. This includes a base of $10,000 for the first year and $3,000 for every year thereafter. Second, the settlement features an independent assessment process for those who have suffered sexual or serious physical abuses or other abuses that caused serious psychological effects. Amounts from this process can range between $5,000 and $275,000 or more if a loss of income can be demonstrated. These amounts are determined through a point system, which involves an itemization of the types of harm suffered while in a residential school. Third, collective reparations were also made, adding another $125 million to the Aboriginal Healing Foundation, setting aside $60 million for a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and allotting a further $20 million for community commemorative projects registered 7. The TRC was designed to include 7 national events at which survivors and others connected to the schools could deliver either public or private statements about their residential schooling experiences and feelings about reconciliation, supplemented by community-based events, more numerous than the national events and less rigidly structured, allowing communities to adapt these hearings to local practices and traditions. Registered 8 outside IRSA, but in many ways essential to the process of negotiation. The federal government also agreed to deliver another public apology to residential school survivors, which it did on June 11, 2008, this time in front of the House of Commons and without restricting its audience to survivors of physical and sexual violence. On this occasion, Prime Minister Stephen Harper stated that the government now recognizes that the consequences of the Indian residential schools policy were profoundly negative and that this policy has had a lasting and damaging impact on Aboriginal culture, heritage, and language. 69. As I will discuss below, the CEP and IAP are mechanisms of legal closure and not simply acts of justice for past wrongs. Therefore, they are outcomes of a legal rather than negotiated settlement, as is the TRC. 70. This is dissimilar to most reparation programs arising in countries transitioning from periods of authoritarianism, atrocity, and human rights violation to a more peaceable and democratic future. However, it is not entirely uncommon for victim movements to use courts to pressure the state into taking their demands for justice seriously, and such tactics can be useful means for creating uncertainty and pushing governments toward more earnestly. 274. Engaging in redress processes. 71. Indeed, the United States, with mechanisms such as the Alien Tort Claims Act, has often been a hotbed for such legal cases. 72. So how come there have been so few lawsuits filed on behalf of Indigenous survivors of American boarding schools? We can begin to address this question by looking at some of the cases that have come forward. For example, in 2003, Sherwin Zephyr filed a class action lawsuit against the federal government for the abuse that he suffered while attending St. Paul's Marty Mission in South Dakota. Thousands of other survivors added their names to the lawsuit. 73. He and 5 other members of the Yankton Sioux were the lead plaintiffs and recorded their experiences of physical and sexual violence at the mission school. The lawsuit alleged a violation of treaties, such as the Laramie Treaty of 1868, which included a bad man clause stipulating that any wrongful action committed by a white person or other individual subject to the authority of the federal government against Indians would result in the arrest of that person and compensation. The lawsuit also included a breach of trust claim. For the latter, the court decided against the plaintiffs, charging that they had failed to state this claim. With respect to the former, the court also decided against the plaintiffs, this time because they had failed to exhaust administrative remedies through the BIA prior to bringing the case to court. The current status of this case is unclear, since it has been reported that the plaintiffs would pursue exhaustion of BIA administrative remedies. 7. However, there have been criticisms of the plaintiffs from within American Indigenous communities, since the case had major ramifications for the legal pursuit of boarding school redress, yet the plaintiffs had not fully consulted with the Indigenous community or boarding school survivor groups. 76. According to Andrea Curcio, there are several legal means through which Indigenous boarding school survivors can pursue claims. These means include Tucker Act claims, like that noted in the Zephyr case, which allow indigenous people to pursue damages when bad men among the white population violate treaties. Acts committed by such bad men could include physical and sexual abuse or institutional neglect. As well, Curcio points to the Federal Tort Claims Act as another vehicle for the pursuit of justice, under which the government can be sued for its failure to protect children under its care in boarding schools. Finally, Curcio mentions various 275 international human rights norms violated by American boarding schools that could be the basis for lawsuits seeking damages. Curcio understands that the purpose of such claims is not the pursuit of justice in the courtroom, rather, they are a means to seek fuller justice. Although the boarding school claims cannot completely remedy all the wrongs committed against American Indian children and American Indian nations, they can serve valuable purposes. They can bring this issue into the open and raise public awareness of the atrocities committed by our government against young children. The cases can also provide a starting point for the government to begin to address, and redress, the multitude of harms caused by its horrific treatment of American Indians. The cases may help those boarding school attendees involved understand that the problems they have suffered and continue to suffer are due to what happened to them rather than to anything that they have done or not done. Finally, this kind of litigation can be used as an example of how the law can or should redress large-scale human rights violations. 78. The U.S.-based boarding school healing project, which came into existence prior to the Canadian IRSA and has made demands for boarding school reparations that would provide collective benefits to Indigenous peoples in the United States in terms of healing, education, documentation, and accountability. 9 initially rejected the Canadian strategy of class action lawsuits, viewing them as too individualistic and their compensation as inadequately symbolic of the harms committed at Indigenous boarding schools. The BSHP is a coalition that includes the following bodies: the South Dakota Coalition Against Sexual and Domestic Violence, Tribal Law and Policy Institute, Indigenous Women's Network, American Indian Law Alliance, First Nations North and South, Seventh Generation Fund, Insight, Women of Color Against Violence, and the Indian Desk of the United Church of Christ. Its efforts are ongoing, but like many other redress movements, it has recently faced the challenge of seeking redress in an American economy suffering from a market downturn that has made the general public less open to claims for historical redress. Slow progress is nonetheless being made with respect to an apology for 276 colonial harms against American Indigenous peoples. Assistant Secretary of the Interior Kevin Gover formally apologized in September 2000 on behalf of the BIA for how his government had participated in ethnic cleansing and forced relocation. 81 Gover, a citizen of the Pawnee Nation, did not have his apology publicly endorsed by President Bill Clinton, and no compensation or restitution followed in the wake of the apology, leading some to question its significance. More recent efforts have therefore been directed at demanding an official apology from the president. For example, in 2009, a petition made its way from Chemawa Indian School in Oregon across the country, calling on President Obama to join the leaders of Canada and Australia by apologizing to First Nations people here for what was allowed to happen to children at the schools, and for the scars of hurt and pain that it left on generations of Native American people. 82 President Obama did make an apology of sorts that year when he signed into law the Native American Apology Resolution on December 19. The bill that preceded the law, sponsored by Sam Brownback from Kansas, apologized on behalf of the United States to all Native peoples for the many instances of violence, maltreatment, and neglect of Native peoples by citizens of the United States, and urged the President to acknowledge the wrongs of the United States against Indian tribes in the history of the United States in order to bring healing to this land. 83 However, signing of this bill into law was closed to the press, and the apology itself was not read publicly until May 20, 2010, when it was presented before leaders representing the Cherokee, Choctaw, Pawnee, Muskogee, and Sisseton Wahpeton. 8.84 The apology was thus perceived by some as largely an empty gesture received too long after the abuses occurred. 85 With such limited recognition of the harms of settler colonialism in the United States, more scholars are looking toward Canada as a source of inspiration regarding what reparations in the United States might look like. 86 Curcio, for example, writes that the United States government should look to Canada for ideas on how to begin to address this issue. For example, following Canada's example, the United States should first set up a commission to study and report on what was done to the children in the American Indian boarding schools, and the impact that this has had upon the American Indian peoples. This would be a starting point for understanding. 277. The problems caused by the boarding schools. 87. Although the efforts of Canadian survivors to force the Canadian government to consider redress are instructive, the larger question is whether or not IRSA represents a fitting model for redressing American Indigenous boarding schools, if the United States were to reach a stage where the government thought it too risky to continue avoiding meaningful redress. The next section evaluates this question through an examination of TRC testimony reflecting feelings about Prime Minister Harper's apology, the CEP, the IAP, and the TRC. Such testimony is valuable for identifying problems with redress policy, since it directs our attention to the contradictions, limitations, and compromises as perceived by those who are its intended recipients and who, through redress, remain the targets of government intervention. Canadian redress efforts and the United States. Quotations used in this section were not restricted to those from FAIRS or PLPERS, as was the case for previous chapters. The rationale for this shift is that this chapter returns to a national rather than regional comparison, since redress policies are developed and applied at the national level. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada database was searched for discussion of apology, compensation, and truth and reconciliation. The views presented below are reflective of the criticisms issued toward the IRSA and apology. It should be noted that not all survivors were critical of this process, and that positive statements were made with respect to certain elements of the IRSA and apology, though the criticisms were more frequent. In many respects, Prime Minister Harper's apology went further than earlier attempts to acknowledge the harms of residential schools. Whereas the 1998 statement of regret was limited to expressing remorse for physical and sexual abuse in the schools, the 2008 apology recognized the wider harms of residential schools to Indigenous communities. Some residential school survivors expressed a sense of appreciation that the apology made public and official their suffering. Nonetheless, survivors giving testimony to the TRC also expressed a healthy degree of skepticism with respect to this apology. For some, the apology was simply too little too late. 278. And I just want to say to the Prime Minister that apologized, shame on you yourself, shame on the government. And I didn't, I just will not accept that apology, it's just too late. And I'm not going to, It's just too late for apologies, even for my family and everybody, and, like my dad, my stepmother. And then I thought, I can't really think like that either too, because they had gone to residential school themselves. So until then I don't know what's going to make things right, except to tell our story. 88. Similarly, some thought that too much had happened since their time at residential schools and that mere words could not heal their wounds, especially since the harms are ongoing. The ironic thing is that Harper, what's he, who is he, Prime Minister Harper, whom I couldn't stand to begin with, this sanctimonious nincompoop, anyway, did his big apology for the residential school. What, 3-4 months after Danny died? I was enraged by that too, as if some words are going to make up for all the lives that have been ruined. Yet really, it's not just my life, my other son's life has been ruined, my granddaughter's life has been ruined. And the cycle just keeps on generating. The trauma just goes on and on and on. 89. Others bristled at the inconsistencies of the apology, contending that it acknowledged past harms without doing enough to change the contemporary treatment of Indigenous peoples in Canadian society. They viewed it to be superficial, self-contradictory, and more about preserving the Canadian status quo than fostering social transformation in settler-Indigenous relations. Well, I think, I think the Canadian public really needs to be educated. I think they have to get a feel for this. They have to appreciate what occurred, understand the reasoning behind it, and to make sure it never happens again. And I think Canada could be one of the leading countries in the world in doing that. But we have to follow through with what we say we're gonna do. For example, the Prime Minister made the apology, and now the efforts, not only the Truth and Reconciliation Commission has to take place, like the Healing Foundation lost its funding, and that's really gonna affect our community. So, it seems. 279. Canada says one thing, but then they don't follow through, and that's really disturbing, and it's confusing for people cause we're saying we want to deal with it in a constructive way, but then Canada's bureaucracy, or whatever you want to call it, is acting a different way degree. What did Harper do since the apology? Well, now, he's starting to implement a system where they do punishment, where he's gonna punish people. And who are the people that he's punishing? It's our people. But what about the healing process? Yes, they did Aboriginal Healing Foundation and they did a lot of support, but that kind of thing has to keep on. What Marie Wilson and the rest of the commissioners are doing, that's a step in the right direction. That's the healing process. It's gonna take a long time. To me, that is what I urge the Commission to really look at. And to hear us. We need to tell the Prime Minister that, yes, he apologized, and he did say in his apology that the loss of language was one of the areas that was most tragic, but nothing has come down to our communities to help us have emergent programs. We don't any money to help them take them out. That should be in there. They spent $1.7 billion for gatherings like this, but there's no money for our kids to learn the language. Who benefited from most of that money? The lawyers. Point 92. The second speaker, like several other speakers, viewed reconciliation and social healing as more likely to come about through giving testimony. As participants in the TRC process, they likely felt some hope that this forum will educate Canadian society and begin a process of change and relationship building for Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples in Canada. However, the third speaker saw the TRC as a diversion from the help needed on the ground in Indigenous communities. The TRC made a later start than expected, in part because of conflict among the initial commissioners. The first Chief Commissioner, Judge Harry Lawform, resigned in October 2008. It was reported that he had had a dispute with the AFN and the two other commissioners, believing that they were too beholden to truth-seeking rather than reconciliation. Lawform viewed the survivor testimony component of the TRC events as potentially 280 divisive and thought that it needed to be accompanied by something that would build unity. Point 93. The two remaining commissioners later resigned in June 2009. Justice Murray Sinclair took over as commissioner on June 3, 2009, and the TRC has moved ahead under his leadership. This early dispute raised concerns that the TRC might, through an emphasis on reconciliation, become a project in nation building and governance through forced closure. There was also a sense that the federal government was seeking to exert control over the process, treating the TRC as another branch of government and not granting it financial independence or facilitating access to the archival resources needed to provide a full picture of the residential school system. Although the initial power struggle was won by those seeking to direct the TRC toward prioritizing the stories and experiences of cultural harm and abuse in the boarding schools, questions remain. Will the TRC offer an adequate reckoning of the Canadian past? Will Canadians embrace its telling of their history even if it tarnishes a positively held Canadian national identity? Will the telling of the past be limited and circumscribed by political and legalistic concerns? Will the TRC be decolonizing and encourage structural transformations in the settler-Indigenous relationship? 95. These questions are central to evaluating the reconciliation sought through the TRC, and it is still too early to pass judgment on its success in meeting its goals. However, it is fair to say that public attention to the TRC needs to grow, as too many Canadians remained unaware of what is underway at various TRC-sponsored events and community meetings across the country. Moreover, restrictions on mentioning perpetrators' names, as well as the exclusion of day schools and non-recognized residential schools from the process, threaten to shape the sort of truth that the TRC produces and impose closure despite the ongoing character of Canadian settler colonialism with respect to the common experience and independent assessment compensation programs. Some early evidence of problems associated with these instruments can be noted. The compensation offered is settlement in the true sense of the word, since it is conducted in a language intended to prevent further liability by the government and churches and to represent a full and final resolution to all Indigenous boarding school class action suits. 97 The common experience payment, therefore, merely marks the 281 time that one spent in a residential school without addressing directly the cultural harm of the schooling experience. The most prevalent complaint about the SEP recorded in TRC statements is that, because of poor record keeping at the schools, survivors are often not given full compensation for the years that they attended. Before it, okay, there was a thing where they said you send for your records, so I sent for my records right away, and they sent me 28 pages with my name on it. And from what I understood, each page represents a quarter, so I still have those 28 pages. And the sad part was, I was paid 1 year. They didn't pay me for the other 5. They said they couldn't verify, and I said, I thought to myself, holy cripes, just like I'm victimized again. And thought, well, no amount of money is gonna heal me. You know they could pay me all the money they want, but it's up to me, though I did appeal it. No amount of money is gonna release what's inside that I have, you know, I'm going to do that in my own time, in my own way. %8. I went through the SEP, Common Experience process, and I applied for 12 years of residential school and I got 8 years back. And I was rejected 4 years, cause the government said I went to day school those 4 years from grade 9 to 12. So I was rejected, another form of rejection I thought, and I was very angry about this, and today I'm still angry over that. I still want to pursue it. 9. After thinking that their stories have too long gone unheard and unacknowledged, it is not so much the lack of compensation that hurts survivors but the feeling that their suffering is going unrecognized yet again. As well, they sense that they are doubted and discredited, and these feelings bring back memories of how they were treated at the residential schools as unreliable, untrustworthy, and tainted individuals. Unlike the SEP, the 1AP deals with specific instances of harm, though it does so in an actuarial manner that asks claimants to identify instances of physical, sexual, or psychological harm that they have suffered individually rather than collectively. In this manner, harm is itemized and made governable. It can be delineated, counted, measured, estimated, and 282 compensated. Through such practices, the past is managed more than it is mastered, as deeply social and ontological damage perpetrated through forced assimilation is transformed into a discrete set of calculable and reparable acts. The IAP form is a 28-page document that demands a great deal of personal and descriptive information from the applicant. As well, various forms of verification or proof are required, such as a doctor's note to confirm that one is too ill to attend a hearing. The complexity of the application means that applicants in most cases will require the assistance of lawyers in filling out its details. 100 Adding a further level of translation, as their personal experiences of harm are converted by professionals into the terms demanded by the form and by the process. Survivors often note the Byzantine nature of the process and the expenses paid to lawyers to navigate it. 101. The waiting period takes too long, nobody explains anything to us. For instance, my IAP is going on 3 years now. In all those years I've had 3 different case workers looking at my file, and my lawyer was never notified that one of the case workers, when she left her position, it was sitting on someone's desk for about 6 months. Until I told my lawyer to look into it, then I find out another case worker took over, just as he was phoning. We get all this run around, he doesn't get no information. I didn't even get no information about this residential school until I read it through the newspaper. 102. But by the time I got my pay out of it all, and the lawyer fees taken off, the lawyer collected, for my case alone, just me, her portion of it was like 10,500, for her. So I only came out of it with like, 25,000.1%. Moreover, the process is very invasive, and this experience is magnified for survivors who have spent a portion of their lives in the surveillance spaces of residential schools. And, in the end, its calculus of suffering is difficult for survivors to negotiate, for they are left unsure how to parcel their pain into the categories of harm presented by the 1AP forms. When I applied for the IAP, we were told to gather documents, everything, treatment, medical, high school, elementary, treatment centers. 283. Our relationships if we were ever sexually abused, and our education, if we took other courses. Sometimes I think they're getting too poor, so null when they do that, especially with your marriage life. They don't need to know how many times I married or lived common law with people, that's none of their damn business. All I was there for was to talk about the abuse and physical abuse and the stuff I saw going in the residential schools. 104. The IAP is asking me. Is asking me to measure the amount of hurt and pain I have experienced in the residential school. What I find most difficult is trying to separate my whole life experience from what happened to me in the school and the events before and after the residential school. I feel there is a connection from when I lived on the reserve, when I left the reserve, and came home after being in the hospital for 10 years. 105. The hearing for the IAP is also designed to contain suffering within terms convenient to governance. Survivors must hear, rehearse, and learn to present their pain in a manner that fits state categories of suffering. But, ultimately, their pain is under evaluation, and institutional actors not so far removed from those who were its originators adjudicate the veracity of their suffering. This has the potential effect of furthering trauma. I had my residential school survivor hearing recently and gave my testimony. It was hard, difficult, and stressful. The hearings are designed to determine just how much abuse one has suffered and how much the government should pay that individual. The only saving grace of this process is that there would be money set aside to pay for therapy. Though I must admit I was disheartened to learn that it would be perhaps another entire year before I get that paid for by the government. In the meantime, I have to continue to suffer through my pain while the government looks over my case to determine if I'm telling the truth. They treated me as though I were only concerned about a large financial gain. A large financial gain would never, no matter how large it is, give me a normal life. My life and history would still be messed up. Throwing money is just another way for them to wipe their hands of this country's botched history. 196. 284. Finally, the retelling of one's traumatic experiences in such an environment does not always have the cathartic effect of the talking cure that some hope will derive from such truth-telling occasions. And now, after so many years, the last few years, it starts coming out, the underscore pain, and there's nothing I can do except try and forget it. It will never happen again. But people always ask you to repeat it in these IAP meetings that I had, 3 of them already. I'm going for my 4th one and it's still. They think it's easier talking about it, but it isn't. 107. That's why I was always afraid of her. But I think there was a lot of shame in telling that story, too. Because I remember when she hit me, too, I wet my pants. And that, so I was very much ashamed. So, when I wrote out the IAP, I wouldn't even mention that part of it, you know. There's a lot of shame in it. So, you know, that, you wet yourself and everything. 108. Likewise, a survivor from Plpers spoke at her statement gathering of her desire to simply forget all that had happened. However, she was encouraged to unburden herself and convinced that such unburdening is a key step toward healing. Survivor: oh, I just want to forget all this. I don't want any more memories. There's some things I can't tell ya, I can't remember them. I believe I blocked them out. Support worker: every time you share, you're healing, you know. 109. By the end of the statement gathering, this survivor did seem to be buoyed by telling her story, but it is impossible to gauge whether this was a lasting or fleeting outcome of the so-called talking cure. But the overwhelming impression that one receives when reading and listening to statements made by survivors for the TRC is that the compensation components of IRSA and the apology are not advancing individual healing. If this is the case, then what benefit can one expect to be accrued by indigenous groups in the United States through engagement in such a process? Redress policies often appear as the best imperfect solution available for those not currently receiving their benefits, but American Indigenous. 285. Boarding school survivors would be wise to look critically at the Canadian process before embracing it as a gold standard. In this chapter, I have suggested that both Canadian and American Indigenous peoples continue to suffer from the aftermath of Indigenous boarding schools as well as other and still mutating dimensions of the settler-colonial mesh. Moreover, I have noted that basic legal channels are available in each nation for the pursuit of reparations. Therefore, the different pathways to repair taken in the United States and Canada require explanation. Here I have suggested that there are discursive, political, and structural reasons for these differences. The discursive differences have largely to do with the perception that soft powers were more prevalent in American Indigenous boarding schools. This is true, to some extent, as previous chapters attest. However, one can also expect that, if a discursive opening for abuse testimony were to occur in the United States as it has in Canada, whereby survivors could safely tell their stories with the security that they would be met with reactions other than doubt and dismissal, more stories of abuse in American boarding schools would likely become public. Whether or not such abuses are on par with those that occurred in Canada is an exercise in needless accounting, however, since in both cases are examples of attempts to destroy Indigenous groups as groups, and therefore each case is worthy of redress. On the political front, I have argued that, after the late 1960s and early 1970s, when pan-Indigenous movements reached their peak of intensity, these movements traveled in different directions in each country. Fracturing is a common concern for all pan-Indigenous movements, since as multi-nation entities they are defined by a variety of distinct national interests. 110 However, in Canada, enough common interests remain to make national forms of collective action both desirable and necessary, and they worked within a Canadian policy context in which redress policy was used as a means to try to contain Indigenous justice demands. Finally, structural differences meant that Canadian neoliberalism felt more deeply the risk of non-settlement, whereas the US government has been able to simply ignore such demands at least for the time being, until it too is placed in a position where the costs outweigh the benefits of non-settlement. 286. The comments of survivors on aspects of IRSA at the TRC are instructive in light of this last reason. One can see here their awareness of the self-serving nature of the state's involvement in redress, such as when survivors question the sincerity of Prime Minister Harper's apology in light of his other policies on Indigenous peoples, or when they criticize compensation programs for their bureaucratic complexity, rigid formulae, and attempts to itemize suffering. In such instances, survivors appear to be all too aware of the government's desires to make their suffering legible, calculable, and manageable, so that it no longer represents a burden on the government. They also sense that they are meant to find closure through these apologies and payments and to no longer be a problem for the government. The government's cancelling of funding for the Aboriginal Healing Foundation prior to the end of the TRC process, despite its role in providing support and assistance to survivors as they relived their residential school experiences, the continued expansion of the criminal justice system, and recent moves toward reducing funds to Indigenous representative organizations signify that Canada's current neoliberal government still appears to be engaged in freeing itself from the Indian problem. Offering one-time payments with one hand while threatening with the might of police, prisons, and economic rollbacks with the other. 111 In such circumstances, redress is felt not as a decolonizing impulse pushing toward a new non-settler society but as another form of what Lorenzo Veracini refers to as transfer, using a variety of methods to remove indigenous peoples as an obstacle to settler colonial political formation. In this case, redress transfers the legitimate justice demands of indigenous peoples into tidy boxes of repair, removing them as a challenge to the legitimacy of the settler colonial nation and potentially hiding the violence of settler colonialism within a language of reconciliation. 112. 287. Conclusion. The benevolent experiment of indigenous boarding schools in North America was an effort to destroy indigenous groups as self-sustaining and self-defining entities. It is for this reason that I have brought the term genocide into the discussion in this book. However, my goal has not been to shock the reader with use of an overly politicized term, and I have not used it out of naive optimism that the term is somehow sufficient to mobilize public opinion toward a certain political issue. Instead, I approach this topic as a genocide scholar who seeks to recover, but also to develop and advance, Raphael Lemkin's insights into the harm of genocide. In particular, genocide is the purposeful destruction of a group, and if we are to take the survival of groups seriously, then it is incumbent upon us to know something about how groups persist and survive in a world of almost constant change. I have argued that culture, as a fluid and negotiated quality of the group, or, as some might prefer, identity, is as pertinent to the discussion of the survival of groups as are other key elements of group life. Culture is what holds the group together as a group, even as the group adapts to new circumstances and encounters. To forcibly remove the tools of culture is to seek to eliminate the group as a group. This effort was directed toward importing into genocide studies a notion of culture that is not simply frozen in time but interactive in that it is negotiated among members of a collectivity as they reproduce themselves. 289. As a unit. Genocide, when it targets the cultural bonds of the group, disrupts such interaction. In this sense, indigenous boarding schools, by disrupting lines of cultural transmission, by severing links between child and parent or child and community or child and territory, by attempting to invalidate the traditions and practices of the cultural group, by seeking to replace cultural affiliation with affiliation to non-indigenous groups, and so on, sought to disrupt the interactions that make group life possible, thus making group claims to territory impossible. That this attempt at total destruction often failed, or came up against unexpected and powerful resistance, does not absolve settler colonialism of the charge of genocide. A collective action framework, built upon the notion of an Indian problem, that guided a multiplicity of settler colonial interventions, including indigenous boarding schools, operated toward the elimination of indigenous peoples as obstacles to settler colonial designs on indigenous lands and souls. Some fear, however, that culture is too vast and diffuse a category to sustain the notion of genocide. An argument against including cultural genocide within the definition of genocide has been that the concept would become so broad as to be meaningless. Such a response has almost become a reflex among certain genocide scholars and members of the general public. But this stems from a positivist inheritance assuming that precision lies within the limited applicability of a concept. Like most limits, however, this one too is arbitrary, because it finds precision in elevating certain forms of attempted group destruction above others. It reinforces a hierarchy of genocide studies, and establishes a genocidal canon of cases worthy of research, by reifying destruction in the most narrow terms and excluding all other forms of potential group demise. Moreover, such manufactured precision can obfuscate and oversimplify processes of actual genocide. Recent genocide scholarship has sought to trace the complex patterns of destruction that emerge in actual historical contexts, whereby genocidal actions do not unfold neatly in accordance with a fully articulated plan. 2 Instead, groups seeking to destroy other groups come up against contingencies, including resistance from those targeted for destruction, to which they must adapt. In this book, I have presented a model for examining such processes in a settler colonial context. Referred to above as the settler-colonial mesh, this model describes various levels of netting, or networking. 290. That link together actors whose participation must be negotiated for the process of destruction to unfold. These networks exist at different societal levels: the macro, meso, and micro, and stretch across time and space, tightening in some circumstances, loosening and creating more opportunities for resistance in others. At the macro-societal level, my focus has been on those late 19th century actors engaged in addressing the so-called Indian problem in the United States and Canada. These efforts at problematization and solution are important because they provide a basic yet flexible collective action frame that informed lower-level efforts to institutionalize assimilation. In each country, a diverse group of political, economic, military, and religious actors, among others, engaged in this project of problem framing. However, in the United States, one sees more influence among a group of largely Protestant reformers who believed assimilation and civilization to be humanitarian responses to the poor condition of Native Americans, itself a product of government and settler intrusion upon their lives and lands. In Canada, the same humanitarian justification was mobilized, but the conversation about the Indian problem was more squarely located in the halls of government, though other actors did provide input. Indeed, multiple motives and intentions were at work in crafting the Indian problem, but what emerged, whether framed as benevolence or racial social engineering, was the idea that the Indian as an Indian was a problem for each country, and therefore the Indian had to be eliminated through assimilation and civilization. These two notions provided a flexible action framework for the various institutions and organizations engaged in solving the Indian problem. Implementation of this collective action frame required multiple forms of intervention. The intervention of concern in this book is the Indigenous boarding school, first used by religious missions but given formal shape by Richard Pratt through his experiments at Fort Marion, Hampton, and Carlisle. At the upper meso level of the settler-colonial mesh, the Christian denominations that oversaw schooling in Canada formed an institutional matrix that mediated between the federal government and the boarding schools. The churches were invested in preserving their control over their schools and students, while the government prioritized that the schools be managed in a frugal, 291 manner. These two factors combined to produce spare and often brutal conditions in Canadian Indigenous boarding schools over most of their existence. In contrast, one sees larger shifts in the way that American Indigenous boarding schools were governed, since there was no mediating institutional matrix that resisted changes in governance at the schools. Add to this the fact that the Canadian Department of Indian Affairs saw less turnover among its personnel than was true for the American Bureau of Indian Affairs, and the more static nature of the Canadian Indigenous boarding school experience can be better understood. This is not to suggest that boarding schools were experienced in a uniform manner in either the United States or Canada. When we move in closer to the schools, and focus on lower meso and micro levels of analysis, we can observe how specific relations of cooperation and competition emerged among various school types, as well as how specific techniques and actor networks determine the local dynamics of each school. The bulk of the empirical evidence presented in this book has been directed at these lower levels of analysis. It is there that we see how schools in Manitoba and New Mexico dealt with their perceived competitors, secured the students that they required to ensure their per capita budgets, administered assimilation to the students, and contended with a variety of actors, including not only staff, students, parents, and Indigenous communities but also space, time, disease, food, blood, and hell. It is also at this level that we see how gaps emerged in specific segments of the lower meso and micro-level nets, allowing Indigenous groups to resist assimilative pressures and to assert themselves on the schools, demanding better treatment of students, though they were not sufficiently empowered to overturn or decolonize their contexts. Because of the distinct characteristics of the schools in New Mexico, in contrast to those in Manitoba, one sees more such gaps forming. However, this is not to suggest that resistance was not evident at the Manitoba Indigenous boarding schools examined in this study. The final chapter of this book addresses the different pathways to redress in each country. I have suggested that the shadow of indigenous boarding schools is present in each country, as are the legal mechanisms necessary to force government redress. However, only in Canada have significant 292 measures been taken toward redressing the boarding school past. I have argued that there are discursive, political, and structural factors that explain why the United States has not taken a path similar to that in Canada. These factors have to do with the perception that American boarding schools were not as malevolent as those in Canada, the more fractured nature of pan-Indigenous politics in the United States, and the fact that the U.S. government simply has not thought that it is too risky to continue to ignore this history. However, I have also raised the question whether or not the Canadian model of redress offers a viable basis for U.S. redress policies. Based on statements drawn from Truth and Reconciliation Commission testimony, there are limitations to the Canadian process that should be of concern to those seeking redress in the United States. In particular, there is the danger that redress policy might be enlisted as a new technique of assimilation and thereby become but another mutation of the settler-colonial mesh. For those who wish to read only a scholarly treatise on Indigenous boarding schools, genocide, and redress, this might be as good a place as any to end this book. My efforts up to this point have been to show rather than tell about my topic. Although as a critical scholar I have been putting forward an argument, I have refrained from prescribing or imposing an ethical course of action. In what remains of this conclusion, briefly consider where I believe my analysis leads us. Such discussion might be unwelcome for some in a scholarly book, but as a member of a settler colonial society who continues to work on how the settler condition has shaped his own perspectives and privileged his position, I feel responsible at minimum to venture some small suggestions with respect to what my analysis means for a broader project of North American decolonization. Genocide, accountability, and redress. Some fear that, if the genocide concept is not restricted in its application, it will not inspire political intervention. However, recent years have proven that the term does not have the cachet to mobilize political will through its mere utterance. Whether in Sudan, Syria, Rwanda, or Congo, the term genocide can become a distraction from rather than a trigger. 293. For intervention. As Henry Thoreau has noted, however, the term can serve another purpose by setting the stage for redress. The term is thus not solely purposed to work as a legal category for prevention and punishment. Indeed, the value of the genocide concept is often in how it captures the potentially catastrophic nature of certain interventions in the life of a group and provides a framework for setting a path for how we might live differently, together. In the American and Canadian contexts, the term can alert us to the destructive path of settler colonialism, highlight the centrality of land dispossession and elimination to this process, and press us toward a project of decolonizing redress rather than projects of redress that merely affirm the status quo. It can also prompt us to reckon with both our past and our present. In writing about the challenge facing the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada, Paulette Reagan notes that, in the public mind, there has been no epitomizing moment of genocidal crisis or mass human rights violations that would trigger a need for transitional justice mechanisms such as international criminal courts, tribunals, or truth and reconciliation commissions more commonly associated with so-called developing countries or despotic regimes. For Reagan's statement captures settler North America's reluctance to see genocide as a problem in our midst. Genocide, and therefore transitional justice, are problems out there, not of concern to North Americans. Because of this reluctance, history is an important part of moving forward, and this includes creating public awareness of the full meaning of the genocide concept and its applicability to settler colonial North America, including its present-day mutations. Understanding genocide is a way to understand ourselves as inheritors and perpetuators of settler colonialism who have benefited from its ongoing processes of dispossession and assimilation. As a legal concept, genocide directs our attention toward a perpetrator who has exhibited specific intent in seeking the destruction of a group. In contrast, The sociological and historical notion of genocide used in this book is less focused on the individual accountability of particular actors and more concerned with the collective responsibility that issues from a set of social relations that promoted the elimination of indigenous groups. In particular, the impulse to assimilate and civilize indigenous persons in North America, which rose to dominance as a framework for collective action in 294. The late 19th century is understood here as part of an ongoing and multidimensional attempt by American and Canadian settler societies to resolve the so-called Indian problem. Here indigenous boarding schools had a primary role to play as vehicles for the forcible transformation, and therefore attempted destruction, of indigenous societies. These schools varied in their effectiveness, took on different forms and functions in different times and different places, and were subject to local resistance and adaptation to, or subversion of, their destructive project. Moreover, those who attended the schools, or those who ran them, possessed a degree of agency in shaping their interactions, and occasionally they succeeded in softening these interactions. None of this, however, takes away from the fact that they were a manifestation of a collective settler attempt to address the Indian problem through the elimination of indigenous groups. Even in a gentler or softer form, indigenous boarding schools were part of an infrastructure, a settler-colonial mesh, intended to remove indigenous peoples from the North American landscape, absorbing them into a lower tier of the mainstream society, and opening their lands for unimpeded acquisition. This collective rather than individual understanding of accountability requires us to consider collective rather than individual approaches to redress. This is not to take away from processes of individual reckoning or reparation, which might be deemed important remedies by survivors, who are the only ones who can speak about their own needs. However, from a societal perspective, how we have lived together as collectivities, as much as individuals, has set us on such a damaging course. So it cannot simply be left to the courts, the government, or the TRC of Canada to correct the past. Such auspices can only serve as initiators of the discussion necessary to, in Regan's apt phrase, unsettle the settler within and contribute to the co-production of a decolonizing Canadian society. The larger project is for individual Canadians to recognize that, regardless of their own perceived status as good and caring people, their very lives are built upon complicity with a project of societal destruction that can only be brought to an end by a similar collective project, a reframing of what Canada and the United States could be if they were to do the hard work of unsettling their colonial pasts and forging relations of mutual respect. 295. Sharing, and a never-ending commitment to redressing not only those pasts but also our common existence on Turtle Island with all peoples. 6 Such redress, however, requires that each settler society no longer interfere with indigenous resurgence and well-being, so that thriving indigenous nations can participate on an equal footing in reconciling and decolonizing our relations. Until then, too often our processes of redress mutate into forms of affirmative repair that simply reinvent and reinforce the old society in a slightly reformed guise. But settlers can begin processes of collective redress sooner rather than later. This requires that American and Canadian settler societies find ways to come to terms with the fact that our nations have been founded upon a form of life that, if we follow Patrick Wolf's insight that settler colonialism is a structure, function to replace the native with the settler. 8 The question thus becomes much larger than simply one of who should go on trial or how many dollars in compensation are owed. Instead, the question is how do we radically alter a way of life that has resulted in such attempts at indigenous destruction and remains with us today? How do we redress the fact that we live and have benefited from our lives upon indigenous lands? Indeed, that aspects of IRSA have received such criticisms from boarding school survivors is a testament to the unfortunate fact that, in such circumstances, the current mode of redress is felt not as a decolonizing impulse pushing toward a new society but as another form of settler colonial administration and assimilation. This is where I think that the term genocide can do its most important work. My effort in this book has not been to act as hanging judge for specific accused individuals, nor has it been to mobilize an oversimplified concept of genocide as a means to hammer a diversity of experiences into a single whole. Instead, my effort has been to add to the conversation an understanding of genocide as a complex process that, like most human processes, unfolds in an uneven manner. Such an understanding demands that we not simply look for scapegoats, bad men and women whom we condemn for past crimes. Instead, we must look closely at our own societies, born from a genocidal impulse and built upon destructive processes that can only be redressed through a long-term commitment to transforming ourselves and our nations. 296. Genocide, redress, and indigenous education. When confronted with a host of social problems, the knee-jerk response is to call for more education. In Euro-Western societies, we tend to view education as innocent, as mere knowledge transmitted to those eager to learn. However, as I have argued in this book, particularly in an intercultural context of contesting sovereignties, education is anything but innocent. In its institutional form, it transmits not mere knowledge but culturally specific knowledges designed to facilitate citizenship of a certain type. The knowledge that we obtain, what Bourdieu would refer to as our cultural capital, is a resource that allows us to navigate the social fields of the dominant society. It is knowledge shaped toward a cultural context that allows us to refer to the right books, explore issues from the right perspective, and exhibit the correct rationality in our day-to-day lives. In this manner, education is always an intervention. This is partly why I continue to refer to those who attended indigenous boarding schools as students rather than opting for some other term, such as prisoners. Using the former term is not intended to mollify the boarding schools but to remind readers of the dark side of schools, where students can be subjected to a great deal of violence. Schools can be spaces where brutal violence, techniques of destruction, and deadly alliances are introduced and assume genocidal proportions. At the same time, it is true that the term school is not enough to describe the disciplinary admixture that existed within indigenous boarding schools, which was influenced by a variety of European carceral institutions, including the monastery, military, the workhouse, prisons, and the orphanage. These were hybrid and destructive spaces that demonstrate the violence schools can contain when designed under circumstances of asymmetrical power. In a settler colonial context in which indigenous education has been marred by genocidal processes, it is very difficult to reinvent education at the state or societal level. In Canada, where the education of young indigenous people is still viewed as an answer to a problem, one RSSA has led to new questions about how indigenous education should take place. Certainly, models such as the contemporary Santa Fe Indian School, or Children of the Earth High School in Winnipeg, represent innovative and locally guided. 297. Efforts to deliver education in a manner that allows for survivance, both the adaptation and the continuation of culture. But the success of such schools depends not solely on the best intentions of those who work in and create programming within their walls. If these schools are still locked in a settler colonial mesh that continues to set expectations, place limits, and govern outcomes through a variety of institutional channels, then they might represent only fleeting moments of indigenous control soon to be undone or mitigated by a settler colonial society that continues to deliver colonizing messages. You must assimilate if you want to succeed in the world of work, you must learn to speak, think, and present yourself like us to enjoy success. Your culture is backward and impractical, and you must enter into the modern world, forget your claims to territory and self-determination. To this extent, education is still part of a broader settler colonial mesh that continues to weigh on local efforts to educate and to achieve cultural and territorial survivance. And it is for this reason that educational reform is not sufficient to address the challenge of indigenous settler relations in North America. It is also for this reason that genocide is a useful lens for looking at these issues. As I have presented it in this book, genocide is not a term intended to mire us in the past. Nor is it a term intended to lock indigenous peoples into the role of passive victims. It is a term, rather, that asks us to think deeply about destructive relations between groups. In particular, I have drawn attention to the ways that clashes between a dominant culture and multiple indigenous cultures take shape in a manner whereby the former seeks to eliminate the latter, thereby threatening the very existence of the groups themselves. Comprehending the complexity of these destructive relations allows us to trace the mutations of this logic of elimination, since it fits itself into the redress processes and educational reforms that we muster in attempts to correct this past. Point 10. Thus, genocide, not as a legal concept but as a tool for tracing destructive relations, offers us a means to seek a decolonizing path. Point 11. If we confront genocide as an aspect of our destructive relations, then our efforts at redress must find non-destructive forms of interaction and mutual existence, which we can only approach by working through the settler-colonial foundational assumptions, economic, 298 conditions, and unspoken expectations that guide current interactions between indigenous peoples and settlers. The analysis above asks us not only to look at our indigenous educational policies or our efforts at redress but also demands closer observation of settler colonialism at the local level. In the micro-contexts of education and redress, settler colonialism and processes of indigenous destruction are carried out in novel ways beyond the gaze of policy makers. Kindness in education, or inclusion of indigenous stories or arts, are not of themselves emancipatory acts, especially if the kindness becomes symbolic violence directed toward assimilative change or the inclusion of indigenous culture is superficial and geared toward the marketing of that culture. Likewise, an apology to survivors of indigenous boarding schools is undercut when other nodes of the settler-colonial institutional mesh tighten, just as the government expresses its regret over the abuses of the former educational system, placing these abuses only in the past and ignoring their current mutations. More concretely, the apology means little if the government, while apologizing, works toward intensifying a carceral system that continues to capture more indigenous peoples than any other group in the nation and withdraws money from social services intended to help indigenous peoples in their everyday lives. Or as it makes further encroachments upon indigenous territories in pursuit of wealth and profit. As well, compensatory schemes that are so rigid and actuarial that they compartmentalize the past in order to make it more certain, and the need for the government to deal with this past finally, are unlikely to scratch the surface of contending with a settler-colonial mesh that features but is not fully defined by assimilative education.